Urban daily life, no system, no immortal cultivation, youth, campus business, and profit. While others are reborn as scoundrels, Zhao Jin'an finds himself reborn, facing the manipulations of his former mother-in-law. They all wish to bully him, desiring to mold him into their ideal boyfriend. Chapter 1. Could it be that we were wrong? In Zhao family village, on the back mountain, amidst the graves. 3 years post-divorce. Grandma, ever since you left, life has been difficult for me. I never dared to tell you, but I have been divorced from Chunqingji for 3 years. You said it was fine that I didn't visit you often due to work. You said that as long as I got into university, I should stay in the big city and not think about returning to Zhao family village. You taught me how to live. Grandma, do you know? They say I lack flexibility. Even Zhao Jin'an claims I am outdated. They say being too upright in this society and treating others sincerely. Could it be that we were wrong? Zhao Jin'an sat on the ground, cigarette in hand, the ash precariously balanced. Beside him was a bottle of Feitian Matai, purchased for 2,600, half consumed. Grandma, I never drink. This bottle is quite expensive, and they say it's delightful, so I bought it. I wanted to try. You should drink a bit too. You saved your whole life. Let's enjoy this 2,600 bottle of baijiu. As Zhao Jin'an poured himself a measure of the white liquor, he also burned some joss paper. Grandma, I don't drink or gamble, but I've learned to smoke. You told me to treat Chunqingji well after marrying her. Deep down, you knew everything, didn't you? You said I should stay in the city after getting into university to avoid quarrels with Chunqingji, didn't you? Another new year has come, and I came to see you. Grandma, you always say it's fine, yet you refuse to go to Junsha. In truth, you don't want to. But Chunqingji and I still divorced the year you passed. It was I who proposed the divorce. The house was sold, and we split the proceeds. Zhao Jin'an took a swig of the liquor, groggily confiding in his grandmother about the years gone by. Zhao Jin'an, don't invite your aunt's family over this new year. That aunt of yours gives me a headache, and your sister comes over every holiday. You and Qingji have already supported her family enough. She doesn't seem to strive for progress at all. After all these years, she hasn't received a promotion at work. Can't she learn to please her superiors? Even if she can't please her superiors, can't she bring something home? She has no idea how to adapt. These words came from Chunqingji's mother, who would ramble on endlessly. Zhao Jin'an, an accountant, pondered what he could possibly bring home. Was she thinking of entering the family? Also, his sister came to Junsha for university. When she visited her brother, he would slip her a few hundred yuan. Was that too much? In Junsha, he earned over 200,000 a year. Was that not considered progress? Did one need to earn 1 million annually? Zhao Jin'an chose not to argue to in the master bedroom. He caught Chunqingji, who was ready to head out, and asked, "Aren't you coming home with me this year?" "This is our home," Chunqingji replied. Zhao Jin'an calmly responded, "You haven't been home with me for 3 years. But I'm really busy. I have so many relatives here, and you know my second uncle's family is a must-visit during New Year. Plus, your home is so far." Chunqingji's second uncle worked in the local government and held some authority. "You can visit your superiors for New Year greetings, but can't spare 2 days to return home?" Zhao Jin'an remained calm, not raising his voice. "It's been 3 years. You only went the first year. Also, Grandma is eager for a great-grandchild. When do you plan to stop that medication?" It's always about having children. Be good. This is a critical time for my promotion. Just wait a couple of years, and you can go back by yourself this year." Chunqingji once again brushed him off, applied some lipstick, and left with her bag. She didn't even stop to quell her mother's incessant chatter. This was their last year together, married for 4 years. Chunqingji was 3 years younger than Zhao Jin'an, technically his junior in school. Zhao Jin'an initiated the divorce, and Chunqingji signed without hesitation. Without children or debts, there were no entanglements. The house was sold, and the money divided equally. Chunqingji's mother caused a stir for a while, insisting the house should belong to her daughter. This time, Chunqingji intervened, and the car they bought after marriage was left to Zhao Jin'an. On his first occasion drinking, Zhao Jin'an leaned against a tombstone in the winter chill, dozing off. Ding-ling-ling. A sudden phone call jolted him awake, and he answered. "Jin'an, Mu Yao has returned. I heard she divorced 2 years ago." The call was from his childhood friend Zhao Jin'an, who spoke excitedly, yet stammeringly. "Yeah, she has a 2-year-old daughter." "Jin'an, are you listening? Mu Yao?" Hearing that distant name, Zhao Jin'an hung up the phone while clutching the liquor. "Jin'an, Zhao Jin'an." Vroom, vroom. The deafening roar of a motorcycle engine awoke him from his stupor. He stepped out of the bedroom to see Zhao Jin'an on a motorcycle in the front yard. He pressed his foot down, revving the engine fiercely. With a youthful face, he laughed exuberantly. "Hey, are you still asleep?" Observing his bewildered friend, Zhao Jin'an shouted with a grin. "All right, still a bit awkward." After a moment of confusion, Zhao Jin'an rubbed his face, still somewhat dazed at Zhao Jin'an's youthful exuberance. He instinctively checked his pockets. Nothing. Give me a cigarette. Hey, how did you know I had some? Zhao Jin'an proudly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, shaking it while tilting his head. See? Pure white sand. He hadn't noticed that Zhao Jin'an's request for a cigarette was quite natural. After all, there were hardly any smokers fresh out of high school. Most did it for fun, thinking it made them look cool. Pure white sand sold for 8 yuan a pack, not cheap, hence Zhao Jin'an's pride. Zhao Jin'an asked for a lighter and expertly lit a cigarette. He was still processing everything, gazing at the familiar yet empty living room. Let's go? Zhao Jin'an urged. Where to? Zhao Jin'an instinctively asked. Zhao Jin'an slapped the motorcycle's rear seat. Fishing. Hurry. With no time for reflection, Zhao Jin'an dazedly climbed onto the back, the July sun scorching his backside, leaving no room for complaints. Zhao Jin'an revved the engine, nearly tossing Zhao Jin'an off with a sharp turn. Jin'an, hand me the cigarette. Wait, what exactly are we doing? Fishing. Didn't I mention it yesterday? Only then did Zhao Jin'an notice the motorcycle's back, equipped with new energy, 2 long rods, one wrapped in iron wire, the other with a fishing net. This was indeed fishing. Wait, surely they wouldn't be caught by the police on their first day back? Hold on, is this something we can do during the day? Zhao Jin'an posed a soul-searching question. What? Zhao Jin'an rode swiftly, shaking his head as the wind tousled his long hair, leaving Zhao Jin'an to suffer the consequences. When was the last time you washed your hair? And slow down. The motorcycle sped along the rural road. Zhao Jin'an's riding skills impressive, yet Zhao Jin'an truly dared not sit still as he weaved and swerved, reminiscent of high school. Antics to be precise, he was a soon-to-be university student. Chapter 2, 2006. After a few exchanges, Zhao Jin'an grasped the timeline. It was indeed 2006, and new energy had yet to be prohibited. Perhaps there were documents regarding this, but in those times, one could fish in the river right before their door without fear of reprimand. 20 minutes later, Zhao Jin'an parked the motorcycle by the roadside, shouldered the new energy supplies, and traversed a weedy path down to the river. Don't forget the basket, he called. Zhao Jin'an noticed that his childhood friend had dozed off. He picked up the bamboo basket and followed behind, his bare skin stinging from the rough grass. Zhao Jin'an chattered incessantly ahead. I've set a lot of fishing traps on the mountain. Let us see if we can catch a few pheasants. They can fetch a good price. Oh, and there are wild rabbits too. If only we could snag a wild boar, that would cover a semester's living expenses. Observing the sturdy figure in front of him, with sun-kissed skin, Zhao Jin'an found himself momentarily lost in thought. He was aware that a significant portion of the money Zhao Jin'an earned was given to him. Wild boars were not easily caught. Yet the proceeds from the fish they sold often found their way to him. By the way, Jin'an, have you secured your tuition for university yet? You're attending the normal university. Surely your mother wouldn't neglect your fees? Zhao Jin'an instinctively nodded, yes. Did she hand it to you already? Zhao Jin'an was taken aback. It was still early before the school year began. What parent would pay tuition so soon? She promised. Zhao Jin'an lied casually, still somewhat dazed. Zhao Jin'an relaxed, saying, That's good. We can focus on earning some living expenses now. The normal university is a prestigious 211 university. Your mother will surely support you. Unlike me, I only managed to get into a vocational college. If only you could score a few more points, you could aim for a 985 institution. I heard the village rewards 5,000 yuan for that. It would cover your living expenses for the year. Why not just aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? Zhao Jin'an retorted. If you get into Tsinghua or Peking University, tuition, living expenses, housing, all of that is taken care of, along with a handsome reward of several 100,000. That was the truth. Anyone who gained admission to those prestigious institutions would find local governments and enterprises arranging everything for them, including a cash incentive of 500,000 yuan. Zhao Jin'an scratched his head, shifting the conversation. Are you going to the class reunion tonight? Class reunion? Zhao Jin'an, still in a daze, replied subconsciously, I might skip it. Zhao Jin'an turned around, eyeing his friend with suspicion. He felt something was off about him today. Mu Yao will be there. Aren't you going? Hearing that familiar yet distant name, Zhao Jin'an fell into recollection, his expression stiffening as memories of his past life surfaced, returning to the country, a 2-year-old daughter. Zhao Jin'an was even more puzzled. Shouldn't you be excited? Didn't Mu Yao agree to be your girlfriend the day after the college entrance exam? You're not just boasting, are you? When Zhao Jin'an remained silent, Zhao Jin'an realized that his friend might be short on cash, making it difficult to date a girl. He began to comfort him. You finally managed to win Mu Yao over. She got into Central South University, but you're doing well too. In school, it's all about grades. There are 3,985 universities in Xiongnan Province: National Defense University, Central South University, and Hunan University. We won't even mention National Defense University. Getting in is as challenging as Tsinghua or Peking. Since you're not going, then I won't either. They gather every few days anyway. I checked online. Normal University and Central South University share a campus. It'll be easy for you and Mu Yao to meet later. However, since you just got together, you should definitely visit her in the city during summer vacation. She has so many admirers, especially Oh Chang. P.S. Organizing this reunion, writing on the class monitor's status. Zhao Jin'an could tell that Zhao Jin'an also wanted to attend the reunion. After the college entrance exam, aside from those preparing to retake it, it was the most exhilarating 3 months of their lives. After years of pressure, they were finally liberated, and indulging in revelry had become the norm for every graduating class. Zhao Jin'an had no intention of retaking the exam. He, along with Zhao Jin'an and Mu Yao, were in the same top class at the city's #1 high school. Heard that Oh Chang got into Fudan University. He has been showing off in the group chat, boasting about gatherings every other day, flaunting his new phone one day and a new laptop the next. Though it turned out last night's gathering was split equally among attendees. Is there anything wrong with splitting costs? Zhao Jin'an complained, subtly disparaging Oh Chang. Zhao Jin'an recognized he was defending him, as Oh Chang also had feelings for Mu Yao, a not-so-secret rivalry in Class 209. The issue was, Mu Yao frequently participated in class reunions post-exam, and Zhao Jin'an viewed Oh Chang as a formidable competitor, fearing he might steal her away. Fortunately, Oh Chang would be attending university in Shanghai, unaware that the world was much larger than just Zhao Jin'an and himself. Stepping into the river in his sneakers, Zhao Jin'an carried the new energy supplies. They hailed from the same village, Zhao family village, where 90 of the men bore the surname Zhao, making distant familial connections quite easy, though in reality, there was little blood relation. If it were to be considered, Zhao Jin'an would have to call Zhao Jin'an uncle. In those times, the river teemed with fish, albeit small, and fishing was nearly a farce. No one actually fished in the river. Whenever someone desired a meal, they would simply cast a net into the water. It seemed curious that no one sought to sell fish in the city. What price would they fetch per pound? Zhao Jin'an tossed a stone into the water, watching it skip 20 times across the surface. It caused no surprise. Anyone from a riverine village could do that. Zhao Jin'an skillfully scooped up a fish in his net. It appeared to be quite sizable. 56 yuan, he declared, and Zhao Jin'an nodded in understanding. At 5 yuan per pound, 10 pounds would net only 50 yuan, and selling them all was not guaranteed. How to put it? Working outside was more lucrative. For after all, catching 10 pounds of fish was no easy feat. Zhao Jin'an recalled that in a few years, fish could be sold for 25 yuan per pound. And in the city, they would be snatched up eagerly, though by then, the river would be devoid of fish. If we catch 10 pounds a day, that's 1,500 a month. We could earn over 3,000 during summer vacation. Zhao Jin'an exclaimed, already envisioning a splendid university life. This idea had originated from Zhao Jin'an. Yet now his thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Alas, Zhao Jin'an had no money. To visit Mu Yao in the city or to attend the class reunion required funds. Hadn't he heard it was a split cost? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Zhao Jin'an urged, holding up a small net full of fish. Zhao Jin'an approached, emptying the fish into the bamboo basket, only then realizing, how should you address me? Call me uncle. Chapter 3, Sister-in-law in Xiaolan. The river was shallow, crystal clear. In deeper waters, the new energy supplies proved insufficient to catch fish. Zhao Jin'an, strong as he was, carried the supplies throughout, his shirt soaked with sweat. He refrained from asking Zhao Jin'an to switch, finding joy in the challenge. Soon it'll be illegal. Someone will come to catch us. Zhao Jin'an stood on the bank with the bamboo basket, occasionally wading into the river to relish the summer's coolness. Jin'an, why do you smoke so much? This is your third one. The premium brand cost 8 yuan a pack, and Zhao Jin'an felt a pang of reluctance. Well, it's not like there are outsiders here. Why smoke so often? Such behavior was more suited for a class reunion, where one could impress female classmates by lighting a cigarette. Zhao Jin'an scratched his head, glancing at the time. The sun's blazing. Let's head back. Why the rush? Zhao Jin'an approached, shaking the bamboo basket. It weighs about 56 pounds. And selling it all would only fetch 30 yuan. We need to catch more. Otherwise, we won't even cover the cost of the motorcycle fuel. The ride from Zhejiang to the city took half an hour, and the fuel cost was minimal. Zhao Jin'an was simply consumed by money matters. We agreed to earn 3,000 yuan over the summer. We'll split it evenly, he said earnestly, and Zhao Jin'an nodded in agreement. Understanding that half of that was a way for Zhao Jin'an to look after him. 1 500 yuan should suffice for Zhao Jin'an's living expenses for a semester. He didn't actually need to earn money for sustenance. Zhao Jin'an was skilled in everything, from farming chores to foraging for wild game. He excelled at rural tasks. Yet, in his previous life, he had plunged into the bustling city, burdened by mortgage and car loans, living the life of a corporate drone. Zhao Jin'an believed that Zhao Jin'an could live much more freely here. Such a man, in the countryside, was deemed a good catch by women, capable and industrious. It's all because of university, Zhao Jin'an mused, glancing at his sun-kissed childhood friend. Carrying a mortgage in the big city is no comparison to living freely at home. Life is merely for the sake of appearances. The typical boast is, my son bought a house in the city, under the blue sky and white clouds. Amidst the lush mountains and clear waters, Zhao Jin'an suddenly found Zhao Jin'an to be beautiful, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. Zhao Jin'an's eyelids twitched. Don't smoke. Save it for later. We can enjoy it at the next class reunion. Once we sell the fish, can't we buy more? Zhao Jin'an replied. But we still need to be frugal. It costs 8 yuan a pack. How much can we earn from selling fish? I've only had one. The reunion needed to be at least of Huangfu standard. Zhao Jin'an teased Zhao Jin'an, hinting that the cigarettes wouldn't elevate their status, and smoking wasn't merely to show off. Female classmates might not appreciate it. However, the 18-year-old Zhao Jin'an couldn't grasp this, his lips twitching. Huangfu costs 23 a pack. Doesn't that mean we toil in vain selling fish? Exactly, so it's better not to smoke. I'll keep this pack for you. Damn. All the money from selling fish will be yours, so you can ask Mu Yao out to the movies and still buy her a milk tea. I tell you, it's not easy to win Mu Yao's heart. Don't let anyone snatch her away. Zhao Jin'an, brimming with enthusiasm, spoke animatedly. Zhao Jin'an found a shady spot to sit, remaining silent. Jin'an, did you hear that? I did, Zhao Jin'an replied lazily. Haha. Zhao Jin'an chuckled, a hint of nostalgic comfort in his laughter. At that moment, he seemed like the elder. What a fool, Zhao Jin'an laughed, watching his friend by the river, his broad back eliciting a warm surge of emotion. Suddenly feeling the weight of the small bamboo basket of fish. Zhao Jin'an had always taken care of Zhao Jin'an, even on the last day of his previous life. Worrying about him after the divorce, fearing he might struggle. Those who grew up in the countryside knew that there were plenty of fish in the river these days. One could catch numerous loaches and eels in the rice fields within an afternoon. In a few years, due to excessive pesticide use, the loaches would nearly become extinct in the rice paddies. Zhao Jin'an must have set the traps on the mountain that morning. Zhao Jin'an also enjoyed going to the mountains, but he could never master those skills. It seemed heaven was fair. Zhao Jin'an breezed through the entrance exams for normal university, while Zhao Jin'an struggled to get into a junior college. The first middle school in the city was not the prestigious one in the prefecture-level city, but rather the one in the county, where the top students might at least start at the undergraduate level. Unlike Oh Chang, who could flaunt his admission to Fudan, the students from the prefecture-level first middle school could boast of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University, but doing so from the county-level first middle school was indeed impressive. An hour later, the motorcycle sped along the rural paths, an old model with missing mirrors that seemed to have never existed. The sky was painted with splendid fiery clouds stretching for miles, while the wind rustled through the rice fields. Two youths rode together, one beaming brightly, the other scanning the surroundings with the bamboo basket on his back. Slow down. Haha, Jin'an, have you become more timid? Zhao Jin'an glanced back at the basket. It should weigh about 10 pounds. If we sell it for 6 yuan each, that's 60 yuan. Zhao Jin'an remarked. I'm just afraid that by the time we reach the city, the market will be closed. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Hold on tight. You brat, don't rush. Haha, Jin'an, you just swore. Zhao Jin'an laughed heartily, having never heard Zhao Jin'an curse before. Without me to look after you, you really can't manage. Jin'an was genuinely concerned that after being reborn, he might meet a tragic end for a mere 60 yuan. Jin'an, where are you headed? A woman standing nearby called out loudly as they passed. Sister-in-law, we're going to the city to sell fish. Zhao Jin'an replied, slowing down the motorcycle. Wait for me. The woman disappeared briefly, returning with a large plastic bag. Zhao Jin'an was momentarily taken aback as she handed him the bag of green peppers without mentioning the weight or price. Zhao Jin'an's eyes widened. Ah, great. If we can't sell them, it doesn't matter. They were grown in our garden, and it would be a waste not to use them, Zhao Jin'an added. The woman, Yin Xiaolan, stood at 156 centimeters tall, 23 years old, and had been married for 2 years, earning a good reputation in the village. Zhao Jin'an consisted of typical red brick houses, closely built, making them both relatives and neighbors. Moments later, Yin Xiaolan returned, carrying a large bowl. You two are selling fish. See if anyone wants to buy green peppers. She dashed back with the bowl, standing next to the motorcycle. Zhao Jin'an filled the bowl to the brim, with various fish and a few loaches. That's enough. The loaches are coming out. Yin Xiaolan held the bowl with one hand and bent to pick up the loaches, saying, Jin'an, come to my house for dinner tonight. And you too, Zhiong. Ah, great. Zhao Zhiong eagerly agreed, his eyes fixated on Yin Xiaolan. Zhao Jin'an nudged him in the ribs. You better not stare. It's rude. Haha. Caught by his childhood friend, Zhao Zhiong felt a bit embarrassed. In truth, Zhao Jin'an noticed much more. Yin Xiaolan's loose t-shirt accentuated her figure, and bending over revealed her attractive waist. It's not what you think. Keep your eyes to yourself. Zhao Jin'an felt it necessary to impart some wisdom. I am your uncle. And she is your aunt. Jin'an, sister-in-law, is truly beautiful. As he spoke, a hint of indignation lingered in his tone. How can your cousin lack an appreciation for delicate beauty? He spends his days idly. These green peppers must have been freshly picked by my sister-in-law from the garden, hoping to exchange them for some money. If she were my wife, I would certainly earn money to spare her from such toil and treat her to lovely dresses. The more Zhao Zhiong spoke, the more fervent he became. Zhao Jin'an interjected. She is not your wife, and furthermore, you should refrain from being a sycophant. What is a sycophant? Zhao Jin'an asked. A dog more miserable than a single dog. Half an hour later, they reached the city on the motorcycle, Zhao Zhiong weaving through the streets, transforming the dilapidated bike into a sensation akin to a luxury sports car. In that moment, Zhao Jin'an felt like a young boy, with two of them riding on the motorcycle. Where are we headed for the market? To the vegetable market near Xin Plaza. As the clock approached 6 p.m., Xin Plaza was bustling with people, particularly due to the numerous government offices and new residential buildings in the area. In 2006, those who purchased apartments in such complexes were typically affluent individuals, likely to show interest in the fish from the river. They were less sensitive to price fluctuations. In the old town, those who frequented the market would haggle over mere cents. Zhao Zhiong parked the motorcycle by the roadside, balancing on one foot, gazing at the entrance of the market. Where should we set up? There's a stall selling grass carp over there, Zhao Jin'an replied. Should we compete with him? He has been here for many years. Customers have grown accustomed to buying fish from him. Inside the market, there were no stalls available, but villagers along the road displayed their homegrown vegetables and fruits on either side. It was uncertain whether a management fee was required. But Zhao Jin'an picked up a fish basket, dismounted, and began to call out, freshly caught fish from the river, along with homegrown chilies, a perfect match. Zhao Zhiong felt slightly embarrassed to shout, surprised by how naturally his childhood friend did so. Sitting on the steps, Zhao Jin'an called out, ladies and gentlemen. For beauty and health, come buy some. What kind of address is ladies and gentlemen? Zhao Zhiong questioned. And you're calling a 40-something Annie lady? Isn't Jin'an usually mute? When did he become so articulate? Zhao Zhiong thought, astonished. Yet, Zhao Jin'an spoke with such sincerity, his words not aligning with his usual demeanor. Before long, a crowd gathered. Particularly curious older men, not necessarily intent on purchasing but intrigued by the catch in the bamboo basket. Young man, how much per pound? 15 yuan. But they sell for 6 yuan per pound at the stall ahead. I also offer chilies, homegrown and unmatched in flavor. Could it be fake? What is fake? Your place has fish of all sizes and types. Look, I even have loaches. Impossible. These can't be from a fish pond. A group of people nodded in agreement, and some even reached into the basket for a closer inspection. An elderly man, hands behind his back, chuckled. All right, I'll take some. I enjoy this type of fish. Haven Tea had it in years. For those who seldom bought vegetables, the difference between 6 yuan and 15 yuan per pound was negligible, if they craved it. A few extra yuan mattered little. Don't just stand there. Weigh it. Zhao Jin'an borrowed a plastic bag from the neighboring fruit stall. They had come unprepared, lacking even a scale. I'm quite bold to start selling at 15 a pound, he thought. Zhao Zhiong, having just graduated high school, initially felt hesitant but soon lost his inhibitions, enthusiastically joining in the shouting. Zhao Jin'an took a moment to rest, but didn't he forget to purchase a few pounds of golden plums from the stall next door? We came to earn money, Zhao Zhiong exclaimed. But without a scale, how can we sell? I'll bring one tomorrow, Zhao Jin'an replied. You stay here. I'm off to buy cigarettes and some plastic bags. With that, Zhao Jin'an made his way to the nearby convenience store. Zhao Zhiong was already envisioning a prosperous future. 15 yuan a pound. If we sell 10 pounds a day, that's 4,500 a month. Wouldn't that be exhilarating in college? At the convenience store, Zhao Jin'an bought a bundle of plastic bags and casually called for some yellow cigarettes. But when it came time to pay, he glanced at the 2 10-yuan bills in his hand and pointed to the pack of Lao Bai Sha on the counter. I'll take this instead. Zhao Jin'an didn't smoke much, so he had always opted for the yellow cigarettes in his previous life. It was fortunate he bought Lao Baisha. Otherwise, Zhao Jin'an would have surely complained again. After purchasing the golden plums and the cigarettes, Zhao Jin'an pondered. Are we here to make money or to invigorate the market economy? Zhao Jin'an, unlike Zhao Jin'an, was quite thrifty and meticulous with his expenditures. Despite earning less in his previous life, he had been the first to take out a loan for a house in Junsha, with a 30 down payment and a 20-year mortgage, and had even bought a car. He married and had children, thus establishing roots in Junsha. Of course, his family had also provided substantial support. Emptying 6 pockets to buy a house was no small feat. We're going to strike it rich. 15 yuan a pound. Let's aim for 20 pounds tomorrow. Zhao Jin'an, still caught in excitement, patted his chest. Don't worry. You just need to carry the fish basket. Not everyone is a fool to pay that much. What? Do you think we can sell everything at 15 yuan a pound? 10 yuan is still acceptable. 20 pounds would yield 200. That's 6,000 a month. You'll either be exhausted or sunburned. And what about rainy days? As they continued their idle chatter, one was full of enthusiasm while the other felt disheartened. A group of students, both boys and girls, approached, laughing and chatting. Likely returning from Xind Plaza. Chapter 5, Selling Fish. Mu Yao, hasn't Zhao Jin'an come to find you? Mu Yao, clad in a refreshing light blue dress, stood at 166 centimeters, tall and graceful, resembling a flower blooming in spring. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of white shoes, each step exuding a melody of lightness and grace. This buoyancy seemed exclusive to college students, while high school students hurried along, focused only on their studies, waiting for the college entrance exams to fully unleash their true selves. Her large, bright eyes easily stirred a protective instinct in the boys around her. I've looked for him, Mu Yao replied, tilting her head. He came to the city a few days ago. What did you two do? A girl named Yufei teased softly. Did you go to a hotel? Oh, how is that possible? Impossible? We've all graduated high school. We just went to a milk tea shop for a drink and then strolled the pedestrian street, Mu Yao stated candidly. Cough. A boy ahead of them cleared his throat. Did he buy you anything while you were out? A girl named Li inquired, as if receiving a signal. Mu Yao shook her head slightly. No? How stingy. Li prodded. You only agreed to be his girlfriend, and he's already so frugal. The boy ahead, Chang, silently praised Li in his heart. He felt a bit anxious when he heard Yufei's question about the hotel. If they had gone, it would be too late for anything else. Humph. What of your promise? I can still woo her away. Chang had long understood Zhao Jin'an's family situation and felt quite confident in himself. He likely did not anticipate that after the college entrance exams, Mu Yao would agree to Zhao Jin'an's confession. Chang had also written love letters to Mu Yao, but they had sunk without a trace. I don't need him to buy me anything, she retorted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. We're all students without money. Exactly. Yufei chimed in. She does not particularly like someone like Li, especially one who stirs up trouble in the class. What a good girl. Chang mused to himself, reflecting on how rare it is to find a girl so beautiful and with such a sound moral compass. He increasingly felt that Zhao Jin'an had stumbled upon extraordinary luck. We are all spending our family's money, after all. Chang turned around, empathetically taking over the conversation. The arcade and the cinema do not cost much. We cannot possibly start earning money right now, can we? Class leader, you got into Fudan. So your family must have given you quite a bit of pocket money, right? Sure enough, someone immediately posed that question. 5,000. Chang proudly held up a hand. My dad gave me 5,000, my grandpa another 5,000. And my mom even said she would take me abroad for vacation during the summer. Wow, you're going to have a great summer. The conversation quickly gravitated back to Chang, as they all knew that his father worked at the Development and Reform Commission. In truth, their families were relatively well off. Residing in the city, they had just emerged from the arcade, with 3 girls clutching several stuffed toys and the boys holding bottles of cola. These were their afternoon spoils from the arcade. Unlike Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Jin'an, who faced challenges just to make it to the city, not to mention the occasional class gatherings. Many students from City No. 1 high school had come from various rural towns. Their journey to the city took 2 to 3 hours by bus, and attending a class reunion required them to carry at least 200 to 300 yuan. Occasional visits were manageable, but frequent ones were not feasible. Mu Yao, let us hit the TV tonight. I'll cover your share. Chang's vanity was greatly satisfied. He checked the time on his phone and added, Lao Tian and the others are about to arrive. We need to pick them up from the station and take them out to eat. This statement further showcased his popularity and organizational skills as class leader. Class leader, what about our share? You're only covering Mu Yao's. Yes, everyone should chip in. You must cover ours too. lest you prioritize romance over friendship. A group of them laughed and joked, with girls linking arms and boys draping their shoulders over one another. Upon hearing the phrase prioritize romance over friendship, Ochang stole a glance at Mu Yao, as it carried an ambiguous connotation. Mu Yao frowned slightly, refusing, no need. We agreed to split the bill evenly, and I'll pay for my share. Mu Yao, will Zhao Jin'an come to the gathering tonight? Yu Fei inquired. Mu Yao checked her phone. He hasn't spoken in the group today, and his phone is off. That seems to be Zhao Jin'an, along with Zhao Ziyong. Someone suddenly pointed out, indicating 2 figures ahead. Indeed, it was them. What are they doing over there? Let us go take a look. Ochang scrutinized closely, waving his hand. If we're talking about looks, he truly lacked the courage to compare himself to Zhao Jin'an. That guy was genuinely handsome, even captivating their strict and serious 40-year-old chemistry teacher. This was no secret in their elite class. Teacher Chung was strict with everyone, yet he was particularly gentle with Zhao Jin'an. Whenever Zhao Jin'an struggled with a problem, Teacher Chung would eagerly teach him 10 times over. However, now that Ochang had been accepted into Fudan, he felt a surge of superiority upon noticing that Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong seemed to be selling vegetables. Thus, 7 students from the elite class, 3 girls and 4 boys, headed towards Zhao Jin'an. The market was bustling with people, the sides of the street lined with various stalls, and the air filled with an array of unpleasant odors. Mu Yao immediately recognized the boy sitting on the steps as her boyfriend, Zhao Jin'an. However, as she approached, her steps hesitated, for she realized that Zhao Jin'an appeared to be selling vegetables. How to put this? It was akin to one's parents setting up a stall selling snacks at the school gate, or while others' parents drove to pick up their children from school. Yours rode a bicycle. Zhao Jin'an, what are you doing here? Yu Fei shouted from a distance of about 56 meters. We were just discussing whether you and Zhao Ziyong would come to the gathering. Mu Yao mentioned your phone was off. Zhao Jin'an turned to Yu Fei, finding her somewhat familiar, but he could not recall her name at that moment. He did not notice Zhao Ziyong's inclination to hide, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed about being caught selling vegetables by his classmates. Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an then looked at Mu Yao, who was slightly trailing behind Yu Fei. He recognized her. 18-year-old Mu Yao. What are you doing here? Mu Yao gently asked. Selling fish. Zhao Jin'an remained seated on the steps, merely nodding towards the basket of fish in front of him. Mu Yao gazed longingly at Zhao Jin'an, wishing to hear him say he was accompanying Zhao Ziyong. Zhao Jin'an also looked up at Mu Yao, a faint smile adorning his face. It had only been a few days since Mu Yao last saw him, yet for Zhao Jin'an, it had been an eternity since he last laid eyes on her. Returning home, with a 2-year-old daughter. She just called me, asking where I was. Zhao Jin'an recalled the phone call from Zhao Ziyong before his rebirth. Chapter 6. Reunion in this life. This was somewhat peculiar. Not only Mu Yao felt odd, but everyone present sensed something strange. Why was Zhao Jin'an so indifferent? Hadn't they just started dating? Hey, it's the honeymoon phase. Jin'an, why can't I reach your phone? Mu Yao's voice was sweet and gentle as she shifted the topic away from selling fish. There are many ways to earn money, and perhaps in their minds, squatting at a vegetable market to sell fish was somewhat undignified. Zhao Jin'an pulled out his phone to check. It's out of battery. Ochang, seizing the opportunity, asked loudly, Zhao Jin'an, how much do you sell your fish for per pound? After which, he emphasized, we are all classmates. Let us support each other's business. Such mockery is a display of low intelligence and emotional ineptitude, and there was nothing wrong with his words. Zhao Ziyong was about to respond, but he was tugged back by someone behind him. He had intended to say that they couldn't charge for it, as they were all classmates, and anyone who wanted could take some for free. Jin'an, how much do you have left? Mu Yao pulled out a cartoon wallet, eager for Zhao Jin'an to finish selling quickly so they wouldn't be the center of attention. This was an uncomfortable feeling. Mu Yao? Zhao Ziyong was caught in a dilemma, unsure whose money to accept. At that moment, Zhao Jin'an moved. He reached out and snatched a 100 yuan bill from Ochang's hand, stating, 35 per pound. 35 per pound. They weren't very familiar with vegetable prices, yet felt that 35 seemed a bit steep. Pork was reportedly only 78 yuan per pound, or so they had heard. High school students, even if they spent their days studying, wouldn't be that oblivious. Ochang looked around and pointed to a nearby stall. That large grass carp is only 7 yuan per pound. Zhao Jin'an, why are you charging classmates so much? Class leader. Zhao Jin'an nudged Zhao Ziyong, urging him to hurry up and bag the fish. Are you intentionally speaking out of turn? What? Ochang was still confused. Can farmed and wild fish be compared? Zhao Jin'an elevated Ochang's status with a teasing remark. Didn't you say your family has wild Changbai mountain ginseng? Can that price be compared to ordinary ones? I don't believe I ever said that. Ochang muttered to himself, realizing he had boasted too much. Can farm turtles be compared to wild ones, or truly free-range rural chickens? Zhao Jin'an countered, with your family's excellent conditions. You've been exposed to quality food and goods. How could you not understand the market? Oh Chang. Right. My family never eats farmed products. What more could he say? A single remark about his family's affluence silenced him, perhaps hoping that Zhao Jin'an, being so articulate, would elaborate further. However, upon witnessing Zhao Jiong pouring everything into a plastic bag, he reached out. There's water. Zhao Jiong, at least filter it. What water could there be in a bamboo basket? It had been sitting there for quite some time. Zhao Jiong quickly realized and hastened to weigh it. A tightly packed fish basket always contains some water, and the bottom might have a few small stones and leaves. Regardless, Zhao Jin'an, grasping the fish net handed over by Zhao Jiong, emptied it entirely into the basket without any hesitation or selection. Just over 3 pounds. Zhao Jiong exclaimed, pointing at the scale. It's fine. We are all classmates. Consider the excess a gift, Zhao Jin'an generously declared. Chang opened his mouth. I didn't intend to buy so much. No one paid him any heed. Zhao Jin'an pointed at the peppers on the ground. Take these peppers. They are excellent for stir-frying. Indeed, those peppers are grown by my sister-in-law, far superior to the ones from elsewhere, Zhao Jiong added earnestly as he handed over the bag. 3 pounds is too much for just 3 people at home, and we still need to pick up old Tian and the others. Holding a bag of fish, Chang suddenly remembered that he couldn't just bring them to the restaurant for processing. He had just mentioned looking after his classmates' business. Now, he couldn't possibly say he didn't want them. Zhao Jin'an, are you making tuition money? Chang asked with a feigned grin. Zhao Jin'an nodded affirmatively. Chang was momentarily speechless. Had Zhao Jin'an denied it, claiming it was merely for fun, he would have planned to mock him further. Mu Yao had been watching Zhao Jin'an intently, remaining silent. It was Yu Fei who finally spoke. Zhao Jin'an, are you and Zhao Jiong coming to sing tonight? She refrained from inviting them to dinner, likely considering that selling fish to Chang might create an awkward situation. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the eager Zhao Jiong and replied, we won't go. We need to head home for dinner. After you boys finish singing, you can go for late-night snacks and watch the World Cup together. Yu Fei was aware of Zhao Jin'an's basketball prowess. He was a key player in the school basketball team. The World Cup. Zhao Jin'an had just returned when Zhao Jiong whisked him away, and all day he had been in a daze, reflecting on his own year of college entrance exams. 2006 was the year of the World Cup in Germany. Which teams are playing? At that moment, a boy ended a phone call, announcing that old Tian and the others had arrived at the station. Zhao Jin'an, we are leaving. No one responded to Zhao Jin'an's soliloquy. A few boys exchanged greetings and departed. Seeing Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Jiong earning money from selling vegetables, they felt it inappropriate to call them to waste their hard-earned money in the city. Jin'an, are you coming tonight? Mu Yao gazed at Zhao Jin'an, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Zhao Jin'an, with a warm smile, gently shook his head. No. Mu Yao felt a tinge of disappointment, biting her luscious lips with a complex expression as she glanced at Yu Fei and Li Li, who were waiting ahead, appearing somewhat indecisive. Then, shall I leave? After all, her boyfriend had come to the city. It was only natural for her to stay and accompany him during this romantic phase. Zhao Jin'an smiled and nodded. All right. Mu Yao felt even more wronged. Encountering her boyfriend while selling vegetables was one thing, but today he was so indifferent toward her. She paused for 3 seconds, glancing back multiple times before departing. Once Mu Yao left, Zhao Jiong finally spoke up. Jin'an, why don't you ask Mu Yao out on your own? Now that we have money, you should take her out for dinner and a movie. Let us head back. I promised my sister-in-law I would be home for dinner. You've come all this way. It's such a great opportunity. Look, she's still turning back. In Zhao Jiong's mind, the money he earned was not something he had to share with Zhao Jin'an. If his childhood friend wanted to date, he could use the money freely, and if necessary, he would just take a little less the next day. It wasn't just Mu Yao turning back. Yu Fei and Li Li were watching too. Mu Yao? Didn't Zhao Jin'an ask you out? Mu Yao shook her head. Oh, it's fine. After all, we will all be in the same university town as Zhao Jin'an. Yu Fei linked her arm with Mu Yao's. They were both heading to Central South University and had even applied for the same major. Mu Yao? Is Zhao Jin'an relying on himself to earn tuition? Li Li asked, feigning ignorance. That's wonderful. Earning tuition on one's own is quite meaningful. Yu Fei replied on Mu Yao's behalf. A cousin of mine graduated from college this year. She said that when looking for a boyfriend in university, one must be cautious and not just focus on grades or looks. Then what should one look for? Li Li, you're so materialistic. Oh, I can't explain it to you. Mu Yao remained silent, her head lowered, concealing her thoughts. Turning around, Zhao Jin'an had already mounted his motorcycle, not looking back or glancing around. Chapter 7. If it's too hard, then just part ways. Jin'an, we made 200 today. As the sun set, the wind tousled their long hair. And Zhao Jin'an twisted the throttle. He was a member of the Love Devotion family, with his blonde hair and a side fringe obscuring one eye. He was the type who only glanced at people partially. Unable to bear the expense of a salon for hair dyeing, he bought dye himself, feeling exceptionally dapper. He even had a striking online moniker, Young Brave. With today's earnings of 200, his spirits were exceptionally high. You should get a haircut tomorrow, Zhao Jin'an suggested. Why? Do you think it looks good? In truth, even without a rebirth, Zhao Jin'an wouldn't have minded. It was just a sign of the times. I'll charge the battery tonight and head to the river tomorrow morning to set up the bamboo traps. By the way, I still have a few fishing nets at home. Zhao Jin'an exclaimed loudly. Tomorrow, we'll definitely catch 20 pounds of fish. Don't dream too grandly. Do you think prices like this are common? And the class monitor 1TB around tomorrow to help manage the business. Zhao Jin'an felt a bit anxious sitting behind, urging Zhao Jin'an to ride slowly and avoid swerving erratically. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. But it's alright. 20 pounds of fish should sell for over 100, right? It seemed Zhao Jin'an was becoming somewhat addicted to selling fish. Earning over 100 a day was more than many urban office workers made. As a child, he had used stones to dam up water in the river, placing bamboo pieces in the lower sections to trap fish. This was known as a bamboo trap. The size of the fish caught depended on the gaps between the bamboo pieces, allowing smaller fish to escape while keeping the larger ones. Simple yet effective. Jin'an, how much do we give to sister-in-law? 30. Good. I'll hold on to the rest of the money. All right. They weren't sure how much a bag of peppers would sell for, but 30 was certainly not too little. Zhao Jin'an didn't mind. And Zhao Jin'an cared even less. If possible, he preferred not to give the 30 yuan to Yin Xiaolan up front. His mind was preoccupied with the World Cup. By the time they reached Zhejiang, it was nearly 7, but in the summer, 7 o'clock still meant bright daylight. After turning off the main road and navigating a long, steep slope, they arrived at Zhejiang, passing by a household at the village entrance, likely having finished dinner. A girl set a chair outside to cool off, holding her phone, seemingly texting. Sister Bolin, have you eaten? Zhao Jin'an slowed the bike and called out. This was the most common polite greeting in rural areas. I've eaten. Come find me to play once you finish dinner. Okay, Sister Bolin. Jin'an and I will also be going to Junsha University. I know. Congratulations to you both. Zhao Bolin replied lazily and gently, dressed in a white dress. Her feet perched casually on the stone railing of the front yard. Zhejiang is neither large nor small, with over 600 households. Zhao Bolin was 2 years older than Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Jin'an. The village only had an elementary school, and to attend junior high, one had to walk half an hour together. Thus, they had walked to and from school together every day during childhood until high school, when gender distinctions began to emerge. Zhao Jin'an claimed Zhao Bolin was the prettiest girl in the village. A faint remnant of fiery clouds lingered in the sky, and this scene filled Zhao Jin'an with nostalgia, evoking a sense of a small convenience store at the edge of the clouds. As they rode up a small slope, Zhao Jin'an steered the motorcycle toward the kitchen of Yin Xiaolan's house. In the gentle embrace of the evening, Jin'an found himself back home. He was greeted by the polite insistence of Yin Xiaolan, who exclaimed, Jin'an, why are you giving me so much money? No, you keep it. Perhaps she truly had no intention of accepting the money. After all, the peppers she had grown would only go to waste if left to rot in the field. Jin'an smiled softly and entered his living room, where he splashed cold water on his face and gazed into the mirror. The reflection of his 18-year-old visage stared back, fresh, with droplets glistening on his fair skin, a prominent nose, and eyes that sparkled with the innocent naivety of youth. Hello, Zhao Jin'an, he murmured to his reflection, a smile gracing his lips. It's delightful to see you again. Jin'an, it's time for dinner, came a muffled voice from outside. Zhao Jin'an was already devouring his meal. Jin'an composed himself and stepped outside, where he encountered his grandmother, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. He paused, slightly dazed. Grandma, he greeted. She nodded at her grandson. Are you going to your sister-in-law's for dinner? Yes, Jin'an replied, his voice thick with emotion. His grandmother nodded once more, and then hunched over as she made her way to the adjacent kitchen. Observing her frail figure, Jin'an hesitated before crossing a small ditch to visit Yin Xiaolan's home. Jin'an, why did you give me 30 yuan? And I heard from Jin'an that you sold for 200 yuan? Yin Xiaolan served him a generous bowl of rice, the kind that seemed almost oversized, accompanied by 2 dishes, one a vegetable and the other a hearty stir-fry of fish with peppers. The dish was delectable, enhanced by a drizzle of Sichuan pepper oil. Yin Xiaolan was an excellent cook. Indeed, women in rural areas during this era were often skilled in the kitchen, lest they face the ire of their mothers-in-law. unlike in later years, where men dominated culinary duties. Jin'an, take more vegetables, she urged, as she too wielded a large bowl, serving him with affectionate care. In the countryside, there was no notion of using separate chopsticks, and sharing food was a manifestation of familial love. Having married into the family for 2 years, Xiaolan cherished her handsome, academically inclined brother-in-law, who spent most of his time away at school. During winter and summer breaks, despite his busy schedule, she always invited him over for meals. Sister-in-law, let us buy some meat tomorrow, Ji Yong declared from his spot beneath the eaves, savoring his meal. For the people of Xiangnan, stir-fried green peppers with meat was a culinary delight. Sounds good, Xiaolan agreed without hesitation. Are you planning to eat here regularly? Jin'an asked as he stepped out with his bowl. Ji Yong, with a cheeky grin, replied, well, your sister-in-law's cooking is too good to resist. And my parents hardly pay attention to me anyway. You're not going to starve, are you? He teased. Ji Yong was no pampered child. He had learned to make do with leftover meals whenever he returned home late. After a while, Jin'an noticed Ji Yong was absent, and when he inquired, Xiaolan merely mentioned that Ji Yong had not returned yet, a situation he had grown accustomed to. After dinner, Ji Yong rode off on his motorcycle. Jin'an pulled a chair to sit outside, resting his feet on the stone railing of the courtyard. Moments later, Xiaolan emerged from washing the dishes and stood beside him. Jin'an, she called softly. Jin'an looked up. Xiaolan rubbed her hands together and produced a handful of cash, both in small and large denominations. Here, for you. What's this for, sister-in-law? 300, she said, her petite figure appearing even smaller against the backdrop of her generosity. The largest bill in her hand was a 50. Jin'an, once you finish your college entrance exams, you should go out and enjoy yourself. Seeing Jin'an idly sitting at the door, she understood well the post-exam excitement that young students experience. Their grandmother peeked out for a moment before hunching back into the kitchen. Though Xiaolan was technically his sister-in-law through a distant family connection, she was under no obligation to treat Jin'an with such kindness. He accepted the money, aware of his current financial needs. Without funds, even knowing the outcomes of the World Cup would hold no significance. Sister-in-law, I'll pay you back in a few days. No need. Just wait until you graduate from university and find a job to repay me. They fell into a comfortable silence, one seated and the other standing. As the last traces of the fiery sunset faded from the horizon, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it the refreshing coolness of the night. In this rural setting, the summer nights required no air conditioning. Even fans were unnecessary. The sounds of frogs croaking in the nearby rice fields filled the air, while dim yellow lights flickered on, illuminating Zhao family village. Cousin Zhao Wei had yet to return, prompting Jin'an to suddenly call out, sister-in-law. Xiaolan looked down at her younger brother-in-law, whose clean, handsome face exuded a sense of obedience. If things are tough, perhaps you should consider parting ways. He uttered those words, leaving Xiaolan momentarily taken aback, speechless. After a lengthy pause, she finally responded, it's not that simple. Her 6 words hung in the air, echoing as if from a distant place. Not simple? Jin'an pondered, recalling his own divorce from Chun Xingji, which seemed uncomplicated given their lack of children. Even Ji Yong was aware of the strained relationship between Xiaolan and Zhao Wei. How could Jin'an not know? He was also aware that Xiaolan ultimately divorced Zhao Wei, despite having a daughter together. The daughter was granted to Zhao Wei but lived with Xiaolan. Xiaolan returned to her family home with her daughter, and later it was heard that she had gone south to work in Yangcheng, leading to a gradual decline in their communication. In Xiangnan province, a train ticket south often marked the end of one's journey. For those who do not attend university, many classmates from the municipal first high school would find themselves with nothing but a ticket leading south. Female classmates would end up married elsewhere, while male classmates might return years later with a bride from another region. That was still fortunate. The fear remained that some would return without a partner at all. In those times, mobile phones lacked entertainment, and after standing for a while, Xiaolan leaned against the railing, finding it preferable to converse than to sit alone watching television in her bedroom. However, she maintained a respectful distance, allowing for a comfortable space between them. Jin'an, did your mother come to see you a few days ago? What did she say? Xiaolan initiated the conversation, her face filled with concern. Jin'an looked up, slightly confused. In truth, Xiaolan was inquiring whether Jin'an's tuition fees were settled. Jin'an's father had tragically passed away in a motorcycle accident when he was still in elementary school, leaving behind a void in his life. His mother, Duan Xioping, remarried 4 years later, establishing a new family and finding it difficult to send money to her son. After all, several thousand yuan for university tuition represented a significant expense for many ordinary families. While it was understandable to occasionally provide a bit of pocket money, it was still a topic of concern for Ji Yong. Once Xiaolan departed, Jin'an rose and headed to his bedroom. He retrieved a small stack of money from beneath his pillow, counting out 880 yuan. This was the money Duan Xiaoping had stealthily given him when she visited after he was accepted into the normal university, an amount of 1,000 yuan in total. With his pillow serving as his secret stash, the principal amount seemed a bit insufficient. Jin'an closed the door behind him and counted the money in his hands. 150 yuan from selling fish, 300 from Xiaolan, and the 880 he had just counted, totaling 1,330 yuan. The World Cup awaited no one. After lying on the bed for a while, he suddenly found himself reminiscing about the myriad loans available in the future. Without adequate funds, knowing the scores would amount to nothing. Finally, he rose from his bed and made his way to the kitchen at the back of the house. Grandma? With age, one becomes less sensitive to the heat, as his grandmother was in the kitchen, enjoying her meal even in the sweltering summer. She looked up at her grandson with affectionate eyes. Did you eat well at your sister-in-law's? Yes, Jin'an replied, glancing at the stove where a bowl of stir-fried green peppers with meat sat. While his grandmother's bowl contained only a few small dishes and some of the green peppers. We won't be hosting any feasts anymore, his grandmother suddenly declared. Jin'an nodded in agreement. All right. His grandmother gently patted his hand, smiling warmly. Zhao Jin'an excelled academically and was obedient, much to his grandmother's delight. After observing him for a while, she nodded reassuringly and said, Do not worry, even if your mother is unable to assist. Your grandmother will ensure you complete your university education. Perhaps sensing her grandson's apprehension, she confidently added, The 2 pigs I am raising will be ready for sale in a month, and I also have chickens and ducks that can be sold for money. Focus solely on your studies. What could Zhao Jin'an say in response? He could only nod. There was nothing more gratifying than being in the presence of his grandmother. His grandmother found it peculiar how Zhao Jin'an was gazing at her today. As she spoke, she glanced outside and inexplicably remarked, Your sister-in-law is a good woman. Zhao Jin'an replied, slightly bewildered, Yes, I know. He genuinely could not comprehend why his grandmother had made such a statement. The mindset of the older generation differs from that of parents, who often worry that their children might fall into early romantic entanglements during high school, potentially affecting their studies. The older generation, however, is less inclined to dwell on such matters, possibly desiring to hold their great-grandchildren sooner rather than later. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an's grandmother passed away without ever having held a great-grandchild, leaving him with a sense of guilt. By then, Zhao Jin'an was already 32 years old, and his grandmother often lamented, Qingji is such a good child. It is my misfortune not to witness the child you have with her. Qingji arrived late, only returning upon receiving Zhao Jin'an's call about his grandmother's passing. Just before the coffin was sealed, she knelt by his grandmother's bedside and wept for quite some time. Grandma, do you have money? Zhao Jin'an finally spoke up. I will return it to you in a few days. Jiong and I are selling fish. His grandmother glanced at him, said nothing, and left the kitchen, presumably to retrieve the money. Hosting a graduation banquet could yield some red envelopes. Yet since Zhao Jin'an's father passed away, no one in the village reciprocated any favors for their family during such events. Relationships in rural life are often transactional. If one does not engage in such exchanges, others may be reluctant to give gifts willingly. To put it bluntly, their family was not involved in business, and they had few wealthy relatives. Even if they hosted a banquet, the monetary return would be minimal. After deducting the expenses, they might be left with only a few thousand yuan. Rather than facing such inconveniences, it would be better not to host anything and avoid giving others fodder for gossip. After a while, his grandmother returned, pulling out a thick red plastic bag from her pocket. She carefully untied it to reveal a substantial wad of cash, both new and crumpled bills. 2,356 yuan is all I have. Take it, spend it on whatever you wish or enjoy time with your classmates. This money had likely been counted numerous times by her. Initially set aside for Zhao Jin'an's tuition, but today she unhesitatingly offered it all. Just then, a 5-year-old girl bounded through the doorway. His grandmother quickly tucked the plastic bag away and whispered, Quickly hide the money. Don't let anyone see. The girl, Zhao Yueqian, was the daughter of his uncle. His grandmother lived with his uncle, and Zhao Yueqian sat on the dirty threshold, for child rearing in the countryside was not overly fussy. Zhao Jin'an stared at the little girl for a moment. Brother, there are fish, she exclaimed. Haha, tomorrow I will bring you a fish to eat. She gestured with her hands, her small, dirty dress contrasting with her radiant smile. Zhao Jin'an crouched down and pinched her cheek. All right. Tomorrow I will catch a big fish for Qianqian, and I will take you to the city someday. His grandmother smiled gently at the scene. At that moment, An ill-timed voice echoed from outside. Don't forget about us after going to university and getting a girlfriend. Once you marry, you'll follow your wife's wishes and enjoy her fortune. Although somewhat harsh, there was a kernel of truth in the words. Such individuals were abundant. As the saying goes, once you marry, you forget your mother. Zhao Guohua, his uncle, had gone south to work in a factory, and the voice belonged to his aunt, Wang Jinru. While she was not a bad person, her words could be rather blunt. Zhao Jin'an, when returning from boarding school, would sometimes receive a small allowance from her, ranging from 50 to 100 yuan, although she often spoke freely. In his previous life, Chun Qingji's mother had referred to this very aunt. Wang Jinru was known for her confrontational nature, never losing a quarrel with Zhao Jin'an's mother. Qianqian, your brother says he will take you to the big city one day, Wang Jinru said, squatting down to feed Zhao Yueqian a bowl brimming with meat. His grandmother, unwilling to take the meat for herself, reserved it for Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Yueqian. In Wang Jinru's eyes, it was already impressive that her nephew had been accepted into a teacher's college. She had been wandering around the village for some time, trying to comprehend what a 985 or 211 university meant, but ultimately, she only understood that it was a prestigious institution. Mom, isn't Jin'an hosting a graduation banquet? No, he isn't. What a pity, such a wonderful opportunity. Zhao Guohua returned home only 2 or 3 times a year. Those who worked in factories down south were often in similar situations. Firstly, factories do not offer many holidays. Secondly, the travel expenses are considerable. Wang Jinru occasionally bickered with his grandmother, yet overall, their relationship was amicable. His grandmother had just been cautious of Wang Jinru. If she learned that she had given money to Zhao Jin'an, she would undoubtedly make some disparaging remarks about grandchildren. Chapter 9. The wind-chasing youth of that year at night. Zhao Jin'an lay in bed, gazing at the cobwebs in the corner and the mottled yellow ceiling, lost in thought. It had been a long time since he slept in this bed, and he felt somewhat out of place. Perhaps he was still processing the reality of his rebirth. After a moment, he unplugged a universal charger from the bedside and connected it to his phone. Upon powering it on, he found several missed call notifications from Mu Yao, along with one from Yu Fei. He located the familiar yet clumsy icon, accessed the high school group chat, and upon seeing his QQ name, Zhao Jin'an opened his mouth, realizing he had no right to mock Zhao Zhiyong. Wind-chasing youth. What a juvenile online handle, not much better than brave youth. Zhao Zhiyong was actively chatting with classmates in the group, while Zhao Jin'an quietly changed his name back, refraining from joining the conversation, as he no longer recognized anyone. In Xiangnan province, if one's college entrance examination scores were not particularly high, nearly all chosen universities were located in the provincial capital, Junsha. Those like Ochang, who managed to enroll in Fudan University, were rare gems. Typically, students would not venture out of the province, especially those with lower scores who had even less reason to do so. Female classmates were discussing the pedestrian streets of Junsha, Jinmandi, Jintang, and Hehe Street, all popular shopping destinations. They seemed eager for university life, excitedly planning outings together. In truth, the items sold in these places were quite inexpensive. Besides the pedestrian street, it all depended on one's bargaining skills. Suddenly, someone in the group asked, Zhao Zhiyong, didn't you and Zhao Jin'an go to the gathering? Most of those chatting had not attended the gathering, as the trip to the city was too far. But Zhao Zhiyong and Zhao Jin'an could reach the city in just half an hour on a motorcycle. If they rode quickly, they could arrive in 20 minutes. Brave youth. No, we didn't. I heard you and Zhao Jin'an went to the market to sell fish today? Another inquired. How much did you guys earn? This time, Zhao Zhiyong hesitated to respond. Perhaps he found the matter somewhat embarrassing, though others might not have intended to mock him, merely expressing curiosity. Many classmates helped their parents with farming, contributing to family work. However, another classmate then made a pointed remark. Zhao Zhiyong, I heard that the class monitor bought 100 yuan worth of fish today to support your business? 100 yuan? The class monitor is quite loyal. Indeed. I heard she is treating everyone to karaoke tonight. Unintentionally or not, the group chat buzzed with excitement. Such matters are undoubtedly propagated by those present today, otherwise, they would not spread so swiftly. Zhao Jin'an observed the messages in the group chat without uttering a word, finding it somewhat amusing. High school students, how endearing they are. In the city, at the Diamond Money Cabinet TV, reputedly a nationwide chain and a brand name, a modest private room housed a gathering of over 10 individuals, both male and female. The coffee table was adorned with numerous small bottles of beer and a fruit platter, accompanied by several snack packages. The lighting was dim, and Lily approached with her phone. Mu Yao, look, they are discussing selling fish. Mu Yao glanced briefly before turning her head away. Lily chuckled softly and departed. Once Lily left, Mu Yao took out her phone to peruse her classmates' discussions in the group, refraining from contributing to the chat. Humph. It was definitely Oh Chong who spread this. Yu Fei snorted disdainfully, pointing at a boy engrossed in his phone not far away. Tian Yuhua is wearing the same pants as him. Mu Yao cast a look at Tian Yuhua, feeling a pang of regret for not having insisted on paying earlier, allowing them to mock her boyfriend, whether intentionally or not. Furthermore, Mu Yao noticed Oh Chong holding a microphone and frequently glancing in her direction, as if to suggest that her choice of boyfriend was so financially unstable that he had to sell vegetables, while he was there to support his business. Yu Fei, why are they behaving like this? Mu Yao felt a tinge of anger. What do you mean by that? Yu Fei seemed puzzled. It's nothing. Mu Yao shook her head and inquired, do you think Jin'an has seen it? He must be feeling down, right? I don't know. He hasn't spoken in the group all day. A few girls in the private room kept glancing at Mu Yao, who lowered her head, clutching her phone, believing that Zhao Jin'an might be too embarrassed to speak in the group chat. Just a day prior, Zhao Jin'an had occasionally chimed in with his classmates. Yu Fei was about to say something when suddenly her phone chimed twice. Zhao Jin'an, could you lend me some money? Zhao Jin'an, if you can't, that's fine. Just keep it a secret. Yu Fei was certain that Zhao Jin'an had seen the chat among their classmates. She glanced at Mu Yao, whose phone seemed to have no notifications. Yu Fei looked bewildered. Why isn't Jin'an asking Mu Yao for money? How much do you need? Yu Fei asked. Zhao Jin'an, the more, the better. I'll pay you back in a few days. When do you need it? Zhao Jin'an, tomorrow. Okay, I'll do my best. Early the next morning, Zhao Jin'an stepped out with a very inexpensive backpack, wearing a white t-shirt, dark shorts, and flip-flops. Although he had participated in the class basketball tournament, he had never purchased any gear, such as Adidas or Nike. It was merely a competition between classes, not a school event, hence deemed unnecessary. The school wouldn't prepare for it either. To put it bluntly, he simply could not afford it. A pair of basketball shoes, clothing, and shorts could cost over 1,000 yuan, which was a significant amount before 2006, and many families would hesitate to spend such sums on their children. Brands like Antat, Li Ning, and Banny Road were considered acceptable, but only families with decent financial means would indulge their children with such purchases. As the sun rose, casting golden rays across the land, Zhao Jin'an walked out of the village, ascending a steep incline to hail a passing bus. Hey, 3 yuan. The ticket seller leaned against the bus door, swaying slightly, accepting the 5 yuan Zhao Jin'an offered and bending down to retrieve change. With the 356 yuan his grandmother had given him last night, Zhao Jin'an now possessed a total of 686 yuan. Besides that, the most valuable item on him was a 500 yuan mobile phone. If he could pawn it, he would not hesitate to exchange it for cash, for he had no calls worth waiting for. As for why he sought to borrow money from Yu Fei, it dawned on Zhao Jin'an last night that he had once shared a desk with her. In high school, seating arrangements often changed, sometimes pairing 2 or 3 students together. He recalled that Yu Fei's family was relatively well off, unlike Zhao Jiong, who might resort to pilfering from his parents. Even if one did steal, it wouldn't amount to much, as few households would keep excess cash lying around. His grandmother likely wouldn't deposit money in the bank. Driver, step on it. Following Yu Fei's message, Zhao Jin'an disembarked at a modest residential area and dialed her number. Moments later, Yu Fei, clad in a white dress and wearing white canvas shoes, sprinted out. Zhao Jin'an. She waved cheerfully, glancing at the passing cars before dashing across the road. Yu Fei was of petite stature, standing at merely 160 centimeters. With shoulder-length hair, which she had cut short to save time on washing. Many girls in high school adopted similar styles. Observing her youthful visage radiating vitality, Zhao Jin'an smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Yu Fei paused, her smile blossoming further. She was the embodiment of beauty. The term beauty was not commonly used back then. It could be said she belonged to the Appearance Association. Chapter 10, The IOU. Zhao Jin'an. After crossing the road, Yu Fei hopped in front of him and asked, "Have you had breakfast? Let me treat you to some killing pig noodles." There was a noodle shop nearby, and Zhao Jin'an did not decline. Yu Fei went ahead to pay. It seemed the owner recognized her, as she frequently dined there. "Is this your boyfriend?" No. We're just classmates." Yu Fei's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. After they were seated, she was the first to speak again. "Jin'an, is something bothering you?" She found Zhao Jin'an's request for the better puzzling, especially since school hadn't even started yet. What could he possibly need so much money for? Nothing. Zhao Jin'an retrieved a pen and paper from his bag. "I'll write you an IOU." Huh. Yu Fei was taken aback. Writing an IOU? At 18, just graduated from high school. She gaped. Was it really necessary to write a formal IOU for borrowing a few bucks among classmates? Such was the perspective of a girl yet to enter society. No need for that. Yu Fei rummaged through her bag and produced a stack of red bills. Jin'an, I only have 600 yuan. Is that enough? That will suffice. Upon hearing Zhao Jin'an's affirmation, Yu Fei let out a sigh of relief. She had just persuaded her mother to give her 2,000 yuan for a new phone last night. The remainder was her savings. Zhao Jin'an took the money without counting it, but still meticulously wrote an IOU for Yu Fei. I'll pay you back in a few days. Oh, Yu Fei glanced at the IOU before casually placing it in her bag, adding, Mu Yao and I left halfway through singing last night. What are you talking about? Zhao Jin'an raised his head, looking puzzled. Yu Fei appeared equally confused. Last night, they were discussing you and Zhao Ziyong in the group, so Mu Yao left, and I followed. Oh, Zhao Jin'an finally grasped the situation, nodding before returning to his noodles. Yu Fei was intrigued. It seemed Zhao Jin'an truly did not care at all. No, he was likely pretending. Boys are supposed to care about their pride, right? Jin'an, are you really not angry? Oh Chang did it on purpose. I saw him with Tian Yuhua at the TV, he was teaching him what to say. Furthermore, Mu Yao was in a bad mood last night. Yu Fei reminded him, then quickly added, but I think it's impressive that you and Zhao Ziyong are making your own money. There is no shame in that. What about Mu Yao? Zhao Jin'an suddenly asked. She was upset and just grabbed her bag and left, saying she wouldn't hang out with him anymore. Thank you. Zhao Jin'an stood up, wiping his mouth. I didn't log into QQ last night, so I didn't see. Liar. As Zhao Jin'an prepared to leave, Yu Fei called out, Jin'an, where are you going? To Chincheng. Aren't you going to invite Mu Yao to go to Chincheng with you? Yu Fei muttered under her breath. Assuming Zhao Jin'an was going to Chincheng to shop, shouldn't he invite his girlfriend along when dating? How strange. In 2006, one could not purchase lottery tickets for the World Cup online. One had to go to a betting station to place a bet. The lottery stations in county-level cities are rather scarce, and fearing excessive attention, Zhao Jin'an opts to travel to Qinzhou. He intends to place bets on match scores, commonly referred to as correct scores. Moreover, he aims to link several matches together, with a limited principal amount. Placing a bet solely on a single match's score yields minimal returns, even if the odds are multiplied. However, a parlay bet changes the game, as it involves the multiplication of odds. For instance, during the 2022 World Cup, a punter who placed a 50-fold bet on a combination of 4 match scores spent 100 yuan and won 37 million. Similarly, in the 2010 South Africa World Cup, another bettor achieved a remarkable victory with a single 12-fold bet, winning 209 million yuan. This was indeed a stroke of luck, not a drunken whim, but pure chance. As the bus swayed, Zhao Jin'an sat by the window, persistently recalling and confirming the scores of the last few matches. It had been a year since the college entrance examination, and he had watched every match, remembering the scores. Now, he was tasked with recalling the scores within the 90 minutes of play, for betting on football is precisely this way. Overtime and penalty shootouts do not count. He vividly remembers the final of that year, Italy versus France, which ended in a 1-1 draw. Italy triumphed in the penalty shootout, ultimately lifting the coveted World Cup trophy. Zidane received a red card for head-butting Italian player Materazzi, marking the end of his illustrious career. In a previous life, Zhao Jin'an lamented that Zhao Ziyong had scolded the referee for an extended period. That day, Mu Yao and Yu Fei were also present, and the two girls laughed at the boys' fervor, questioning why they were so agitated over a match that did not involve their national team. They only realized during the final that the national football team, like them, was watching the match on television while enjoying late-night snacks. The third and fourth place playoff was between Germany and Portugal, with a score of 3-1. The semifinals featured a match where Germany faced Italy, ending in a 0-0 draw, and another where Portugal played against France, resulting in a 1-0 victory for France. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Jin'an pondered that such scores would undoubtedly yield low odds. He reminisced about the 2014 Brazil World Cup, where Germany defeated Brazil with a stunning score of 7-1 in the semifinals. Surely, those who bet on that score must have profited handsomely. An hour later, the bus arrived in Qinzhou, and Zhao Jin'an casually selected a lottery station, instructing the owner to print out a parlay ticket for the 4 matches. However, when Zhao Jin'an produced 3,000 yuan, the owner appeared taken aback. It was not that 3,000 yuan was an exorbitant amount, as there were those who wagered tens of thousands on match outcomes. Some even shared tickets worth hundreds of thousands in their group, with bets as low as 2 yuan accumulating to substantial sums. Yet, for a parlay ticket, the amount wagered was typically modest. Many chose to bet a mere 20 yuan for a chance at fortune, content with the thrill of participation. Are you sure about this? Handsome? Once the ticket is printed, it cannot be refunded, the owner inquired hesitantly, suggesting that the odds of winning with a 4-match parlay were slim. Zhao Jin'an replied, "Just print it, as long as you don't make a mistake." He meticulously reviewed the ticket before placing it into his bag, waving goodbye without uttering a word and departing. He intended to visit other lottery stations, striving to spread out his bets to avoid drawing too much attention. After all, a total of 286 yuan for linking 4 matches would surely raise eyebrows. The odds were hardly enticing, nearing 580 times. Zhao Jin'an sought out 4 more lottery stations, converting all his cash into tickets, leaving just enough for fare. After a busy day, he looked at the bulging bag of tickets and couldn't help but smile, knowing that a single error in recalling a score could lead to death. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhao Jin'an. "Jin'an, where have you been? Didn't we agree to go fishing this afternoon?" Zhao Jin'an had spent the morning setting up traps and nets in the river, excitedly riding his electric motorcycle to find Zhao Jin'an, only to discover he was nowhere to be found. "This isn't how things are done. You just misappropriated 80 yuan yesterday, and now you're MIA?" Although he felt a bit embarrassed from the previous night, he still needed to earn money. Zhao Jin'an had promised his sister-in-law, In Xiaolan, to buy meat, as a man must keep his word, especially in front of attractive women. Before long, another message arrived from Mu Yao. "Jin'an, where are you?" Zhao Jin'an picked up his phone, hesitating to respond, ultimately deciding to wave down a bus back home. Chapter 11, McDonald's. Mu Yao tossed her phone onto the couch, her expression clouded with discontent. Jin'an must be upset. As a young girl experiencing her first romance, she felt somewhat clingy, regretting not spending time with Zhao Jin'an yesterday. When she had gone out to eat and sing with classmates, she pondered, "But you didn't try to keep me from going." She lay on the couch, musing and venting her frustration by pounding her small fists into the cushions. The summer vacation after the college entrance examination felt interminable, and she longed for Zhao Jin'an to spare some time to be with her. Whenever she had a moment of idleness, thoughts of him would flood her mind. Upon returning from Qinzhou, Zhao Jin'an called Zhao Jin'an. 40 minutes later, the eye-catching motorcycle appeared, with Zhao Jin'an carrying a fish basket, his arms darkened from sun exposure. "Jin'an, where have you been?" He then noticed something. This was the only McDonald's in the city. Zhao Jin'an pointed to the McDonald's behind him, saying, "Let's buy something." "Do you even have money? You spent your fish money yesterday." Zhao Jin'an retorted. "Did your parents give you any?" On the roadside, the two stared at each other. Zhao Jin'an, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "No consideration for friends. You couldn't even save 160 yuan." He was convinced that Zhao Jin'an had spent the entire day in the city with Mu Yao, exhausting his funds. Zhao Jin'an pulled out 23 yuan and a lighter from his pocket. Zhao Jin'an glanced at it with disdain. "Let's go sell the fish first. How much did you catch today?" "About 123 jin, I suppose. If you had called me earlier, we could have caught at least 20 jin." Thus, the two hopped onto the motorcycle and headed toward the market. This was Zhao Jin'an's forte, and he spoke with confidence. Although Zhao Jin'an didn't have to carry the fish basket today, Zhao Jin'an had already set up nets in the river that morning, so their catch was even more plentiful than the day before. However, they didn't encounter any fortunate buyers like Oh Chong, spending a considerable amount of time at the market before selling for only 95 yuan. Zhao Jin'an even took 50 yuan to buy pork, and seeing his childhood friend grinning while carrying the meat, Zhao Jin'an felt a lump in his throat, unsure of how to express his feelings. "Huh. Remember you promised to buy meat for your sister-in-law? It's for grandma. Don't mix up the family ties." Zhao Jin'an quickly corrected him, concerned that Zhao Jin'an might stray from proper etiquette. "By the way, who are you buying McDonald's for? You're not planning to give it to Mu Yao, are you?" "For my little sister." "Hey, if you earn money, you should treat your sister to some food." McDonald's, a fast food establishment, was seen as upscale in this small 18-line city back in 2006, where a simple boxed meal cost only 4 yuan and a meat dish was 5. Dining at McDonald's or KFC would run you dozens of yuan. Besides being popular among children, young people often chose such fast food venues for dates, as they offered a blend of affordability and modernity. The McDonald's and KFC in the city were always bustling, and as Zhao Jin'an carried the fish basket, which contained a piece of pork weighing around 7 jin and still bore the scent of fish, he gazed longingly at the enticing images above, swallowing hard. It wasn't that he had never eaten there, it was just a rare occasion. After all, at just 18 years old and having worked hard all afternoon, he felt completely drained. Zhao Jin'an took out all his money, 68 yuan, and ordered a meal set along with an extra burger. "Should we eat here or take it to go?" "To go." The waitress glanced at Zhao Jin'an and then at Zhao Jin'an, wrinkling her nose before moving on. Zhao Jin'an finally realized and prepared to wait outside with his fish basket. Zhao Jin'an firmly grasped him and said earnestly, You are a consumer. Zhao Ziyong scratched his head, managing an awkward smile. Zhao Jin'an also chuckled, feeling a twinge of empathy for Zhao Ziyong's inner insecurity, stemming from familial circumstances. During their high school years, some classmates would carry Coca-Cola cups to class, even though a bottle from the nearby shop was merely 2.5 yuan. They preferred flaunting McDonald's and KFC cups, slurping noisily on ice cubes through straws, and never discarding them. They would proudly place those cups on their desks. Students like Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong could hardly afford such indulgences. For them, a few dozen yuan represented an entire month's allowance. A frugal approach could stretch a bottle of Laogan Ma and a small bowl of rice to last a week. While Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong didn't necessarily need to be that frugal, some classmates were in even more dire circumstances. Accepting the takeout bag from the server, Zhao Jin'an requested additional packets of ketchup and handed a hamburger to Zhao Ziyong. After stepping outside, Zhao Ziyong asked, "Jin'an, aren't you eating?" He assumed Zhao Jin'an was saving it for his younger sister, Zhao Yueqian. Zhao Jin'an waved his hand dismissively. "You enjoy it. I've just eaten." "Well then, I won't hold back," Zhao Ziyong replied, devouring the hamburger eagerly. Zhao Jin'an pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Under the blazing sun, the two made their way to the motorcycle parked by the roadside, one carrying 50 yuan worth of pork, the other clutching a lottery ticket valued at nearly 5 million. "Jin'an, after 2 days of hard work, we haven't saved a penny. Indeed, tomorrow's earnings must be spent wisely. Right. By the way, what did you do with Mu Yao today that cost so much? Focus on writing. Don't look back. Once we earn enough, I want to buy a Nokia N70. In 2006, the Nokia N70 was the most popular mobile phone, initially priced at 3,950 yuan but later reduced to 2,790 yuan. As many prepared for university, thoughts of upgrading their phones were common. Yet, Zhao Jin'an suddenly realized he had little desire for new purchases. To him, all phones seemed alike, capable of making calls and sending messages sufficed. Upon returning to Zhao village, wisps of smoke rose from every household. Zhao Yueqian was in the yard, chasing a little dirt dog, her dress once again soiled. Spotting the motorcycle's return, she beamed and rushed over. "Brother." Before Zhao Jin'an could speak, Zhao Ziyong interjected. "Look what your brother bought you. McDonald's." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother." Zhao Ziyong feigned a serious expression. "What about me?" "Thank you, brother Ziyong." It seemed Wang Jinru had already taken Zhao Yueqian out for a treat, as the little girl joyfully leaped beside the motorcycle. Zhao Jin'an handed the bag to her, saying, "Give Grandma a chicken wing." "Grandma," Zhao Yueqian shouted, "brother bought McDonald's." "Such a good girl." Zhao Ziyong patted Zhao Yueqian's head, eagerly lifting the pork to curry favor with Yin Xiaolan. "Oh, bringing pork to someone else's home?" Wang Jinru emerged from the kitchen with a sardonic remark. Indeed, it was rather inappropriate not to keep some for their own home. She had only just learned that Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong had gone to sell fish. However, upon seeing the bag in Zhao Yueqian's hands, she added, "At least you have a bit of conscience." Zhao Jin'an chose to ignore the unpleasant comment, filtering out the negativity. In his previous life, he had spent years enduring the nagging of women like Wang Jinru. Yet now, he perceived it differently. "Aunt, please refrain from speaking like that in front of little Yueqian. It's not good for her education." Wang Jinru rolled her eyes. "All right, you're the college student, so your words carry weight." Zhao Jin'an resigned, realizing that changing one person was a daunting task. Wang Jinru paused, then smiled. She approached and patted Zhao Jin'an on the shoulder. "Where are you dining?" "At sister's place." Zhao Jin'an glanced over. Zhao Ziyong hadn't yet emerged, likely helping in the kitchen. "Next time, if you're not coming home for dinner, let me know earlier. I won't waste your meal." Wang Jinru was indeed sharp-tongued. Yet she treated Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Yueqian equally when it came to food. When Zhao Jin'an returned from boarding school, she sometimes even washed his clothes. After all, he only came home once a month, and perhaps Wang Jinru secretly hoped for his presence, preferring it over being surrounded by 3 women. Wang Jinru often boasted in the village about her handsome, academically accomplished nephew. Chapter 12, The Left Behind. Before long, Zhao Ziyong returned, carrying a half piece of meat, and called out cheerfully to Wang Jinru, who rolled her eyes in response. "Just know how to flatter your little sister-in-law." "Jin'an, beautiful women are unreliable." Zhao Jin'an blinked. "Aunt, do you also watch the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber?" "What?" "Nothing, Aunt. You are quite beautiful too." "Huh, really? Where am I beautiful?" Wang Jinru flustered as she fixed her hair, glancing around. Flattered by her handsome nephew's compliment, she felt a bit flustered. Could it be that in her nephew's eyes, she truly appeared beautiful? In reality, Wang Jinru was just over 30. Women generally enjoyed hearing flattering words. Perhaps Zhao Guohua rarely spoke sweetly. and they saw each other only a few times a year. When did Jin'an become so smooth-tongued? Coming back to her senses, Wang Jinru playfully slapped Zhao Jin'an's arm. Though her happiness was evident. Jin'an, just toss your clothes on the washing machine. I'll take care of it. Zhao Jin'an thought to himself. He had merely spoken casually. Observing Wang Jinru's joyful demeanor, he contemplated a term, left behind. Left behind children, left behind elderly, left behind women. In his previous life, after graduating, Zhao Jin'an remained in Junsha, with Zhao Yueqian also attending university there, while Zhao Guohua worked in Yangqing. Where else would Wang Jinru go if not to Zhao Jin'an's home? Consequently, she visited more frequently, leading to conflicts with Zhao Jin'an's mother-in-law. In the kitchen, one could hear his grandmother's polite voice. She disliked being in debt to others, even her son-in-law, who would bring gifts during festivals, would receive a few courteous remarks. She said, if you're coming for a meal, then eat. Why buy meat? You should take it home. It wasn't until Zhao Ziyong interjected, Grandma, the money for this is from both me and Jin'an, that she quieted down. Following Zhao Ziyong, Zhao Yueqian appeared, one hand clutching a hamburger and the other raising a chicken wing, exclaiming, Grandma, brother bought McDonald's. It's delicious. Although Grandma wasn't familiar with McDonald's, she always saved the good things for her grandchildren, unwilling to indulge herself. Grandma, try it. Zhao Jin'an offered her a chicken wing. Grandma looked at her tall grandson for a moment before taking a bite. Sweet. Then add some ketchup? Brother, let me. Zhao Yueqian obediently tiptoed to squeeze a generous amount of ketchup onto the chicken wing. Grandma frowned and took another bite. Sour. I don't want it. Ha ha. As the sun set, laughter echoed in the yard. Even Wang Jinru smiled. Zhao Yueqian bounced around, asking, did Grandma eat McDonald's too? Was it good? Grandma, with her wrinkled face beaming, replied, delicious. Grandma's teeth aren't good anymore. Let Qianqian have it. This was the warmth belonging to their left-behind lives. Watching her tall, handsome, and well-mannered nephew, Wang Jinru felt a pang of reluctance. Her nephew would only return once a semester after starting university. Indeed, at 18, Zhao Jin'an stood at 181 centimeters. With fair skin, not the kind of handsome that was rebellious, but rather a quiet elegance. He seemed untouched by any teenage rebellion, obedient at home and in school alike. At night, Zhao Jin'an lay in bed, deep in thought. The year 2006 was truly an awkward one. Influenced by future motivational sayings, everyone knew the phrase. In the right wind, even a pig can fly. What wind? The internet. Ironically, the two major trends of the internet, instant messaging and e-commerce, had already taken shape. Instant messaging need not be discussed. No one can contest the dominance of Tencent. According to the financial analysis report released by iResearch in 2006, Tencent's instant messaging accounts soared to a staggering 5.8 billion, rendering its social attributes irreplaceable. Unless the executives at Tencent were to make a regrettable decision and impose fees. That same year, Taobao triumphed over eBay, securing an absolute advantage in market share and establishing a leading position. Another promising sector was short videos. Though it was still in its infancy, early platforms like YY, Douyu, and Huya were mere transient phenomena. Only Douyin transcended them. Zhao Jin'an repeatedly unlocked his phone, searching Baidu for fragments of memory. In 2006, mobile Baidu was accessible, albeit through a slow WAP connection. He suddenly recalled that the richest person in 2005 was Huang Guangyu, a retailer in electronics. As he remembered, Huang was also the wealthiest in 2008. Following him were the fluctuating fortunes of real estate, such as Bikwaiwan and Wanda, and bottled water, like Waha. Wanda seemed to have retained the title of the richest for several years. Eventually, the era of the internet dawned. It wasn't until 2021 that the title was claimed by Mr. Zhong of Nongfu Spring for 3 consecutive years. It was common knowledge that real estate was lucrative. A wave of speculation was anticipated in 2009, driving prices skyward. However, it was surprising to discover that even bottled water, priced at 2 yuan per bottle, was immensely profitable. As Zhao Jin'an contemplated the overarching trends, he suddenly realized his phone had been suspended due to unpaid fees. He merely wished to dream, yet lacking funds, resources, or connections. The 36-year-old Zhao Jin'an recognized that AI was the prevailing trend, the most significant opportunity, but who could truly profit from it? With the advent of short videos, it was evident that AI represented an even greater opportunity. Nevertheless, those who were toiling remained in their roles. His inbox still held 4 unread messages. Mu Yao, Jin'an. Will you come to the city tomorrow? Mu Yao, Jin'an. I'm sorry, it was my fault yesterday. Please don't be angry. Mu Yao, Zhao Jin'an. I am upset. Yu Fei, Zhao Jin'an. Have you returned? The young girl's declaration of being upset was a call for comfort. 18-year-old Mu Yao epitomized the typical girl in love. Zhao Jin'an chose not to respond. His suspended phone rendered him mute. Perhaps he was simply exhausted from a day's labor, drifting into slumber. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, he vaguely heard voices outside his window. "Thank you," said his uncle. "Jin'an, it's best you don't worry about it." It was his grandmother's voice. 120 a day is quite good, not too strenuous. We just load the truck by the roadside, and many people are eager to help. I specifically planned this for you, Jin'an. His grandmother spoke. Selling fish earns only a few dozen yuan a day, and that must be shared by two. On rainy days, there's even less. This work can last over a month, just enough for Jin'an's tuition. The speaker was well-intentioned, a village leader. 120 a day was indeed considered high labor pay in 2006. "He won't go," exclaimed Wang Jinru. Her voice was loud and assertive. "That heavy timber. Do you really expect Jin'an to help you load it? He's a university student. He can't bear such toil." Those remaining in Zhao's village relied on odd jobs for income. Timber was felled and loaded, a laborious task requiring strength, often needing several people to collaborate. Bamboo was much easier, manageable by just two individuals, one below and one above. Though Zhao Jin'an had to engage in farm work upon returning home, like cutting rice or watering vegetables for his grandmother, she and Wang Jinru never compelled him to undertake such arduous labor. Before long, the sound of a tractor echoed from the roadside, signaling the departure of the workers. Zhao Jin'an rose from his bedroom, stretching at the door. His younger brother, Zhao Yueqian, sat on a small stool at the entrance, relishing McDonald's ketchup from the previous day, unwilling to wipe it off her fingers. Zhao Jin'an crouched down, wiping her little mouth. "Stop eating. If you like it, I'll buy you more later." "Brother, I want to play on the slide," Zhao Yueqian expressed eagerly. Recalling the slide at McDonald's, Zhao Jin'an affectionately nodded. "All right." Chapter 13. Don't force yourself into a circle. In the following days, Zhao Jin'an obediently joined Zhao Ziyong in fishing by the river, and in the afternoons, they rode motorcycles to the market. The World Cup raged on, with the semifinals and the third-place match taking place. During the scorching summer nights, the World Cup provided a release for men, even boosting the business of late-night food stalls in the small city of Zixing. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an watched every match after the college entrance examination, engaging in discussions with classmates the next day, but in this life, he felt no inclination. Television dramas could be re-watched, but for sports, even if one deliberately avoided spoilers, watching a recorded match lacked the thrill of live viewing. As for the results, he needn't inquire. Countless male classmates in Class 209 were already discussing them in their group chat. The final match was just one away from the 5 million mark. After selling fish that day, Zhao Jin'an took 135 yuan to the lottery station, confident in the outcome of the last match. Since he could potentially double his funds, it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity. "Jin'an, are you going to bet on the game too?" Zhao Ziyong, carrying a basket of fish, followed him into the lottery station. In the Class 209 QQ group, several boys, led by Oh Chong, had also placed bets. The most significant wager was Oh Chong's 500 yuan. It was unclear why, but after losing 500, the boys continued to discuss it animatedly in the group. As if for them, 500 was a trifling sum, exuding a hint of pretentiousness. Zhao Ziyong actually wanted to bet too. He wished to join in the boys' conversation, but asking him to wager 500 was akin to asking for the impossible. "Boss, Italy, France, 1-1. Zhao Jin'an pulled 80 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the owner. "Jin'an, you're betting on the score?" Zhao Ziyong exclaimed, surprised that his friend was not merely betting on the outcome, but directly on the score, opting for a draw. "What, do you think there's too much money?" Zhao Jin'an retorted. "Where's your money?" Zhao Ziyong asked, extending his hand. "I'm not betting." He covered his pocket, hesitating before finally retrieving 248 yuan. "Haha, I'm not betting with you. I'm betting on France to win. France has Zidane. Bet the same as me. My idol is Zidane. Idols still enjoy the good life. You choose. What makes you so certain?" Zhao Jin'an challenged. In Zhao Ziyong's mind, Zhao Jin'an's score bet seemed like giving away money, but he had his own reasoning. "Jin'an, we should bet the same. If we lose, we'll be broke. This is called diversifying investments." He then grabbed a 20 yuan note from the owner, claiming it was for motorcycle fuel. What could Zhao Jin'an say? Regardless, with over 200 yuan at stake, he examined the betting slip, noting that the odds for a 1-1 score were merely 44, yielding a potential payout of around 900 yuan. In truth, Zhao Ziyong's character was commendable. He ensured he had some fallback. Whether diversifying investments or allocating funds for motorcycle fuel, it was all about securing a backup plan. This was precisely why. In his previous life, despite a modest salary, Zhao Ziyong was able to buy a house and car and start a family in Junsha. Selling fish indeed yielded limited profits. But with two people splitting the earnings, it felt like a blend of work and play. Upon exiting the lottery station, Zhao Jin'an brandished a handful of betting slips. Grinning from ear to ear, "Jin'an, for the next few days, you'll be hanging out with me." He was confident that Zhao Jin'an's money would be squandered, and his own prospects looked bright. This was not the crux of it. He eagerly pulled out his phone to announce in the group chat that he had also placed a bet on the World Cup. France to win, 300. Over 200. Rounding up, isn't that 300? It seems that this didn't impress him much, so he remarked that Zhao Jin'an bought a score of 11, 200. This time, it was a genuine rounding. As a result, Zhao Jin'an did not receive the praise of his classmates. Instead, a female classmate uttered a remark that stung. "Zhao Jin'an, do you and Zhao Jin'an also engage in gambling like Ochang?" At first glance, this statement seemed innocuous, yet it bore a sharp sting. It remains unclear who spread this rumor, but among the senior students of class 209, it was commonly believed that Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Jin'an were now selling fish at the market to fund their education. "You have fallen so low, yet you still emulate others in gambling?" The female classmate meant no harm, yet Zhao Jin'an felt his face flush with embarrassment. Why is there such a disparity in treatment over something as trivial as betting? Zhao Jin'an cast him a glance and thought. Their essay saying, "One should not force oneself into a circle where one does not belong." Zhao Jin'an hesitated, wanting to speak. Zhao Jin'an chuckled, "Call me uncle." "Jin'an, why do they all side with Ochang?" "They aren't siding with him. I feel a bit downhearted." "Is it just because his father is with the Development and Reform Commission?" "We mustn't underestimate ourselves. You are taller than him, and if you were to cut your bangs, you would be handsomer." "Jin'an, don't you feel anything? I am more handsome than all of you. And what good does that do? Handsomeness does not fill one's stomach. I can find myself a girlfriend from the Development and Reform Commission." Regardless of the circumstances, after some light teasing, Zhao Jin'an's spirits lifted. Yet he noticed a change in Zhao Jin'an. He seemed different, no longer the one who would preach about diligence and civil service exams, believing they too could enter the Development and Reform Commission. In short, his positivity was infectious. Suddenly, the group chat buzzed with life. In 2006, 500 yuan was indeed a considerable sum for them. Ochang remarked, "Don't gamble, it's hard to win. Look at my losses, I lost 4,000. The price of a phone. Hence, not everyone is cut out to be a class monitor." With that, he offered advice, yet without realizing it. He had also put on a show. A few bewildered classmates chimed in, questioning how he lost 4,000. Tian Yuhao asked, "Zhao Jin'an, are you and Zhao Jin'an making a fortune selling fish?" Ochang replied, "Betting on scores is even harder. I only dare to wager 100. Tian Yuhao pressed, "Zhao Jin'an, are you betting real or fake? Don't just boast in the group, show us your bets." Zhao Jin'an retorted, "Why should I show you? What's in it for me?" After saying this, he shared an image in the group and asked, "Jin'an, is this how it is?" "Yes, that's enough. No need to engage with them." Zhao Jin'an remained silent in the group, disinterested in the messages and less provoked by Zhao Jin'an's indignation. However, a perceptive individual, Yu Fei, observed and commented in the group, "Isn't it just betting on the World Cup? I'll join in and bet 100 like Zhao Jin'an." She worried that Zhao Jin'an might be led astray. She sent a message to Mu Yao. "Mu Yao, has Zhao Jin'an contacted you these days?" Mu Yao was annoyed. Since their chance encounter at the market, Zhao Jin'an hadn't reached out, not even responding to her messages. "What a petty person, I never held it against him." Mu Yao said, "Yu Fei, I think I'll go find Jin'an." "Are you going to his house?" "Yes." "All right, I'll accompany you. I've never been there." Chapter 14, Arrival at Zhao Village. The following day, after lunch, the two girls, dressed beautifully, Yu Fei in a light green dress and Mu Yao in white, set off with bags and white shoes. After the college entrance exams, they could finally shed their drab green uniforms, radiating youthful exuberance. At their age, beauty requires no embellishment. It is a natural gift. The collagen in their faces gave them a delightful bounce. Their eyes sparkled with clarity, and they exuded a faint, sweet fragrance typical of youthful girls. Savvy individuals know that women lose this charm as they age. The fragrance of youth cannot be mimicked by even the most expensive perfumes. Aside from their scent, there is an innocence and romance in young girls. "Mu Yao, we are almost there." Yu Fei leaned over to peer out of the car window, excitement on her face, as if embarking on a journey to experience rural life. The bus had all its windows open, and the summer breeze rushed in. The two girls had not secured seats, gripping the overhead bars as their hair danced wildly in the wind. The ride from the city to Zhao Village took about 45 minutes. While Zhao Jin'an could cover the distance on his motorcycle in half an hour, there were no direct buses to Zhao Village. They simply needed to flag down a minibus headed toward the city. In 2006, Private cars were still scarce, so the bus services thrived. Inside, people spoke in varying degrees of Mandarin and local dialects, creating a lively atmosphere. Mu Yao and Yu Fei could effortlessly distinguish themselves as city girls, not just by their attire, but by their very presence. Mu Yao Zhao Village. In 2006, there were no proper bus stops. Only a signpost stood by the roadside. Driver, please stop. The two girls hopped off and immediately spotted a long and steep slope beside the sign. Zhao Jin'an, Mu Yao and I have arrived in your village. Hand in hand, the girls descended the slope and only called Zhao Jin'an once they reached Zhao Village, unperturbed about the possibility of finding him absent, as he was sure to be home. Mu Yao, that's a mud house. My dad said they used to live in such houses. When it rained, the roof would leak, and the next day, they would have to climb up to collect the tiles. Mu Yao, Jin'an's house is made of red bricks. Mu Yao responded quickly, having inquired about it from Zhao Jin'an. He had mentioned that it was a two-story red brick house, albeit without tiled walls. Now, nearly every household in Zhao Village had constructed red brick houses, many adorned with tiles. Those without tiles likely had parents working in factories in the city, earning money to return home and build or tile their houses. At this time, most people did not entertain the notion of purchasing property outside. Rather, they held a strong sentiment of returning to their roots. What about their parents' generation? Most had not received much education, which could be interpreted as an information disparity. To put it bluntly, their poverty had a rationale. Presently, the cost of building a house in the countryside could suffice to buy property in the city. At the very least, they could afford a down payment. Guided by Zhao Jin'an's directions, Mu Yao and Yu Fei followed the riverside path, calling out for him as dense foliage obscured their view. Before long, they heard commotion from the river below. Zhao Jin'an, over here. There's a path ahead. Come down. Okay. Zhao Ziyong enthusiastically directed them as the girls maneuvered through the grass to the riverbank. Jin'an, how many fish have you caught? Yu Fei was captivated by the clear river, the variously shaped stones along the shore, and the shade cast by the willow trees. You're having so much fun this summer, Yu Fei exclaimed. Mu Yao gazed at Zhao Jin'an, who seemed untouched by the sun, pouting slightly in a show of feigned grievance, standing there expectantly for him to console her. Upon seeing 18-year-old Mu Yao again, Zhao Jin'an found himself at a loss for words. After all, this young girl before him was now his girlfriend. Wow, have you caught so many fish? Yu Fei marveled at the catch in the basket. This moment was indeed fulfilling for Zhao Ziyong, as he basked in their admiration, an affirmation of his efforts. Zhao Jin'an wore a warm smile, his hair slightly damp, undeniably handsome. He waved to Mu Yao. Come, let me show you. Mu Yao finally moved her feet, pouting her rosy lips, and took the initiative to grasp Zhao Jin'an's hand. Jin'an, slow down, the stones are quite slippery. She almost stumbled and, in a playful manner, clung tightly to Zhao Jin'an's arm. The two girls contemplated removing their shoes, but Zhao Ziyong cautioned them that walking barefoot would be even more precarious. Let me take you to see the fish. Zhao Jin'an led Mu Yao, her delicate hand in his, to the fishery constructed by Zhao Ziyong. The fishery needed to be covered with branches, both to prevent the fish from leaping out and to shield them from the scorching sun. Wow, there really are fish. In truth, the fish had already been collected. The ones currently in the fishery were placed there by Zhao Jin'an at Zhao Ziyong's behest. Observing the excitement of Mu Yao and Yu Fei, Zhao Ziyong felt a twinge of envy, wondering why he hadn't thought of this himself. Hurry and bring over the fish basket. Oh right. The two girls lifted their skirts with one hand while trying to catch fish with the other. The delicate girls, balancing precariously, often needed Zhao Jin'an's support, although their skirts inevitably got a bit wet. Jin'an, how many fish are there? Maybe a little over a pound. This is so much fun. The fish in the fishery were not easy to catch due to the flowing water, yet for Mu Yao and Yu Fei, it was just right. Jin'an, help me hold my skirt. Mu Yao needed both hands to catch fish. Although she and Zhao Jin'an had never been to a hotel, they had already held hands and shared kisses, so adjusting her skirt felt trivial. Zhao Ziyong attempted to assist Yu Fei with her skirt, but did not receive the same treatment. The sound of their laughter echoed through the river. Zhao Ziyong then took them to gather the fishing nets, where Mu Yao and Yu Fei enjoyed themselves immensely. Was this not more entertaining than an arcade? Jin'an, carry me. As she spoke, Mu Yao clung to Zhao Jin'an's arm and, on tiptoes, planted a kiss on his cheek. Yu Fei rolled her eyes. You too. Be mindful and stop showing off your love. Hee, we won't. Fine. Next time I won't come and be your third wheel. Yu Fei waded through the river, lifting her skirt, but stumbled and quickly grasped Zhao Jin'an's arm in alarm. Ah, Jin'an, save me. Zhao Ziyong exclaimed. Am I just a decoration here? I'm the most impressive one, all right? Mu Yao perched on Zhao Jin'an's back, her slender legs swinging joyfully, and as she gazed at the scenery on both banks, she whispered, "Jin'an, I was wrong last time. Please don't be angry, okay? Hee hee, I really like you." Zhao Jin'an tossed her up playfully without a word. Chapter 15, Just Classmates. Wow, Jin'an, I made the stone float 9 times. A stone skimmed across the river's surface, drifting into the distance, and Mu Yao jumped in delight, her youthful spirit evident. Zhao Jin'an smiled as he watched. Am I amazing? Indeed. I'll find a thinner stone this time. I want it to float 10 times. Jin'an, help me find one. Mu Yao, lifting her damp skirt, searched for stones along the shore, her long hair soaked, yet her laughter never ceased. Leaving the city brought her joy, confirming her feelings for Zhao Jin'an. She was a young girl in love. Suddenly, Zhao Jiong dove into a deep bend of the river, startling Mu Yao and Yu Fei, followed by another bout of laughter. He even performed a breath-holding feat for a minute and a half, prompting the girls to boast about his impressive skill. Holding one's breath for that long was indeed remarkable, a talent of Zhao Jiong's. The trio had a wonderful time, reveling in their 18 years of youth. Zhao Jin'an retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, a labor of white sand, just about to ignite it when Mu Yao turned, tossing her wet hair back with a smile that turned serious. Jin'an, don't learn to smoke like other boys. He obediently tucked the cigarette away. Mu Yao wore a proud and slightly haughty expression. After all, he was her boyfriend, handsome and obedient. Yes, Zhao Jin'an was compliant. One could say the 18-year-old version of him was very agreeable. The term cultivation hadn't been coined yet, but in Mu Yao's heart, it held that meaning. Having a handsome boyfriend was truly wonderful. As the sun dipped low, after a day of play, they noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock. The 4 of them headed back to the village. Mu Yao and Yu Fei were thoroughly entertained, while Zhao Jiong rode slowly ahead on his motorcycle, occasionally turning back to chat, his smile carefree and bright. Mu Yao, why don't you all have dinner before heading back? Jin'an's grandmother cooks delicious food. Huh? Mu Yao gasped. Is it too soon to visit after just starting to date? Sure, why not? Yu Fei thought nothing of it. Visiting a classmate's home after the college entrance exams was quite normal. Everyone arrived empty-handed, greeting the adults with uncle and auntie. After we eat, I'll ride the motorcycle to take you back. With that, Zhao Jiong revved the engine, leaving a trail of exhaust as he sped ahead, likely to give notice. By the time Zhao Jin'an and the others walked back, Mu Yao hesitated as they approached a slope. Is this Jin'an's home? A 2-story red brick house, lacking tiles and adorned with traditional wooden windows, must have been built many years ago, as modern rural houses now had sliding windows like those in the city. Brother. Learning of their arrival, Zhao Yueqian had been waiting at the slope, not calling out sweetly but biting her finger and smiling shyly, her demeanor a bit bashful. Likely due to her upbringing. This is Zhao Yueqian, my sister, my uncle's daughter, Zhao Jin'an introduced. Your sister is so pretty. Indeed, she was lovely, though her dress was a bit soiled from playing with village friends. Yu Fei grabbed Mu Yao's hand and hurried up to tease Zhao Yueqian. Next time I come, I'll bring you something delicious, like lollipops. Is there a convenience store here? I'll take you to buy iced pops. Mu Yao also knelt down to gently touch Zhao Yueqian's cheek. Their grandmother was busy in the kitchen, glancing out briefly before returning to her tasks. This was Zhao Jin'an's first time bringing a female classmate home. He followed her inside, glancing at Zhao Jiong, who was helping wash vegetables. Zhao Jiong shook his head, indicating he and T revealed the nature of Zhao Jin'an's relationship with Mu Yao. Zhao Jin'an worried his grandmother might feel pressured. After all, it was customary in the village for a grandson to prepare a generous red envelope when introducing a girlfriend. His grandmother would not want to appear neglectful and let her grandson down. In such families, grandmothers strive to uphold traditions, doing all they can for their grandchildren. Indeed, that was all she could do. Grandma, where's Andy? She went to the village committee. Grandma looked at her grandson for a moment, as if wanting to ask something, but returned to stir-frying vegetables. Zhao Jin'an had always wondered if the older generation grasped everything clearly, but simply chose not to speak. Otherwise, why was there a saying about people growing wise with age? The kitchen was as hot as a steamer, fragrant with the aroma of cooking. Soon, several dishes were laid out on the counter. Fish stir-fried with chili, meat stir-fried with chili, steamed eggs, and a bowl of spicy preserved eggs, all featuring chili. There was even a bowl of fish steamed with chili powder, a dish rarely known elsewhere, but commonly enjoyed in Zhao family village. It was made from homegrown red peppers, ground into powder, mixed with water and oil, and steamed. Not just fish, meat could also be prepared this way. Are you hungry? I'll stir-fry some loofah and green beans, and then we can eat. Grandma was quick and nimble, doing her best to entertain her grandson's classmates, not wanting him to lose face in front of the girls. Zhao Jin'an struggled to understand why Chen Qingji disliked coming home. If it were just a busy work schedule, it was understandable, but refusing to return even during the new year for several consecutive years seemed excessive. Grandma was not a harsh person. She treated Chen Qingji exceptionally well, preparing meals a day in advance upon receiving a call. Reflecting on this, Zhao Jin'an took a deep breath. Grandma didn't need to prepare so many dishes for mere classmates. Classmates? Grandma glanced at the cured meats hanging above the stove. Zhao Jin'an hurriedly waved his hand, insisting that it was unnecessary, as there was far too much food to consume. They are all good girls, he remarked. Grandma, in your heart, do you have any bad girls? Zhao Jin'an recalled his grandmother's words from a few days prior, where she had referred to his sister-in-law as a good woman, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After a while, Mu Yao and Yu Fei returned with Zhao Yueqian, each holding a Zhongshan ice cream cone. As they spent time together, Zhao Yueqian quickly began addressing them as sisters. The ice cream cone was bought by my sister. Hello. Grandma, we are classmates with Jinan. Mu Yao and Yu Fei politely greeted her. Grandma smiled and nodded in response. Good. You are all good children. She cast an extra glance at Mu Yao in her white dress, considering the possibilities of her grandson's character. Dinner is ready. In Zhao Jinan's home, Zhao Ziyong was not treated as a guest. No one regarded him as such. The dishes were served on a square, high table with tall stools. The table and stools were painted red, though much of the paint had worn away. The living room was spacious, with its walls coated in white lime, devoid of visible electrical appliances, yet remarkably clean. Mu Yao and Yu Fei busily served themselves while glancing around, noticing Zhao Ziyong taking a bowl outside, prompting them to follow suit with some food. Grandma had not yet appeared, as she typically waited until guests had finished before eating. Despite attempts to persuade her otherwise, it seemed many women of her generation adhered to this custom. Women do not sit at the table. Jinan, Grandma's dishes are truly delicious. Yu Fei nodded vigorously, entirely lacking any semblance of ladylike decorum. Indeed, people from Xiangnan are not afraid of spice, Mu Yao added, eagerly scooping up mouthfuls, likely due to her hearty appetite after an exhausting afternoon of play. In the midst of their meal, she inquired, Jinan, where's Grandma? Chapter 16. This lifetime will not go awry. As Zhao Jin'an served rice to little Yueqian, he pondered that if Mu Yao and Yu Fei had not come, Grandma would not have cooked so much. Their household was not impoverished to that extent, but it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, the dishes, aside from the meat, bore the unmistakable taste of homegrown produce. The peppers were self-cultivated, the fish freshly caught from the river, and the eggs sourced from their own chickens. The four of them chatted and ate at the front yard, primarily with Mu Yao and Yu Fei asking questions, while Zhao Ziyong provided introductions. Next door, Yin Xiaolan peeked out for a moment before retreating. She took an extra glance at Mu Yao, thinking, this girl must be Jinan's girlfriend, echoing Grandma's sentiments. The neighboring house belonged to his aunt, while the two-story building beside it was home to Jinan's uncle. Zhao Ziyong gestured with his chopsticks, indicating the surroundings. As both neighboring houses were adorned with small white tiles, reminiscent of the uniform style of self-built homes in rural Xiangnan. As they conversed, a loud voice from the road below interrupted them. Aren't they just bullying us? Look, we have no men at home. What S with the 985-211? Jinan only gets 2,000. Wang Jinru, returning from the village committee, had been vocal throughout their journey. She was deliberately speaking loudly for the villagers to hear, unconcerned about the 985-211, merely wanting to extract more funds from the village. In some rural areas, this was the norm. She often declared at home that if it weren't for her boldness, their family would have been bullied into submission. Mu Yao and Yu Fei exchanged glances, and Zhao Ziyong found himself at a loss for words. Auntie, could you tone it down a bit? Upon reaching the slope, her words abruptly ceased as she spotted the two lovely girls, her expression instantly brightening. Oh, Jinan brought classmates home. Haha, do you have any drinks? I can go buy some Sprite. No, it's all right. Mu Yao and Yu Fei hurriedly declined, feeling somewhat awkward. Wang Jinru was no fool. She recognized that her behavior might embarrass Zhao Jin'an, akin to airing family grievances in public. She warmly urged Mu Yao and Yu Fei to help themselves to more food, but they merely smiled awkwardly, replying that they had already taken some. Grandma still had not appeared. After dinner, the watermelon remained soaking in the well, uncut. Zhao Ziyong rode his motorcycle to take Mu Yao and Yu Fei home. The watermelon had been picked by Grandma while they were eating. Grandma, they don't need any watermelon. In the past, Qingji had more than enough chicken and duck to eat. Grandma, we were wrong, but we were not wrong. This lifetime will not go awry. Only then did Grandma sit down to eat, holding her bowl at the door and watching her grandson squatting by the well. Upon returning home, Mu Rinxiang and Zhang Hui noted their daughter's wet white shoes with growing suspicion. Daughter, where did you go to play today? Mu Yao was bent over changing her shoes, unsure why she did not mention Zhao Jin'an or her visit to Zhao family village. I just went out to play with classmates, she replied vaguely. However, it was impossible to conceal anything from parents. Zhang Hui chuckled. Are you in a relationship? It's just that high school prohibits dating to avoid affecting your studies. Tell me, who is that boy? Can I meet him? After we start dating. I'll introduce him to you. As Mu Yao changed her shoes, she eagerly retreated into her bedroom. We're dating. Zhang Hui and Mu Rinxiang exchanged knowing glances, affirming their suspicions. Shall we ask? Ask whom? The homeroom teacher and your daughter's classmates. Just keep an eye on her tonight. She cannot stay out late. In Mu Rinxiang's mind, girls were always more vulnerable, and as a father, he was reluctant to watch his precious daughter be taken advantage of. Yet if she became a wilted cabbage, no one would want her, prompting parents to worry. At 18, Mu Yao faced none of these issues, being so exceptional. Her parents naturally wished for her partner to be equally remarkable. But how does one define excellence? Such circumstances had occurred in the past, merely 3 days after the conclusion of the World Cup finals. This time, it occurred on the very day of the finals. Zhao Jin'an received a call from an unknown number. A cold and distant voice emerged. Hello, may I speak with Zhao Jin'an? Yes. Hello, I am Mu Yao's mother. Hello. Auntie. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Zhao Jin'an's demeanor was remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Unlike a typical high school graduate, a timid person might have hung up in nervousness, and even if they didn't tee in the call, their greeting would have been tinged with apprehension. Zhao Jin'an, do you have time tomorrow? Yes. Can we meet tomorrow? Sure. After hanging up, Zhao Jin'an, sitting outside in the cool air, instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to halt his motion, gazing at the dimming horizon and exhaling a deep breath. So it has finally arrived. His phone chimed with a notification. Unknown number. Tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. at Bonk Coffee. The place remained the same. Only the time had changed. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an and Mu Yao dated for 2.5 years in college. Truth be told, being in a relationship with Mu Yao was quite exhausting. During their freshman year, their connection was strong, and Mu Yao was quite clingy. Zhao Jin'an was obedient and ambitious, striving to become exemplary, fulfilling his role as a boyfriend. When did things begin to shift? It seemed to have started in the second semester of their sophomore year. Mu Yao became less dependent on him. One day in their junior year, she expressed to Zhao Jin'an, Jin'an, you are wonderful, ambitious, and treat me well. I know all that, but you lack ambition. No, it's not ambition. It's more about being too quiet. You were too quiet. That wasn't quite right. She shook her head, perhaps unable to articulate her thoughts, and when they broke up, she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Zhao Jin'an simply asked her one question. Are you bored? Before leaving, Mu Yao shouted after him. See? Just like that, we break up, and you are just like this. Zhao Jin'an turned calmly and stated, you tell your classmates that my family is in business, but my father passed away when I was in elementary school. Moreover, my part-time job is solely for the purpose of earning money, not for the sake of experiencing life. Those who are capable of attending Central South University do not require extensive explanations. They can comprehend matters independently. Zhao Jin'an is capable of understanding Mu Yao's ambitions and her serene demeanor. If she hails from a well-off family, possessing wealth and connections, does her tranquility pose an issue? In fact, the term manipulation would be more appropriate. Zhao Jin'an departed without a hint of hesitation, devoid of entanglement, and did not demand a reasonable explanation from Mu Yao, such as whether she had changed her affections or if a more outstanding suitor was pursuing her. Nor did he plead for time like a naive romantic warrior, promising to improve himself to meet her expectations. Mu Yao, crouching on the ground, concealed her face in tears, uncertain whether she wept for herself or for the relationship. The following day, Zhao Jin'an donned a white t-shirt and black trousers, and put on a pair of flat shoes that he had worn for 2 years. In the sweltering summer, not wearing shorts and flip-flops was a form of respect for both others and oneself. After hailing a bus to the city, Zhao Jin'an received a call from Zhang Hui, informing him of a change in venue to the best hotel in the city, Xiongxing Hotel. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yao called again, urging Zhao Jin'an to dress neatly, her tone tinged with nervousness. As the bus reached the city, Zhao Jin'an's phone chimed with a text message from Yufei. Wow, Jin'an. Are you and Mu Yao meeting each other's parents? Indeed, Mu Yao had just visited Zhao's family yesterday to meet his grandmother and aunt, while today Zhao Jin'an was to meet Mu Yao's parents, a romance that was the envy of many 18-year-old girls. Chapter 17. The PUA from the future mother-in-law at Xiongxing Hotel. In a spacious private room on the second floor, Mu Rinxiang, Zhang Hui, and a man accompanied by a younger woman who bore a resemblance to Zhang Hui were present. This young woman was Zhang Yinxian, Mu Yao's aunt. The middle-aged man was Mu Rinjun, Mu Yao's uncle. In her previous life, Zhang Yinxian had returned to Junsha on this very day, and upon learning that her niece had a boyfriend, she wished to meet him. Mu Yao, having finished her phone call by the door, entered with her head bowed, like a child who had committed a misdeed. Mu Yao, is your boyfriend arriving soon? Zhang Yinxian inquired. Yes, Mu Yao replied softly as she found a seat. Zhang Yinxian exchanged a glance with Zhang Hui. Relieved that Mu Yao had not yet accompanied Zhao Jin'an to a hotel. After inquiring about Zhao Jin'an's background, Zhang Hui deemed him unworthy. What a mismatch. Zhang Yinxian also labeled Zhao Jin'an as a phoenix man. Mu Yao, how much red envelope did his grandmother give you when you visited yesterday? Zhang Yinxian asked provocatively. None. We just went as classmates, Mu Yao explained. At that moment, a waiter knocked and entered, asking if they would like to order. Mu Rinxiang raised his hand. But Zhang Yinxian stopped him, instructing the waiter to wait until everyone had arrived. After a short while, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Mu Yao rose. Knowing Zhao Jin'an had arrived. Jin'an, over here. Upon seeing Zhao Jin'an dressed appropriately, Mu Yao felt a bit of relief. He stood naturally at the door. Already acquainted with Zhang Yinxian from Junsha, while only Mu Rinjun was meeting him for the first time. How to describe Zhang Yinxian? She was a woman of reasonable appearance. Well-groomed, engaged in the cosmetics business in Junsha, and likely possessed some wealth. At the entrance, Zhao Jin'an noticed the LV bag on the table, adorned with numerous logos, making it nearly impossible to overlook, alongside a car key, BMW. In fact, there were two keys, as Mu Rinxiang had a Volkswagen key before him. In 2006, private cars were not yet ubiquitous, making them objects of admiration. They surely were not merely flaunting their possessions. Such superficiality amused Zhao Jin'an inwardly. He politely followed Mu Yao's lead in greeting the adults. Uncle and Aunt, hello. Aunt, hello. Mu Yao enlivened the atmosphere, pulling out a chair for Zhao Jin'an to sit. Zhao Jin'an caught sight of a Gucci bag on the chair beside Zhang Hui and suddenly felt a desire to laugh. At 18, Zhao Jin'an had not recognized Gucci. During their previous encounter at Bank Coffee, Zhang Hui had placed the bag on the table without understanding its value. It was not Zhao Jin'an's fault. Someone who had never left Chin City and had no exposure to luxury items could hardly be expected to possess any discernment. Recognizing LV was due to its widespread popularity. Observing Zhao Jin'an's calmness and ease as he sat down, the four elders were momentarily rendered speechless. How curious. He actually exuded an air of relaxation? Yes, a sense of relaxation. Where did he acquire such a demeanor? The four elders exchanged glances. Zhang Hui felt particularly moved. She had sensed this feeling during their phone conversations, a certain indescribable sensation. In truth, Mu Yao's earlier remark that Zhao Jin'an was too quiet was not unfounded. He seemed devoid of any agitation. Mu Rinxiang and Zhang Hui exchanged understanding glances, seemingly realizing why their daughter was drawn to this young man. He was indeed quite handsome. Waiter, we would like to order. Zhang Yinxian summoned the waiter and placed the menu before Zhao Jin'an. Jin'an, you may order, she said with a smile. You order. Zhao Jin'an handed the menu to Mu Yao without opening it. Without hesitation, Mu Yao began to choose dishes. Zhao Jin'an, however, did not glance at the menu. Zhang Yinxian smiled again. Jin'an, take a look and feel free to order anything you like. At first glance, her words appeared warm. But that was a misunderstanding of Zhang Yinxian, or perhaps a sign of Mu Yao's naivety at 18, as she failed to comprehend. With her head lowered, she asked Jin'an, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything, he replied. As expected, after Mu Yao ordered 2 dishes, Zhang Yinxian directly inquired the waiter about the signature dishes and salmon, even specifically asking about the prices. In truth, salmon was not particularly expensive. Yet Zhang Yinxian ordered 7 dishes and a soup, totaling nearly 3,000 yuan for the table. Once the waiter departed, Zhang Hui spoke up. Jin'an, I heard about your father. What about your tuition fees? My tuition. Zhao Jin'an was about to respond when Mu Yao tugged at his sleeve under the table, swiftly interjecting, Mom, Jin'an received a reward for getting into university from his village. If it weren't for Wang Jinru, Mu Yao might not have recalled this. She feared Zhao Jin'an would mention selling fish at the market. And Zhao Jin'an understood Mu Yao's intent. What about in the future? The village won't offer rewards every year, will it? Zhang Hui pressed on. Feeling the tugging at his sleeve, Zhao Jin'an smiled. My grandmother and aunt will take care of it, and besides, I will work part-time while studying. Upon saying this, he heard Mu Yao beside him let out a sigh of relief. Part-time, tutoring, or handing out flyers? Tutoring. Mu Yao hastily replied, as in her mind. Selling fish or distributing flyers seemed beneath their dignity. Jin'an, Is it true you got into the normal university? Mu Renqiang inquired. Had it not been for such family circumstances, he and Zhang Hui would have been quite pleased with Zhao Jin'an, a fine young man with ambition. Yes, uncle, Zhao Jin'an replied politely. Normal university is a 211 school, right? Mu Renqiang glanced at his brother. Mu Renjun nodded affirmatively. Central South University is a 985? Indeed. Mu Renjun nodded once more. Both men opting to leave the conversation there. What are your plans for the future? Plans? Zhao Jin'an was taken aback. Mu Renqiang looked at him. Your aunt and I have only one daughter, who has been pampered since childhood. And then? Zhao Jin'an asked. And then? Mu Renqiang found himself at a loss for words. He began his introduction. My aunt works at the tax bureau. Her uncle is at the land bureau. My little aunt is in business in the county, and her cousin successfully passed the civil service exam last year, also joining the land bureau. Zhao Jin'an nodded slightly, remaining silent. The key was his calm demeanor. He showed no signs of anger, embarrassment, or shame. It was quite uncharacteristic for a young man. We are somewhat familiar with your Zhao family village. Mu Renqiang hesitated, assuming Zhao Jin'an did not comprehend. Uncle, if you have something to say, please speak openly. Zhao Jin'an thought to himself, eagerly awaiting their words. Am I not being direct enough? Mu Renqiang questioned. Chapter 18. The PUA from the future mother-in-law. Dad. Jin'an will also take the civil service exam after graduation. Look, Mu Yao understood half of it. She tugged at Zhao Jin'an's sleeve, urging him to agree quickly and get past this hurdle. However, Zhao Jin'an honestly replied, Uncle and Aunt, I do not plan to take the civil service exam in the future. Mu Yao gasped. She turned to stare wide-eyed at the boy before her. This was the first time Zhao Jin'an had defied her. Are you foolish? Jin'an, I truly do not plan to take the civil service exam. I do not wish to deceive anyone. Then what do you intend to do? Mu Renqiang struggled to continue, as they had all noticed Mu Yao's subtle gestures under the table. If possible, I would like to engage in business. You? Business? Zhang Yinxian exclaimed in surprise. With Zhao Jin'an's refined demeanor, business? Perhaps being a gigolo would suit him better. Ahem. Mu Renjun coughed to remind him. Business requires capital. It's admirable for young people to have aspirations, but they should remain grounded in reality. Who knows what the future holds? Zhao Jin'an maintained his indifferent tone, showing no signs of youthful defiance. Ah, the dishes have yet to be served, Mu Renjun said, filling the room with an awkward silence. Jin'an, do you desire to earn money? Zhang Hui broke the silence with a question. Indeed, Zhao Jin'an nodded in affirmation. I wish to earn money to provide a good life for my grandmother and my little sister, Xueqian, who is my aunt's daughter. I owe them that. Jin'an, I shall be honest with you, Zhang Hui continued. You are admirable, ambitious, and filial. However, considering your family's situation, after you earn money, you will still have your grandmother and sister to care for. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Mom. As she watched the two engaging in a back and forth that threatened to tear them apart, Mu Yao protested. You and Dad promised me this morning. Sit down and let me finish. Zhang Hui reprimanded softly. Jin'an, I do not wish for my daughter to suffer alongside you. Can you comprehend that? I understand. Observing Zhao Jin'an's calm and obedient demeanor, Zhang Hui felt an unexplainable frustration, as if something was lodged in her throat. If one looked closely, there was a hint of femininity in her annoyance. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Zhao Jin'an, you are more mature than I anticipated. Therefore, I shall speak plainly. You mentioned wanting to engage in business and earn money. You also heard that my husband and I work at the tax bureau, and that her uncle is at the land bureau. I do not wish to pass judgment on your future, but starting a small shop is business, while making it onto the Forbes list is also business. Your choices will only create barriers between you and Mu Yao. Oh dear, I digress. Zhao Jin'an, the meal we just ordered costs 3,000. Can you provide Mu Yao with that kind of life? 3,000. Wouldn't that be your entire living expenses for a year? Zhang Hui was taken aback by how bluntly her sister had spoken, devoid of any rhetorical finesse. She and Mu Renqiang, along with Mu Renjun, were civil servants and would not behave so rudely. What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with what I said? Zhang Yinxian glanced around. You all kindly suggested he take the civil service exam, and he wishes to pursue business instead. Is business so easy to succeed in? Once he earns money, he will still have his grandmother and sister to support, which includes his uncle's entire family. And what about your mother's side? Shouldn't that be considered as well? You are being filial, but what about Mu Yao? She has no obligation to do so. This was a very realistic issue. Little aunt, Mu Yao, who had not yet sat down, declared firmly, I am willing to endure hardships with Jin'an. Furthermore, Xueqian is lovely and well-behaved. Mu Yao, you are still young. Indeed, you are still young. Huh. This unexpected remark left everyone in shock, as if they had misheard. Zhao Jin'an slowly stood up, gazing down at the 18-year-old Mu Yao, whose youthful face was glistening with tears. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled softly. Your little aunt speaks wisely. Jin'an, what are you saying? Mu Yao was taken aback by Zhao Jin'an's seemingly easy retreat, especially since she had been striving so hard. She turned to Zhang Hui Mom. This plea was filled with frustration, grievance, and a hint of desperation. Perhaps Zhang Hui had not anticipated that Zhao Jin'an would be so perceptive. Others were equally surprised. The development of events seemed amiss. Weren't young people typically rebellious against their parents? The more teachers and parents resisted, the more they seemed inclined to rebel, as if striving to prove something to everyone. Jin'an, your uncle and I are quite open-minded. We do not oppose your relationship with Mu Yao, as long as you treat her well. We are willing to give you time to prove yourself. Again, this phrase, in the previous life, this very statement had led Zhao Jin'an to cater to Mu Yao at every turn. Given Mu Yao's background, why would she still choose to be with him? Shouldn't he treat her well? You both study in a university town. If possible, I would prefer for you to be friends first. Zhang Hui reclined slightly, her tone earnest yet cool, reflecting an undeniable authority from years in the system. Jin'an, you are a few months older than Mu Yao, more mature. If you can care for her like an older brother, I would be very pleased. Was this early PUA? The calculations of the future mother-in-law were ringing loudly. Painting a rosy picture, Zhao Jin'an was expected to willingly fulfill the duties of a boyfriend without enjoying the rights that came with it. Prove myself? Indeed. Perhaps in Zhang Hui's eyes, granting Zhao Jin'an an opportunity was akin to bestowing a favor. Zhao Jin'an glanced around at the others and gently shook his head. No need. I have a younger sister. Jin'an, why? Mu Yao desperately grasped his arm, misunderstanding the deeper meaning, believing her mother had given her approval. Zhao Jin'an reached out to caress Mu Yao's smooth cheek and softly said, listen to your mom and little aunt. You deserve better. Also, do not make promises lightly. You are still young, and it is difficult to keep them. This was something he wished to convey to the Mu Yao of his past life. Don't, Jin'an. I am willing to support grandma and my little sister with you. Even if life is tough, I am willing. Mu Yao's expression was resolute. Perhaps genuinely so at that moment. Zhao Jin'an smiled gently. Then why haven't I seen you at the market these past few days? Mu Yao was left speechless, tilting her face up as tears streamed from her eyes. She had indeed been intentionally avoiding the market lately. Even when going to the city center with classmates, she would take a longer route. She did not want her classmates to see her boyfriend selling fish at the market. What market? Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Jin'an turned and smiled lightly. Yes, I sell fish at the market outside the alley. The fish come from the river nearby, and the village's reward is only 2,000. Is that your idea of business? How much do you earn in a day? Zhang Yinxian looked on with disdain. Chapter 19, The Breakup. Just then, the waiter knocked and began to serve the dishes. I apologize, please excuse me. Zhao Jin'an said with an apologetic nod, as he had never intended to stay for the meal. Zhao Jin'an, I do not agree. I do not agree to break up. Mu Yao stood firm, looking resolute. Despite achieving the desired outcome with surprising ease, Zhang Hui felt an unsettling discomfort within her. She began to doubt whether Zhao Jin'an truly had feelings for her daughter. Otherwise, how could he remain so nonchalant? Jin'an, the dishes have been ordered. Let us dine before departing, she suggested, possibly out of mere politeness, hoping to engage Zhao Jin'an in conversation to ease her own heart. She yearned to witness his unease, reluctance, and spirited resistance, even to the point of exclaiming, do not underestimate the youth's plight. This, she believed, would resonate more with the essence of youth. Instead of his current attitude of simply letting things go, everything unfolded in a manner that was utterly unexpected, leaving her with the sensation of striking a punch into soft cotton, deeply unsatisfying. Those with fragile self-esteem often possess an inflated sense of pride, and such individuals are typically more sensitive at their core. Zhang Yinxian spoke lightly, perceiving Zhao Jin'an's decision to leave without dining as a manifestation of his pitiable pride. Sensitive at heart. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jin'an paused, turning to Zhang Yinxian and then glancing at the others. Isn't this precisely what you all wish to see? He pointed at the LV bag and car keys on the table. From the moment I arrived, you have incessantly reminded me of my place, be it the hotel booking, the car keys, the choice of dishes, or the prestigious universities you keep mentioning. It is I who have overstepped. I am unworthy, and you have made that abundantly clear. The room fell silent. Mu Rinxiang discreetly removed the car keys. They had not anticipated Zhao Jin'an's profound understanding, nor did they foresee him articulating his thoughts so bluntly. This was the first time he had displayed any aggression since entering. even in the face of Zhang Yunqian's harsh words. Mu Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, shot her mother and aunt an incredulous look. The 18-year-old had not anticipated the complexities of adulthood. Pursuing a civil service position is for your own good. Zhang Yunqian adeptly shifted the conversation. Do not be ungrateful. If you wish to pursue civil service, my sister and brother-in-law can assist you. Do you think the tax bureau and land administration are operated by your family? Zhao Jin'an fixed his gaze on Zhang Yunqian, offering no quarter, speaking candidly. The national examination is indeed challenging, but neither Mu Rinxiang nor Mu Rinjun possessed the capability to navigate it. Even one position would be insubstantial. What kind of language is that? So straightforward. The two brothers exchanged uncomfortable glances, rendered speechless. Zhang Yunqian was similarly at a loss for words. Zhao Jin'an owed nothing to anyone there, scanning the room until his eyes landed on the tearful Mu Yao beside him. Listening to your mother and aunt. You have no brother. We are merely classmates. The latter half of his statement was directed at everyone present. He wished to avoid any lingering burdens when they reached Junsha, ensuring Zhang Hui found no ammunition against him. Without waiting for Mu Yao's response, Zhao Jin'an turned and departed. Father, mother, you promised me this morning. Why must you act this way? Mu Yao could no longer contain her tears, likely due to Zhao Jin'an's earlier remark about not seeing her at the market, which left her feeling embarrassed to pursue him. See, I told you, these types of individuals are the most sensitive at heart. I have encountered many like them. Observing her niece's furious glare, Zhang Yunqian chuckled. Mu Yao, do not fret. He may appear carefree now, but he will seek you out in Junsha. They seemed oblivious to how exceptional and beautiful Mu Yao truly was. Aunt, please stop. They likely believed this matter would not conclude easily. There is a saying that a man chasing a woman is like a mountain apart, while a woman chasing a man is like a thin veil. Currently, it was Mu Yao who remained unyielding. Only Zhang Hui harbored a glimmer of suspicion. This young man seemed somewhat different. Had she truly misjudged him? Zixing City ranks among the top 3 in economic scale within Xinzhou, having once held the #1 position. It boasts rich coal resources and the scenic Dongjiang Lake. On a scorching summer day, Zhao Jin'an stood by the roadside, a bottle of mineral water in hand, his scalp burning under the sun, instinctively flagging down a passing taxi, only to let it go again. To him, at this moment, taking a taxi felt excessively extravagant. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Jin'an, how did it go? Yu Fei inquired. Zhao Jin'an found it puzzling that she did not ask about Mu Yao. However, given that she was his financial supporter, he picked up his phone and, without hesitation, stated the truth. We broke up. Just 3 succinct words, clear and to the point. Broke up? Yu Fei stared at the text, momentarily lost in thought, feeling a mix of regret and a hint of joy. Jin'an was truly a straightforward man. How could he utter the words broke up? Such directness, wasn't that something a girl should say? Without needing to ask, Yu Fei could sense something. In the living room, where the air conditioning hummed, she adjusted her graceful form on the sofa and, grabbing her phone, inquired, why? Yet she waited in vain for Zhao Jin'an's reply. Standing by the roadside, Zhao Jin'an gazed at the mineral water in his hand. Due to the temperature difference, droplets of condensation formed on the bottle, trickling down. Dongjiang Impression? Indeed. The mineral water was named Dongjiang Impression. While the name was not lowly, it felt overly localized. At 1 yuan per bottle. The lightweight plastic easily crumpled, a stark contrast to brands like Yibao and Nongfu Spring, which clearly demonstrated a significant disparity, suggesting it could only be sold for 1 yuan. Zixing is a city rich in water resources. Recalling the mineral water brands from the future, such as Shiji Source, Mang Shenlin, Dongjiang Ling, Dongjiang Luchuan, Dongjiang Ice, and Mongshan Xiushui, it seemed none had truly made a name for themselves outside the region. With this thought, Zhao Jin'an re-entered a convenience store, where the freezer predominantly displayed Nongfu Spring, Yibao, and Waha products. He then ventured into a neighboring store, only to find a similar situation. This was still Zixing, his home turf. It was no wonder sales were poor. For today as consumers, spending 1 or 2 yuan on mineral water was trivial. The brands that occupied prime shelf space would thrive. This also explained why betel nut vendors frequently rearranged their displays in convenience stores. Securing the best counter positions was crucial for sales. In one convenience store, Zhao Jin'an noticed a long-absent carbonated drink, Very Cola. He purchased a bottle of Dongjiang Impression, then headed to an internet cafe to research before going to a nearby printing shop to print a resume. He then took a taxi to Dongjiang Spring Water Company, a firm registered with a capital of 2 million yuan. The office was located in a residential building on the way to Dongjiang Lake, where a few tricycles emblazoned with the Dongjiang Impression logo were parked. Zhao Jin'an paid the fare, took his resume, and, unimpeded, ascended the stairs to the second floor, where he knocked on the door of an office. "Hello, I am here for an interview." Chapter 20, One More Stay. The man in the office looked up and casually asked, "Where's your resume? What position are you applying for?" "Marketing director," Zhao Jin'an replied calmly. The man responded, "And what should I do? This is a small company without a dedicated HR department. Many of us wear multiple hats." The man, in his 40s and named Huchun, regarded Zhao Jin'an and inquired, "Where did you see the job posting?" "We only hire promoters, not marketing directors." Zhao Jin'an stood at the door, scrutinizing Huchun, suspecting that applying for a promoter position didn't necessitate a resume. Simply the ability to ride a tricycle would suffice. They stood in a stalemate for a moment. Observing the youthful face at the door, Huchun smiled and asked, "How old are you? Which school did you graduate from?" "Shida," Zhao Jin'an replied, revealing that his major was marketing. "Oh, a prestigious university graduate?" "Shida is quite renowned in Xiangnan province." After a moment's hesitation, Huchun stood up. "Come with me. Marketing director is not a position I can apply for." He harbored no doubts regarding Zhao Jin'an's academic credentials, nor would such a company question the authenticity of others' qualifications. They simply lacked such a concept, as long as one did not display any signs of hesitation. "Have you graduated yet?" "Soon." "Internship? Or a summer job?" It seemed that Huchun held little confidence in Zhao Jin'an, viewing him merely as a source of amusement. Zhao Jin'an followed him up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, they pulled open an iron door that finally resembled an office. Thud, thud, as they traversed a corridor. Huchun knocked on the door of the general manager's office. "Come in." A magnetic female voice responded from within. Huchun pushed the door open. "Manager Luo. Someone has come to apply for the position of marketing director. Would you like to take a look?" "Marketing director?" Luo Jinji, who had been seated behind her desk, lifted her head. The company had been established for 3 years without any significant progress, and she would welcome any assistance in breaking the stalemate. However, upon seeing the visitor, Luo Jinji felt a pang of disappointment. Zhao Jin'an appeared far too young and lacked any discernible work experience. His only apparent virtue was perhaps his striking handsomeness. "Please, have a seat." Out of professional decorum, Luo Jinji gestured for him to sit and inquired as per usual, "Where did you work at your previous company? Do you have any experience in fast-moving consumer goods?" Zhao Jin'an did not sit down, nor did he answer. His gaze fixed on several types of fruit juice on the desk. These juices had not been seen in the market, indicating poor promotion. He casually picked up a bottle of peach-flavored juice, examined it, and asked, "Manager Luo, is this drinkable?" "Yes." Luo Jinji's demeanor grew serious. She stood and noted that Zhao Jin'an was likely around 166 centimeters tall. She scrutinized the clean and handsome young man before her and then glanced down at his resume. "What insights do you have?" Zhao Jin'an had never consumed flavored juices, as they tended to be either overly sweet or a blend of sweet and sour, lacking in genuine fruit flavor. "Is this all there is?" "Hey, you are here to apply for the position of marketing director." Luo Jinji, aged 30, was clad in a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt and high heels, her long hair casually pinned up. The white shirt was slightly loose, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Zhao Jin'an was not there to apply for a job. He got straight to the point. "Manager Luo, I wish to purchase your company." "What?" Now it was Luo Jinji who was taken aback. She stared blankly at the clean and handsome young man, momentarily lost for words. Indeed, he appeared immaculate, so much so that his words seemed almost unbelievable. "Your company has a registered capital of 2 million, and I am willing to invest that amount to purchase it," Zhao Jin'an continued. In truth, the company's worth was not determined solely by its registered capital, as that could be easily arranged if one had the funds. A registered capital of 50 million was feasible with the right payment. Luo Jinji finally regained her composure, scrutinizing Zhao Jin'an from head to toe, noting that he possessed no items of value. Was this young man truly approaching her with an offer to buy her company? "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling," Luo Jinji firmly rejected. "Starting a bottled water company only requires 30 to 50 million. A mere 30 million is sufficient to establish a bottled water company," Zhao Jin'an succinctly replied. Luo Jinji paused, then laughed. "Are you interested in my company's water extraction permit?" When dealing with intelligent individuals, one should not hide information. Everyone is perceptive. Zhao Jin'an nodded noncommittally. "If you think it's not worth it, I could offer 3 million. Establishing a bottled water company hinges on the source of the water. Nonghu Mountain Spring was founded in 1996, originally as Zhujiang Qiandao Lake Health Water Company, with its water source located at Qiandao Lake, having developed over the years to encompass 11 major water sources nationwide. Without discussing initial investments, over the past 3 years, I have already invested more than 3 million into the company. Luo Jinji gestured toward the scenic area. This is merely for convenience. The factory is located within the scenic area. Then you must owe the bank a significant amount, right? Is the pressure substantial? Noticing the flavored drinks on the desk, Zhao Jin'an surmised that producing bottled water required minimal capital, but developing new products always necessitated funding. The crucial issue was that these flavored juices had not gained traction in the market. Do you know how to converse? Luo Jinji was clearly irritated, her white shirt rising and falling dramatically, as if the buttons might burst open. Zhao Jin'an's bluntness contributed to the tension. He did not even glance at Luo Jinji, who momentarily questioned his sexual orientation, as she was undeniably feminine. Among the male employees, who could resist her allure? However, Zhao Jin'an had hit the nail on the head. If Luo Jinji did not have connections at the bank, she would not have secured such ample loans, yet bank loans still required repayment. Who is this person? Luo Jinji pondered, perplexed. Zhao Jin'an did not resemble any kind of wealthy heir. If he were a political scion, someone would have informed her in advance. And he bore no identifying markers of a rich second-generation individual. She approached to examine his resume. Zhao family village? Manager Luo, there's no need to speculate. Zhao Jin'an was aware of her thoughts. Such matters could not remain hidden, and inquiries would reveal the truth. If Zhang Hui could not keep it a secret, how could Luo Jinji? Do you have wealth? Luo Jinji mused. Are you here to jest with me? 3 million. Can you truly produce that? Will you sell? No. I will not sell. Luo Jinji was skeptical of Zhao Jin'an's intentions, yet he appeared earnest, devoid of any evidence to the contrary. In conclusion, she added with a smile. Is it the company you are interested in selling? Zhao Jin'an felt a hint of suspicion regarding the woman before him, questioning whether she was attempting to tease him. Did he truly not appear suited for business? As Zhang Yinxian had remarked, perhaps he was more suited to be a kept man? It's all right if you don't wish to sell now. Should you change your mind, please call me. Zhao Jin'an said politely and sincerely, despite the straightforwardness of his words. Luo Jinji suddenly burst into laughter. Leave a phone number. It's on my resume. Leave another one, Luo Jinji insisted, extending a finger to push a piece of paper toward him. Zhao Jin'an obediently took a pen and wrote down his mobile number and name. Observing his earnestness and compliance, Luo Jinji nearly laughed aloud. She had never encountered someone like him, coming forth with an offer to buy her company only to appear so dutiful afterward. It was not that anything was amiss, merely peculiar. Manager Luo, it's done. If you decide to sell the company, please give me a call. Zhao Jin'an, oblivious to the underlying tension, stood up and announced his departure. All right. Luo Jinji stifled a laugh. Now understanding that Zhao Jin'an's inquiry about her debts to the bank was not a negotiation tactic, but merely a statement of his conjecture regarding a fact. What was so amusing to this woman? Zhao Jin'an found it strange as he pointed toward the door. Then, I will take my leave? Yes. Luo Jinji nodded, her body trembling slightly. Was this politeness? Was she still being overly courteous? Zhao Jin'an cast a confused glance at her as he prepared to exit. But Luo Jinji suddenly recalled something and asked, Zhao Jin'an, aren't you afraid of losing money if you buy my company? Or do you have some clever strategy? Zhao Jin'an shook his head. I want to disclose that unless you sell me your company. It seemed somewhat reasonable. In the moment of her distraction, Zhao Jin'an had already left, and the door was gently closed behind him. After his departure, Luo Jinji finally burst into laughter, having struggled to contain it earlier. She had employed the term clever strategy out of disbelief that Zhao Jin'an possessed any genuine business acumen. He probably just had a self-proclaimed brilliant idea. Could such an obedient and polite individual be suited for business? Gazing at the softly closing door, Luo Jinji shook her head with a smile, pondering whether it would not be more pleasant to quietly play the role of someone else's little boyfriend. Chapter 21. You owe Zhao Jin'an an apology. Why is this water extraction permit so vital? Because Dongjiang Lake is the largest artificial lake in Xiangnan Province, with a total capacity of approximately 81.2 billion cubic meters. Moreover, the water quality is excellent, meeting national first-class drinking water standards, and is a crucial source of drinking water in the country. After descending the stairs, a small delivery truck laden with barrels of mineral water emerged from the scenic area. Zhao Jin'an mused to herself that the profit point for the Luo Corporation was likely the bottled water. Selling water is indeed a lucrative business. A nefarious small workshop could simply install a filtration system and sell water straight from the tap. The barrels could be returned and reused. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was Mu Yao. Several missed calls and unread messages awaited her. Mu Yao, Jin'an, where are you? Mu Yao, Jin'an, answer your phone. I do not agree to the breakup. Zhao Jin'an pressed the end call button, then deleted and blocked the number. having clarified matters in front of her family. There was no need for further entanglement. Why had Mu Yao clung to Zhao Jin'an so desperately in her freshman year? Firstly, it was likely a reflection of the infatuation typical of young girls in love. Secondly, it stemmed from the rebellious psychology of youth. Much like the high school couples whose love only intensified when faced with disapproval from teachers and parents, the more they were kept apart, the stronger their bond became. Perhaps even exchanging promises in secluded groves. Conversely, once that line was loosened, their feelings began to wane. Zhao Jin'an called her, prompting Zhao Jin'an to catch a returning bus to Zhao family village. A bus? In the corridor on the third floor, Luo Jinji longed to rush down and confront Zhao Jin'an. Can you produce 3 million? In 2006, 3 million. Zhao Jin'an had spoken so casually about it in the office. Refusing to sell for 2 million, she had raised the price by 1 million. Yet here she was, without even a means of transportation, boarding a bus instead. She should have verified the funds earlier. Luo Jinji suddenly chuckled, feeling a mischievous urge to tease Zhao Jin'an, curious to see how flustered the earnest Zhao Jin'an would become. Did he not realize she would be observing him? Even without a car, he should have taken a taxi. After all, one must dress the part, otherwise. How could others believe in you? This person is truly peculiar. Upon returning to Zhao family village, Zhao Jin'an found Zhao Jin'an by the riverside, who was carrying a new energy device and had a fish basket slung over his shoulder, clearly having had a fruitful catch. Jin'an, where have you been? Zhao Jin'an exclaimed. His enthusiasm palpable, as he made quite a bit of money daily, although he noticed that Zhao Jin'an seemed to be rather inconsistent with her efforts. How could she afford to be lazy with such lucrative work? What if she ran out of money attending university in Junsha? Not having inquired about her situation with Mu Yao, Zhao Jin'an inferred that Yufei had kept quiet, taking the fish basket from Zhao Jin'an. She gazed at the clear river beneath her feet. In truth, if a dam were constructed here, the water quality would meet standards, yet the company was unable to expand. Plus, once it rained, the water would become murky. A water extraction permit. Zhao Jin'an was neither impulsive nor the type to abandon her goals. If Luo Jinji were unwilling to sell the company, she would not press the matter further. She could even forego starting a bottled water business altogether. Perhaps it was this very disposition that led Mu Yao to comment that Zhao Jin'an was too quiet and lacked ambition. In reality, it was more a matter of having no distinctive personality. She was indifferent to striving for anything, much like during the college entrance examination period. While her classmates were burning the midnight oil, Zhao Jin'an remained calm and unperturbed, lacking a concrete university goal. If she could gain admission to a 985 or 211 university, she would attend. If she performed poorly, at least she would save money. At night, or rather in the early morning, the sky was dimly lit. Many attempted to reach Zhao Jin'an by phone, and the QQ group for Class 209 erupted in chaos. The World Cup final, France versus Italy, had concluded with regular time ending at 11. Damn, Zhao Jin'an, are you saying Zhao Jin'an bought 11? Where is Zhao Jin'an? After some time chatting, they suddenly realized that Zhao Jin'an had never even commented in the group. Zhao Jin'an, come out quickly and tell us how much you bought. Someone shouted. Another chimed in. Zhao Jin'an, where is Zhao Jin'an? Aren't you with him? No, his phone is turned off, Zhao Jin'an replied. He had stayed up all night, having spent 228 yuan. How could he sleep? He felt anxious all night, only to realize he had missed out on a fortune. Did Zhao Jin'an sleep well? This question was not only on Zhao Jin'an's mind. Mu Yao and Yufei pondered it too. They had both called Zhao Jin'an. Though Mu Yao's call was unable to connect. Zhao Jin'an, weren't you watching the match with Zhao Jin'an? Someone questioned skeptically. Those of us who didn't buy tickets are so excited. How could he possibly sleep, having never earned money after graduating high school? How could he resist such unexpected wealth? No, he said it was too late and wanted to sleep, Zhao Jin'an replied. The group fell silent for a moment, impressed by his act. At this point, the class monitor, Oh Chang, spoke up. I only bought 200. The odds for 11 were just 44. Even if I won, I'd only get 880 yuan. What did you buy, monitor? I didn't win. I bet on France to win. How much did you bet? 5,000. Impressive. That's equivalent to our annual tuition. Are you okay? Your parents won't scold you for losing that much money? It's fine. Once they give it to me, it's mine. In reality, he had only bet 2,000, exaggerating his loss. No one questioned him, unlike Zhao Jin'an, whose mere 300 was met with skepticism, prompting requests for proof. Frustrated by the chatter in the group, Zhao Jin'an felt annoyed. The conversation was going well until Oh Chang had to boast. Some are just lucky. If it weren't for someone intentionally provoking Zidane, France would have surely won Italy in 90 minutes. At this, Zhao Jin'an snapped. What do you mean by lucky? You'd better watch your words. Yu Fei also jumped in. Oh Chang, who are you insulting? I also bet 100 with Zhao Jin'an. Ignoring Zhao Ziyong. Oh Chang focused solely on Yu Fei. Yu Fei, I wasn't talking about you. You shouldn't insult anyone. Yu Fei shot back. You were once the class monitor. Suddenly, Mu Yao interjected. Oh Chang, you should apologize to Zhao Jin'an. This was the first time she had defended Zhao Jin'an in the group. The classmates watched in amusement. With both Mu Yao and Yu Fei speaking out, no one sided with Oh Chang. In class 209 during their senior year, it was no secret that Oh Chang liked Mu Yao, and they had often gathered together after the college entrance examination. Yet Mu Yao had agreed to be Zhao Jin'an's girlfriend. Originally, it seemed the matter would end there, but Mu Yao continued. You must apologize to Zhao Jin'an. What had gotten into Mu Yao today? Oh Chang was utterly confused. Had she taken a stance today? It was no wonder they thought this way. Typically, it was normal for girlfriends to defend their boyfriends, but Mu Yao had not previously stood up for Zhao Jin'an in the group. Today was particularly unusual, especially for Oh Chang. During their recent class gatherings, he had subtly belittled Zhao Jin'an, and Mu Yao had mostly ignored it, merely displaying a displeased expression. Oh Chang had believed his scheme had worked. Chapter 22. Contentment with circumstances. The 2006 version of mobile QQ rarely featured an invisible mode, as it only became widespread with the advent of 3G networks and smartphones around 2008. This indicated that Zhao Jin'an was truly offline. You defend him so fiercely, yet he remains oblivious. Only Yu Fei speculated on why Mu Yao was so protective of Zhao Jin'an today. Reflecting on the situation, Yu Fei felt that Mu Yao had been somewhat misguided. How could her boyfriend allow others to speak ill of him? She even thought that Mu Yao should have avoided gatherings with Oh Chang unless Zhao Jin'an was present. Now recalling the day they encountered Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong at the market, Zhao Jin'an had not tried to retain Mu Yao, nor had he invited her to stay. He merely watched as she went off to join her classmates, particularly with Oh Chang among them. Mu Yao, too, had not made any effort to remain with Zhao Jin'an. A seemingly trivial matter. As Yu Fei reflects upon it now, she suddenly feels she has gained some understanding of Zhao Jin'an, despite knowing that Oh Chang is pursuing her. And even though they are not alone together, she still spends time with him, playing games, dining, and watching TV. So why should she still try to hold on to him? It's as if she hadn't encountered him at the market. After all, it was merely an unexpected meeting. If she hadn't been in the city, it would have been as if she hadn't come at all. Sigh, perhaps Mu Yao has yet to truly realize the root of her mistakes? Zhao Jin'an is not particularly familiar to Yu Fei, but they have recently become desk mates. He is a quiet boy who doesn't engage in the usual roughhousing with the other boys during breaks. When he feels weary, he simply rests his head on his desk, refraining from interacting with his classmates around him. His profile is striking. With eyes so pure they invite one to take a closer look. Could Jin'an have spent the 500 yuan he borrowed from her on betting? Yu Fei cannot be certain. After all, spending 500 yuan on betting is quite alarming. She calculates that if 500 yuan were indeed wagered at odds of 44, it would amount to nearly 20,000 yuan. With this thought, she secretly hopes that Zhao Jin'an has placed a bet with the entire amount, as that would suffice for his tuition fees over 4 years of university. As dawn breaks, Zhao Ziyong arrives on his motorcycle, the roar of the engine notably jarring. Grandma. Ziyong, have you had breakfast? The elderly woman rises early, usually around 5, to prepare breakfast. It typically consists of thin rice porridge, accompanied by sugar and fermented tofu. Some refer to fermented tofu as doufu ru, while in Junsha, it is known as maoyu. Zhao Yueqian enjoys adding sugar to her porridge, while Zhao Jin'an has a fondness for his grandmother's fermented tofu. In her eyes, Zhao Jin'an is not as industrious as Zhao Ziyong, and since they now partner in selling fish, she feels that Jin'an is taking advantage of Ziyong. She is reluctant for Jin'an to engage in strenuous labor, but she is pleased to see him catch fish for extra money. Unfortunately, their family's financial situation necessitates such efforts. She is hesitant to burden Uncle Zhao Guohua too much, fearing that Wang Jinru might be displeased. After all, he is merely an uncle. Whether assistance is a matter of obligation or kindness is inconsequential. Ultimately, she wishes to avoid any discord between Wang Jinru and her youngest son over financial matters. Zhao Ziyong, familiar with the surroundings, pushes open the door and leaps onto Zhao Jin'an's bed, urging him to go to the city to claim their winnings. Zhao Jin'an, still groggy, glances at the time. It's only 6 o'clock. Did you not sleep at all? Of course not. Who could manage like you? Zhao Ziyong, sporting dark circles under his eyes, suddenly recalls something. He animatedly recounts the events from the previous night, involving Mu Yao and Oh Chang. Jin'an. Mu Yao asked Oh Chang to apologize to you in the group chat. Although he never did, it left him quite embarrassed. He didn't utter another word afterward. Haha. Oh, Zhao Jin'an does not take it to heart, rising slowly to wash up. By the way, didn't you spend over 200 yuan? Do you have 1,000? Keep it down. Zhao Jin'an glances toward the kitchen. Regardless of whether he won or lost, his grandmother would never approve of him engaging in any gambling activities. Not even for 5 million. Zhao Jin'an, all grandma wants is for you to be safe. After a long day of laboring by the river, his grandmother serves 2 bowls of thick porridge and a small dish of fermented tofu. The 2 young men quickly finish their meal, and Zhao Jin'an eagerly prepares to take Zhao Jin'an to the city. However, the lottery shop has yet to open. Jin'an, what's in your bag? You don't need to carry a bag just to claim 1,000 yuan, do you? It's not like you won 5 million. Zhao Jin'an replies, you wait here. I need to make a quick trip to Qinzhou. What for? Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Jin'an are practically inseparable. Zhao Jin'an pulls out the lottery ticket from his pocket and hands it to Zhao Jin'an. The winnings will be split between us. He has no intention of disclosing the unexpected fortune of 5 million to Zhao Jin'an. Such loyalty, Zhao Jin'an exclaims, clutching the tickets as he positions himself outside the lottery shop. Up to this point, the two have always shared their finances equally, yet generally, Zhao Jin'an has a bit more pocket money. Zhao Jin'an boards the bus to Qinzhou, arriving just after 8. While it appears he has won over 5 million, the actual amount after taxes is only 16 million. Due to tax regulations, for each winning ticket of 10,000 yuan, a 20 personal income tax must be deducted, which is withheld by the lottery organization. It seems rather unreasonable. There's no refund for those who don't win. After visiting 5 lottery shops, it becomes clear that the bag is not intended for carrying cash, for million cannot fit inside. Instead, Zhao Jin'an's bank card now holds 16 million yuan. The shop owners display expressions of disbelief, but the process goes smoothly without any dramatic refusal to pay. Credibility is paramount in the lottery business. Unlike the future convenience of WeChat transfers, where a simple message can lead to forgotten transactions, this time, everything is straightforward. Luo Jinji refuses to sell her company, and with the bank card clutched in his hand, Zhao Jin'an finds himself at a loss for how to invest the sudden influx of cash. What should he invest in? Certainly not in Mr. Ma's Alibaba in Hangzhou, nor would Mr. Lu's JD.com in Kyoto be interested in this modest sum of 4 million, not to mention the Penguin, which had already gone public in Hong Kong in 2004. Had he been just 2 or 3 years earlier, the situation might have been different. On a scorching summer day, the leaves droop under the heat as Zhao Jin'an sits in the shade of a tree, clutching a bottle of mineral water. One good thing about Zhao Jin'an is his laid-back disposition. Whether rich or poor, he remains unchanged. He does not suddenly splurge on luxury cars or watches, nor does he flaunt his newfound wealth to Ochang. He doesn't boast to Zhang Hui or Zhang Yanxian. Look, I have money now. Nor does he call Luo Jinji to negotiate once more. Suddenly, a notification pings on his phone. Yu Fei, Jin'an. I bought 100 yuan worth of tickets and just redeemed them for a profit of 340 yuan. Zhao Jin'an, congratulations. Yu Fei, since I bought them with you, I'll treat you to dinner. Zhao Jin'an, thank you, but that won't be necessary. This person truly knows how to refuse others. Would it cost him more to write a few extra words? Text messages are charged by character, and Yu Fei, slumped on the sofa, feels deeply frustrated by her desk mate's lack of warmth. Just then, another notification sounds. Zhao Jin'an, I should be the one treating you since you lent me money. Yu Fei, Jin'an, I'm not rushing you for repayment. Zhao Jin'an, it's only right. What do you mean by only right? Yu Fei is exasperated with Zhao Jin'an's bland demeanor, wishing he would express some emotion. Reflecting on their 3 years as classmates and desk mates, she realizes that Zhao Jin'an rarely speaks, always responding with a smile, seemingly never having had a disagreement with anyone. How dull he is, utterly lacking in excitement. Chapter 23. The debt. Zhao Jin'an visits a securities company. The lobby is filled with many elderly women and men wearing reading glasses. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Jin'an knows he is in the right place. The A-shares market has experienced 3 major bull markets, with 2006 being one of them. Anyone with even a slight acquaintance with the stock market would remember this vividly. In fact, 2006 was merely the beginning of this bull run. Starting in January when the A-share index was at 100 points, and by the last trading day on December 29th, it closed at 675 points, a cumulative increase of approximately 130. The rise in 2006 only marked the first half of the bull market. By October 2007, the Shanghai Composite Index had soared to a historical high of 124 points. The years 2006 and 2007 represent the largest bull market in A-shares, bar none. In addition to the significant increase, This bull market also spanned the longest duration, driven by robust fundamentals. In China, the elderly women form a particularly unique demographic. They flock to buy stocks in gold, a frenzy that seemed to sweep the youth into the stock market by 2024. Around the National Day, the stock market opened with a remarkable rise of 10 points. How many people sold their possessions, from homes to loans, to dive into the market? A securities staff member, noticing Zhao Jin'an's youth, inquired about his intended investment. Trading stocks incurs fees, which vary based on the amount. Smaller sums carry higher rates, such as a fee of 0.3. Is that not exorbitant? It certainly appears so. This is the maximum limit set by the state, primarily aimed at ordinary retail investors making transactions at brokerage counters. Many, oblivious to the intricacies, hastily opened accounts, only to discover they would be charged with each trade. Zhao Jin'an mentioned a rate of 0.03. Having set up his account and gazing at a screen filled with stock codes, Zhao Jin'an found himself in profound contemplation. He had never delved deeply into which stocks had surged the most in 2006. The trading hall had only one other young person. Those aged over 30 often traded from their own computers at home or work, not needing to visit the brokerage firm. An elderly gentleman approached him, eagerly discussing a particular stock. Zhao Jin'an smiled gently. Trust me, this stock is bound to experience significant growth. The elder spoke confidently, elaborating on the company's fundamentals and charts with remarkable clarity. In a bull market, everyone becomes a stock guru, he asserted. Do you truly believe in that? Are there any genuine stock sages in the market? Can one truly profit from chart analysis? Zhao Jin'an refrained from disputing, nodding appreciatively. Ultimately, he chose Vank. Investing in stocks is about anticipation. The real estate sector was poised for a bull market, and Vank was currently the industry leader. While it may not have been the hot stock of 2006, its stability was appealing. At least, in Zhao Jin'an's memory, it had never faced a major crisis. Out of 16 million, he retained only 60,000, investing for 1 million in Vank. In truth, the fees of 0.3 and 0.03 held little significance for Zhao Jin'an, as he did not intend to frequently adjust his portfolio. He merely sought a temporary home for his funds. Exiting the trading hall, Zhao Jin'an contemplated purchasing a laptop, but ultimately decided against it. Firstly, there was no internet connection at home. Secondly, he found it difficult to explain his spending to his aunt and grandmother. He could hardly imagine the commotion that would ensue if Wang Jinru discovered he had won 5 million from a lottery ticket. In the end, Zhao Jin'an bought 2 little dresses for Zhao Yueqian at a children's clothing store, spending 300. Meanwhile, as soon as the lottery shop opened, Zhao Ziyong redeemed his winnings of 946 yuan. Waiting for Zhao Jin'an to return, he eventually headed back to Zhejiang alone. With Zhao Jin'an absent, Zhao Ziyong, unsure of how to spend his newfound wealth, treated himself to an ice cream cone and filled his motorcycle with gas. On his way home, he suddenly called out, Jin'an, I've caught 2 pheasants. His excitement was palpable. 1 pheasant can sell for at least 150, can it? That's another 300. Zhao Ziyong was thrilled. Watching his wallet grow heavier, earning money was indeed addictive. Let us not sell them. With 16 million at his disposal, Zhao Jin'an felt a longing. It had been years since he had savored authentic game. What did you say? We'll eat them ourselves, just a little feast. Zhao Ziyong, holding the 2 pheasants, paused. Jin'an, have you lost your mind? We won only 900, not 9 million. Can we really eat these pheasants? This is money. Encountering someone generous could mean selling them for 200 each. This was indeed true. Free-range chickens could fetch 1 to 200 each. And wild pheasants might command even higher prices if sold to the right person. Furthermore, their grandmother would surely feel pained by the thought of not selling such fine game. This thought struck a chord with Zhao Jin'an. His grandmother would undoubtedly hesitate to eat them. Then let us eat one and sell one. All right. We'll eat the smaller one and sell the larger. Zhao Ziyong swallowed hard, stepping back. As a newly minted millionaire, Zhao Jin'an found it absurd that even indulging in a pheasant he had caught himself seemed so complicated. Upon returning to Zhejiang, Zhao Ziyong was already plucking the pheasants. At the edge of the water tank were Wang Jinru, Yin Xiaolan, Zhao Yueqian, and their grandmother, bustling in the kitchen. It wasn't my idea. Jin'an wanted to eat. Despite Zhao Ziyong being the one who caught the pheasants, he felt the need to explain the situation to everyone. Hearing footsteps behind him, everyone turned to Zhao Jin'an, their attention drawn to the bag he held. I bought 2 dresses for little Yueqian. As soon as Wang Jinru heard this, her face lit up with joy. Yin Xiaolan glanced at Wang Jinru and smiled in relief. It wasn't he that Wang Jinru was particularly harsh on Zhao Jin'an. But had the bag contained only clothes for himself, her expression would certainly not have been as pleasant. Yin Xiaolan knew that even Duan Xiaoping would bring a gift for Zhao Yueqian when she visited her son. They owed a debt of gratitude to Uncle Zhao Guohua's family. Jinan, you shouldn't be so polite. Save your earnings for yourself. Wang Jinru took the bag from Zhao Ji'an and examined it. By the way, how much did it cost? Seeing Zhao Jinan's kindness towards his sister warmed Wang Jinru's heart, as she was aware that he and Zhao Ziyong had recently made some money from selling fish. Not much, not very expensive. Zhao Ji'an had long discarded the receipt. There was no need for her to know the price. Wang Jinru shot him a glance and playfully hit him. Next time, don't waste money. Save some for university. Such was Wang Jinru. She often voiced her lack of concern, yet her heart was not unkind. Indeed, she had partially raised this nephew for 56 years and would naturally hope for him to take care of her. After all, when Wang Jinru married into the family, Zhao Ji'an was just entering middle school. How could she have formed a close bond with a child of that age? Moreover, Wang Jinru was only 12 to 13 years older than Zhao Jin'an, 8 years younger than Zhao Guohua, leading to some suspicion of an age gap. Ziyong, can you give me that feather? Zhao Yueqian crouched by the water tank, holding several long, beautiful feathers. The village children had no toys. They played effortlessly with things like kicking a shuttlecock, jumping rope, or marbles. Qian, your brother bought you a lovely dress. Come try it on. Chapter 24. The weighty waters should not flow to others. After Wang Jinru took Zhao Yueqian away, Zhao Ji'an shared a smile with Yin Xiaolan. Sister-in-law, you're also here for dinner. Zhao Ziyong looked up. No doubt about it. I called for my sister-in-law long ago. Zhao Ji'an replied, whose family are we in? After all, Yin Xiaolan smiled back, feeling a bit of sympathy for Zhao Ji'an, who, despite earning money, still thought of his aunt's family first. She quietly asked, didn't you buy anything for yourself? I'll be going to university soon. I need to dress well in the big city. Zhao Ziyong, with keen ears, interjected. What are you two discussing? Nothing much. Zhao Ji'an looked at the plucked pheasants, now only the size of a palm, and said, sister-in-law is here for dinner. You should put that pheasant in the pot as well. Zhao Ziyong gestured towards the kitchen. Grandma has locked it up. Yin Xiaolan stifled a laugh. Even this one. Grandma is reluctant to part with it. Suddenly recalling something, she focused on Zhao Ji'an. What about that girl in the white dress? What? Did you go to Qinzhou with her today? Zhao Ji'an glanced at Zhao Ziyong, who had informed Yin Xiaolan of his trip to Qinzhou, leading her to assume it was a couple's outing. Wang Jinru likely thought the same. Hence, her earlier glance. Others may forget their mothers after marrying. But you haven't even married yet. Just earned a bit of money, and you're off charming the young lady? No, we're just classmates. Just classmates? Yes. Yin Xiaolan studied Zhao Ji'an carefully, and after a long moment, inexplicably remarked, she just doesn't know how to cherish it. Zhao Ji'an turned to her, puzzled. Having not quite caught her meaning, Yin Xiaolan smiled gently and remarked, Ji'an, you are a wonderful person. Zhao Ji'an glanced toward the kitchen, recalling his grandmother's words that she considered him a good man. By the way, why hasn't Grandma inquired about Mu Yao? He pondered. It seems unusual. Grandma, surely you can't be so progressive in your thinking? This contrary notion appeared to gain some validation when, during dinner, Grandma consistently served dishes to Yin Xiaolan, even placing a chicken leg in her bowl. Zhao Ji'an felt a twinge of discomfort. Was Grandma intending to keep her riches within the family? Or was she simply hoping to save on the dowry? Being neighbors, was she not concerned about future quarrels? Perhaps, in Grandma's mind, it was trivial for Yin Xiaolan, a divorced woman, to marry him, especially since they shared a common ancestor. Their generation had seen far stranger occurrences. This was merely a small matter. The following morning, golden sunlight bathed the earth as Zhao village awoke. The front yard was piled with large watermelons, some chilies, and half a basket of pears. Grandma planned to set up a stall by the roadside to sell them. In Zhao village, some elderly residents and women would trade their homegrown produce for money, displaying them along the steep road where passing motorists would stop to purchase. This constituted their primary source of income. However, Zhao village lacked a substantial economy due to the absence of unique products, unlike the neighboring Yongxing, which thrived on its famous sweet oranges. In truth, chilies were unlikely to sell, as few would buy them by the roadside. Perhaps Grandma simply wanted to exchange whatever she could for a bit of cash. Upon rising, Zhao Ji'an noticed a bag of dried fish atop the pears, remnants from the previous day's catch that Grandma intended to sell after frying them. Grandma, I'll go sell. He offered, you'll get sunburned. Observing her fair-skinned grandson, Grandma chuckled, you won't be sunbathing, just find some shade. I worry you might not be able to stay by the roadside alone. Zhao Yueqian, I'll take you to play, he added, for no one viewed the roadside as perilous. Children today were not so delicate. Zhao Ji'an then pulled out his phone to call Zhao Ziyong. Having a motorcycle would make things much easier. Though Zhao Jin'an had a question. Are we selling fish by the roadside? Will anyone buy them? Economically speaking, the watermelons and pears wouldn't fetch much. And bypassing the urban market was not wise. At that moment, Yin Xiaolin interjected, It's all right. I'll keep an eye on things in the afternoon while you sell the fish in the city. Upon hearing this, Grandma opened her mouth to speak, but then fell silent. Thus, Zhao Jin'an made 2 trips on his motorcycle to transport their goods to the roadside, setting up under a large tree. In 2006, there were still few private cars on the road, and those who could afford one were considered wealthy. Even a Honda or Volkswagen would earn respectful calls of boss. In his past life, Zhao Jin'an had encountered Grandma's stall here, although her outings were infrequent, as she was not a professional fruit farmer. As he looked at the large, round watermelons and the beautifully shaped pears, Zhao Jin'an felt a mixture of emotions. The best produce was kept for sale, all in hopes of saving a little more money. That day, when Mu Yao and Yu Fei visited, Grandma had picked a large watermelon from the field, but unfortunately, they left without even glancing at it after their meal. It was understandable. To Mu Yao and Yu Fei, it was just a watermelon. Zhao Jin'an took a few steps, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Years ago, Zhao Guoqing had ridden his motorcycle down this very path, never to return. After so many years, Zhao Jin'an felt little sentiment, yet Grandma must have felt a deep sadness while selling here. Perhaps she found comfort in quietly speaking to her eldest son, Zhao Guoqing, as time passed more swiftly. Jin'an, there's a ditch here. The fish won't spoil if we place them there. Zhao Jin'an, skilled at such tasks, readily agreed. Watching Zhao Yueqian crouched beside the watermelons, poking at them and swallowing hard. Zhao Jin'an took a deep breath and proclaimed, On such a hot day, let us have some watermelon. Huh. Zhao Jin'an paused, then slapped his thigh. Let us do it. 50 cents a pound. If anyone asks, we'll just say we sold it and give the money to Grandma. Zhao Yueqian. You mustn't tell Grandma, all right? Zhao Jin'an cautioned as he squatted down to emphasize his point. Zhao Yueqian nodded vigorously. Zhao Jin'an then pulled out a 5 yuan note. Take Zhao Yueqian to buy ice pops. Brother, we haven't sold anything yet, Zhao Yueqian reminded. Understanding the urgency of earning before spending, she swallowed hard, wanting the treat, but feeling it too early. They should sell first. Zhao Jin'an ruffled her hair. No worries. If you want an ice cream cone, get it. And don't forget the chips. As Zhao Yueqian nearly drooled at the thought, Zhao Jin'an grinned. Jin'an, that 5 yuan won't be enough. Don't you have any money? Zhao Jin'an queried, pulling out another 10 yuan note for Zhao Jin'an. Receiving the money, Zhao Jin'an whispered. I've saved almost 1,200. Zhao Jin'an checked his pockets. His cash amounted to the 465 Zhao Jin'an had given him as a prize the day before, plus his share from selling fish, totaling no more than 600. How did you save so much? He asked. Give me a cigarette, Zhao Jin'an replied. Glancing at the cigarette Zhao Jin'an had pulled out. What do you think? He added. Also, you have a girlfriend while I do not. That reasoning was compelling. In truth, Zhao Jin'an hadn't spent much on Mu Yao. The skirt for Zhao Yueqian had not come from fish money, but travel, cigarettes, and small expenses had drained his funds. In that brief time, Zhao Jin'an had already spent 15 more than Zhao Jin'an. This was likely the point Zhao Jin'an wanted to convey. Jin'an, given our current status, we should be smoking quality cigarettes. You buy your own, don't smoke mine. Zhao Jin'an retorted. Chapter 25, The Graduation Feast. Thus, Zhao Jin'an regularly set up a stall by the roadside for Grandma. On stall days, Zhao Jin'an would go to the river alone, and Zhao Yueqian longed to accompany her brother to the stall daily. Sun exposure was fine, especially with ice pops to enjoy. In his spare time, Zhao Jin'an secretly attended driving school, preparing to obtain his license during the summer. Getting a license was now quite simple, with minimal electronic surveillance. It was primarily left to the judgment of the instructor in the passenger seat. Zhao Jin'an attended driving school just once, after which the instructor declared he needn't practice anymore. Will the tuition be refunded? It was 2,600. Zhao Jin'an left the school feeling dejected, regretting the wasted money. If Luo Jinji hadn't called, he would have considered the matter forgotten. Mu Yao had visited the market several times without encountering Zhao Jin'an. She had gone deliberately, wishing to mend things after his hurtful words. She didn't want to be perceived as someone who disdained her boyfriend. Reflecting on her feelings, Mu Yao admitted that she had indeed felt that way. As time passed, graduation parties began to occur, and Mu Yao could only call Zhao Jin'an to ask if Zhao Jin'an would be hosting a celebration. Zhao Jin'an replied, no. Zhang Hui and Mu Rinxiang also subtly probed Mu Yao about her guest list, asking how many classmates would attend and how many tables would be needed. In truth, they were inquiring whether Zhao Jin'an would be present. That brief encounter had left a lasting impression on them. Zhao Jin'an seemed to have vanished from Mu Yao's world. One could gauge her relationship status by the frequency and demeanor with which she engaged with her phone. Jin'an, will you attend Mu Yao's graduation party? Oh, and you Fei too? On the roadside, Zhao Jiong gnawed on a watermelon and inquired. Has Oh Chang invited all the classmates and the teachers in the group? He mentioned that even the principal would attend. Jin'an, do you think the principal will truly come? Or is Oh Chang just boasting? Zhao Jiong envied the principal. He will, replied Zhao Jin'an, who, feeling a bit bored, was braiding Zhao Yueqian's hair. Leaning against her brother, Zhao Yueqian licked her 5-cent popsicle, which was her second of the day. It wasn't that Zhao Jin'an was reluctant. It was just that the little girl insisted that she could have more if they were only 5 cents each. Yin Xiaolan, feeling idle at home, joined them and squatted beside Zhao Jin and Xian. Can I have a bite? Zhao Jin'an responded, brother, sister-in-law? One cannot substitute oneself into the narrative. Yin Xiaolan appeared quite natural, possessing a truly enviable figure. Simply put, a slim waist and ample hips. In her grandmother's words, she was fit for childbearing. With her exquisite face, as she squatted down, the compression at her knees assured that her future children would never go hungry. This must be another reason why Grandma favored Yin Xiaolan. Jin'an, what are you looking at? Nothing, Zhao Jin'an replied. Sensing Zhao Jin'an's gaze, Yin Xiaolan glanced down, her face flushing, though luckily, it was hard to tell in the summer heat. She tugged at her t-shirt, feeling a bit sweet inside and wanting to smile. Jin'an has truly grown up. Zhao Jiong remained lost in his own thoughts. Jin'an, if you host a graduation banquet, do you think the principal will come? Maybe 50-50. It's unlikely, right? Zhao Jin'an was uncertain. As for the subject teachers, especially those for the senior class, they were the busiest during the summer, particularly for the key classes. After all, why is it called a graduation thank you banquet? The principal's attendance was less certain. That position is more administrative. Whether he comes or not depends on the school the students are admitted to and their family backgrounds. Oh Chang had been accepted to Fudan, and his father worked in the National Development and Reform Commission, so both criteria were met. Zhao Jiong's parents were keen to host, but since he only managed to get into a vocational college, he felt embarrassed to hold a large affair. Jin'an, are you going to Mu Yao's graduation banquet? She invited me. I won't go. Mu Yao had specifically invited Zhao Jiong, likely also inviting Zhao Jin'an, who, unbeknownst to Zhao Jiong, had blocked Mu Yao. Yin Xiaolan cast a knowing glance at Zhao Jin'an, realizing that the girl from that day was Mu Yao. Do students need to give gifts to each other? Yin Xiaolan asked. No, Zhao Jiong replied, raising his phone. The group agreed that no one would give gifts. Yin Xiaolan blinked and teased. Jiong, aren't you profiting then? Free meal. Zhao Jiong retorted, sister-in-law, your insults are quite crude. Zhao Jin'an chuckled softly. Ultimately, Yin Xiaolan was only 23 years old. Although she held the title of sister-in-law, cousin-in-law, she was effectively of the same generation as 18-year-old Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Jiong. To Zhao Jin'an's surprise, he received a call from the chemistry teacher, Teacher Cheng. Cheng Zilian specifically called to ask if Zhao Jin'an would be hosting a graduation banquet. Zhao Jin'an, won't you invite me to your graduation feast? Teacher Cheng, who taught chemistry to 3 senior classes, was stern with the students, but exceptionally gentle and patient with Zhao Jin'an from class 209. With the separation of arts and sciences in the current college entrance examination, chemistry is a compulsory subject for science students. Until the reform of the college entrance examination in 2014, which introduced 2 new examination models. Physics and history became the first-choice compulsory subjects. Teachers attending students' graduation banquets do not require gifts. However, if Zhao Jin'an were to host a banquet, Teacher Cheng intended to give him 1,000 yuan. Mu Yao's graduation banquet was held at the best hotel in Zixing City, the Xiongxing Hotel. 6 subject teachers, the academic director, and Principal Wang were all present. In the largest hall, 36 tables were set, attended by colleagues from the Tax Bureau where Zhang Hui and Mu Rinxiang worked, as well as some colleagues from the Land Bureau where Mu Rinjun was employed. The hotel lobby was splendid, with the academic director and Principal Wang clinking glasses and enjoying pleasant conversations with their counterparts from the tax and land bureaus. In these small, tier 18 cities, such individuals represent a well-off demographic. They have secure positions, receive pensions after retirement, and even their parents receive retirement funds, creating a stable economic fortress. If one cannot thrive in a big city and considers returning home to develop, they should think twice. For one might find it even harder to make a living and more exhausting back home. The social fabric of small cities is rooted in personal relationships. Teacher Cheng Zilian looked around. Class 209 had 2 tables set up, with Oh Chang and Yu Fei present, yet Zhao Jin'an was notably absent. Aren't they dating? Teacher Chung had not anticipated that someone like Zhao Jin'an would confess to Mu Yao after the college entrance examination. Teacher Cheng's attentiveness to Zhao Jin'an surpassed even that of Class 209's homeroom teacher. More than just Chang had arrived, his parents were also there, and he was seen holding a glass, toasting the academic director and principal with an air of maturity. Witnessing this scene, Teacher Cheng chuckled and shook her head. Learning this at such a young age, it's no wonder he has been class president for 3 years. She stole a glance at the homeroom teacher of Class 209 across the way, her amusement growing. Chang had only toasted the principal and academic director individually, while the other subject teachers, including herself, were toasted collectively. Chapter 26. Teacher Chung, have you taken a shower? After a while, Teacher Chung Zilian noticed Mu Yao chatting with Chang's parents, both sets of parents smiling warmly, with Chang and Mu Yao standing to the side. Chang's mother looked at Mu Yao with a tender expression. Today's star, Mu Yao, donned a white dress, her back turned and head bowed, obscuring her expression. Mu Rinxiang and Zhang Hui had lost the sense of superiority they felt when they first encountered Zhao Jin'an, as both sets of parents were engaged in lively conversation. The Tax Bureau and the National Development and Reform Commission were not part of the same system, but that did not hinder their interaction. It's for the best that Jin'an didn't come, Teacher Chung suddenly thought, realizing that attending a rural graduation banquet was far more interesting, allowing one to wander and witness the local customs and traditions. Yu Fei glanced at Mu Yao's direction, lowering her head to eat. Her thoughts echoed those of Teacher Chung, relieved that Jin'an was absent. In truth, Zhao Jin'an had experienced this in a previous life. Zhang Hui had even purposely encouraged Chang in front of the 2 tables of Class 209 students, claiming that he would surely be a student council member in university, especially since he was admitted to Fudan. What a woman Zhang Hui was. She had just manipulated Zhao Jin'an into treat Mu Yao well, yet turned around to praise another boy in front of her daughter and the students of Class 209. This was likely another part of her manipulation of Zhao Jin'an. Was Zhao Jin'an easily manipulated? Zhang Hui believed he was, at least in his previous life. In fact, this incarnation of Zhao Jin'an also appeared quite easily influenced. The term PUA refers to emotional manipulation or psychological control, particularly in romantic relationships. Zhao Jin'an was clean-cut and handsome, yet quiet and obedient. Perhaps controlling someone like him could satisfy Zhang Hui's pathological desires as a prospective mother-in-law. Such individuals are abundant, and perhaps everyone harbors a little of that deep down. Otherwise, the term PUA wouldn't have gained such popularity. If it hadn't been for Teacher Cheng's call, Zhao Jin'an would have forgotten about her. 3 days later, he planned to call Teacher Chung to express his gratitude for her exceptional care throughout his 3 years of high school. He felt a twinge of regret for not staying in touch with Teacher Chung after his college entrance examination in his previous life, as she had indeed treated him with great care during high school. If Teacher Chung were not in her 40s, the students of Class 209 would surely become restless. I report this, student-teacher romance. Zhao Jin'an contemplated what would be an appropriate gift to bring, ultimately deciding on a watermelon and some dried fish, as it seemed most fitting. Though it was called the first high school, it was actually the municipal high school, the best high school in Zixing City, unlike Shenzhen, which had a first high school, second high school, and third high school. Walking under the blazing sun at the school gate, the long-awaited bell rang, revealing the silhouettes of students engaged in supplementary classes as they transitioned from their second to third year. The guard, dozing off in his booth while enjoying the breeze from a fan, glanced at Zhao Jin'an's student ID presented to him and allowed him to pass. With a grin displaying his yellowed teeth, he inquired, from Class 209, which university are you aiming for? It was a reminder that they were soon to graduate from high school. Otherwise, the guard would be as fierce as a dog. Attempting to slip out of the school? No chance. The student ID from the municipal high school came in 2 variants, boarding and non-boarding, distinguished by different colors. Boarding students could not leave the campus freely. After all, who would be responsible for safety concerns if something went awry? Chung Zilian resided in the faculty building located within the school grounds, reportedly with her husband and daughter in Qinzhou. Following the trails of memory, Zhao Jin'an found the faculty building, a 6-story, old-fashioned structure with staircases, a tad quiet. As teachers likely took the summer off, checking his messages, he proceeded to Unit 2, Floor 2, carrying his belongings upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed one door ajar. Teacher Chung, over here. Chung Zilian appeared at the doorway, holding a fruit knife, and remarked with a smile. You've tanned a bit over the 2 months, but you seem more mature. Teacher, I brought you some homegrown watermelon. Still carrying things? Hurry inside. Chung Zilian was genuinely pleased by Zhao Jin'an's visit, as she had intended to return to Qinzhou today. Isn't there a graduation banquet today, teacher? Zhao Jin'an attempted to make conversation. One cannot have a celebration every day. You all choose auspicious days for your banquets. Besides, holding a graduation feast daily would be exhausting. After I finish with your cohort, I'll only be teaching the first years next semester. The pressure of guiding the third years is immense. Far from the ease you students enjoy. As they spoke, Cheng Zilian glanced outside, closed the door, hesitated momentarily, then opened it slightly. In the faculty building, teachers and students alone in a room could lead to gossip. It's hot outside. Let us enjoy the air conditioning. Cheng Zilian adjusted the temperature on the remote before heading to the refrigerator. What would you like to drink? Ah, right, you boys love cola. Turning back, she noticed Zhao Jin'an still standing. Sit down. It's not class. I'm not going to call on you to answer questions. Zhao Jin'an touched the cola. It was not very cold, likely just purchased, indicating that Cheng Zilian probably did not drink it herself. You brought a large watermelon. How can I eat it all by myself? She returned with slices of chilled watermelon, standing over the coffee table, scrutinizing Zhao Jin'an. What have you been busy with during the summer? Fishing with Zhao Ziyong in the river, then selling the catch at the market. The fish I brought you is from the two of us, Zhao Jin'an answered honestly. No wonder you've gotten a bit darker, Cheng Zilian nodded. No longer probing why Zhao Jin'an had not attended anyone's graduation feast, and she turned to the kitchen. As for Zhao Ziyong, let's not even mention him. You, however, are not putting in enough effort. If you tried a little harder, you wouldn't just be aiming for a normal university. Look at your class. Who isn't pushing themselves? You are the only one in your senior year still behaving like a first or second year student. Take Mu Yao and Yu Fei for instance. They are both far more diligent than you. Cheng Zilian felt a genuine regret. She believed Zhao Jin'an was the brightest in class 209. If he applied himself, he could easily gain admission to a prestigious university, perhaps even Tsinghua or Peking University. Teacher, I must take my leave now, Zhao Jin'an announced as he stood up. Have I upset you by saying a few words? Fine, let us not discuss studies anymore. You all have graduated. Cheng Zilian, standing at the kitchen doorway, beckoned him closer. Zhao Jin'an thought it might be unwise, considering the kitchen was too hot. Come on. Cheng Zilian shot him a glare. Help me cook. You can leave after dinner. Oh. Zhao Jin'an obediently approached. Cheng Zilian chuckled, genuinely pleased with his compliance. The kitchen was quite cramped, with an external exhaust hood. And Cheng Zilian wore a fitted dark short-sleeve knit top, the outline of her form barely discernible, suggesting a certain fullness. It was evident that she had never lacked for sustenance. Unlike Yin Xiaolan, Cheng Zilian's waist, encased in the knit fabric, showcased a slight softness. Likely due to her age. At 40, a little flesh around the waist was entirely normal, standing at 168 centimeters with long, flowing hair. It was Zhao Jin'an's first time seeing this side of his teacher. Previously, he had only known her as someone who tied her hair in a high ponytail. Donning gold-rimmed glasses, commanding the classroom where none dared to whisper or doze off. He caught a whiff of shampoo, its fragrance somewhat intense. Teacher, have you bathed? Why would she wash her hair during the day? Jin'an, you brought the fish. I don't know how to prepare it. So you'll have to make it for me. Cheng Zilian, as if nonchalantly, began washing the vegetables, then stood side by side with Zhao Jin'an, their arms brushing against each other. In that kitchen, two people stood close together, their arms nearly touching. More importantly, Zhao Jin'an had transformed into Jin'an. Teacher, do you eat spicy food? Zhao Jin'an took a small step back, questioning whether his actions today resembled a delivery service. If Cheng Zilian were to quiz him now about the products of acid-base neutralization reactions, he would likely respond, water, H2O, is produced. Chapter 27, The Sinister Punishment. Cheng Zilian, for reasons she couldn't quite explain, found herself deeply fond of Zhao Jin'an's cleanliness and tranquility. Moreover, his obedience was endearing. The synonym for obedience is compliance, a term that evokes myriad associations. Having access to a computer and browsed various websites, Cheng Zilian possessed a strong sense of feminism and an assertive demeanor, which seemed common among teachers, especially those instructing older students in middle and high school. In August, the narrow kitchen became a sweat-soaked arena as the two of them prepared a meal together, and Cheng Zilian's unintentional physical contact left Zhao Jin'an in a fluster. Jin'an, don't sit directly in front of the air conditioner. You might catch a cold, Cheng Zilian advised, stepping into the bathroom, returning shortly with a damp towel. Wipe your face. Whose handkerchief is this? She stood by Zhao Jin'an, waiting for him to finish before taking the cloth from him and retreating to the bathroom once more. Zhao Jin'an felt compelled. He recognized the handkerchief belonged to Cheng Zilian, carrying her scent. Jin'an, it's time for dinner. In the two-bedroom, one living room old apartment. The layout and decor reflected Chung Zillian's appreciation for a refined lifestyle. Do not underestimate these teachers of senior classes. While their salaries may not be substantial, various allowances and tutoring fees could easily sum to around 200,000 a year. In a previous life, Chung Zillian had invited Zhao Jin'an over for dinner more than once. Yet, Zhao Jin'an, shy and apprehensive, had never gone. There was also an inherent fear of teachers. After all, who would venture into a teacher's home uninvited? Now, the two sat across from each other, and Chung Zillian continuously served Zhao Jin'an dishes. He accepted without reservation, remaining silent except for a soft thank you. Observing him seated upright, quietly consuming his meal, Chung Zillian felt a surge of compassion, akin to a 40-year-old woman's tenderness towards an 18-year-old boy. She had envisioned this scene, imagining Zhao Jin'an as such, yet she hadn't anticipated that he would be so incapable of refusing. He simply cradled his bowl, eating quietly and properly, without uttering a sound. She thought of her own daughter, who wouldn't hold her bowl while eating, perpetually glued to her phone, picky about food. Jin'an, are there any dishes you dislike? For instance, cilantro? Chung Zillian inquired with curiosity. No, Zhao Jin'an replied, shaking his head as if recalling carefully. Grandma didn't grow cilantro. This revelation struck a chord with Chung Zillian. She understood Zhao Jin'an's family circumstances, realizing he had no privilege to be picky. Cilantro was merely a seasoning. Who would splurge on such an expense? Jin'an, are you afraid of me? Zhao Jin'an nodded, then shook his head, uncertain how to respond. All right, don't be so tense. You've graduated now. I can't punish you anymore. The mention of punishment momentarily caught Chung Zillian off guard as she gazed at the clean and handsome Zhao Jin'an, wishing that any form of punishment would be acceptable. Zhang Hui perceived Zhao Jin'an as quite adept at psychological manipulation, while Chung Zillian harbored more ambitious and somewhat sinister intentions. During a phone conversation, she deceived her husband by claiming she needed to attend a student's graduation banquet, though she had no genuine plans for the evening. The moment she dialed the number, she found herself ensnared in a lie. Before leaving, Chung Zillian entered her bedroom and retrieved a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan, having added an extra 1,000 at the last moment. This is a small token from Teacher Chung, she said. Zhao Jin'an was taken aback. Attendees at graduation banquets were typically not expected to bring gifts, and he was financially secure now. Take it, Chung Zillian insisted, pressing the envelope into his hands. Focus on your studies once you reach university, and remember to visit your teacher during your breaks. Thank you, Teacher Chung, Zhao Jin'an replied, accepting the envelope and preparing to leave. Jin'an, Chung Zillian called out suddenly, reaching to caress his cheek and embracing him gently. Caught off guard by the unexpected gesture, Zhao Jin'an remained still, acutely aware of the softness of her touch. Chung Zillian smiled and remarked, if only you were my son. Zhao Jin'an questioned the validity of such a sentiment, pondering whether it was common for mothers to embrace their sons in such a manner at the age of 40. Exiting the school, he glanced at the time, 8:30, and felt an unsettling calm within. He called Yufei and then headed to the bank. After borrowing 500 yuan from her, he did not repay her immediately following the conclusion of the World Cup. His rebirth was his greatest secret, a fear of being captured by relevant authorities for experimentation looming over him. Consequently, Yufei began to harbor suspicions about his motives behind borrowing money. Did he not intend to buy a football? She dismissed her concerns, even expressing regret on his behalf, wishing he had used her loan to buy tickets for the final match, which would have enriched him monetarily. When she received his call, Yufei rushed downstairs without any of the typical coyness often associated with young women, refusing to make the boys wait. Her home was a 6-story walk-up, a rarity for properties built in 2006, as the real estate boom began in 2008 and 2009. In 2009, housing prices across the country experienced a significant surge, and it became a pressing question for potential brides' families when considering suitors. Dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, Yufei emerged to find Zhao Jin'an sitting on the curb outside their community, his presence surprising her, especially with 2 cigarette butts at his feet. Jin'an, do you really smoke? She asked incredulously. Yes, he replied, but isn't smoking an expense? He had refrained from smoking at home and around Chung Zillian, and now he pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, extending it to her. Thank you for your patience. Yufei accepted the money without counting it, tucking it away in her pocket. Noticing Zhao Jin'an's continued gaze, she touched her face, wondering if something was amiss, then checked the zipper on her jeans, which was indeed fastened. What's wrong? Zhao Jin'an asked, extending his hand for the IOU. Yufei, exasperated, felt like biting someone. Was there such a person? When she borrowed money, she never required an IOU. At 18, Yufei felt Zhao Jin'an had sullied their friendship, particularly as they were desk mates. I left the IOU at home. I'll tear it up when I get back, alright? I can return it to you next time. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, but upon seeing Zhao Jin'an's serious demeanor, she found it amusing. Such a straightforward boy. Hey, you said you would treat me to a meal, she reminded him, still fixated on that promise. Zhao Jin'an checked the time. It's 9 o'clock. I've already eaten. You've eaten? How can a guy like you make a girl happy? Yu Fei insisted. I'll treat you, okay? She pointed to a barbecue stall across the street. It's late for a night snack. I'll buy you barbecue. I made $340 from the World Cup. By the way, Jin'an, what did you borrow money for? To take the driving test. The driving test? As they crossed the street, Yu Fei regarded Zhao Jin'an with confusion, unable to fathom why he would spend money on that at this moment. So, Jin'an, do you have enough for the tuition? If you need money, you can pay me back later. I'm prepared. Yu Fei ordered a substantial amount of food at the stall without asking Zhao Jin'an. He insisted on paying. Jin'an, let me. Yu Fei also reached for her wallet, eager to cover the cost. It was customary for the male partner to pay during dates. The stall owner, naive and unfamiliar with modern dating practices, snatched the money from Zhao Jin'an's hand. Naturally, Yu Fei was not one to feign generosity. Jin'an, have you really broken up with Mu Yao? She asked hesitantly while gnawing on a chicken leg, her curiosity evident. Yes, he nodded, also munching on a chicken leg. You didn't even attend my graduation banquet. Yu Fei spoke softly, stealing glances at Zhao Jin'an, unconvinced, believing that once he reached university, he would inevitably seek out Mu Yao again. Currently, it seemed the girl's parents were actively thwarting their relationship. Once they arrived at Junsha, the two would likely rekindle their romance in secret. Perhaps Mu Yao would reach out to Zhao Jin'an, and given his agreeable nature, he would acquiesce to her every request. Remembering the scene at Mu Yao's graduation banquet, Yu Fei felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Jin'an. If they were together, Mu Yao's parents would undoubtedly create obstacles for him in the future. On the way back, Yu Fei counted the money again, meticulously ensuring it totaled 800. Is 300 considered interest? Chapter 28 Grandmother. Jin'an, take your sister-in-law home to sleep. As the end of August approached, the date for reporting to university drew nearer, and the QQ group for Class 209 became increasingly lively. Some students were accompanied by their parents, while those without company banded together to travel to Junsha. They even began checking train schedules and booking tickets. Mu Yao waited patiently for Zhao Jin'an to come online, but it seemed as if he had vanished from the group. His classmates had grown accustomed to his silence. Daughter, I've taken 2 days off from work, her mother announced. Mom, I don't want you to see me off. I can go by myself. Mu Yao knew Zhao Jin'an would likely have no one to see him off, so she planned to ask Zhao Ziyong to buy a ticket for the same train, hoping he would accompany her to report to university. Putting aside everything else, Zhao Jin'an's appearance would certainly make her proud while walking on campus. What if you lose all that tuition money since you've never traveled far alone? ISNT your aunt in Junsha? I should visit your dorm to meet your roommate. That would put my mind at ease. Also, do you know how to set up your bedding and mosquito net? Seeing her daughter's sulky expression, Zhang Hui understood everything. You were there that day. You heard it all, and I never stopped you from dating Zhao Jin'an. Humph. Meanwhile, Wang Jinru also intended to accompany Zhao Jin'an to university. She had been the first to receive the 2,000 yuan reward from the village, frequently visiting the village committee. The village head likely feared her, as he had personally given her the money. Jin'an, if you don't want me to see you off, at least deposit the money in the bank. Don't carry it all on you. Also, your uncle sent over 3,000 yuan. Let us head to the bank. Aunt, I've earned money. That little bit from selling fish is just your living expenses. Okay. As in his previous life, Zhao Jin'an did not refuse, silently acknowledging it. He understood that the 3,000 yuan was borrowed from his uncle's co-worker. His monthly salary was only around 1 or 2,000, which he regularly sent home, making it impossible for him to withdraw 3,000 yuan at once. Grandmother glanced at her daughter-in-law, nodding in satisfaction without uttering a word. But you need to be frugal. It's not easy for your uncle to earn money. And when you start working and making money in college, don't forget about me. Here it comes again. Wang Jinru seemed unable to speak without adding a few harsh words. Otherwise, life would feel unsustainable. However, both grandmother and Zhao Jin'an remained unperturbed, despite her nagging. Wang Jinru was a decent aunt. And you mentioned taking Chanxian to Junsha for school. Don't forget about home once you start dating. Wang Jinru said half jokingly, half seriously, fearing that if Zhao Jin'an attended a prestigious university, he might forget his roots. The father has passed away, and the mother has remarried. It is uncertain whether Zhao Jin'an will return in the future. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jin'an recalled Chun Qingji from his previous life. realizing that Wang Jinru's words had turned out to be prophetic, at least partially. "Ah, my dear aunt," he thought, noting her silver-tongued nature. Wang Jinru rolled her eyes and chided Zhao Jin'an. "I've washed your few decent garments. Let us not appear too shabby. When we reach Junsha, you should buy a couple of new ones for yourself." "Indeed," Zhao Jin'an replied, gazing at the beautiful Wang Jinru. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no stirrings in his heart. Suddenly, he placed his hand on her shoulder and, in a subdued tone, declared, "Aunt, once I start earning, I shall repay your kindness." "That's more like it," Wang Jinru responded, feeling warmth in her heart from her nephew's gesture after raising him for 56 years. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up at her handsome nephew. "You can only marry a wife. No marrying into her family." At that moment, their grandmother interjected, casting a stern glance at Wang Jinru. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "It's the truth," Wang Jinru retorted defiantly. "Jin'an is so handsome. What if he catches the eye of a wealthy girl who only has a daughter? Mom, your beloved grandson might become a son-in-law." "Grandmother, Zhao Jin'an, your imagination is quite vivid, aunt. But what if her family offers you a 500,000 yuan bank card?" "Jin'an, heed your aunt's words." To his surprise, grandmother was quite serious about it. "All right, grandmother," Jin'an replied. Wang Jinru blinked. "My 500,000 gone?" Zhao Jin'an nodded. "Yes." "What 500,000? Grandmother maintained her seriousness. In that moment, they exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter, particularly Wang Jinru, who hadn't expected Zhao Jin'an to become more lively after his college entrance examination and to know how to amuse her. She found herself increasingly reluctant to see him leave for a distant place. How wonderful it would be if he could attend university at Xiangnan College in Qinzhou, especially if Xiangnan College were a 211 university. Later that night, Zhao Jin'an faintly heard voices arguing. Checking the time, he noted it was midnight. He rose and opened the door, discovering that grandmother and Wang Jinru had also emerged. Grandmother glanced at her grandson. "Let us go. It's Zhao Wei again." Wang Jinru stepped forward first, indicating that during Zhao Jin'an's high school boarding period, Yin Xiaolan and Zhao Wei had quarreled frequently. The door next door was ajar, and the living room was illuminated. "Oh, Zhao Wei, you're impressive, hitting your wife." Wang Jinru's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Mind your own business." Zhao Wei shot back, glancing at Yin Xiaolan, who stood a few steps back with her arms crossed. "Where's the money? Didn't I just give you 1,000 yuan?" "No, it's gone." 1,000 yuan doesn't last long," she stammered, unable to clarify. At that moment, grandmother and Zhao Jin'an arrived just in time to hear her words. Zhao Jin'an instinctively thought of the 300 yuan Yin Xiaolan had given him, but he said nothing. Just then, their eyes met, and Yin Xiaolan lowered her head, clutching her arms tighter. 1,000. Wang Jinru interjected again. "You don't know the value of money, do you? Do you think 1,000 is like 10,000? Losing at cards, and then taking it out on your wife." "Shut up." Zhao Wei, 29 years old and aimless, relied on gambling for survival. That 1,000 yuan was probably just money he had won and given to Yin Xiaolan. "Did you give it to some other man?" "Shut your mouth." Grandmother could no longer tolerate it and scolded. "Our Zhao family doesn't have such women. As long as life can go on, handle it well. If it cannot, then separate. I see how Yin Xiaolan is. I watch her every day. Don't slander others' reputations." "Wait, grandmother, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Jin'an felt that when grandmother spoke, she glanced at him, suggesting something about marrying into another family. "Grandmother, am I truly worthless?" Zhao Wei faltered. His parents had passed away early, and grandmother had often supported him, merely asking him to share a meal at home. However, that was in the 1990s, a time when everyone was not very affluent. Beggars would still take a bowl to ask for food, not money, let alone hang a QR code around their necks. Grandmother spoke the truth, as neither Yin Xiaolan nor Wang Jinru had attracted any gossip since marrying into the family. Even though Zhao Guohua worked away from home for years, Wang Jinru remained virtuous. Men are the backbone of a family. You men should support one. Grandmother looked at Zhao Wei and then at Zhao Jin'an, likely imparting a lesson to Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an remained silent throughout, quietly retreating to their bedroom. In the bedroom, the wardrobe had been rummaged through. Clothes were strewn across the floor and bed. Gambling dogs deserve a terrible fate. He picked up a t-shirt from the bed and walked out, placing it over Yin Xiaolan's chest, noticing that the neckline had been torn. 2 red marks marred her fair, smooth shoulders. Upon closer inspection, he saw a mark on her chin as well. "Jin'an." Yin Xiaolan held the t-shirt he handed her, her head bowed lower. Seeing this, Zhao Wei opened his mouth, perhaps feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Zhao Jin'an turned, standing in front of Yin Xiaolan, staring at Zhao Wei. "You won't win against me." Zhao Wei, slim as a reed at 173 centimeters, felt a lump in his throat. You think I want to fight you? His words lacked the sting they should have had, revealing him as merely a bookworm. He genuinely looked down upon Zhao Jin'an, who smiled at everyone in the village, resembling a mute who rarely spoke. What could such a person achieve, even if he got into university? He had heard that during the summer, Zhao Jiong fished in the river. How much could that earn? Jin'an, take your sister-in-law to our house to sleep. Grandmother's voice rang out, casting a glance at Zhao Wei before leaving. Chapter 29. Grandmother's alternative version of the hidden beauty for her grandson? Zhao Jin'an thought that taking his sister-in-law to sleep at their house meant letting Yin Xiaolan stay in Wang Jinru's home. To his surprise, upon their return, grandmother had already prepared a bed in Zhao Jin'an's house. It was also on the first floor, right next to Zhao Jin'an's bedroom. This isn't quite right, Wang Jinru observed before departing, while Zhao Yueqian was still sleeping at home. In reality, the second floor had been uninhabited for a long time, rarely cleaned, filled with items used in rural life. Grandmother typically resided at her youngest son, Zhao Guohua's home. Zhao Jin'an's two-story house only appeared lively on the first floor. Yin Xiaolan changed her clothes and stood at the bedroom door, head lowered, sneaking a glance at Zhao Jin'an in the living room, making her head bow even lower. Why would grandmother have me sleep at Jin'an's house? Doesn't T&S house have rooms too? In rural self-built homes, there are many rooms. You two have only been married for 2 years, and he's already acting up. I fear that after we leave, he may still turn violent towards you. Grandmother is old and cannot keep an eye on you every day. As she spoke, grandmother glanced at Yin Xiaolan at the door. Jin'an is going to Junsha for university. If he lays a hand on you, you should know to run and sleep here. Oh, Yin Xiaolan murmured, her voice low. Zhao Jin'an, is grandmother's version of hiding a beauty for her grandson truly alternative? I've heard of child brides, but this version is unprecedented. Zhao Jin'an genuinely struggled to comprehend grandmother's reasoning. He had reason to suspect that she favored Yin Xiaolan for her childbearing physique and perhaps to save on the dowry. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle echoed outside, growing fainter as Zhao Wei rode away. In Zhao family village in 2006, only the village chief owned a second-hand Toyota. Summer bedding was simple, a mat and a blanket. After grandmother made the bed, she left, closing the door behind her. The two-story house was left with only Zhao Jin'an and Yin Xiaolan. Jin'an, thank you. Yin Xiaolan felt a wave of embarrassment as her vulnerable side was exposed. She hesitated to lift her gaze, the harsh glare of the fluorescent light accentuating the crimson mark on her chin. For reasons unknown, she was particularly reluctant for Zhao Jin'an to witness this moment. The two were separated by a distance of 56 meters. Zhao Jin'an observed Yin Xiaolan, instinctively reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, but instead retrieved 300 yuan and approached her. Jin'an, it's not because of this 300 yuan. That money is mine. Yin Xiaolan firmly denied, adding, I wouldn't take his money to give to you. What a scoundrel. Zhao Wei's harsh words felt like a personal attack on Zhao Jin'an. Yet, Zhao Jin'an had only just graduated from high school. She had moved in when he was still in his second year and attending boarding school, returning home only once a month. Soon, he would leave for university in Junsha. Sister-in-law, I've earned some money. You should have a little for yourself, he said. Yin Xiaolan raised her head to meet the towering figure of Zhao Jin'an, whose chest, though not particularly imposing, exuded an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Zhao Jin'an glanced down, chuckling. Not a tear shed? Yin Xiaolan let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. Crying is futile. She suddenly recalled how Zhao Jin'an always wore a smile in the village, as if he had never known sorrow, even when Wang Jinru hurled unkind words at him. Did his heart not ache on the day his father passed away, or when his mother remarried? Zhao Jin'an nodded slightly, peering into the room and inquiring. Would you like a fan? Yin Xiaolan shook her head. No, it's not hot. Then you should go to bed early. All right. Good night. Good night. As the door creaked shut, Yin Xiaolan lingered for a moment before gently closing her own door. That night, sleep eluded Yin Xiaolan as she tossed and turned, clutching a blanket that, upon sniffing, she found to have a pleasant scent, emanating from the unglazed exterior of the two-story building. The following day, Zhao Jiong arrived on his motorcycle, pushed open Zhao Jin'an's door, and instinctively glanced at the adjacent room. The blanket on the bed was neatly folded, still carrying a trace of a woman's scent. Jin'an, who is there? He asked, his curiosity piqued. What? In the next room. Zhao Jiong's expression was one of intrigue, though he struggled to comprehend. Come on, this is Zhao family village. Which woman would be so bold? Zhao Jin'an sat on the edge of the bed, watching Zhao Jiong, who was sniffing around like a dog, and chuckled. Can't you tell? Our village's women's director, Director Deng? Get lost. Zhao family village's women's director, Deng Shulan, was the only woman in the village who wore red lipstick. her voluptuous figure still retaining a certain allure. The men in the village loved to gossip about her, particularly a few old bachelors. Yet, Deng Shulan was already in her mid-40s. As Zhao Jin'an left, he casually remarked, "My sister-in-law, your grandmother, is Yin Xiaolan." Zhao Jiong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. "What? Jin'an, you and your sister-in-law, you?" He pointed at the room, chasing after Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an squeezed toothpaste, crouched by the sink to brush his teeth, and briefly recounted the events of the previous night. "Damn it, Zhao Wei is no man," Zhao Jiong exclaimed in frustration. "I'm going to confront him. They're a married couple." A single statement halted Zhao Jiong in his tracks. Zhao Jin'an glanced toward the vegetable garden where Yin Xiaolan and their grandmother were working, with Wang Jinru and Zhao Yueqian also visible among the crops. In Zhao family village, if men did not work elsewhere, they relied on odd jobs, while women tended to the fields, a very traditional labor model. Zhao Wei was an anomaly, as it seemed such characters existed everywhere. "Let us go. Didn't you say you wanted to check out the mountains?" After catching 2 mountain chickens, they had no luck with wild boars or rabbits. After half an hour of climbing, Zhao Jiong checked the traps he had set, but once again returned empty-handed. Sigh. The game in the mountains is dwindling. He kicked one of the traps, realizing he would soon head to Junsha University and had no need to keep it. He searched the steep slopes a while longer, failing to find a bamboo rat burrow. Bamboo rats could fetch a good price, and many enjoyed eating them. He lamented, "It's a pity I didn't catch a wild boar. One of those could sell for several thousand yuan. By the way, Jin'an, how much do you have left?" "I saved 500. In truth, Zhao Jin'an had merely carried the fish basket, but they split the earnings. He was left with 2,000, which he had deposited in the bank. "Let us head back. We can dig for bamboo shoots during the winter break." This was Zhao Jiong's forte, making Zhao Jin'an feel somewhat inept, as if he were a mere scholar of no practical use. Upon returning, Zhao Jin'an repaid the 2,000 yuan he had borrowed from their grandmother. She stubbornly refused to take it back. Ultimately, Zhao Jin'an insisted that if his living expenses were insufficient, he would call home, and only then did she accept it. As for the leftover 356 yuan, he purposely chose not to repay that amount. Zhao Jin'an understood his grandmother's sentiments. If he meticulously accounted for every penny, she would surely have thoughts about it. However, any money he earned from roadside stalls would always be given to her, and she was well aware that he often slipped her an extra 5 or 10 yuan. Furthermore, why did he always manage to sell out of watermelons? It wasn't as if she hadn't sold things by the roadside before. After that night, Yin Xiaolan did not continue staying at Zhao Jin'an's home. However, whenever he set up a stall by the roadside, she would come to keep him company in the afternoons. "Xiaolan, since you love children so much, why not have one yourself?" No one batted an eye, as both Zhao Yueqian and Zhao Jiong were almost always around. After setting up a stall a few times, several village women became familiar with Zhao Jin'an, engaging in conversation to pass the time, as roadside selling could be quite dull. In Chapter 30, Zhao Jin'an was reticent, yet they seemed to enjoy seeking his company. They even went so far as to place their baskets alongside his and take refuge in the shade of a tree. Zhao Jin'an was puzzled as to why older women seemed to favor him, particularly those who were married. One named Tian Suifeng, a woman in her 50s, would often tease him, "Auntie, you're already a grandmother." Perhaps it was Zhao Jin'an's reclusive nature that set him apart from Zhao Jiong, who rode his motorcycle around the village. Not only the older villagers, but also the newly married women who had recently entered Zhao family village might have thought he wasn't one of them when they first saw him. One time, after school, 2 young women in the village kindly stopped him to ask who he was looking for. "Jin'an, you're so handsome, just like a young lady," one remarked. Zhao Jin'an replied, "Auntie, is it polite to flatter someone so?" The women erupted into laughter, seeming to enjoy teasing the village youth, though matchmaking efforts were often reliant on such connections. "Jin'an, I have a niece who is quite charming," Tian Suifeng said while grasping Zhao Jin'an's hand. "When she comes to visit for the new year, I'll introduce you to her. She's quite diligent." Zhao Jin'an, feeling somewhat cornered, could only nod in agreement, saying, "All right. But Aunt Tian, I'm just starting university." Beside them, Yin Xiaolan held Zhao Yueqian and stole glances at Zhao Jin'an, stifling a giggle. "Aunt Tian, how old is your niece?" Zhao Jiong chimed in, grinning widely. "She is probably in her 3rd year of middle school and does exceptionally well academically." Tian Suifeng's voice boomed. "She could go to the same university as Jin'an." Zhao Jiong scratched his head and quipped, "Aunt Tian, aren't you rushing things a bit? How old is she in the 3rd year?" Laughter erupted among everyone, with someone teasing, "Aunt Tian, I've seen your niece. You're being a bit too optimistic." "Aren't you? She is not even your daughter, so why try to match her with Jin'an?" Tian Suifeng soon found herself in a spat with that person, declaring, "My daughter married early. Otherwise, I would have snatched Jin'an back home." The retort was met with, "Your daughter isn't worthy of Jin'an. He is a university student." Laughter echoed along the roadside. Zhao Jin'an joined in the mirth. Tian Suifeng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Look at Jin'an. Doesn't she resemble a little bride when she smiles?" Observing her fellow villagers, Zhao Jin'an ground a small stone beneath her foot, contemplating the possibility of assisting them in their pursuit of prosperity. At that moment, a passing Land Rover Range Rover halted by the roadside, honking its horn. Business was incoming. As they hailed from the same village, they exchanged watermelons and pears, with large customers purchasing them by the basketful to stow in their trunks. Vendors frequently set up stalls by the road, and if a driver favored one seller, the others would cheerfully support them, fostering a spirit of camaraderie rather than malicious competition. This was a business acumen cultivated over many years. Zhao Jin'an remained indifferent, embodying a serene demeanor. However, when the female drivers disembarked, they invariably gravitated towards her. It was reminiscent of a transaction where a few dozen or 100 coins could yield several watermelons and a handful of pears. Zhao Jin'an's roadside stall bore a resemblance to a modern-day live stream, albeit with a sparse audience, awaiting a fortuitous encounter, a wealthy lady. As the female driver stepped out, the interest of the other women waned. It was evident she was there to purchase from Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an, a woman donned in large sunglasses, tailored trousers, and a crisp white shirt, removed her shades and inquired with a smile, "What are you doing here?" "Selling watermelons," Zhao Jin'an replied. "Watermelons? Ha ha." Luo Jinji paused, observing Zhao Jin'an surrounded by several women, before bursting into laughter. She was neither mocking Zhao Jin'an for selling watermelons by the roadside, nor simply amused. She was intrigued. Who was this woman? How did she know Jin'an? More importantly, how did they know each other? Yin Xiaolan and Zhao Ziyong exchanged glances, taking note of the Land Rover, a rare 2006 model, which was quite expensive. A vendor by the roadside needed a keen eye to discern which vehicles were of higher value. Frankly, they were worlds apart. In 2006, the village chief owned a second-hand Toyota, which was a considerable status symbol. "Jin'an, who is she?" Zhao Ziyong whispered. A businesswoman," came the reply. Zhao Jin'an was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Luo Jinji, who had intended to seek her out in Zhao family village. And she certainly hadn't anticipated finding her selling watermelons by the roadside. The stark contrast between 3 million and a roadside stall was striking, especially for a would-be college student. If someone approached you, expressing interest in purchasing your company, you would instinctively probe their intentions. Luo Jinji found herself increasingly curious about Zhao Jin'an, with a resume in hand. Investigating someone was a trivial task. Oddly, the inquiry seemed to halt without further development. Was this how business was typically conducted? "President Luo, would you like to taste some watermelon?" Zhao Jin'an offered. "Sure, I'll take a slice." The atmosphere remained lively, while Zhao Jin'an appeared at ease. Did she not find my sudden appearance curious? Or was her reflex arc simply extended? Luo Jinji accepted a slice of watermelon, glancing down at the bamboo basket, and asked, "How much for the watermelons?" 50 cents per pound. "And the Wangwali pears?" "This must be Wangwali, right?" "Yes, grown by my family, $1 per pound." "Are they sweet?" "Very sweet. My grandmother cultivates them." Their conversation flowed easily, prompting the question, who would ever respond negatively to a customer's inquiry about sweetness? Yet, Luo Jinji focused on the latter part of Zhao Jin'an's statement, noting that Zhao's grandmother held significant importance in her life, especially since her father had tragically passed away when she was in elementary school. This suggested that Zhao Jin'an was likely a person of gratitude and kindness. Luo Jinji regarded Zhao Jin'an with a warm smile, asking, "Would $100 suffice for your watermelons and pears?" "That should be about right." "Then I shall purchase them." "You can weigh them." "No need for weighing." Several women eagerly grabbed their bags. The fruits were not from large-scale cultivation. They were simply surplus from their home, traded for a bit of cash. A few extra pounds would yield only a few coins, but the critical aspect was the exchange of money. "Jin'an, what a big boss you are," Tian Suifeng remarked, her voice laced with playful incredulity. Yin Xiaolan, watching Luo Jinji approach the Land Rover, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as she listened to Zhao Jin'an's responses. Zhao Ziyong was equally anxious. He felt the need to know everyone Zhao Jin'an associated with. "Jin'an, a Range Rover. I sought a summer job," Zhao Jin'an was saying when Luo Jinji beckoned. "Zhao Jin'an, come pour me some water." How refined. Eating watermelon and washing hands with mineral water. They were unaware that Luo Jinji was in the business of selling bottled water. Moreover, what was so refined about that? Observing Luo Jinji's apparent fondness for Zhao Jin'an, Tian Suifeng couldn't suppress her complaints. Being pretty is advantageous. Auntie. Jin'an is handsome. Pretty is a term for girls, Yin Xiaolan corrected. Jin'an is indeed beautiful. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Tian Suifeng chuckled. Yin Xiaolan smiled, but kept her eyes on Zhao Jin'an and Luo Jinji. Can't you serve yourself? Why ask Jin'an to pour the water for you? Ha ha. Jin'an is still a college student. You see, even the boss comes personally to seek summer help, which underscores the importance of education. How many college students do we have in our village this year? 3. Zhao Ji'an counted on his fingers, then realized, no, there are about 6 or 7. What about me? The women glanced at him, as if to say, does a junior college student count? Beautiful boss, the trunk is full, it won't fit. Then place it in the back seat. Luo Jinji opened the car door, looking at Zhao Jin'an, saying, consider this a benefit for the factory. Come with me, Zhao Jin'an. Let's have a chat. This invitation was directed at everyone present. Luo Jinji had come to Zhao family village out of sheer curiosity, and encountering Zhao Jin'an at her stall had largely satiated that curiosity. Whether or not she would visit Zhao family village was already known to her. Zhao Jin'an selected a large, round Wangwali pear for Zhao Yueqian and told Yin Xiaolan, sister-in-law, please inform my grandmother. All right. After completing the transaction, 500 exchanged hands, and Luo Jinji moved to the driver's seat, calling, Zhao Jin'an, get in. Sit in the passenger seat. She directed Zhao Jin'an, who skillfully opened the door and took her seat. With that, they departed, leaving the others in a state of astonishment, gazing after the retreating Land Rover. Zhao Ji'an muttered, how come I didn't know Jin'an was looking for a summer job? My brother said he would take me to school in Junsha. Zhao Yueqian, clutching the Wangwali pear in one hand and a 50-cent popsicle in the other, said innocently, wait, summer vacation is over. Isn't Jin'an going to college? Chapter 31. The Straight Man in 2006. Private cars were still a rarity on the roads. Luo Jinji, one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the gear shift, noticed Zhao Jin'an fastening her seatbelt with practiced ease after getting into the car. How peculiar. It's unusual for someone riding in a private vehicle for the first time to possess such awareness. Even if they find the seatbelt, they might not know where to insert it. Zhao Jin'an, are you quite law-abiding? Luo Jinji glanced at the seatbelt latch. In those days, traffic regulations were not as stringent. The presence of cameras monitoring seatbelt usage in passenger seats was scarce, and penalties were rare. Luo Jinji's inquiry about the seatbelt was, in essence, a question of whether someone so meticulous could thrive in business. In that era, the logistics industry was dominated by entrepreneurs who had fought their way to success. Safety first. Zhao Jin'an deftly sidestepped the topic. President Luo, the spot where you parked earlier is where my father had an accident on his motorcycle. Safety first? A double entendre? Luo Jinji shot a surprised glance at Zhao Jin'an, who seemed oblivious to the implication and continued to elucidate the various questions lingering in her mind. Zhao Jin'an, why didn't you call me? You aren't selling the company, so why would I call you? Luo Jinji felt a pang of frustration. Was this man so oblivious to social nuances that he could never find a girlfriend? He had been blessed with a handsome appearance. Zhao Jin'an continued, if I were to reach out to you, even if you were considering selling your company, you would likely take the opportunity to inflate the price. However, I simply do not possess the means to acquire your business. Luo Jinji found herself utterly captivated by Zhao Jin'an's innocence. Zhao Jin'an, is there nothing you won't share with me? Even your financial limitations? How can we negotiate under such circumstances? It's quite apparent, isn't it? What do you mean by apparent? Don't you understand that the one who takes the initiative is at a disadvantage? Luo Jinji nearly doubled over with laughter, yet Zhao Jin'an remained earnestly serious. You mentioned that your company has invested over 3 million. Thus, you certainly wouldn't sell it to me at a bargain. Therefore, even if you were willing to sell, I currently cannot afford such a sum. And the rest more? Luo Jinji's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she realized Zhao Jin'an had a point. There was an endearing sincerity about him. Regarding your Land Rover, Zhao Jin'an continued, touching the door handle. The fact that it's in nearly new condition indicates that the company's finances haven't reached a point where selling shares is imperative. Luo Jinji nodded in agreement. Then, why did you seek me out today, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Jin'an turned to look at her, and Luo Jinji, with a mischievous glint in her eye, asked, if I were to sell you the company right now, could you gather 3 million? Zhao Jin'an, with an air of meticulousness, replied, if your company sells to me, I will transfer the funds immediately upon signing the contract. Luo Jinji scrutinized him for a few seconds, suppressing her smile as she pressed the accelerator. Let me take you somewhere. 15 minutes later, after navigating the city and entering a scenic area, they arrived at a water treatment facility. A small truck was parked outside, where several workers were busy loading supplies. Lu, come here. I brought you some watermelons and pears. Luo Jinji called to them as she exited the vehicle. Lu and the workers approached, glancing curiously at Zhao Jin'an. Mr. Luo, who is this? Your cousin? Yes, he is my cousin, a university student, she replied. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, the sunlight illuminating her features, particularly her enticingly glossed lips. Zhao Jin'an surveyed the factory and the road leading up to the Dongjiang Lake scenic area. University student, you'll be starting school soon, right? Luo Jinji inquired. Yes. Zhao Jin'an found himself puzzled by her sudden interest in him. I thought you were quite honest, but it seems you also mislead. Luo Jinji remarked with a hint of melancholy. Your resume claims you graduated from a normal university, yet you're just about to enter your freshman year. What does that mean? Is my marketing director merely a summer intern? Mr. Luo, I apologize. I fabricated my resume just to meet you. Zhao Jin'an responded sincerely. An oral apology? I didn't expect you to climb the ladder so easily, Luo Jinji teased. Show me some sincerity. If I were to offer you the position of marketing director, what would you do? You didn't say anything that day. Zhao Jin'an shook his head. I am not your company's marketing director. Luo Jinji chuckled softly, realizing how genuinely earnest Zhao Jin'an was. Unlike other boys who would boast about their insights, he remained steadfastly honest, particularly in the presence of a beautiful boss. Come now, tell me your thoughts, she urged, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. If it's merely about distribution, we need not discuss display. If the funds are sufficient, the fast-moving consumer goods sector is well aware of the traditional mixed sales model involving sales teams, third-party collaborations, outsourcing, and distributors. Your sales team must be struggling, Zhao Jin'an observed. Indeed, Luo Jinji conceded. It was evident. A simple visit to a few small shops would make that clear. Your company's profit primarily comes from selling bottled mineral water, Zhao Jin'an continued, gesturing towards the truck. In governmental sectors, competition for bottled water isn't as fierce, and you benefit from lower transportation costs. This was the truth. Whether from local springs or brands like Waha or Ibao, none had focused on bottled water sales. It had long been a retained market for mineral water companies in various cities. Yet, could bottled water really compete with small bottles sold at 2 yuan each? The geographical limitations were significant. One cannot simply transport bottled water from Qinzhou to Junsha. Not to mention the market entry challenges and transportation costs that would dilute any competitive advantage. Luo Jinji refrained from responding directly, recognizing it as a company secret that was not to be disclosed. Mr. Luo, you are ambitious. You wish to expand, to sell your mineral water beyond Zixing and Qinzhou. Zhao Jin'an stated plainly. You seek an alternative route through the juice market. While the flavors of mineral water are similar, juice offers a distinct experience. And yet, you haven't even penetrated the Zixing market. Straightforward fellow, that part didn't require your commentary. Luo Jinji retorted. So, Zhao, do you have any brilliant ideas? For a prospective university student to be so knowledgeable indicated he had done his homework. Luo Jinji's lips parted slightly in a flirtatious manner, as if to suggest a hidden agenda. Mr. Luo, you aren't my cousin, and I am certainly not your marketing director. Zhao Jin'an picked up a bottle of mineral water, squeezing it gently. The bottle crumpled under his grip. No need to squeeze it, Luo Jinji replied, showing her cleverness. 1 yuan per bottle. Even the bottle incurs costs. Anyone in business knows to use good containers when profit is at stake. This is a vicious cycle. Consider Hongda Ice Spring, selling at 350 a bottle, or glass bottles priced over 10 yuan each. People still buy? Chapter 32, Loyalty. Zhao Jin'an, forget university. Come work for me instead. I will offer you a salary, a guaranteed monthly wage of 10,000, Luo Jinji unexpectedly proposed. Feeling an instinctual belief that Zhao Jin'an might be capable of achieving something remarkable. In the company, you will only need to be responsible to me, she added. As for the value of that 10,000 monthly salary, let us put it this way. The flashy advertisements plastered on bus stops and telephone poles, promising hefty salaries for various jobs, are all luring people with monthly wages exceeding 10,000. If you step beyond Qinzhou, we can negotiate further. Luo Jinji's expression was earnest, showcasing her utmost sincerity. Mr. Luo, I cannot work for you, Zhao Jin'an firmly declined. Moreover, my grandmother wishes to see me attend university. Zhao Jin'an, help me. Luo Jinji stepped closer, standing before him and tilting her head upward. Why not be my little brother? That way, it won't count as working for me. You can pursue your studies, and I will provide for you. After your graduation, the company will always welcome you. Luo Jinji was serious, contemplating the costs of supporting Zhao Jin'an. For years of tuition, perhaps 20,000? Monthly living expenses, 1 or 2,000. Supporting a university student would be a burden for his grandmother and Wang Jinru. But for Luo Jinji, It might equate to the annual maintenance of her Land Rover. Yet, Luo Jinji still harbored doubts about Zhao Jin'an's ability to procure 3 million, or perhaps it was a subconscious oversight. Zhao Jin'an stepped back, creating distance between them. Shaking his head, Luo Jinji was taken aback. Isn't this offer generous enough? You wouldn't need to sacrifice anything. And why are you stepping back? Am I not attractive enough? What a blow to my ego. Zhao Jin'an, do you prefer men? Luo Jinji asked hesitantly, contemplating that possibility, feeling it would be quite unfortunate. Then how could we be siblings or friends? How could I support you? Zhao Jin'an replied earnestly, I had a girlfriend, but we broke up recently. Faced with the earnest and serious Zhao Jin'an, Luo Jinji found herself at a loss for words. Did this seemingly straightforward young man lack any sense of humor? If he encountered a more charming fellow, he would undoubtedly have quipped, Sister Luo, just give it a try and see. Jin'an, shall we take a stroll? Since you are here, let's have a look around. However, this version of Zhao Jin'an reassures Luo Jinji. He is remarkably sincere, requiring no defenses. Besides, a water plant harbors no clandestine secrets. The plant itself is modest in size, with a sign at the entrance reading, Xiangnan Province, Dongjiang Mountain Spring Drinking Water Company. Limited. Luo Jinji guided Zhao Jin'an through the water treatment and bottling workshops. Overall, there was a legitimate production process here, far removed from the shoddy operations of tap water bottling. The procedure includes coarse filtration, fine filtration, deionization purification, ion exchange, reverse osmosis, distillation, sterilization, bottling, and sealing, a comprehensive process. Indeed, it is no wonder that Luo Jinji mentioned her investments over the past 3 years have exceeded 3 million. The initial setup of this plant, along with the water extraction permit, incurs substantial costs, not to mention her investments in the development of juice beverages. General Manager Luo, how many processes does Dongjiang Impression undergo? Zhao Jin'an recalled the claims of Waham mineral water from the future, which asserts it undergoes 27 processes. Their laboratories utilize the brand's mineral water. Luo Jinji halted, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Jin'an at the water treatment area, amidst slight noise. From selecting natural water sources, protecting the water source, to real-time monitoring of the raw water outside, there are 56 core processes in this water treatment phase. Coarse filtration involves sand filtration, while activated carbon adsorbs to remove suspended solids and impurities. Fine filtration employs ultrafiltration to intercept tiny particles and colloids. Membrane filtration is a crucial step responsible for eliminating heavy metals, bacteria, and viruses, what we refer to as purification. Following this, ultraviolet light and ozone are used for sterilization. Lastly, mineral adjustment regulates the proportions that define the taste of the mineral water. Luo Jinji picked up a bottle of mineral water and remarked, Zhao Jin'an, what seems like a mere bottle of water, priced at 1 yuan, is far from simple, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Jin'an nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, as they exited the plant, Zhao Jin'an planned to return home, expressing his desire to stroll along Dongjiang Lake without needing an escort. Zhao Jin'an, do you have nothing to say to me? Luo Jinji called from behind. Zhao Jin'an paused, turned back, and gazed at Luo Jinji, saying, General Manager Luo, if your company lacks significant financial investment, I advise against pursuing the juice category. This market is challenging, and it is nowhere near as large as that of mineral water. Focus on managing the Zixing market. This is your stronghold before expanding into Qinzhou. For you, that should suffice. This was Zhao Jin'an's counsel to Luo Jinji. As the development and promotion of juice requires substantial funding, particularly for advertising and publicity. If Luo Jinji refrains from unnecessary ventures and secures the bottled water market in Zixing, she could comfortably operate as a small business owner. Watching Zhao Jin'an ascend the slope and gradually disappear, Luo Jinji felt a surge of frustration. If only he would share something, it would be less exasperating. Just then, Hu Chun appeared. General Manager, do you hold such high hopes for him? After 3 years, what progress have we made? Luo Jinji glanced at him before turning her gaze back to the empty slope. Perhaps he can stir something up. Hu Chun scoffed inwardly, thinking she might be eager to adopt him as a younger brother. In the current market, carbonated beverages, dominated by Pepsi and Coca-Cola, exert pressure, while dairy products are ruled by the giants Ili and Mengniu. In the realm of mineral water, we have 3 major players, Nongfu Spring, Waha, and Yibao. The high-end segment is claimed by Baishui Mountain, and even the affordable 1 yuan segment is contested by Master Kong in the lower-tier markets. An 18-year-old prospective college student. How amusing. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an walked down the mountain path. Driving takes 10 minutes, while walking requires half an hour. The scenery along the way is exquisite. Dongjiang Lake, a 5A rated tourist attraction, has not been visited by him in many years. Such is life. When I visit your city, you visit mine. However, Dongjiang Lake was awarded the 5A rating in 2015, and presently, no entrance fee is required. At the hydropower station, he picked up a stone and tossed it onto the lake's surface. Jin'an, when we get married, let's take our wedding photos at Dongjiang Lake. Mu Yao once told Zhao Jin'an. In his previous life, he believed her. After parting ways with Mu Yao, he never returned to Dongjiang Lake again. The teachings of his grandmother hold immense significance for Zhao Jin'an. She is a towering figure in his heart. His grandfather passed away early, leaving her to raise 4 children alone. Zhao Jin'an admires his grandfather, for his grandmother spent her lifetime proving her loyalty to him. Her teachings have profoundly influenced Zhao Jin'an, instilling in him notions about the man being the pillar of the household, the virtues of hard work leading to prosperity, and her perspectives on relationships and the world. In an era before the proliferation of short videos and the internet, the 18-year-old Zhao Jin'an had never ventured beyond Qinzhou. His grandmother was his guiding light. These ideas shaped much of his life until he left home for Junsha, where he discovered that some of his grandmother's beliefs were flawed. When he realized that a house he bought for 500,000 yuan, after 10 years, sold for 5 million, he suddenly understood, wealth is not tied to hard work. Relationships vary between individuals. In comparison, Mu Yao does not strike him as a faithful woman. Duan Xiaoping did not spend her life demonstrating loyalty to Zhao Guoqing. There is no absolute right or wrong. 3 days before the start of the school term, Duan Xiaoping returned, carrying her belongings. Approaching the unplastered 2-story house, she hesitated momentarily. Having left this home for 6 or 7 years, her son was about to enter college. Chapter 33, The Unnoticed Passage of 67 Years. There was no prior notice given to anyone. Who would she inform upon returning in this identity? She did call Zhao Jin'an in advance, but he merely responded with an "oh" before hanging up. Zhao Jin'an did not specifically inform his grandmother or aunt. Yet both anticipated Duan Xiaoping would return before the school term. Wang Jinru leaned against the front door, her face beaming. "Oh, sister-in-law, you're here." "Jinru." Duan Xiaoping snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as she hurried up the steps. She could detect the sarcasm in Wang Jinru's tone. Yet Zhao Jin'an indeed received her care. "Where's Qianqian?" Duan Xiaoping made an effort to express goodwill. "Isn't Qianqian starting elementary school? I bought her a new backpack." "Jin'an, your mother is back." Wang Jinru called out loudly. Duan Xiaoping, carrying her belongings, first headed for the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen door, she called, "Mom, dinner will be ready soon." That night, Grandma had told Zhao Wei that the Zhao family had no such women, clearly indicating Duan Xiaoping did not qualify. As she remarried 4 years after Zhao Guoqing's passing, one cannot expect a woman in her early 30s to spend her entire life alone. Such expectations are unrealistic. Yet to assert that Grandma harbors no grudges would also be unrealistic. Sister-in-law, Yin Xiaolan was in the kitchen helping out, stoking the fire at the stove in the sweltering summer. "Xiaolan." Duan Xiaoping set down her belongings at the door and walked in to lend a hand. Familiar with the kitchen built during Zhao Guoqing's time, she had spent many years busying herself with her grandmother in this very kitchen, where the entire family enjoyed harmonious moments together. Jin'an resembles his mother more. Yin Xiaolan had only married in 2 years prior. By then, Duan Xiaoping had already remarried. However, she had seen photos of Zhao Guoqing and Duan Xiaoping in their youth. Zhao Guoqing, leaning against a motorcycle, exuded a youthful vigor, while Duan Xiaoping sported a fashionable perm of the era, radiating joy and happiness. Hard work leads to prosperity. Being able to purchase a motorcycle and build a 2-story brick house in the 1990s indicates that Zhao Guoqing was indeed industrious. Although the red brick house appears rather shabby now, it was quite impressive at the time. In recent days, Tian Suifeng remarked to Zhao Jin'an that Zhao Guoqing was among the earliest affluent individuals in the village and also referred to him as a handsome man. During the meal, Grandma politely urged Duan Xiaoping to help herself to more dishes, as if Duan Xiaoping were a more esteemed guest than Yin Xiaolan. Zhao Yueqian, unable to contain her excitement, slung her backpack over her shoulder and dashed around the hall, glancing at Duan Xiaoping perched on the high stool. "Aunt, my brother said he would take me to school in Junsha. That sounds wonderful." Duan Xiaoping affectionately ruffled Zhao Yueqian's hair, then hesitated before producing 5,000 yuan from her bag in front of Grandma and Wang Jinru. "Jin'an, this is for your tuition." Although she had left this household, Duan Xiaoping had not entirely severed her ties with Zhao Jin'an. After the college entrance examination, she had given him 1,000 yuan. But this was the first time she presented such a substantial sum in one go. Zhao Jin'an, holding a bowl, lowered his head, refusing to accept the money. Yin Xiaolan, also holding a bowl, picked at her rice with her eyes darting around. The room fell into a brief silence, with no one daring to speak. Outside, the call of the birds could be heard. Duan Xiaoping had arrived just before noon and would need to return in the afternoon. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the money in her hand and said, "I have enough." Upon hearing Zhao Jin'an speak, Wang Jinru chimed in, "Sister-in-law, Jin'an has his tuition covered. The village awarded him 2,000 yuan, and his uncle transferred 3,000 yuan, so it is sufficient. Then let it be considered as living expenses." With living expenses also sorted, Jin'an and Zhao Jiong had earned money selling fish over the summer. Strangely, Wang Jinru, who often complained about Zhao Jin'an's expenditures, now seemed to deliberately refuse the money Duan Xiaoping offered. 5,000 is quite a sum, Grandma interjected. "You should keep it for now. Jin'an won't need that much for living expenses next year." Grandma did not close the matter entirely. After a moment of insistence from Duan Xiaoping, she noticed everyone withdrawing their hands. Following the meal, Duan Xiaoping pulled Zhao Jin'an into the bedroom, scanning the room for a suitcase. "Jin'an, where's your suitcase?" "Just a few pieces of clothing. Have you brought your acceptance letter and ID?" Duan Xiaoping asked, sitting on the bed to check carefully. Zhao Jin'an leaned against the wall in silence. Since Duan Xiaoping had left this home, their mother-son relationship had transformed into this muted exchange. "Sister-in-law, I've packed everything Jin'an needs for university," Wang Jinru interjected. Grandma shot her a glare, prompting Wang Jinru to pout and pull Zhao Yueqian back. Yin Xiaolan, clearing the dining table, suppressed a laugh. "Grandma, let me wash the dishes." She noticed that Wang Jinru seemed to be deliberately competing with Duan Xiaoping for her son's attention. Yin Xiaolan was diligent, while Wang Jinru appeared somewhat lazy. In truth, Wang Jinru and Duan Xiaoping had a decent relationship. It was evident from how Zhao Yueqian called Duan Xiaoping aunt. Duan Xiaoping returned a few times each year. Otherwise, why would she be addressed so? As for the man Duan Xiaoping had married, his name was Song Chaoan. Zhao Jin'an had only met Song Chaoan once and had not visited their home in the past. Song Chaoan had a daughter, Song Wanha, who was 3 years older than Zhao Jin'an and had graduated from a vocational school. According to previous timelines, she should currently be working in Qinzhou. In Zhao Jin'an's past life, he had encountered Song Wanha only twice, both times when she sought him out. Once was just before Duan Xiaoping remarried, when Song Wanha discreetly visited Zhao Jin'an at school. The second time was during university, when Song Wanha came to Junsha to see him. Later, after Song Wanha married, she called to invite Zhao Jin'an to her wedding, but he did not attend. Occasionally, Song Wanha would text Zhao Jin'an, but he seldom replied. He had heard that Duan Xiaoping and Song Wanha got along well, though Zhao Jin'an paid little attention to it. If Duan Xiaoping were suffering over there, she could return to this home, and Grandma would likely not object. Of course, this was before the birth of Song Jieyue, Duan Xiaoping and Song Chaoan's daughter, on September 5th. Typically, the start of the academic year for new university students is delayed by a few days. In the final days before the semester, Zhao Jin'an would venture into the mountains to gather firewood. This task required no particular skill. Every time he returned home from school, he would prepare firewood for the household, neatly stacking it against the kitchen's outer wall. He was uncertain when he would return from studying in Junsha, perhaps during the National Day holiday or the winter break. Early in the morning, as the sun began to rise over the mountains, Zhao Jin'an donned dark trousers and a white t-shirt, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he stepped outside. "Jin'an, off to university?" "Oh, Grandma is quite sprightly today, sending her grandson off to school." Along the way, he encountered villagers who were enjoying porridge from large bowls, perhaps admiring Grandma for raising 4 children alone. Unbeknownst to them, her grandson had once again gained admission to university. Why did it seem so surprising? Because Zhao Jin'an was quite the outlier in the village. He rarely ventured outside unless it involved work, and even during this summer, he had only been seen a few times, all while laboring to earn money, not idling about the village. It was no wonder Tian Cuifing had likened him to a little bride. Indeed, Grandma was in high spirits today, leading Zhao Jin'an by the hand in a moment of pride, perhaps unaware of the adage that among all pursuits, education is supreme. However, in Xiangnan province, education is held in high regard, a deeply ingrained belief unlike in some regions where, upon finishing secondary education, many opt to abandon academia for business ventures with relatives. Chapter 34, Two Extremes. Wang Jinru walked alongside Zhao Yueqian, easily conversing with anyone, her tone infused with pride. "Of course, our Jin'an has enrolled in the normal university. Furthermore, he even plans to pursue a master's degree and then a doctorate." Zhao Jin'an responded, "Aunt, I'm only starting my freshman year. Why are you already planning my graduate studies?" "Jinru, there are no rewards for graduate studies in the village, haha." Laughter erupted as someone teased her about her frequent visits to the village committee in pursuit of rewards, disregarding distinctions between 211 and 985 universities. Merely seeking to benefit from the village's resources, Wang Jinru was unfazed, her pride unabashed. Uft, who would look down on a mere 2,000 yuan? We can certainly manage. Without a doubt, Zhao Guohua had transferred 3,000 yuan over, and the villagers surely knew. Wang Jinru was not one to do good deeds anonymously. The village loudspeaker had not broadcast the news, as she lacked the authority. Otherwise, it would have been announced thrice a day. Yin Xiaolan lagged a few steps behind, admiring the tall figure ahead, her heart filled with joy yet tinged with reluctance. Having spent over 3 months together, this was the longest time she had shared with Zhao Jin'an. The next meeting might not occur until the winter break. The group ascended the slope, where Zhao Jiong awaited by the roadside. His parents, Zhao Yuejin and Lu Tenghua, were also present. Jinan, why are you so late? Zhao Jiong carried a backpack, with a suitcase at his feet, refusing to have his parents accompany him to university. Zhao Yuejin and Lu Tenghua exchanged pleasantries with grandma, while Zhao Jiong addressed Zhao Jinan as uncle, as their generational titles were the same. Thus, Zhao Yuejin and Lu Tenghua would also refer to Wang Jinru as aunt, though they would not do so in practice, as they were not direct relatives. As they passed by a bus heading to the city, Zhao Jiong eagerly flagged it down. After September 1st, the rush for school had subsided, and the bus was not crowded. Jinan, double-check your acceptance letter, ID, and train ticket. Don't forget your train ticket. Wang Jinru reminded him, approaching to whisper, once you arrive at school, focus solely on paying your tuition, understood? Got it. Have you remembered your phone? Yes. This was Zhao Jinan's first time traveling far. Wang Jinru was exercising her maternal rights, even though she felt reassured about her son. She couldn't help but offer a few more pieces of advice. At that moment, Grandma could not interject. She was pleased to see Wang Jinru so attentive. If you run short on money, call your aunt, but remember to budget wisely, all right? Understood. And Wang Jinru stepped closer, tugging at Zhao Jinan's shirt hem. Be cautious with girlfriends. They can be expensive. Don't be foolish, got it? Aunt, I understand. Wang Jinru didn't know the term simp, but she understood its meaning perfectly. She was worried Zhao Jinan would get taken advantage of. She didn't want him to be frugal at school, spending his money on girls. His family wasn't well off. Zhao Guohua only earned a little over 1,000 yuan a month. Zhao Yueqian was starting elementary school soon, and there were also social obligations and other expenses. Most importantly, Zhao Jinan seemed too easy to bully. That girl named Mu Yao from that day, Zhao Jinan seemed very obedient to her. Wang Jinru felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. She could tell at a glance that Mu Yao came from a well-off family and wasn't the type to be frugal. Are you getting on or off? The ticket seller urged from the bus door. Grandma, I'm leaving. Okay, goodbye, sister-in-law. Zhao Jinan stepped onto the bus and looked at Yin Xiaolan again. Yin Xiaolan smiled and waved. Be careful. Call us when you get to school. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Zhao Jiong had already grabbed his suitcase and gone up to reserve a seat, then leaned out and waved to Yin Xiaolan. The bus started moving quickly, and the group of people on the roadside didn't move, watching the direction it departed. In their minds, both Zhao Jinan and Zhao Jiong were going on a long trip. Rewards for good grades, travel, summer camps, were games for rich kids. Only after the bus disappeared from sight did Yin Xiaolan silently say in her heart, goodbye. You told me that day that if things weren't going well, we get a divorce. If we divorce and leave Zhao family village, how will we ever see each other again? Zhao Jiong was very excited the whole way. It was truly his first time going on a long trip. Jinan, why do you only have one bag? What's in your suitcase? Clothes. A huge winter down jacket. He was a little envious of Zhao Jinan having only one bag. In high school, you had to wear a school uniform. And Zhao Jinan had a decent down jacket, bought for him by Duan Xiaoping last Chinese New Year, but Zhao Jinan hadn't brought it. At a fork in the road in the city, the two got out of the car and waited by the roadside for the bus to Qinzhou. They didn't need to go into the city anymore. All the buses to Qinzhou passed through here. Zhao Jinan. Suddenly, someone shouted, Jinan. It's you, Fei. Zhao Jiong pointed to a passing black Volkswagen. Looks like Mu Yao's dad's car, right? The back window rolled down, and Yu Fei leaned out, shouting and waving at Zhao Jinan by the roadside. The black Volkswagen slowed down for about 2 seconds. The driver, Mu Rinxiang, glanced out the window and then at the rearview mirror. Mu Yao was leaning out to look at the roadside. There's no room, Mu Rinxiang said. Indeed, there wasn't enough room. There were 3 people in the back, Yu Fei, Mu Yao, and Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing was taking Yu Fei to school. She didn't know anything and asked Yu Fei, are you classmates? Yeah, classmates. Yu Fei glanced at Mu Yao but didn't say anything. Yu Fei and Mu Yao went to the same university and majored in the same field. Mu Renxiang picked up Lu Wenjing and Yu Fei by car, but only dropped them off at Chuncheng Railway Station. At Junsha Railway Station, Zhang Yinxian would pick them up in her BMW. In the passenger seat, Zhang Hui kept looking out the window, her gaze fixed on Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an, hiding from the sun under the tree, only glanced at the Volkswagen before shifting his gaze to the direction the shuttle bus had come from. His expression seemed quite calm in that glance. There was no element of resentment. He didn't lower his head or pretend not to see because he was waiting for the bus on the roadside. On the contrary, the slightly dark-skinned boy next to him looked envious, then his eyes darted away. Strange. Is he really so good at taking things so easily? Zhang Hui pressed Mu Yao several times before Mu Yao finally revealed the truth. Zhao Jin'an blocked me. Are you all happy now? That's just how people are. Zhang Hui didn't want to see Mu Yao and Zhao Jin'an together. But now that Zhao Jin'an had truly let go and disappeared, something still felt off. Or rather, Zhao Jin'an was completely beyond Zhang Hui's control. For a woman with such a strong desire for control, this was a bit of a failure. Lu Wenjing suddenly brought up the subject. By the way, your class monitor. I think he got into Fudan University? Yeah, he left the day before yesterday. I think he flew from Junsha. Yu Fei replied. Lu Wenjing smiled. I think his name is O Chong. A pretty lively boy. Lively. Zhang Hui understood the implication in Lu Wenjing's words and smiled along. At Mu Yao's college entrance celebration, wasn't O Chong quite lively? Trying to socialize and toast like an adult? In the adult's eyes, he seemed a bit too precocious, humorous. Two extremes. One loves to show off, the other is reserved. Recalling Zhao Jin'an's behavior that day, Zhang Hui felt that Zhao Jin'an's precociousness was more natural. Sigh. If only their family backgrounds were different. Chapter 35 Don't Look Back. Arriving at Qinzhou Railway Station, in the era before the subway, the station was packed with people. Don't pay attention to strangers who approach you. Okay. Zhao Jin'an gave a word of advice. Zhao Jiong looked around and responded, then suddenly pointed to a few people at the entrance. Jin'an, your mom and the others. Jin'an. Duan Xiaoping, holding a little girl, waved with a smile. Her son had been admitted to university, and although she hadn't gone to the village, she still wanted to see him off at the train station. Jiayue, say hello to your brother. Duan Xiaoping brought the child over and took her little hand to greet Zhao Jin'an. Song Jiayue was only 3 years old. After looking at Zhao Jin'an for a while, not recognizing him, she ran into her mother's arms. Duan Xiaoping nudged her little body and coaxed. Jiayue, be good, quickly say hello to your brother. Brother the son was a bit strong, and Song Jiayue reluctantly called out, then snuggled back into her mother's arms. Duan Xiaoping looked at her with doting eyes, even fanning her with a sun hat. Jin'an seeing this scene, Zhao Jin'an took out a cigarette and lit it. The two people he least wanted to see were Song Jiayue and Song Chaoan. But Song Jiayue and Song Chaoan were both there. Song Chaoan, with his buzz cut and 175 centimeters height, stood next to Duan Xiaoping, also looking at Song Jiayue and Duan Xiaoping's arms with a doting expression. What? Here to show off their happiness. Zhao Jin'an watched quietly, without saying a word. Zhao Jiong looked embarrassed, glanced at his childhood friend, and said, Auntie, why did you bring Song Chaoan along? Well, now we're just missing Song Wanha. Auntie. Jin'an and I have to catch our train, Zhao Jiong said with a smile. Song Chaoan had come on his own initiative. He had only met Zhao Jin'an once, and he was surprised to see how much he had grown in just a few years, and how he had even been admitted to such a prestigious university as the Normal University. Jin'an, this is a red envelope for you. Song Chaoan took out the prepared red envelope. He had invited Zhao Jin'an to Qinzhou for the new year, but his wife's son had never visited or offered New Year's greetings. Zhao Jin'an looked at the red envelope in Song Chaoan's hand, neither accepting it nor speaking. Song Chaoan said with an awkward smile, Jin'an, this is a small token of my appreciation. Congratulations on getting into university. You didn't have a celebration, so. Duan Xiaoping hugged Song Jiayue expectantly. Jin'an, accept it. This is a small token of your uncle's appreciation. Looking at his mother's beautiful face and hearing the words your uncle, Zhao Jin'an clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and stared at Duan Xiaoping. Who's older, him or Zhao Guoqing? What? Song Chaoan didn't understand for a moment. Upon hearing Zhao Guoqing's name, Duan Xiaoping lowered her head in shame. Zhao Guoqing had been very good to her, doting on his wife, and her grandmother had also been kind to her. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law got along very well. But then Zhao Jin'an added, I have an uncle, but not him. It's Zhao Guohua. This time, Song Chaoan understood. He was embarrassed and at a loss for words. Jin'an, I didn't mean that. Song Chaoan hadn't really considered Zhao Jin'an acknowledging him as her stepfather, but calling him uncle wasn't too much, was it? They left. Zhao Jin'an glanced at him, and Zhao Jiong smiled at them. dragging his suitcase as he followed. Jin'an, are you alright? I'm fine. This was the first time Zhao Jin'an had seen his childhood friend seem angry. Duan Xiaoping, carrying the child, caught up, leaving Song Chaoan standing there, still clutching a 500 yuan red envelope. He sensed the animosity in Zhao Jin'an's eyes towards him. Reminiscent of their first encounter, there was an unmistakable hostility, as he wished his mother would not remarry. Yet, he refrained from voicing it. Song Chaoan understood. After all, a child entering middle school carries the weight of years gone by. Jin'an, you haven't yet met Jia, have you? Duan Xiaoping's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she forced a smile. Since giving birth to Song Jiayue, Zhao Jin'an had not once called to inquire about her well-being or that of Jiayue. It was only the grandmother who called to ask whether it was a boy or a girl, expressing concern for her recovery. That day in the hospital, Duan Xiaoping shed tears of gratitude. Zhao Jin'an glanced at Song Jiayue, empathizing with Duan Xiaoping, hoping to embrace this new sister. Jiayue, call me brother. Zhao Jin'an stepped in to ease the tension, smiling as he gently patted Song Jiayue's cheek. It was his first time meeting her. Duan Xiaoping's expression brightened considerably as she said, Jiayue, let's see your brother off to the train. He going to university. No need. You all can go back. Zhao Jin'an declined. Duan Xiaoping hesitated. Jin'an, Wanhe and I Wanhe? You mean you and Song Wanhe get along well? Zhao Jin'an interrupted, looking at Duan Xiaoping, and, after a moment of silence, chuckled. Can it really be the same? You cook for her and have washed her clothes, haven't you? Yes. How can it be the same? One has an aunt who cares for her, while the other has lost her mother. Duan Xiaoping opened her mouth, but fell silent. Tears finally streaming down her face as she gazed at her 18-year-old son. Jin'an, I should go back. Looking at the time, Zhao Jin'an resolutely turned and walked into the train station, checking his ticket, while Zhao Jin'an, carrying the suitcase, turned back to queue for boarding. Merging with the crowd into the waiting hall. Jin'an, Annie, don't look back. Zhao Jin'an choked on his words, wanting to say that his mother was crying. That many eyes were watching. So many words were stuck in his throat, and he wished for a harmonious scene. The waiting hall was packed, with no seats available. Even the aisles were filled with people, luggage strewn everywhere, some even sitting atop their suitcases. The air was thick with various dialects and the scent of instant noodles, not to mention the odor of sweat. If fortune favored them, the train would only be delayed by half an hour. Zhao Jin'an glanced up at the large screen. Pointing to a less crowded corner, let us go over there. Jin'an, are you really alright? I'm fine. Zhao Jin'an hesitated to ask, noticing how deeply Zhao Jin'an concealed his emotions, but outsiders could hardly comment on such matters. Chapter 36, Not Hiding. Jin'an, I want to eat instant noodles. Zhao Jin'an, who was forthright and had a hearty appetite, felt his stomach rumble at the scent of noodles. Spotting someone selling instant noodles with hot water available, he dashed over. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zhao Jin'an retrieved his phone to inform Wang Jinru about his travel plans. Nodding as he confirmed, he wouldn't wander off, but would wait in the hall for the train. He exchanged a few words with his grandmother, omitting to mention that Duan Xiaoping had come to the train station and met with Song Chaoan and Song Jiayue. Moments later, Zhao Jin'an approached cautiously, carrying 2 bowls of instant noodles. Jin'an, here, catch. It's hot. You eat. I'm not hungry. As dawn broke, their grandmother rose early to prepare breakfast, not porridge, but 4 dishes. Watching Zhao Jin'an consume a large bowl, worried he might go hungry on the journey. Jin'an, are you really not eating? Zhao Jin'an squatted on the ground, devouring his meal. The other bowl sat on the suitcase, steaming. It's a bit expensive. Here, instant noodles cost 5 yuan a bowl. Did your parents still give you pocket money? No, I didn't ask for any. Zhao Jin'an stood up with the noodles, glancing around, and quietly said, I saved 500. That should be enough for this semester. They were to share the earnings of this life equally. Thus, after expenses, they earned 8,000 in 3 months. With Zhao Jin'an having spent a few hundred, Zhao Jin'an still owed his grandmother 2,000, and Yin Xiaolan 300, leaving him with just over 1,000 in cash. Among that, 1,000 was what Duan Xiaoping had insisted on giving him that day in the bedroom. Zhao Jin'an shared this with his grandmother. Feeling it necessary to inform her, he was unsure if Song Chaoan knew, or why he had given him a red envelope separately. Jin'an Muyao. Zhao Jin'an turned to follow the direction of the finger, seeing Mu Rinxiang, Zhang Hui, and Lu Wenjing present. They likely had no seats available either. Yu Fei was engrossed in her phone, while Mu Yao scanned the area. 4 genuine suitcases lay on the ground, not like Zhao Jin'an's, and he feared sitting down would damage them. 3 adults chatted amiably. Don't go over there. Zhao Jin'an called out to Zhao Jin'an, who looked puzzled. Why? It's Mu Yao. We broke up, Zhao Jin'an stated calmly. Zhao Jin'an was taken aback. Don't ask why. It's been 2 months. Zhao Jin'an found it difficult to explain, as many events had yet to unfold. Why? Zhao Ziyong's expression morphed into one of confusion, rich with emotion. Indeed, Mu Yao was beautiful, academically accomplished, and hailed from a good family. In Zhao Ziyong's eyes, she was perfect. No wonder Zhao Jin'an hadn't attended her graduation banquet. Yet he had been sneaking off to the city on occasion. Zhao Jin'an had visited the driving school several times, leading Zhao Ziyong to believe he was on dates with Mu Yao. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Yu Fei. Jin'an, have you arrived? Yu Fei. There's no need to rush. The train is delayed by 32 minutes. Zhao Jin'an tucked away his phone and turned. Don't look, turn around. It was not avoidance. He merely wished not to expend energy dealing with anyone or engaging in unnecessary matters. Zhao Ziyong hesitated, turning back, but couldn't help but glance once more. It was somewhat regrettable. Jin'an, Mu Yao is probably looking for you. Just then, a train heading south began boarding. The waiting hall surged with people, freeing up many seats. Zhao Jin'an, with a sidelong glance at the group, found a relatively distant spot to sit, but the hall was small. And he took out his phone to text Yu Fei. Zhao Jin'an, don't look for me. After sending, he turned to Zhao Ziyong, who stammered, I didn't know. Both Mu Yao and Yu Fei asked about your train. Don't look for me, was indeed direct and rather harsh. On the other side, seeing only 3 words in the text, Yu Fei pouted silently in her heart. Zhang Hui had also glanced around several times, inexplicably wanting to catch Zhao Jin'an's gaze. Even if it held resentment, it would signify he was looking their way. Another 20 minutes passed before the northbound train began boarding. Zhao Jin'an stopped Zhao Ziyong, who was about to rise. No rush, let them go first. The train wouldn't depart for another half hour. In the queue, Mu Yao, with her bag, continually glanced towards the entrance. Yu Fei, do you think Jin'an and the others haven't arrived yet? They'll make it. Yu Fei turned back to glance as well. The young ladies heading to university were burdened with 2 suitcases each and several bags, while Mu Rinxiang dragged a suitcase and carried a bag, especially coming to see his wife and daughter off. Everyone hurried along, laden with luggage, racing against one another. It was unclear what they were rushing for. Time was ample. Could boarding early secure them better seats? Yet this was how people behaved when traveling by train. Zhang Hui, adorned with a Gucci bag, walked confidently, exuding charisma. Zhao Jin'an lingered at the back of the crowd, contemplating how difficult life must be for Mu Rinxiang, married to such a strong-willed and controlling woman. Upon boarding the train, Zhao Ziyong took charge of the suitcase, navigating through the throng to place it on the overhead rack. He was also quite helpful, offering to assist anyone whose mother was sending their daughter off to university. Zhao Jin'an, however, lacked that instinct. He would only respond if someone addressed him directly. There was no way around it. Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong both stood over 180 centimeters tall, which is considered quite tall in the southern regions. Zhao Ziyong appeared robust, with a sun-kissed complexion and an affable demeanor. Thankfully, our friend Yong had gotten rid of that head of yellow hair, the side-swept bangs, before school commenced, allowing him to look people in the eye. Otherwise, with a mere toss of his head and a puff of his lips, those mothers might have worried that his exuberance harbored intentions toward their daughters. Zhao Jin'an sat by the window, observing the industrious Zhao Ziyong, who was sweating profusely, and suddenly let out a chuckle. This train lacked air conditioning, and before it had even started moving, the carriage felt like a large steamer. For someone accustomed to high-speed trains, enduring a regular train ride was quite torturous. The singular advantage was that the connection points allowed for smoking. On the other side, Mu Rinxiang had settled his wife and daughter, assisted Lu Wenjing, and after offering a few parting words, disembarked, purchasing 4 bottles of mineral water to pass through the window. Zhang Hui, your husband is quite considerate, Lu Wenjing remarked with a smile. Zhang Hui beamed with pride and waved to Mu Rinxiang below. All right, you should head back now. 15 minutes later, with a clatter, the green train commenced its slow departure. A glance around revealed that nearly all passengers were parents seeing their children off to university. Everyone eagerly pulled out their prepared snacks. The journey from Qinzhou to Junsha would take about 4.5 hours, coinciding with lunchtime at 11:30. Zhao Jin'an gazed out the window, noticing numerous parents on the platform waving goodbye to their children, lingering with reluctance. He disliked such scenes intensely. Chapter 37. Is it possible to do this? Zhao Jin'an patted his pocket and stood up. I'm going for a smoke. Zhao Ziyong followed suit. Intrigued as it was his first train ride, and everything seemed novel. He grabbed his bag. There were many pickpockets on trains, and with tuition fees running into thousands, some might have their eyes set on such an opportunity. Their gazes were sharp. There would always be someone carrying cash. The connection point already had a few smokers, and Zhao Jin'an pulled out a pack of 4 yuan Lao Bai Sha. Zhao Jiong mischievously produced a pack of 23 yuan huangfu. Jin'an, smoke mine, it's Furong Wang. Huh, you're willing to buy cigarettes? Zhao Jin'an chuckled. Out here, 4 yuan Lao Bai Sha seems a bit too humble. Zhao Jiong tore open a fresh pack of huangfu, exclaiming, Hey, Jin'an, this is just for show. Don't crush the cigarette box like that. It's useful. After you finish, stuff a few Lao Bai Sha in. Zhao Jin'an remarked, genuinely amused by Zhao Jiong's antics. No wonder he could make a pack of Furong Wang last a week in his previous life. Lowering his voice, Zhao Jiong said, There are people around. You smoke Furong Wang, and I'll stick with Lao Bai Sha. Here. Zhao Jin'an leaned against the gap, enjoying the cool breeze. Glancing at the earnest Zhao Jiong, who, despite always assisting him, also made room for him. In the last few days, he even followed him up the mountain to help gather firewood. This person did not shy away from hard work. Over half of what was carried down the mountain was his. If you can't smoke, don't try to. Hee. Weren't you only smoking after the college entrance exams? Zhao Jiong took a deep drag, relishing the moment, brimming with youthful vigor. Jin'an, are you here? At that moment, Yu Fei appeared at the connection point. Clad in deep blue jeans and a white t-shirt, feigning surprise with a cheerful grin. She had excused herself to the restroom, but had come specifically to find Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jiong slyly glanced at Zhao Jin'an and asked, Yu Fei, where are you sitting? Just up ahead. Yu Fei pointed to a carriage. It turned out there were 2 connected carriages, a quirk of the railway ticketing system that often arranged passengers from the same city in the same carriage. Zhao Jin'an took a few steps inward, leaning against the window. Yu Fei followed and looked at him. Hey, are you avoiding Mu Yao? I'm not avoiding her. You say that, but Yu Fei leaned back, casting a glance over her shoulder at Zhao Jin'an. Jin'an, we were desk mates for a semester. You can't just avoid Mu Yao. Indeed, in Yu Fei's eyes, Zhao Jin'an was too quiet, and in the company of Mu Yao, he seemed to be the passive one. Hee. Zhao Jiong chuckled softly, seemingly sharing the sentiment that Zhao Jin'an's personality was far too accommodating, while Mu Yao exhibited a bit of dominance. They were unaware of the events that unfolded in Zhao Jin'an's previous life, oblivious to the fact that he had already traversed this path once. From his conduct in Class 209, it was evident that Mu Yao had the upper hand over Zhao Jin'an. Jin'an, why are you avoiding me? At that moment, Mu Yao appeared, biting her lip, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Jin'an, her eyes slightly reddened. And you're smoking again. Zhao Jin'an lifted his gaze, softly responding. We broke up. No, I didn't agree to that. Mu Yao sniffled, looking pitiful, her lips pouting in a display of grievance. Also, you blacklisted me. Who could withstand such a scene? Yu Fei and Zhao Jiong exchanged glances, making space for the impending reconciliation. But Zhao Jin'an unexpectedly remarked, Then you should blacklist me too? Yu Fei's mouth fell open in astonishment, and Zhao Jiong wore a similar expression. Is that even possible? The two stifled laughter, realizing that breaking the tension would be quite unkind. Mu Yao, however, appeared even more aggrieved, stepping forward. Jin'an, please don't be angry. I was wrong. I went to the market to look for you afterward, but I couldn't find you. I'm not angry. I'm serious. Zhao Jin'an gazed earnestly and sincerely at Mu Yao. If you want to break up, you should be the one to say it. I'm listening. No, I want to say it. Mu Yao shook her head, tilting her delicate face, a few tears escaping from the corners of her eyes. Jin'an, I will never say goodbye to you. Let us make up, all right? No. Zhao Jin'an tossed the cigarette but into a canister and turned to leave, not once glancing back, displaying no trace of nostalgia or reluctance. Is he really leaving? Yu Fei and Zhao Jiong stared at each other, taken aback. Mu Yao had apologized and even shed tears, yet Jin'an was walking away just like that? Indeed. It's astonishing. Was this still the Zhao Jin'an who was amiable and smiled at everyone, the understanding and obedient one? With so many people on the train, Mu Yao couldn't chase after him with tears in her eyes. A moment later, Zhao Jiong returned, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Jin'an, Mu Yao is crying. Zhao Jin'an sat by the window, gazing outside, as though he had not heard. University life was demanding, and in his previous life, Zhao Jin'an had spent all his time either attending classes or working part-time, revolving solely around Mu Yao. He was perpetually busy. During his freshman year, there was an instance when he was distributing flyers on the pedestrian street, and Mu Yao and her classmates happened to pass by. Mu Yao tried to hide, but was too late. Her classmate remarked, Look, Mu Yao, your boyfriend is handing out flyers. Mu Yao hastily explained, My boyfriend is engaging in social practice to experience life. She even dragged 2 classmates along to have Zhao Jin'an treat them to 3 cups of milk tea, costing 18 yuan, perhaps thinking that this would validate her boyfriend's flyer distribution as a genuine life experience. 18 yuan isn't much, It barely covered a movie ticket. Yet, she was unaware that Zhao Jin'an had taken a task from the work-study group, earning only 25 yuan for half a day's effort. Originally, it was supposed to be 30 yuan, but anyone familiar with college work-study knows that 5 yuan is deducted. The bus fare from the college town to the pedestrian street cost another 2 yuan, meaning Zhao Jin'an had labored for half a day only to end up with a mere 5 yuan. Despite this, Mu Yao was still upset. Finding Zhao Jin'an later that evening and expressing her grievance, likely feeling embarrassed by him, suggesting that he should avoid working part-time in both the college town and the pedestrian street. Mu Yao had previously mentioned the college town, but Zhao Jin'an had been trying to avoid it as much as possible. However, the college town and pedestrian street were the two areas with the most work-study opportunities. Recalling these past events, Zhao Jin'an chuckled softly as he gazed out at the retreating scenery from the train window, feeling a sense of release. From Qincheng to Junsha, the journey necessitates passing through 3 significant stations, Leiyang, Hingyang, and Zhuzhou, with several minor stops along the way that may warrant a brief halt. Upon seeing her daughter return, Zhang Hui noticed her slightly reddened eyes, prompting her to sense something amiss, yet she remained perplexed. She prided herself on her perceptiveness. After all, someone like Zhao Jin'an was rather easy to read. Otherwise, he wouldn't have uttered such words that day. "My daughter, what is the matter? Weren't you just going to the restroom?" Lu Wenjing inquired, her expression one of confusion. Yu Fei subtly shook her head, signaling her mother to refrain from prying. Zhao Jin'an's behavior today had taken her by surprise. In Chapter 38, Zhao Bolin mused that according to their generational hierarchy, she should address him as uncle. "Jin'an, I'm hungry." Hungry again? As they approached Junsha, vendors pushed food carts through the bustling crowd, with prices slashed from 12 yuan to 5. A reduction that finally coaxed Zhao Ziyong to part with his money. That guy named Jin'an is quite handsome. A girl across the way had been stealing glances at him, and, mustering her courage, attempted to strike up a conversation. However, Zhao Jin'an merely smiled in her direction or turned his gaze to the window, feigning sleep. "Don't rush. Take your time eating." Zhao Jin'an had only taken a few bites of rice when he picked up a chicken leg to offer Zhao Ziyong. Haha. Zhao Ziyong looked up, chuckling. "Jin'an, aren't you going to eat your chicken leg? Here, have some." Zhao Jin'an replied, "I'm your uncle, so it's only right that I treat my nephew well." "The chicken leg doesn't taste as good now," Zhao Ziyong remarked, slightly vexed by the generational hierarchy. A girl preparing to disembark in the aisle suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, covered in goosebumps. Ugh, why is he being so nice to him? So sweet. It's disgusting. No wonder he ignored me. It turns out. She pushed forward with her belongings, feeling repulsed by the situation. Zhao Ziyong glanced up. "Jin'an, are you waiting for Mu Yao and the others to leave first?" "It's 4 o'clock. Zhao Jin'an checked the time. "I'll first take you to school to register and pay the tuition. My aunt instructed me to keep an eye on you." In Wang Jinru's mind, Zhao Ziyong had grown wild in the village. In Zhao family village's terms, he had become someone of stature. While Zhao Jin'an was not particularly adept at social interactions, he might just get lost in the provincial capital without asking for directions, which would be quite pitiful. The train station was located in Hudong, while the university town lay to the west, alongside the financial college. Departing from the train station, they traversed Wui Avenue, reached the Taiping Street intersection, crossed the Shangjiang Bridge, and arrived at Rongwan Town, where the bus station had yet to be demolished. Under the scorching sun, numerous parents and students lugged their suitcases, creating a cacophony of noise. Cars honking, bags scraping against the ground. In 2006, private car ownership was still a rarity. Confined to affluent families, Yu Fei's household did not own a car. During the back-to-school season, hailing a taxi at the train station proved to be a challenge. Zhao Jin'an casually boarded a bus crossing the river. Upon disembarking at the Rongwan Town station, Zhao Ziyong was taken aback by the throngs of people. This is even more terrifying than the spring festival travel rush. "Jin'an, let us just take a taxi. It's not worth saving a few yuan." After much effort, Zhao Ziyong managed to squeeze off the bus, only to find the platform packed with people, all clutching their enrollment notices and gazing upward at the bus routes. They had likely researched their way to Junsha before arriving. Zhao Ziyong had also done his homework, memorizing the bus routes. "If only we had a motorcycle," he muttered. With a motorcycle in Zixing, one could go anywhere with ease and convenience. "Jin'an, over here," came Yu Fei's voice from across the street as she stood on tiptoe, waving. Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong crossed the road, spotting Lu Wenjing nearby, who greeted them with a "Hello, Auntie." Yu Fei stuck out her tongue. "There are too many people. I can't get on the bus." Zhao Ziyong curiously asked, "Yu Fei, where's Mu Yao? Doesn't she have an aunt in Junsha?" "She went to her aunt's house." Yu Fei was reluctant to ride in Zhang Yunxian's BMW. and even less inclined to accept a ride from Mu Rinxiang. Riding in someone else's car felt too uncomfortable. She preferred to spend a few yuan on the bus. Lu Wenjing scrutinized Zhao Jin'an with curiosity, while Zhao Ziyong, who was darker-skinned, went unnoticed. Without mentioning Mu Yao, it was clear that Zhang Hui would not regard someone like Zhao Ziyong favorably. Yu Fei and Mu Yao were classmates and good friends, and Lu Wenjing had interacted with Zhang Hui enough to have some understanding of her character. Jinan, let us share a taxi. It's hard to find one, Yu Fei suggested. To the left of Rongwan Town was the University Town, home to Normal University and Central South University of Technology, while to the right was the Financial College, heading toward the West Station. Zhao Jin'an stated that he would first take Zhao Ziyong to register at school. Yu Fei expressed a hint of regret, noticing that Zhao Jin'an carried only a single backpack, prompting her to ask, Jinan, is that all you have? Yes. Zhao Jin'an replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Spotting a taxi with its light on, indicating it was empty, he hurriedly pulled the door handle and turned to Lu Wenjing. Annie, you all go ahead. All right, thank you. As one of the 4 furnace cities, Junsha was oppressively hot during summer, making it unsurprising that Lu Wenjing and Yu Fei struggled to board the bus with their 2 large suitcases and backpacks. As for queuing for a bus, that would have been a joke in 2006. Even a decade later, the situation still left much to be desired in terms of etiquette. Zhao Ziyong helped with the luggage, feeling a sense of camaraderie with those hailing from the same place, which made their arrival in the provincial capital all the more comforting. On the way to the university town, Lu Wenjing sat in the back seat, glancing at her daughter beside her. Is he Mu Yao's boyfriend? Yes, Yu Fei nodded. Refraining from mentioning their current quarrel, Lu Wenjing chuckled lightly, not probing further, but she could surmise why Mu Yao had returned from the train with red eyes. Your classmates seem quite nice, she added with a smile. Both are quite good. Mom, who are you talking about? Your 2 male classmates support each other well. One is quiet, while the other is efficient. They both seem to see the tasks at hand, working in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an watched as Zhao Ziyong paid the tuition and collected bedding, preparing to leave after dropping him off at the dormitory. Jinan, aren't you going to say something to me? Say what? Observing Zhao Ziyong's forlorn expression, Zhao Jin'an felt a chill run down his spine, almost overcome by the urge to flee. You always say something at the start of the school year, Zhao Ziyong reminded him, noting that they had hardly ever been apart, having been classmates from elementary through high school. Zhao Jin'an pondered for a moment and ventured to say, study hard and strive for progress every day? It's not just about progress, it's about becoming a useful person. Zhao Ziyong scratched his head, perhaps finding it all too childish. Actually, it's nothing. I just feel uneasy if you don't say something at the start of the term. It feels like something is missing. I'm off. Take care, Zhao Jin'an stated, not realizing how optimistic he had once been, aspiring to be useful to whom, exactly? Exiting the financial college, he found himself adjacent to the north campus of Hunan University, home to the accounting college. Suddenly, his phone rang, a strange number. Zhao Jin'an, where are you? Why haven't you reached school yet? Zhao Jin'an paused. Who is this? Can't you recognize my voice? It's Zhao Bolan. It turned out that Wang Jinru, worried about Zhao Jin'an, had gone to Zhao Bolan's house, asking her to look after the newcomer in Junsha. This was quite common in rural areas, with the Zhao surname prevalent. Familial connections could easily be traced through twists and turns. Zhao Bolan was a junior at Normal University, and with her major aligning perfectly, Wang Jinru and Grandma could rest easy knowing Zhao Jin'an was in capable hands. Half an hour later, Zhao Jin'an met Zhao Bolan at the business school. Zhao Bolan appeared somewhat different from her rural self, donning denim shorts that showcased her long legs. She had also applied a touch of makeup. Beside her was a companion, likely a roommate, similarly dressed in ultra-short shorts and sandals with a slight heel, indicative of an experienced student. Hello, Lon Lon. Is he your fellow townsman and junior? Upon seeing Zhao Jin'an approach, the girl's eyes sparkled. Wow, he's quite handsome, really. Is that all? Zhao Bolan rolled her eyes, a hint of pride in her voice. You were so unwilling to accompany me here. Hee hee, Lon Lon, I was wrong. You are my favorite. Behave yourself. This is quite embarrassing. We come from the same village. I would even have to address him as uncle. Uncle? Hello, uncle. In Zhao family village, Zhao Jin'an's generational title is quite significant. There are even individuals over 40 who must refer to the 18-year-old Zhao Jin'an as grandfather. Calling Zhao Ziyong and Zhao Bolan uncle is already generous. Zhou Chuxin, I implore you to maintain some decorum. If you continue like this, how will I face anyone when I return to the village? It's not like we are freshmen. We're in our 3rd year now, so there's no need for so much propriety. Don't think that only seniors drool over pretty junior girls. The senior girls can be even more eager. Zhou Chuxin tightened her grip on Zhao Bolan's arm, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Stop shaking me, Zhao Bolin whispered. Her smile composed. Zhao Jin'an approached them, standing before the two with a gentle tone. Zhao Bolin, I appreciate your help. He wouldn't address her as Sister Bolin like Zhao Jiang would. That would muddle the generational titles. Zhao Bolin paused, momentarily taken aback. At first glance, Zhao Jin'an indeed exuded a certain authoritative air. Chapter 39, Lanlan, your uncle is missing. Hello, Junior. I am Zhou Chuxin, Lanlan's roommate. Zhou Chuxin greeted him with a bright smile, intentionally extending her hand for a handshake. Zhao Jin'an hesitated for a few seconds before gently shaking her hand and letting go. Hello, Senior. Thank you. So polite. Ha ha, he seems so well-behaved. Zhou Chuxin appeared to have discovered something amusing, while Zhao Bolin shot her a glance, rolling her eyes, well aware of her roommate's thoughts. However, Zhao Jin'an was indeed handsome and well-mannered, known in the village for his obedience. Zhao Bolin was familiar with this. Oh dear, he's too easy to bully. What if he encounters someone like a green tea bitch? Zhao Jin'an stood 181 centimeters tall, yet he strangely projected that kind of vibe. Zhao Bolin glanced at the time and urged, Jin'an, have you gathered everything? We're about to finish work. We need to pay the tuition fees quickly. Your aunt has already called several times. Right. Tuition first, and then Senior will treat you to a meal. It was September, the hottest month, coinciding with the beginning of the school year. The university town of Junsha had no walls. Some institutions even lacked proper entrances, devoid of the stunning campus scenery seen in films. Instead, a strong social and commercial atmosphere prevailed, especially on Lushan South Road. On both sides of the road were various clothing shops, milk tea stalls, snack stands, and the now highly profitable internet cafes. It was said that obtaining a business license, akin to an internet cafe certificate, cost around 800,000 yuan, requiring connections to navigate through the bureaucratic maze. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an frequented this area. Though not as a consumer, he worked part-time instead. There was also a notorious street known as Decadent Street. How famous was it? The students from Class 209, even before arriving in Junsha, were already discussing meeting there for fun. However, Zhao Jin'an rarely visited because Mu Yao often went there with classmates. With Zhao Bolin and Zhou Chuxin, two seasoned students guiding him, Zhao Jin'an swiftly completed his registration. Once the fees were paid, he felt a sense of relief. Zhao Bolin made a call home, marking the completion of her task. She walked a few steps away, speaking softly into her phone. What uncle or not? We are not in the village. All right, I understand. In the village, it was trivial. Outside, it was likely that her parents had instructed Zhao Bolin to look after the newcomer, Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an also called Wang Jinru. His grandmother did not own a mobile phone, but from the sound of it, Wang Jinru and his grandmother were at Zhao Bolin's house. After hanging up, he pondered for a moment and sent a text to Duan Xiaoping. A simple 6 words. Arrived, tuition paid. Hey, Lanlan, I want to be your aunt. Are you insane? Hee, I'm so smitten by this looks. I want to take care of him. Keep your voice down. Look how high your uncle's rate of turning heads is. Zhao Bolin felt an urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in, regretting having brought Zhou Chuxin along. It was too embarrassing. However, Zhao Bolin hadn't anticipated the significant change in Zhao Jin'an, who had grown so much more impressive over the summer. Seeing him at the entrance of her home was genuinely eye-opening. Isn't it said that girls mature 18 times more? Is this really the same Zhao Jin'an who used to follow her around with a backpack, looking as thin as a monkey? Zhao Bolin's impression of Zhao Jin'an had still been stuck in the 6th grade before this summer. The university town was teeming with stunning female students, especially from the fine arts and music colleges, both notorious for producing beauties. They donned hot pants, revealing long, fair legs, while the bolder ones wore tank tops, displaying their slim waists and fair shoulders. The air was thick with youthful exuberance. Oblivious to the flirtations around him, Zhao Jin'an kept his head down, focused on texting. Avoiding distractions, he replied to Yin Xiaolan and Zhao Jiong, and even received a message back from Yufei. Wang Jinru did not engage in texting, likely unfamiliar with it. Lanlan, do you think your uncle is shy? What? He's just there, head down, playing on his phone, not looking at me or even stealing glances at other girls. Zhou Chuxin glanced down at herself. Are my legs not long? Not fair. Not pretty. He really isn't stealing glances. Zhao Bolin turned to look back at Zhao Jin'an. He has always been like this. He is quiet and doesn't talk much. Oh, I see. Hee. I like him even more. I really can't with you. We are 3rd-year seniors. Can you not be so infatuated? By the way, he won't get lost, will he? Zhao Bolin took a deep breath, looking exasperated. He won't get lost. He is not a 3-year-old. Wow. I can't. I want to take care of him even more. What do you mean by take care of him? Well, Zhou Chuxin tilted her head, pondering. Keep him like a pet, away from everyone else. Taking him out for a stroll occasionally. Zhao Bolin, don't say that. He has had a tough life. His father died in a motorcycle accident when he was in elementary school, and his mother remarried. He only has his grandmother. Don't make such jokes. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Zhou Chuxin realized that the term keep like a pet was indeed excessive and somewhat degrading. As they walked along, passing a volunteer booth, Zhao Bolin and Zhou Chuxin suddenly realized that they were missing their tail. You said he wouldn't get lost? Lan, your uncle is missing. He has never been lost before. During the school season, the university town was indeed bustling with people. The two girls looked around, searching, and within a few steps, they found Zhao Jin'an at the booth. Zhao Jin'an had been stopped by a female volunteer who wore a red vest emblazoned with the logo of a popular telecommunications brand. Noticing Zhao Jin'an bent over his phone, she inquired if he was a local. Zhao Jin'an replied that he was not. The volunteer's eyes brightened, asking if he wanted to get a phone card, explaining, the rates here are quite high. If you're not from Junsha, your phone card will incur roaming charges. She presented a sleek phone, somewhat akin to a future contract device, saying, if you sign up for a card here and pay 500 yuan, you can receive one of these phones for free. Moreover, the 500 yuan would be credited as call credit, essentially making the phone complimentary, with a package that included 1 gigabyte of free data monthly. Just then, Zhao Bolin and Zhou Chuxin squeezed in, with Zhou Chuxin politely declining the offer for Zhao Jin'an, stating that he only needed to obtain a card from the telecommunications brand. The girl felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that Zhao Jin'an was alone without parental guidance. Clearly easy to persuade, and she would miss the opportunity to sell a phone. Only acquiring a phone card yielded lower commissions and required less aggressive selling. Given the high roaming fees at the time, the cost of making calls, 6 yuan per minute, and even receiving calls cost 40 cents per minute. Thus, it is almost customary for new students from other regions to change their phone cards upon arriving at university. Zhou Chuxin took her phone card, pried open Zhao Jin'an's phone battery cover, inserted the card, and saved her own number with a fluidity that was almost poetic. Jin'an, don't let them dictate what you should or shouldn't do. You must learn to refuse, Zhao Bolin instructed from the side. I know, Zhao Jin'an replied, fully aware of the situation, having once been a volunteer promoting the dynamic zone phone cards in his previous life. You know. But what do you really know? Zhou Chuxin scoffed. That phone is hardly functional. 500 for what? Unclear fees and countless restrictions. How could you justify spending that? Having learned about Zhao Jin'an's family background from Zhao Bolin, Zhou Chuxin's protective instincts for her younger brother surged. 500. Did you really con Zhao Jin'an out of that amount? Doesn't your conscience ache? However, when the topic of money arose, Zhou Chuxin, mindful of Zhao Jin'an's feelings, chose to remain silent. Zhao Jin'an looked at Zhou Chuxin and smiled gently. Senior, you are a good person. What did you say? A good person? You truly are my uncle, my real uncle. Zhao Bolin exclaimed. A good person card? Have I been awarded a good person card? Zhou Chuxin was on the verge of losing her composure, struggling to contain her laughter. Where does your uncle come from? Zhao Bolin stifled her laughter. You are a good person. I don't want to be a good person. Zhou Chuxin was nearly frantic. Is he straightforward? Zhao Bolin inquired. Zhou Chuxin nodded yes. Excessively so. It's fine. When he calls someone a good person, he means it with no ulterior motives. Zhao Jin'an lagged behind, engrossed in texting those in his contact list. Even calling Wang Jinru to inform her of his new number, reminding her to save it. Aunt, I understand. Yes, I want to wander around. How obedient. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Chuxin felt that the term captive was fitting. Such a handsome and well-behaved young man should not be left unattended. Zhao Bolin also perked up her ears, laughing silently. Chapter 40, The Woman in the Wheelchair. In the cafeteria, Zhou Chuxin eagerly swiped her meal card, which had one disadvantage. She often took advantage of Zhao Jin'an. Whether gripping his arm or linking it with hers, she teased, Jin'an, why are you avoiding me? The proud expression on Zhou Chuxin's face was as if Zhao Jin'an were her boyfriend. Don't I smell nice? I just took a shower, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. Her skin indeed appeared smooth and tender. Zhao Jin'an retorted with a hint of annoyance. Senior, you only swiped 6 yuan. You're benefiting too much. Isn't it spicy hot pot? Zhou Chuxin exclaimed, balancing her tray while laughing so hard she could barely stand. Zhao Bolin also chuckled, pulling Zhou Chuxin aside. All right. Stop acting like a flirt. Jin'an, what else do you want to eat? Don't hesitate. Just swipe my card. That's enough, Zhao Jin'an said, setting down his tray and buying 3 cups of chilled mung bean soup for 6 yuan next door. Jin'an, you? Yes, Jin'an. How could you let us pay on your first day? Zhao Bolin and Zhou Chuxin were concerned about Zhao Jin'an's limited monthly allowance, and he found their worry amusing. He hadn't checked his investment account in quite some time. Moreover, Zhao Bolin's niece wasn't half bad. In his previous life, he had minimal interaction with Zhao Bolin, who would soon graduate. She seemed to marry into Hubei province afterward. After leaving the cafeteria, Zhou Chuxin and Zhao Bolin escorted Zhao Jin'an back to the dormitory, with Zhou Chuxin enthusiastically explaining the university town from the cafeteria to bus routes. Her chatter was relentless. Zhou Chuxin then asked if Zhao Jin'an had a girlfriend. After pondering, he responded negatively, then added that he had broken up. This revelation caused Zhao Bolin to look up in astonishment. Did someone like him have a girlfriend in high school? Yet Zhao Jin'an showed no interest in elaborating. He merely stated the outcome, his face devoid of emotion, as if merely recounting a fact. Was it his first love? Isn't he sad or upset? Zhou Chuxin and Zhao Bolin exchanged glances, deciding to drop the topic. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Zhao Jin'an told Zhao Bolin that this was sufficient. Suddenly, Zhou Chuxin stepped forward and embraced Zhao Jin'an, saying, "Jin'an, you must take good care of yourself." Zhao Jin'an stood bewildered. "Isn't that rather blatant? Teacher Chung hugged me and even gave me 2,000. You're doing it for free?" To be honest, Teacher Chung was more generous. Zhao Bolin chuckled from the side, pulling Zhou Chuxin away, who then raised her phone, declaring, "If anyone bullies you, just call me." A senior in her third year had such confidence. "Jin'an, shall we be on our way?" Zhao Bolin glanced toward the boys' dormitory. Zhao Jin'an nodded, "Yes. Call me if you need anything." "All right." On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Chuxin couldn't help but ask, "Lon, is he always like this?" Zhao Bolin reflected for a moment. "I don't recall ever seeing him with a frown. Perhaps he lacks the qualifications to feel sorrow." As a student of high caliber, Zhou Chuxin understood this statement, lacking the right to be sad. This referred not only to romantic feelings, but also to one's attitude towards life. "I often walked to school with him, yet we hardly spoke." Zhao Bolin reminisced. He would simply follow behind with his backpack, especially when we had to walk over half an hour to school after finishing 5th grade. Zhou Chuxin blinked. "Well, he is your uncle. You are the younger generation. What could he discuss with you?" "Go away." "Haha, I'm your aunt," Zhao Bolin retorted. Zhao Jin'an did not ascend the stairs. After Zhao Bolin and Zhou Chuxin departed, he turned and took a taxi to the banks of the Xiangjiang River. Following Xiaoxiang Road, he reached a familiar spot. Chen Qingji had mentioned that she first met Zhao Jin'an here, on the night he broke up with Mu Yao. She and several roommates had passed by without approaching, witnessing the couple's parting. Chen Qingji had also recounted that after he left, Mu Yao sat on the ground and cried for a long time, a moment they couldn't comprehend. Why cry for so long only to break up? They were already married by that time, and Chen Qingji, chuckling, remarked that she had inadvertently gained a bargain, never anticipating her marriage to Zhao Jin'an would last only 4 years. Is Qingji in her 2nd year of high school now? Zhao Jin'an pulled out a cigarette and lit it, gazing across the riverbank, where darkness enveloped the area. The house he had bought was on the opposite side. A suggestion from Chen Qingji, intended to commemorate their bond. Ironically, the house was later sold, a thought that now seemed somewhat ludicrous. The opposite bank was now desolate and shrouded in darkness, with the residential complex yet to be constructed. In an inexplicable impulse, Zhao Jin'an found a gap in the railing and inserted 3 cigarettes, as if paying tribute to something. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a woman stuttered. "It's late at night. Please don't do anything so frightening." The Xiangjiang Riverside Park had many people, but as one moved away from the university district, the crowd thinned considerably. Zhao Jin'an retrieved a cigarette from the gap and took a puff. Observing 2 women not far away, he smiled and said, "Do you see the smoke? It's rising." The speaking woman, Peng Situ, chuckled, "Then don't do such things at night. It's quite terrifying." Accompanying her was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black, seated in a wheelchair. Her cold, oval face only glanced at Zhao Jin'an. "Su Mian, let us go home." "Your brother called," Peng Situ urged, pushing the wheelchair. "If you don't, I fear my company won't survive." "He wouldn't dare. I'm staying at your place tonight," Su Mian replied, her voice icy, devoid of any emotional undertone. "Rebellious?" Zhao Jin'an glanced up, then lowered his gaze to his phone. "Handsome, could you do me a favor and help me get into the car?" Peng Situ pushed for a distance. The uphill was manageable, but the downhill posed a challenge. Zhao Jin'an instinctively looked for a camera, ensuring his good deed wouldn't be misinterpreted. After all, that phrase is exceedingly famous. If you didn't cause the accident, why bother to assist? Zhao Jin'an was pushing the wheelchair, while Peng Sitiao carefully protected it. They descended the slope and paused beside a Porsche Cayenne, where Peng Sitiao opened the front passenger door. Zhao Jin'an stood by, uncertain of how to proceed. Su Mian, adorned with an exquisite makeup and a meticulously styled bun, donned a high-neck knitted sweater and a long black skirt. Despite being in a wheelchair, it was evident that she received meticulous care. "Excuse me, could you lend a hand?" Peng Sitiao requested. The height of the Porsche made it somewhat challenging. Zhao Jin'an reached for one of Su Mian's arms, while Peng Sitiao grasped the other. The two struggled to exert enough force as Su Mian's legs appeared completely unresponsive. As they maneuvered her, a slight furrow appeared on her brow, likely indicating discomfort. Yet she remained silent. "Perhaps I should handle this alone," Zhao Jin'an suggested. With that, he scooped up Su Mian's legs in a princess carry and placed her gently in the passenger seat. Surprised by her weight, which seemed to exceed 100 pounds, he pondered how someone who had been unable to walk since childhood could maintain such a weight, as they would typically have lost it under constant care. Su Mian did not express her gratitude as she fastened her seatbelt, the pain from earlier evident in her expression. "Fortunately, my hands still function," she thought. Peng Sitiao smiled and said, "Hey handsome, where are you heading? If it's on my way, I could give you a lift." "No need. I'm only a few steps away," Zhao Jin'an replied, pointing towards the university city before pulling out his phone and striding towards the school with his backpack. The Porsche honked as it passed him, flashing its hazard lights in a gesture of thanks. "Su Mian, you should stay at my place tonight. If Mayor Su gets angry, you must calm him down." Peng Sitiao laughed as she drove. "By the way, when are you returning to Kyoto?" "I don't wish to go back," Su Mian replied, tilting her head to glance at the rearview mirror, where Zhao Jin'an walked ahead, his head bowed in silence. Upon returning to school, Zhao Jin'an purchased a straw mat and collected a military green quilt from the dormitory office. Balancing the quilt in one hand and the mat in the other, he ascended to the third floor. It was already 9:30. At this hour, parents typically no longer assisted their sons in arranging their bedding. They either returned home that day or checked into nearby hotels. Upon reaching the third floor, he encountered a throng of people in the corridor, accompanied by the sounds of an argument. "What do you mean by that?" A boy, chewing betel nut, shouted at several boys in sports uniforms. "The ball hit me, and I didn't demand compensation. Consider that a favor, and you dare ask me to go retrieve it? How dare you?" The boys in sports uniforms, evidently upperclassmen, were encountering a first-year student who had just reported for duty. They were dribbling and passing the ball through the corridor when it ended up hitting this individual, sending the ball flying downstairs. Freshmen are often seen as easy targets. Unexpectedly, they had encountered a tough nut to crack, with the betel nut in his mouth. The boy's local dialect confirmed he was indeed a native. Now, both parties were at a standstill in the corridor, with the freshmen outnumbered 4-1. The onlookers made for an awkward scene. Zhao Jin'an recognized the boy involved, Chunzhe. He also recognized the two individuals standing at the door of dormitory 303, Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing. They remained at the threshold, hesitant to support Chunzhe. Chunzhe glanced at them, but they merely took a small step forward. Zhao Jin'an was not one to seek the spotlight. He wouldn't resolve the situation with the high emotional intelligence of someone in their 30s. His grandmother had taught him that their family should not engage in such matters. One can assist others, but not in fighting. "Excuse me, coming through," Zhao Jin'an said as he entered the dormitory, avoiding the commotion. His actions inadvertently provided an escape for both sides, prompting them to step aside. "Humph," Chunzhe scoffed, casting a disdainful glance before entering 303. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing shared a look with Chunzhe and, with smiles, followed him inside. They felt guilty for not stepping forward, recognizing they would be roommates for the next 4 years. Yet the first-year students were too intimidated to confront upperclassmen, especially on their very first day. "Hey, brother, where are you from?" Lu Chuangfeng initiated, attempting to break the tension. However, as soon as the term brother left his lips, Chunzhe emitted a light scoff, barely audible, yet unmistakable. "Chungqing." Zhao Jin'an paid little attention to the expressions of Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing behind him, knowing they were not pleased. The dormitory featured a lofted bed with a desk below. He climbed up to organize his bedding. "Zhe Gu, haha, you caught us off guard," Lu Chuangfeng quickly remarked, exchanging glances with Gu Chaoqing. Unbeknownst to them, Chunzhe was already gaining a bit of a reputation in 303, perhaps even on the third floor. "Jin'an, don't you agree?" Lu Chuangfeng intentionally pulled Zhao Jin'an into the conversation, believing his timely appearance and direct entry into the dorm indicated a lack of support for Chunzhe, whom Zhao Jin'an responded without looking back. "Don't be so timid. I've got your backs," Chunzhe remarked with dissatisfaction. "Ah, right. Yes," Zhe Gu, Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing chimed in, eager to please. Chunzhe's expression softened slightly. With Zhao Jin'an's arrival, the 4 members of 303 had gathered. Chunzhe began to smoke, and upon seeing the elegant cigarette case, Lu Chuangfeng inquired, "Isn't that a bit expensive?" In truth, he and Gu Chaocheng had already noticed Chunzei's BMW keys on the table. Zhao Jin'an also observed this. In his previous life, he had limited interaction with Chunzei, who seemed to come from a wealthy background. Driving a BMW to school as a freshman and having a beautiful girlfriend, with whom he shared a childhood bond. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an had spent most of his time either attending classes or working part-time, rarely seeing Chunzei around the dormitory or classroom. Those like Chunzei often have their own circles at school, typically consisting of the wealthy. Of course, while the normal university was not a top-tier institution, the value of such circles could be questioned. Otherwise, their parents would likely have enrolled them in more prestigious universities. Noticing Lu Chuangfeng's enthusiasm, Chunzei grinned while fiddling with the cigarette case, saying, "It's not too bad, with Tianxia, 100 yuan a pack." "Wow, 100 a pack, 10 yuan a stick. And you call that not too bad?" Lu Chuangfeng scrutinized the cigarette, skillfully providing emotional support. "Hey, beetle nut, want some?" Chunzei offered. Beetle nut was not particularly expensive anymore, usually sold for a couple of yuan a pack, unlike the 50 or 100 yuan varieties. "Shall we give it a try?" Lu Chuangfeng readily accepted. Gu Chaocheng, though not a smoker, participated in local customs and took some beetle nut as well. Chunzei patted the edge of Zhao Jin'an's bed with the cigarette, holding it alongside the beetle nut, and asked, "How about you?" Zhao Jin'an took a cigarette but declined the beetle nut. Ugh! Gu Chaocheng suddenly turned red, rushing to the trash can to spit out the beetle nut. Lu Chuangfeng burst into laughter, admitting it was also his first experience with beetle nut. "You're something else," Gu Chaocheng retorted, feeling the burn in his chest. Many first-time beetle nut consumers react similarly. Realizing his faux pas, Lu Chuangfeng approached Gu Chaocheng, patting his shoulder and saying, "Brother, don't take it to heart. University is different from high school, with people from various regions and dialects. Everyone must be accountable for their actions as adults. Parents can no longer intervene, and teachers 1T concern themselves with such matters." The first gathering of 303 was rather unfriendly. Gu Chaocheng picked up his toiletries and headed to the bathroom. Lu Chuangfeng muttered softly, "That's a bit petty, isn't it?" No one responded, avoiding the role of peacemaker. Chunzei leaned against the table, smoking and twirling the car keys around his finger. Zhao Jin'an finished arranging his bedding methodically and climbed down, the cigarette still tucked behind his ear. Lu Chuangfeng, with a smile, initiated a conversation. "Jinan, don't you smoke?" "So it's just me and Zigao in our dorm?" Zhao Jin'an replied that smoking in bed was not advisable. Lu Chuangfeng paused for a moment, blinking at Zhao Jin'an, and remarked, "Jinan, you're so refined. Even more so than the girls back home." Chunzei couldn't help but chuckle, observing Zhao Jin'an closely. Zhao Jin'an was taken aback for a few seconds, smiled faintly, and remained silent. In truth, Chunzei appreciated Zhao Jin'an's appearance, while Lu Chuangfeng felt Zhao Jin'an was too delicate, lacking masculinity. He hurriedly clarified that he didn't mean it in that way. Zhao Jin'an reassured him it was all right. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuangfeng grew animated, glancing at the bathroom and saying, "Hee, Jinan, you have a generous spirit." Zhao Jin'an chose not to respond and busied himself with organizing his desk. As the last to arrive in the dorm, he had to clear away belongings left by the previous senior, and he was particularly wary of any suspicious paper balls on the bed. The boy showered quickly. Gu Chaocheng emerged, towel drying his hair and carrying shampoo, body wash, and facial cleanser, placing them in a cabinet. "Locked up?" Lu Chuangfeng blurted out, scratching his head. I forgot to buy some. Could I borrow yours?" This left Gu Chaocheng in an awkward position. He was unsure whether to lend it, glancing at his two roommates. "No worries, just use mine," Chunzei interjected, suggesting that Gu Chaocheng was being a tad too stingy. "Haha, Zij is so generous," Lu Chuangfeng flattered him. Gu Chaocheng placed his items heavily on the table and fell silent in his chair. The dynamics in dorm 303 had seemingly begun with Chunzei, as Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng's reluctance to support one another made them sensitive. However, Zhao Jin'an remained unaffected. After tidying his desk, he excused himself to buy some essentials. "Jinan, just use mine. It's fine," Chunzei offered generously, twirling the car keys on his finger. Zhao Jin'an replied that he didn't need body wash or facial cleanser. Instead, he was off to buy toothpaste and a toothbrush. "You don't even need body wash." After Zhao Jin'an left, they realized he had only brought a backpack, without any suitcase or bucket. In truth, Lu Chuangfeng had never used facial cleanser either. Seeing his roommate's meticulousness made him feel he couldn't appear unsophisticated. Chunzei glanced at the remaining two roommates. Among them, he only found Zhao Jinan somewhat intriguing. Despite Zhao Jinan's plain attire, Gu Chaocheng was dressed decently, while Lu Chuangfeng was keen on petty advantages, oblivious to the misspelled letter on his Adidas. Chapter 42. A Classmate's Mother. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui and Zhang Yunxian, accompanied by Mu Yao, finished dinner and returned to the school dormitory at 10 p.m. After checking in that afternoon, Zhang Hui made a special trip back since she hadn't met her daughter's dorm mates. This time, the 4 girls in room 406 were gathered together. Zhang Yunxian, with an LV bag and BMW keys dangling from her slender fingers, strode in confidently in high heels, seemingly to elevate her niece's status. Zhang Hui, carrying a Gucci bag and a packet of snacks, greeted them. "Hello, I'm Mu Yao's mother. I brought some snacks for you." "Thank you, Auntie," the 3 girls politely responded. They glanced at Mu Yao, then at Zhang Hui, quickly noting that she was different from many parents from rural backgrounds. It was evident she had been in the system for a long time. The essence of sophistication is hard to articulate, yet it can be felt. Zhang Hui's smile was professional, emanating a cool detachment, unlike the simple, somewhat naive smiles of parents from rural areas, who often appeared eager to please and uncertain. No need to be polite. These are local specialties from our Chen city. Donjiang fish and Limu duck. Zhang Hui placed the items on the table. "Since it's Mu Yao's first time away from home, you all should support and tolerate each other." Yet, no one moved. The 2 girls merely nodded in agreement. One girl, just out of the shower, was drying her damp hair, glancing at Zhang Hui and Zhang Yunxian before returning to her task. At that moment, Zhang Yunxian spoke up. "It's a bit spicy, but Dongjiang fish and Linwu duck sell for dozens of yuan per pound. Would you like to try some?" What was that supposed to mean? Did she really need to emphasize that it costs dozens of yuan per pound? "Haha, I don't eat spicy food. Thank you." One girl replied, shaking her head, their smiles awkward as they avoided eye contact. The girl drying her hair observed Zhang Yunxian, eyeing the outdated bag and car keys. Realizing they were not top tier, then glanced at Mu Yao before deciding to head to the balcony to finish drying her hair. Zhang Hui shot a glare at Zhang Yunxian, knowing her sister's nature. After a while, she pulled Mu Yao aside into the hallway. "Mom, what's wrong?" Mu Yao asked. "You should befriend that girl named Xinzian more," Zhang Hui advised. "Why?" Mu Yao inquired. "Don't ask why. I'm staying at your aunt's tonight, and you'll be in the dorm. It's easy to feel isolated on the first day." This was Zhang Hui. She sensed that Xinzian possessed a good temperament and likely came from a well-off family. Some discussions were difficult for her to share with her daughter, such as the importance of academic pursuits versus the significance of building connections. One could refer to it as vision or even as opportunism, unlike Grandma and Wang Jinru, who merely advised Zhao Jin'an and his roommates to maintain good relations and avoid conflicts. In the universities of Xiangnan Province, aside from the National Defense University, Central South University ranks second, approximately 25th nationwide, higher than Hunan University, which is around 30-40th. Normal University is a bit distant, ranking 4th in Xiangnan Province and between 80-120th nationally. The prestigious National Defense University, however, does not participate in standard rankings. As for Xiangnan College, the only undergraduate institution in Chen City, its ranking fluctuates, sometimes appearing in the top 600 and sometimes absent altogether. By the time Zhao Jin'an returned to the dorm with a bucket, it was already 11 p.m. Chen Zhe was nowhere to be found, and the car keys on the table had vanished. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng had reconciled and were lying on the bed discussing Chen Zhe, quickly silencing themselves upon Zhao Jin'an's entrance. "Haha, Jin'an, where have you been?" Lu Chuangfeng asked, grinning as he lay on the bed. Zhao Jin'an replied that he had just gone for a walk. He extracted some personal items from the bucket, including a small green bottle of fabric softener, which the supermarket sold for only 9 yuan. He had neither body wash nor facial cleanser, only a large bag of laundry detergent. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng exchanged glances, just 10 minutes prior. They had been discussing how Zhao Jin'an seemed a bit out of place for acting alone on his first day. Oddly enough, they hadn't remarked on Chen Zhe's solitary behavior. Zhao Jin'an picked up the shampoo and entered the bathroom to shower and prepare for bed. Lu Chuangfeng, chuckling, called out, "Jin'an, I forgot to buy cigarettes. Do you have any?" Zhao Jin'an rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had also forgotten to buy cigarettes. He pulled out a slightly crumpled half-pack of Lao Bai Sha and asked Lu Chuangfeng if he wanted one. "Haha, thanks, just one will do," Lu Chuangfeng replied. Not being from Xiangnan, he was unfamiliar with Lao Bai Sha and inspected the cigarette before asking, "What brand is this? How much is a pack?" Zhao Jin'an responded, "Lao Bai Sha? It's 4 yuan a pack." "Only 4 yuan a pack?" Perhaps unintentionally, Lu Chuangfeng was accustomed to smoking cigarettes that cost 10 yuan each. To the astonishment of Gu Chaocheng and Lu Chuangfeng, Zhao Jin'an unexpectedly walked back and beckoned Lu Chuangfeng with his finger, asking, "So, do you want to smoke it? If not, just give it back to me." Gu Chaocheng, leaning on the bed's edge, was left dumbfounded. What was this? A sign of low emotional intelligence? Or was he angry? Regardless, Gu Chaocheng felt a secret thrill because he had just faced a similar situation and felt he could do nothing right, suffering in silence. Lu Chuangfeng felt the awkwardness, having not anticipated Zhao Jin'an's directness, and his expression did not seem angry. Jin'an, I didn't mean it like that. I'll buy a good pack of cigarettes tomorrow, Lu Chuangfeng stammered, laughing awkwardly. Zhao Jin'an retracted his hand, turned around with a smile, and entered the bathroom with a towel and shampoo. It was only when the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom that Lu Chuangfeng regained his senses. Glancing at Gu Chaocheng opposite him with a smirk, gesturing towards the bathroom. He was not angry. He was not upset at all. Lu Chuangfeng pointed to his head, questioning how Zhao Jin'an managed to gain admission to the teacher's university. It seemed that their dormitory was filled with eccentric characters. He believed that only he and Gu Chaocheng were normal. Chunzhe was somewhat arrogant and overly ostentatious, while Zhao Jin'an was simply beyond comprehension. In the end, both Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng concluded that Zhao Jin'an lacked emotional intelligence. After Zhao Jin'an emerged from the bathroom, he washed his clothes, hung them on the balcony, leaving behind a bottle of inexpensive fabric softener in the bathroom, along with a set of Chunzhe's high-end attire. Finally, he climbed into bed, preparing for sleep. After a while, Lu Chuangfeng brought up Chunzhe again, commenting that Chunzhe had arrived at the university driving a BMW, likely off to a date. His tone revealed envy, laced with a hint of bitterness, almost suggesting that Chunzhe was too showy. He also mentioned that Chunzhe's mother appeared youthful and beautiful, arriving in a luxurious car to drop him off, hinting that she likely ran a large company, possibly related to foreign trade. Occasionally, Gu Chaocheng chimed in with Lu Chuangfeng, engaging in a spirited discussion about this topic, speculating whether she could be a stepmother due to her seemingly youthful appearance. Lu Chuangfeng dismissed the idea, asserting that he had observed 3 crow's feet on her eyes. "Jin'an, you arrived late. Chunzhe's mother truly exudes femininity. That figure of hers." Helping Zhe Gu tidy up the bed left both Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng wanting more to say, but they hesitated, aware it was merely a classmate's mother, thus avoiding explicit remarks. If she were Chunzhe's biological mother, a woman in her 40s could only be described as voluptuous, graceful, mature, and alluring. Zhao Jin'an was surprised by Lu Chuangfeng's keen observations, which indirectly confirmed that Chunzhe's mother stirred the hormones of these university students. It was indeed a bit scandalous. As the two 18-year-old boys continued their conversation, they drifted into reminiscing about the wildly popular Supergirl talent show from 2005, a program created by Jun Sha. Zhao Jin'an remained silent throughout, as he had never encountered Chunzhe's mother in his previous life. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng's descriptions of her beauty likely pertained more to her aura than her physical appearance. Wealthy women often possess the means to adorn themselves, naturally radiating an alluring charm. Zhao Jin'an recalled the woman he had embraced that evening, Su Mian, who wore a Patek Philippe watch. It was only when Lu Chuangfeng sighed and flopped onto his bed, expressing his desire to start a business in college, that Zhao Jin'an perked up, wondering if the script had been misplaced. Chapter 43, The Information of the First Night. He then remembered that Lu Chuangfeng had once sold instant noodles, cigarettes, and beer in the dormitory for a period. In universities, there are individuals like him who procure goods from convenience stores and sell them at a markup of 50 cents to fellow students in the same building, creating a market after dormitory hours. Some students would even place orders during the day, and Lu Chuangfeng offered delivery services as well. This might be one of the reasons why platforms like Meituan and ELE may have flourished. However, Lu Chuangfeng did not pursue this endeavor for long, and it remained unclear why he ceased. After a day of travel, it wasn't long before the sounds of snoring filled room 303. Lu Chuangfeng had taken a green train from northeast China to Junsha, a journey of 3 to 4 hours, while Gu Chaocheng hailed from Shiguang. Zhao Jin'an assumed that his own rudimentary Mandarin was not quite standard, only to discover that Gu Chaocheng's was even less so, as he had hardly spoken throughout the day. The bright moonlight poured through the glass, illuminating room 303, where a few betel nuts remained on the table, while Chunzhe had taken the cigarettes. Zhao Jin'an had managed to catch a few moments of sleep on the train, but found himself restless, tossing and turning. He lifted his phone to check his messages. Zhao Ziyong had sent numerous texts, mentioning that he had gone out for a late-night snack with a few roommates and had consumed several bottles of beer, indicating that he was quickly acclimating and was satisfied with his university life. Zhou Chuxin had also sent a few messages, ultimately asking Zhao Jin'an if he was adjusting well and whether he missed home. Zhao Bolan had only one message in his inbox, inquiring if Zhao Jin'an was getting along well with his roommates. Yin Xiaolan's messages had started in the afternoon, resembling a travel itinerary, stating that she had not been assigned to the same dormitory as Mu Yao. There was also a message from an unknown number. Unknown number. Jin'an, have you settled in? This is Mu Yao, and this is my new phone number. Unknown number. Jin'an, do not block me. I will be genuinely upset. Mu Yao must have obtained the number from Yufei. After reading the messages, Zhao Jin'an blocked Mu Yao's number. Yin Xiaolan had sent several messages, expressing concern as a sister-in-law. Zhao Jin'an replied, "Sister-in-law, I am doing well." To his surprise, his phone chimed almost immediately with Yin Xiaolan's quick response. "Do not only report good news. Let me know if there are any troubles. Are you in your dormitory?" Zhao Jin'an replied, "Yes, I am in my dormitory, lying on my bed." Yin Xiaolan advised, "Now that you are in university, focus on your studies. Do not neglect your academics for part-time work. If money is tight, just let me know." This message took slightly longer to reply, indicating that Yin Xiaolan had likely chosen her words carefully. She had no source of income, and even if Zhao Jin'an were to ask for living expenses, it would not be directed at Yin Xiaolan, as there were others like Grandma, Duan Xioping, and Wang Jinru, whose statuses were more legitimate than hers. Indeed, logically speaking, Duan Xioping should be prioritized over Wang Jinru. Zhao Jin'an responded, "Okay." Yin Xiaolan replied, "Then you should sleep early." Zhao Jin'an, good night." Yin Xiaolan, "Good night." Checking the time, it was 12:15. Such a late hour rarely found anyone awake in Zhao family village. Zhao Jin'an knew that Zhao Wei was certainly not home. Otherwise, where would Yin Xiaolan be sleeping? Would she genuinely heed Grandma's advice and stay at his house? To be honest, Zhao Jin'an felt somewhat conflicted. He hoped Zhao Wei would not return home every day, wishing that Yin Xiaolan would refuse him, but Yin Xiaolan seemed to have no reason to decline Zhao Wei. Would she prevent Zhao Wei from approaching? Moreover, would Yin Xiaolan actually refuse Zhao Wei? A few more messages appeared abruptly. Unknown number. Jin'an, I am Song Wanha, the daughter of Song Chaoan. We met once. I didn't expect you to be in university now. Are you doing well? Unknown number. Jin'an, my father means no harm. He is a good person. During the day, Song Wanha had to work, and upon returning home, she asked her father about Zhao Jin'an. Song Chaoan relayed his experience at the train station to his daughter, implying that Zhao Jin'an was ungrateful. In a previous life, Song Wanha had approached a young Zhao Jin'an on the playground, separated by an iron fence, saying, "Your mother is going to marry my father." Zhao Jin'an had gripped the iron fence in silence. Song Wanha assumed Zhao Jin'an was too young to understand and reiterated, "It is your mother who is going to marry my father. She will be living with us from now on." She added another remark. In truth, Zhao Jin'an had already been informed. Grandma had asked him if he would be okay with his mother remarrying, but Zhao Jin'an had remained silent, and Grandma, holding her grandson's hand, never brought it up again. Now, after reading the messages, Zhao Jin'an chose not to reply, putting away his phone and drifting off to sleep amidst the sounds of snoring. Thus, the first day in Junsha came to an end. The next morning, Chunzhe had not returned overnight. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing awoke, but lingered in bed. A couple of betel nuts seemed to have disappeared from the table. Lu Chuangfeng, holding a cigarette, smiled at Zhao Jin'an as he got up, saying, "Jin'an, I haven't woken up to go buy cigarettes yet." Zhao Jin'an replied that it was fine. After his shower last night, he had changed his clothes and left the cigarettes on the table. Seeing Zhao Jin'an finished with his morning routine and preparing to head out, Gu Chaocheng, still lying on the bed, inquired, "Jin'an, where are you off to this time?" The military training wouldn't commence until tomorrow, and today was still designated for new student registrations. This was the first time for both Gu Chaoqing and Lu Chuangfeng in Junsha, and they had nowhere to go. Moreover, in other dormitories, the first day was typically a collective endeavor, establishing deep bonds of camaraderie among the students, unlike their room 303, which felt as if it would disband on the very first day. Gu Chaoqing pressed on, "We haven't even elected a dorm leader yet." Zhao Jin'an replied, "You all can take on that role, I will not. The implication is that anyone among you is acceptable to me." Lao Gu, I can't shake the feeling that Jin'an lacks a certain warmth. After Zhao Jin'an departed, Lu Chuangfeng mumbled about noticing another issue. The pack of Lao Baisha cigarettes on Zhao Jin'an's desk had been taken as well. Lao Gu, it's a pity you don't smoke. Gu Chaoqing replied, "Why don't you just buy a pack for yourself? I'm getting up too." Lu Chuangfeng inquired about his plans for rising, to which Gu Chaoqing expressed a sense of listlessness, feeling the need to find something to occupy his time. Lu Chuangfeng then remarked that Chunzhe was surely still in bed, likely cuddling with a girl. Mentioning Chunzhe brought a glimmer of envy to Lu Chuangfeng's eyes. Perhaps his desire to start a business in college was significantly influenced by Chen Zhe. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuxin awoke in a foul mood. When her roommate asked what was wrong, she complained to Zhao Bolin, "Your uncle is ignoring me. He hasn't replied to a single text." Uncle. The two roommates perked up, amused by Zhao Bolin's apparent prowess in this matter. Zhao Bolin, regretting her decision, playfully climbed onto Zhou Chuxin's bed before admitting that Zhao Jin'an had also not responded to her messages. Lan, your uncle really? Zhou Chuxin struggled to articulate her frustration. Does he not know how to charm girls? For instance, he could say, "I miss home, sister, come keep me company, one to you?" After a moment of surprise, Zhao Bolin burst into laughter. "I told you long ago, if you want to flirt, find someone else." "Who are you two talking about?" The curious roommates, while preparing for class, prodded for details as they applied light makeup. Zhou Chuxin explained that it was a very handsome junior, a fellow villager of Zhao Bolin, younger in age, but with a higher generational status. The roommates teased, asking how attractive Lan's uncle was. Zhou Chuxin exaggeratedly proclaimed, "He is at the level of a campus heartthrob, no less." Yet, the notion of a campus heartthrob was elusive. Even within the music academy, several self-proclaimed beauties emerged, often promoted by male classmates. The school doesn't issue certificates, nor could there be a true campus heartthrob. The four girls laughed heartily, none taking the matter too seriously. Now in their third year, their focus leaned more towards exams, graduate studies, and securing internships. The prospect of dating a freshman seemed unrealistic. If he truly were Zhao Bolin's uncle with a respectable job, that might be more credible. Yet, with boredom creeping in, Zhou Chuxin picked up her phone and mischievously texted Zhao Jin'an. "Jin'an, sister is heading to class now. Central South University." Suddenly, Mu Yao leaped out of bed, rushing from the dorm without a moment for personal care. The three roommates of room 406 exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on with her? A girl named Su Man inquired. Yao Xian, brushing her teeth, shook her head. Gurgle, gurgle, I have no idea." They turned to the most mature-looking one in 406. Shen Zian, who stood at 170 centimeters, her attire resembling that of a sophisticated woman rather than a college student. Her figure, face, and demeanor perfectly aligned with the image of an elegant lady. However, to embody that style, one's clothing and quality must not falter, otherwise, it diminishes the effect. Shen Zian shrugged, indicating her own ignorance. In room 411, Yu Fei was present. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yao returned, clutching her phone, confirming that Zhao Jin'an had blocked her again. "Mu Yao, what's wrong?" Su Man asked, noticing her eyes appeared teary. Mu Yao hung her head in silence. Shen Zian gave her a glance and asked, "Boyfriend?" Mu Yao nodded, affirming the assumption. Shen Zian fell silent, finding it unsurprising that someone like Mu Yao, a good girl, would cry over trivial disagreements with her boyfriend. Perhaps a few comforting words from him in the afternoon would have her smiling again. Su Man questioned whether Mu Yao was in a long-distance relationship. Having just enrolled as a freshman, her boyfriend was likely a high school classmate. Mu Yao clarified that he attended the neighboring normal university. Su Man suggested, "Then you can go see him. Just talk it out if there are issues." Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an was at an internet cafe, having invested $1 million in Vank nearly 3 months ago. With the market index rising, Vank, as a leading real estate company, was benefiting. He settled in a less crowded corner, booted up his securities account, and observed that his investment had indeed risen by 47, bringing his total to $6.02 million. While there were no surprising gains, the stability was commendable. The internet cafe in Junsha University town was least crowded in the morning. Some patrons had returned to their dorms after an all-nighter, while others had dozed off on the sofas. Zhao Jin'an did not chase after the currently hot stocks or popular sectors, merely glancing at them before closing the software. In a bull market, stock prices rotated. Savvy traders understood that today it might be semiconductors, tomorrow healthcare, and the day after that liquor stocks. One could never predict which sector would be favored next. Frequently switching stocks in pursuit of trending sectors often leads to missed opportunities. Inside the cafe, the sound of keyboards clattering indicated a player engaged in a rhythm game, with that genre notoriously demanding on keyboards. However, the majority of male patrons were engrossed in World of Warcraft. During the era of private servers, many also played Legend and Dream of the Westward Journey, along with Kart Rider and Bubble Trouble. These games had a fair share of female players, particularly in the rhythm game category. Another popular game was Conquest. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an had partaken in part-time work at an internet cafe, where he witnessed someone spend 200,000 yuan in a single night, not in-game currency, but real money. At that time, Zhao Jin'an was astonished, unable to comprehend how anyone could spend such a sum on a video game in one night. To provide context, in 2006, the salary level in Junsha was only around 6,200, with 3,000 deemed a white-collar salary. Thus, 200,000 equated to 5 years' worth of a white-collar's earnings. After paying a 10 yuan deposit, patrons were required to settle for at least half an hour before logging off. Zhao Jin'an spent some time playing Bubble Trouble, though he found himself outmatched. One of the perks of working at the cafe was the quiet hours when he could play games on an available computer. Zhao Jin'an would occasionally watch movies or play Bubble Trouble. In the mornings, he could collect various lighters and half-finished cigarettes. He had even found money and phones on multiple occasions, though any found cash or phones had to be handed over to the manager, as those individuals would return looking for their belongings, and the cafe had surveillance cameras. After settling his bill and exiting the cafe, Zhao Jin'an wandered down Decadent Street. Strolling leisurely, he no longer needed to work part-time, with his securities account totaling 6.02 million. He also carried 1,000 yuan in cash and had 58,000 yuan in his bank account. Originally, he had 60,000, but after withdrawing 2,500 to lend to Yufei, he was left with just enough after receiving 2,000 from Cheng Zillian. The storefronts on Decadent Street were modest, and the streets were bustling with various businesses catering to the student population. Memories of future bubble tea chains flooded his mind. Mi Shui, Cha Yin Yusei, Ba Wang Cha Ji, Shi Tea, Nai Shui's Tea, and many others. There were also coffee shops like Luckin Coffee, along with snack chains like Xiao Zui Snacks, among others. Feeling a bit lost, Zhao Jin'an's phone rang. It was a call from teacher Cheng. Cheng Zillian mentioned that the principal had asked her to lead another senior class and inquired if Zhao Jin'an was adjusting well to university life. After a brief pause, Zhao Jin'an admitted he preferred high school, prompting a laugh from Cheng Zillian. Their conversation was short-lived, as Cheng Zillian hung up first. After a day of rest, military training commenced. At 7:30 a.m., a sea of freshers gathered in the sports field, awaiting speeches from school leaders and instructors. They lined up according to height, with Zhao Jin'an standing at 181 centimeters, positioned towards the back. Next to him was Lu Chuangfeng, at 185 centimeters, standing at the far left, while Chun Zhe and Gu Chaoqing took their places at the front. The first day was a mix of ease and discomfort, apart from the sun's harsh rays. The entire morning was spent listening to speeches. On the second day of military training, the normal university began to assert its authority. Unsurprisingly, under the instructor's incessant scrutiny, not a single dormitory passed the cleanliness inspection. The foremost task at hand was folding the blankets. According to military standards, none of the university students could manage to fold a square as neat as a tofu block. The only one to receive praise was Gu Chaoqing. Hailing from Shiguang, Gu had been subjected to rigorous military training since elementary school, fostering within him a keen interest and a subtle sense of superiority regarding the military training at universities in Xiangnan province. Isn't military training merely a form of play? Zhao Jin'an had watched videos of military training in Shiguang on short video platforms, and to be frank, they were quite exhilarating and hardcore, bordering on ruthless. While military training in other provinces resembled childish play, was it truly necessary to enforce such strictness? Chun Zhe, exhausted from the ordeal, lamented weakly, "Old Gu, could you help me fold this blanket? I want to be using it during training. It'll just sit at the head of my bed." Lu Chuangfeng also sought Gu Chaoqing's assistance, offering a bottle of cola as payment. In September, all the universities in the college town were engaged in military training. The sound of whistles echoed, marking the cadence of standing at attention, standing easy, and marching. In the evenings, they would gather in a circle, singing songs. And the school even organized viewings of the popular drama Soldier Assault. Zhao Jin'an found the experience to be more enjoyable than arduous. Even though Chun Zhe was utterly fatigued, he would occasionally vanish for a while in the evenings with his car keys in hand. At Central South University, 3 girls from room 406 leaned over the balcony, eyeing a BMW parked below. Su Man entered the room, and upon meeting the inquisitive gazes of her 3 roommates, she shook a bag. "Sunscreen. Wow. We have 2 girls in our dorm with boyfriends." Yao Xian teased. Man, you've hidden this well." Su Man smiled gracefully, neither confirming nor denying, and explained. "We were neighbors before. Her mother is quite fond of me, and the sunscreen was a gift from her." Childhood sweethearts. "And her mother likes you." "Isn't that even better?" Yao Xian grew more animated, asking, "Are you keeping it under wraps to prevent us from stealing your boyfriend? When will you introduce us?" Yao, don't you have a boyfriend too? Let us meet them all. I'm curious." Su Man casually placed the sunscreen on her bed, appearing relaxed. "Sure. They're both from the normal university anyway." Mu Yao stared in the direction of the departing BMW, silent. Shenzian glanced at her and said, "It's getting late. Let us wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow will be another grueling day." Unlike boys, girls prioritize beauty, even when exhausted. They must shower and smell delightful before retiring for the night. Yao Xin continued to gossip with Su Manman, discussing everything from car models to the business of her boyfriend's family, to which Su Manman responded nonchalantly, having only arrived a few days prior. Mu Yao had yet to integrate into room 406. The next day during military training, she sought out Yu Fei from room 411. Yu Fei remarked, "Mu Yao, your dorm has such high standards of beauty. That Shenzian is stunning and tall, and Su Manman is also quite beautiful." Mu Yao observed for a moment before saying, "Su Manman already has a boyfriend." "Really?" Yu Fei looked on, analyzing, "So she must be messaging him now." Mu Yao nodded. "Her boyfriend's family is wealthy. They drive a BMW. What do they do?" Yu Fei inquired, astonished, as she instinctively associated wealth with societal elite. In 2006, driving a BMW was indeed a status symbol. Even owning a crown was remarkable. Mu Yao clarified that he was just a first-year student from the normal university. "Isn't that the same school as Zhao Jin'an?" Yu Fei asked, to which Mu Yao nodded. Subconsciously, she felt a sense of avoidance. Su Manman's boyfriend drove a BMW to deliver sunscreen, while Zhao Jin'an spent his summer selling fish at the market. This psychological contrast was akin to ordering takeout at work, only for one's own boyfriend to deliver it. Yu Fei and Mu Yao were originally classmates, training together. After observing Mu Yao for a while, Yu Fei said, "You're actually more beautiful than Su Manman." "What are you trying to say?" Mu Yao looked at Su Manman, while Yu Fei pondered, "The boys in our class have been saying that Shenzian is a goddess. And they think you're beautiful too, just perhaps not as tall or in style." At this, Mu Yao turned her gaze towards Yu Fei, who was hesitant to speak. Mu Yao interjected, "You need to say more." She understood what Yu Fei was implying. In Class 1 of accounting, there were 28 girls and 18 boys. Under the guidance of Director Lu Hui, recently graduated and staying on, he made it a point to stroll around the playground daily. Cautious not to make any missteps in his first job, he had noticed that Chun-Zhe was the class troublemaker. After reviewing all the student records, he found it peculiar that Zhao Jin'an, classified as a poor student, smoked. "Break it up, you lot. What are you doing hiding over there to smoke?" During a break in military training, Chun-Zhe produced a blue foo, surrounded by a group of boys. "Jin'an, want to smoke?" Zhao Jin'an had been trying to limit his intake to 1 pack every 2 days. "Haha, Zegu, pass me one," Lu Chuanfeng said. "But you didn't buy any." Chun-Zhe scoffed, yet still handed it over. The boys chuckled. Gu Chaocheng, who didn't smoke but enjoyed the camaraderie, chimed in. "Old Lu, at least as the vice monitor and dorm leader, buy a good pack of cigarettes." Under the glaring sun, in the shade of a tree at the corner of the playground, several boys from Class 1 of accounting were puffing away. Occasionally, a few smokers from Class 2 would join in, and Chun-Zhe was generous. As long as he had cigarettes, he would share with everyone. They all called him Zegu, and Chun-Zhe had become the acknowledged leader of the accounting department. "This is the essence of youth," Lu Chuanfeng said, savoring a drag. Zhao Jin'an leaned against the iron railing, gazing across the playground where other departments were training, the sounds of chants and cheers filling the air, evoking a delightful feeling. "Jin'an, why are you gripping that iron railing? Isn't it hot?" Gu Chaoqing noticed that every time Zhao Jin'an came to smoke, he would grip the railing. Curious as to why he didn't find it scorching in such heat. "Nothing." Zhao Jin'an released his grip, but soon found himself unconsciously reaching for it again. He could never forget that summer, the one when Song Wanha came to find him, declaring that his mother was to marry her father and they would all live together. At 11, Zhao Jin'an clung tightly to the railing. It was hot and painful, yet he said nothing. At that time, Song Wanha likely didn't wish for Song Chaoan to remarry either. Later, it was Duan Xiaoping who moved Song Wanha, prompting her to refer to Duan as aunt. Now in university, still meddling in others' affairs. Hearing Lu Hui call out, Chun-Zhe cursed and, with a grin, went to share cigarettes with him, showcasing his quick change of demeanor. Before long, Lu Hui was laughing and joking with Chun-Zhe. "Damn, even the instructor favors the wealthy," Lu Chuanfeng muttered resentfully. He had originally been the class monitor, receiving more than half the votes, but Lu Hui appointed a student named Wang Xuan, who had only missed being elected by 4 votes. Wang Xuan had helped Lu Hui with some tasks on the day of orientation, and Lu Hui suggested he run for class monitor, not expecting Lu Chuanfeng to actually step up. It was merely a matter of timing. At the start of university, everyone was still somewhat shy. Lu Hui had said anyone interested could come up to run, but the students merely laughed and pushed each other, none daring to step forward. Zegu, you should go. Lu Chuangfeng glanced at Lin Qingxue, wanting to take the plunge himself, but also egging Chunzhe on. Chunzhe shrugged, not interested, then turned to Lu Chuangfeng, saying, Dorm leader, you should go up. If you get elected, we'll have someone to cover for us. Right, dorm leader, hurry up. Gu Chaoqing chimed in, both urging him on. They all envisioned that if Lu Chuangfeng were elected class monitor, they would have someone to shield them in the future, especially for attendance during certain classes. As for the dorm leader, since neither Chunzhe nor Zhao Jin'an were willing to take on that responsibility, it naturally fell to Lu Chuangfeng. What if I really do? Lu Chuangfeng feigned modesty for a moment, and just then, Lu Hui called out Wang Xuan's name. University students are no longer like elementary school children. They have learned to read between the lines. To put it plainly, they prefer not to stand out, fearing that Lu Hui might remember them. What can be said about the position of a university counselor? If they were to deliberately target you, it could indeed be quite a trial. However, most counselors tend to be benevolent. Many are senior students who have chosen to remain at the university after graduation, often regarded as older brothers or sisters. Generally, they harbor no malicious intent and do not single anyone out, as it serves no purpose. Their primary desire is to fulfill their responsibilities diligently, and it would be even better if no one troubled them over the course of 4 years. Lu Chuangfeng, standing at 185 centimeters, certainly commands attention when he stands at the podium. He is not unattractive either. He boasts of his strength, offering assistance to anyone in need, assuring them that he is always available. This sincere and straightforward campaign statement garnered enthusiastic applause and recognition from the audience. Chunzhe also rallied votes for Lu Chuangfeng. Messaging his high school classmate Li Lu, with the addition of 303, they secured 8 votes, prompting other classmates to gradually raise their hands, surpassing the majority. Consequently, Lu Hui could only appoint Lu Chuangfeng as the deputy class leader and sports committee member. In truth, the most intense competition was for the position of the Youth League branch secretary. In university, the role of class leader is more of a formality, corresponding to administrative functions, while the Youth League branch is a requisite establishment. The class leader focuses on daily affairs coordination, while the branch secretary is responsible for ideological development and liaising with the Youth League Committee and the university's party organization. Lin Qingxue is the belle of the accounting class, admired by both Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing, who unanimously agree that she is the most attractive girl in their class. On the first day of the class meeting, Lu Chuangfeng was immediately taken by Lin Qingxue. Although she stands at about 162 centimeters, her smile is captivating, adorned with 2 charming dimples. Particularly striking is the way her white t-shirt accentuates her figure. In Zhao Jin'an's words, she is a well-nourished young woman, destined to raise children without scarcity. Ultimately, Lin Qingxue narrowly secured the position of branch secretary for the accounting class. The reason being, Lu Chuangfeng, in his infatuation, ensured that the 4 votes from 303 were not split and were cast entirely in favor of Lin Qingxue. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and her dormitory friends, totaling 4 votes, not only supported Lu Chuangfeng but also raised their hands for Wang Xuan when he campaigned for class leader. Observing Lin Qingxue's delicate hand raised in support, Lu Chuangfeng's heart shattered. This woman is indeed adept at navigating social dynamics. Jin'an, turn a bit. The girls are all looking at you, Gu Chaoqing teased. Leaning against the iron railing, Zhao Jin'an, with a cigarette in hand, caught the attention of girls from the neighboring class. Having misperformed several times during military training, Gu Chaoqing was visibly irked. This pretty boy, he thought, is resting while others are sweating under the sun. One of the boys called out, Jin'an, you should wear a hat. Leave some soup for us. Yes, yes. Attention, about turn. Hurry up. Don't make us take action. Several boys, smoking, started to tease, pretending to roll up their sleeves. Even the boys from the accounting class recognized Zhao Jin'an's good looks. The key point was his subtle charm, which explained why Mu Yao wished for Zhao Jin'an to escort her to school for registration. A boy named Wang Weitao, puffing on Chunzhe's blue FA, joked, Jin'an, why not grow your hair longer? I'm considering changing dorms. I want you to drop the soap. Damn. Wang Weitao, do you have to be so desperate? Wang Weitao, with a face full of acne, pointed at Zhao Jin'an. Look, look. He is smiling again. Get lost. Zhao Jin'an retorted with a laugh, slightly turning away. Wang Weitao immediately changed his tune, clapping his hands like a girl, exclaiming, wow, Jin'an is so manly. Ugh. Wang Weitao, you're making me nauseous. You can't possibly be serious, can you? And what else with your face full of acne? If Jin'an is considered bent, what does that make you? Zhao Jin'an countered. What do you mean if I'm bent? Are you all just waiting for me to drop the soap? The boys began to tease Wang Weitao, pulling at his clothes and pants, insisting he buy a pack of premium cigarettes for tomorrow. Wang Weitao could only plead, okay, I'll buy. Just don't pull down my pants. This is what being 18 looks like. A pack of Huangfu costs 23, and Wang Weitao probably comes from a decent family, belonging to the average working class. He hails from Hangzhou and, in a previous life, graduated from university and traveled to Junsha for work, where he met Zhao Jin'an a few times, even getting acquainted with Chen Qingji. Zhao Jin'an had taken him and Zhao Ziyong out for late-night snacks on several occasions. Curiously, when Wang Weitao traveled to Junsha for work, he never sought out Chen Zhe, the wealthy second generation. Instead, he would always bring a multitude of local specialties for Zhao Jin'an. Items like Westlake Longjing tea, fake, Westlake lotus powder, osmanthus cake, and dingsheng cake, claiming that they required long queues at famous shops, which Chen Qingji particularly enjoyed. Zhao Jin'an casually mentioned this to Wang Weitao, and on the same day, Wang Weitao promptly sent a package saying he had taken care of his sister-in-law's lotus powder, and to let him know if it ran out. While it could be purchased online, Wang Weitao insisted that it was not authentic. In the afternoon, during a break, several boys from the accounting class came over to smoke again. Quick, who has cigarettes? Zhao Jin'an leaned against the iron railing, saying, use mine. He pulled out a pack of Huangfu, unconsciously resting a hand on the railing. Lu Chuangfing took one, saying, hey, Jin'an has switched to cigarettes, not the laborious Baisha. Deputy class leader, you're the only one who hasn't bought any. As the cigarettes circulated, Wang Weitao snagged one and shoved it into Zhao Jin'an's hand, throwing a jab at Lu Chuangfing in the process. University life unfolds in this manner, with everyone taking turns. However, aside from Chen Zhe, most were smoking cheap cigarettes. Considering that the monthly allowance was only 350, Chen Zhe also took one. On the day classes began, he had heard Lu Chuangfing mention it. Zhao Jin'an smoked a 4-yuan labor baisha, and Chen Zhe was somewhat surprised when he noticed it wasn't the 8-yuan jing baisha. Honestly, from Zhao Jin'an's perspective, he didn't seem to come from a poor background. Chapter 46. The dormitory is full of eccentrics. As they exhaled clouds of smoke, they were not bothersome, avoiding smoking in crowds to prevent secondhand smoke hazards. Not far away, in the shade of trees, there were many bottles of mineral water labeled with class identifiers. Branch Secretary Lin Qingxue and 2 girls were serving water with disposable cups. One girl brought a cup of water to Zhao Jin'an, saying, here's yours. Zhao Jin'an accepted the cup, thanking her. The girl smiled and introduced herself. I'm Tang Xiaoqing. Li Lu, holding a disposable cup, was a moment too late. Her gaze fixed on Tang Xiaoqing. Lu Chuangfing teased softly, Jin'an, you're so lucky. He noticed that neither Li Lu nor Tang Xiaoqing was as pretty as Lin Qingxue, so he felt no jealousy and could afford to joke. Wang Weitao and several boys chimed in. Tang Xiaoqing was the first to serve you. We still have to fetch our own. Zhao Jin'an replied. It's just a classmate serving water. Everyone gets it. Chen Zhe held a disposable cup. Lin Qingxue had indeed served him first. Lu Chuangfing felt a twinge of jealousy, but thankfully he remembered that Chen Zhe had a girlfriend. Gu Chaoqing exclaimed. I'm the closest and still have to wait in line. After a day of military training, on the way back to the dormitory, Lu Chuangfing said, Zhe Gu, you have a girlfriend. Lin Qingxue is mine. A brother must not covet another's wife. And Jin'an, you have Li Lu and Tang Xiaoqing. The dorm leader had preemptively assigned everyone. As for the lanky Gu Chaoqing, he was completely overlooked. Catch up if you can. Chen Zhe felt a lump in his throat. Thinking Lu Chuangfing was truly naive, he drove to Central South University, with Lu Chuangfing and Gu Chaoqing following. Zhao Jin'an did not go. He and a few others from Wang Weitao's dormitory headed to the cafeteria. Everyone in the accounting class knew about Chen Zhe's family background, and so did the counselor Lu Hui. On the way to Central South University, Lu Chuangfing remarked that Zhao Jin'an was too much of a loner, always preferring to act independently. Gu Chaoqing, seated in the back, quipped that they weren't elementary school students who needed to go everywhere in groups, even to the restroom. While Chen Zhe drove and made a phone call, he hung up and steered towards the cafeteria. At the cafeteria's fork in the road, Su Man hung up a call, saying she would wait for someone. Boyfriend. The 3 girls halted, intrigued, as they had only seen Chen Zhe's figure from the balcony. Su Man smiled again, neither confirming nor denying, merely stating that they would arrive shortly. After a while, Chen Zian began to feel something was amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Yu Fei remarked that Mu Yao was more beautiful than Su Man. Indeed, while Su Man was quite lovely, her beauty was of a gentle nature. Over time, Shen Zian found Su Man to be a considerate and understanding young woman. The 4 girls from room 406 were clad in military training uniforms, while Mu Yao seemed distracted, feeling slightly homesick and missing Zhao Jin'an. She envied Su Man, wondering why her mother and aunt did not favor Jin'an. Furthermore, it seemed that Su Man had everything going for her. Her boyfriend's mother adored her, and her family was affluent. Before long, Chunze arrived, stepping out of the car with a bag in hand. Man, the weather is about to turn cold, he said, his gaze flitting between Mu Yao and Shun Zian. Noticing Mu Yao's pure appearance and Shun Zian's striking presence even in uniform, Chunze mentioned bringing Lu Chuangfeng to broaden his horizons. And he himself was taken aback for a moment. Wow. Both Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing were momentarily stunned as they exited the vehicle. Stop staring, others have boyfriends. Su Man said, stepping forward to take the bag quietly. Both have boyfriends? Mu Yao asked, to which Su Man replied, yes, Mu Yao does. But I'm not sure about Shun Zian. Hello, Chunze greeted with gentlemanly charm, casting a lingering glance at Mu Yao. Hi. The three girls responded cheerfully from a distance. One mustn't be too aloof towards a roommate's boyfriend. Shun Zian observed Chunze and Su Man and thought they made a pretty good match. Mu Yao felt a sense of equilibrium, considering that Chunze, Su Man's boyfriend, was not as handsome as Zhao Jin'an. Standing at 175 centimeters, he was of average height for southern standards and had an appealing appearance. Though his long-term betel nut chewing had left his jaw slightly pronounced. Many in the Changsha Shantan area had this habit, and it was somewhat prevalent, even among some women. Su Man inquired about Chunze's roommate, to which he replied that he had not arrived. You wouldn't have started forming cliques and isolating others right at the beginning of the semester, would you? Su Man chided gently, resembling an elder sister educating Chunze, who had clearly been sneaking glances at his roommate, yet she wasn't angry. Isolating him? He.S. the one isolating us. Chunze suddenly laughed and said, by the way, he.S. quite handsome. Li Lu had her eye on him on the first day. Su Man was a bit surprised, but we just started college. Isn't that a bit fast? Meanwhile, Mu Yao, faced with Lu Chuangfeng's foolish grin, slightly turned away, showing signs of disdain. Shun Zian, however, managed a slight smile and greeted them. Lu Chuangfeng, who genuinely seemed to suffer from social anxiety, pulled out his phone and asked the girls for their numbers, suggesting they could help each other in the future. Shun Zian was taken aback, thinking it was rather embarrassing. Chunze quickly intervened, feeling it was too awkward to stop him, and suggested they all exchange contact information to make it less awkward. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 p.m., and Chunze was scolding Lu Chuangfeng. Could you not be so direct? Gu Chaoqing added, Old Lu, weren't you interested in Lin Qingxue? Lu Chuangfeng insisted that Shun Zian was far more beautiful than Lin Qingxue, reminding Chunze that he had Su Man and shouldn't compete with him for Shun Zian. Chunze sighed, explaining that girls like Shun Zian were hard to pursue. She was unattainable. Why not? Lu Chuangfeng countered, claiming Shun Zian had smiled at him. Chunze replied, you should pursue Lin Qingxue instead. She might be a better match for you. Gu Chaoqing found Mu Yao quite beautiful, but during the journey, Chunze had mentioned that Mu Yao already had a boyfriend, and the three of them were quite animated, even planning their next gathering. With Chunze and Su Man playing matchmakers, the three girls from room 406 found it difficult to refuse, though they held little expectation, as they were not particularly interested in Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing from room 303. By the way, where is Jin'an? Chunze picked up a towel and headed to the bathroom, noticing the 990 yuan green bottle of laundry detergent sitting in the corner. He glanced at Zhao Jin'an, who was idly occupying the dorm. Picking up the detergent, he realized it was likely only Zhao Jin'an who used it. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an stood at the balcony door, focused intently on the laundry detergent he had purchased. Gu Chaoqing, looking in the mirror, nudged Lu Chuangfeng and whispered, did you forget to buy laundry detergent too? Have you been using Jin'an's? Lu Chuangfeng glanced at the mirror, where Zhao Jin'an was visible, and opened his mouth in disbelief. No way. I've only used it 3 or 4 times. How could you tell? Gu Chaoqing shot him a knowing look. Who knows how much you pour in each time? Chunze chuckled internally, addressing Lu Chuangfeng. Hey, dorm leader, haven't you bought shampoo yet? Lu Chuangfeng awkwardly laughed. Oh, I forgot. I'll buy it tomorrow. He sheepishly confessed to Zhao Jin'an. Jin'an, I forgot to buy laundry detergent. I used yours last night. When I get mine, you can use it once. Zhao Jin'an turned around, saying it was fine, still holding onto the laundry detergent. Lu Chuangfeng retorted, you call that fine? Can you be more obvious? Chunze nearly burst out laughing. The dormitory was such a joyful place. Lu Chuangfeng pointed at the detergent in Zhao Jin'an's hand and asked, so Jin'an, what are you doing with that? Zhao Jin'an glanced down and replied, I was just looking at the ingredient list. The ingredient list? The three boys looked bewildered, thinking, we're accounting majors, not food science majors. What are you researching? How terribly bored could one be? Zhao Jin'an ignored their banter, lost in thought. He pondered that the sales of Pengshi Lai had surpassed 14 billion yuan in a year, with various self-operated products selling out. And all of this occurring in just one prefecture-level city. If such a model were to reach the provincial capital and expand nationwide, would it be feasible? Chunze casually snapped a photo and sent it to Su Man, captioning it, "See? It's not me isolating him. It's him isolating us." Then he entered the bathroom. Zhao Jin'an remained focused, contemplating how, if he could replicate Pengshi Lai's success, the land in Zhejiang could be utilized to cultivate fruits and vegetables with established sales channels. Zhejiang had only over 600 households, making it a sparsely populated area. Of course, Zhao Jin'an was no saint, capable of enriching his fellow villagers, but he knew he could only set the purchase price slightly above the market rate. After showering, Chunze climbed into bed, opened his laptop, and logged into QQ, noticing Su Man's avatar flashing. Man, who is this? Zhe Xiao, the person you said I was isolating. Guess what? Li Lu had her eye on him on the first day. Man, what is he doing? What's in his hand? Zhe Xiao, laundry detergent, grinning, claiming he's looking at the ingredient list. Our dorm is full of oddballs. Man, it's just the start of the semester. Don't speak ill of your roommates. You'll be living together for 4 years. It's not like high school where you go home after class. Zhe Xiao, no wonder my mom likes you so much. You're just like her. Zhe Xiao, huh? I like you too. Heart. Su Man did not respond, as she zoomed in on a photo, having been watching since Chunze entered the bathroom. Chapter 47. I want to complain. Chunze was the only one in room 303 who had purchased a laptop. That night, 2 phone screens in room 303 remained lit. As Chunze and Lu Chuangfeng busily typed away, engaged in rapid conversation. Suddenly, Lu Chuangfeng sat up excitedly, exclaiming, "Shunzian replied to my message." Chunze was surprised, wondering if a girl like Shunzian truly had feelings for Lu Chuangfeng. He asked, "What did she say?" Lu Chuangfeng proudly raised his phone. "I told her I'm the dorm leader and class president, and I'm planning to join the student council. She said that's great and that I'm very ambitious." "Is that all?" Gu Chaoqing asked eagerly, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "We're still chatting." Lu Chuangfeng resumed typing, omitting that he had sent Shunzian over 10 messages and that she had only replied with this one. "Gu Chaoqing, Lao Lu, are you not the vice monitor?" Lu Chuangfeng ignored him. After all, being a vice monitor also meant being a leader, unlike the rest of them who were merely bystanders. In reality, Lu Chuangfeng was engaged in a conversation with Lin Qingxue, who had replied to him 5 minutes prior with a message saying, "I'm about to take a shower and go to bed." The dormitory head of room 303 was merely putting up a facade. After much contemplation and hesitation, Gu Chaoqing picked up his phone and attempted to send a message to Mu Yao. "Are you there?" The long, monotonous night was exceedingly tedious. Gu Chaoqing found no particular attraction to girls like Shunzian. Rather, he believed that Mu Yao and Su Man embodied the essence of university life more appropriately. He felt he could not grasp the allure of a girl like Shunzian. In the dormitory of Central South University, room 406, Mu Yao glanced at her phone and remarked, "These boys are so dull." "Su Man, Chunze just added me on QQ." Shunzian chuckled, adding, Man. Chunze added me too. It was necessary to inform each other about their roommates' boyfriends. Yao Xian picked up her phone and sighed. "These boys are so superficial. No one bothers to chat with me." Yao Xian intended to ease the awkwardness, as they presumed Su Man would be upset and would immediately call Chunze to confront him. "What is the meaning of adding my roommate on QQ without telling me?" This was a typical response. However, to their surprise, Su Man, seated on her bed with her laptop, generously stated, "He mentioned adding you all on QQ." "Wow, Man. Is Chunze informing you?" Yao Xian was rather fond of the pairing of Su Man and Chunze, one wealthy and the other graceful. Su Man merely smiled and remained silent, displaying a gentle demeanor. She did not message Chunze to question him or inquire about anything. In room 406, apart from Yao Xian, Mu Yao, and Shunzian, Su Man had purchased a laptop, along with an MP3 player, completing the essential trio of university supplies: laptop, MP3 phone. Zhao Jin'an was lost in his own thoughts, mimicking Pengshi Lai. He recalled the vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities that Pengshi Lai sold out, including shampoo, laundry detergent, cooking oil, soy sauce, and alcoholic beverages. Should he establish a factory or set standards and outsource production? Regardless of how the world may change, these items remain necessities. With only the purchasing channels evolving, while everyone was preoccupied with technology, the common folk primarily focused on their daily meals. As maintaining good health was paramount, this was the essence of Pengshi Lai's philosophy. Quality control. If he were to establish a factory, Zhao Jin'an envisioned the Fortune 500 companies, particularly Johnson & Johnson, recognized as one of the most comprehensive healthcare enterprises globally. Dabao SOD Honey, initially priced at just a few yuan per bottle. It was Wang Jinru's sole skincare product. Originally a domestic brand, it was later acquired by Johnson & Johnson, indicating its profitability. Suddenly, Luo Jingji announced her arrival in Junsha and inquired if Zhao Jin'an had time. She mentioned that she had rented a warehouse in Junsha and intended to set up an office as a base, indicating her ambition to penetrate the Junsha market and subsequently extend her influence throughout the entire Xiangnan province. After a day of military training, Zhao Jin'an returned to the dormitory with classmates from the accounting department. Wang Weitao persistently lingered around Zhao Jin'an, causing him to feel somewhat suspicious. Was this guy genuinely waiting for him to drop the soap? Back off. Zhao Jin'an expressed his disdain, while Wang Weitao remained tenacious. Hearing the commotion, Chen Zhe, who was walking ahead, turned back and chuckled. Are you a hit with both genders? To Zhao Jin'an's surprise, Lu Chuangfeng echoed this sentiment, laughing heartily. Jin'an, you seem to attract everyone. Incorrect, it's both genders and all ages. Wang Weitao corrected loudly. Suddenly, a group of female university students clad in yoga pants approached, giggling and exuding confidence, causing Lu Chuangfeng to become momentarily transfixed, swallowing hard. He remarked on how provocative these female students were, flaunting their black and nude tights, which he found audacious and appealing, having never witnessed such displays before. Could you lower your voice? They can hear you. Chen Zhe found Lu Chuangfeng's behavior slightly embarrassing and remarked, those senior sisters are dance majors. They are in practice attire. But that girl in the nude outfit looks almost naked, Lu Chuangfeng pointed out discreetly. Chen Zhe couldn't help but glance again, acknowledging that indeed, the dancer's physique was impressive. But don't point. Chen Zhe felt it was embarrassing to be seen with Lu Chuangfeng and quickly distanced himself. In truth, Lu Chuangfeng was not to blame, after all. A 20-year-old female university student in practice gear was akin to the mini yoga pants featured in trending videos that garnered millions of likes. Zhao Jin'an observed Wang Weitao who, despite sporting acne, was also captivated. This reassured Zhao Jin'an. Otherwise, he might have questioned why Wang Weitao had been so kind to him during his previous visit to Junsha. A few girls giggled and flirted with the younger boys, casting them glances of admiration while covering their mouths in laughter, clearly unimpressed by the freshmen in military training uniforms. Just then, a white Land Rover pulled up, causing everyone to halt in their tracks, and the vehicle seemed taken aback as well. Luo Jingji, dressed in a chic professional outfit, exuded elegance and confidence, adorned with oversized sunglasses. She stepped out of the car, beaming, and called out, Zhao Jin'an. Having just returned from military training, a significant portion of the accounting class was present. They widened their eyes in curiosity. Who is that? Lu Chuangfeng was visibly anxious. This woman was not only beautiful, but also affluent. Old Gu, what car is that? Gu Chaoqing glanced a few times and replied, it seems to be a Land Rover. Is it as impressive as Zhe Ji's BMW? Lu Chuangfeng was intrigued. Of course. Wang Weitao, ever supportive of Zhao Jin'an, rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Chen Zhe's BMW could buy 3 of those. Pretty boy, Jin'an must be sponsored. Lu Chuangfeng exclaimed. I'll report this. I must inform the school. Chapter 48. Heartless and Unyielding. Upon hearing Wang Weitao's comment, Chen Zhe remained unfazed, having always perceived Zhao Jin'an as a modest individual. Now, the truth was unveiled. Chen Zhe understood cars. To put it in perspective, there were less than 100 Land Rovers on the roads of Junsha in 2006. Old Gu, I want to be a pretty boy, he remarked. Gu Chaoqing shot him a glance, responding, you're just a rough man. Why am I rough? It's people like me who are real men. He had often remarked that Zhao Jin'an was more refined than the girls from their hometown. Zhao Jin'an approached, calling out, Manager Luo, you haven't tanned much? After a month apart, Luo Jingji appraised Zhao Jin'an from head to toe before reaching out to take his arm. Zhao Jin'an took a step back, gently shaking his head. Luo Jingji retracted her hand, smiling. Their intimate interaction caught the attention of their classmates, who displayed a range of expressions. Could it be true? Was Zhao Jin'an actually being supported? Lu Chuangfeng grew anxious once more. This pretty boy was failing at his role. Far too inadequate. How could he hide? With someone so beautiful, I would willingly drink bathwater. Bathwater? Gu Chaoqing was taken aback, questioning the lack of boundaries in such a statement. However, glancing at Luo Jingji, he quipped, you certainly have a vivid imagination. What? Do you plan to compete for her bathwater? Lu Chuangfeng retorted quietly, his gaze fixed on Luo Jingji, unblinking. Everyone else watched in amusement. Wang Weitao chimed in, Vice Monitor. You're even more disgusting than I am. Luo Jingji smiled and nodded at them, turning to Zhao Jin'an, asking, "Are these your classmates?" Zhao Jin'an nodded, "Yes." "University life is quite enjoyable," she remarked as she approached with a warm smile, saying, "Hello, I am Jin'an's cousin." Faced with a professional beauty. Everyone felt somewhat awkward, except for Chunze, who remained composed. "Hello, cousin." Luo Jinji smiled and said, "Jin'an, I must take my leave. I cannot stay with you all." "Take your leave? What does that mean?" Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing exchanged a glance. "Is that what your cousin said?" "Jin'an, get in the car." Luo Jinji beckoned Zhao Jin and to take the passenger seat before turning the vehicle around. "Shua, she is my cousin, not a sugar baby. Not far away." Li Lu's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Qingxue felt she had underestimated the situation. Her recent attentions toward Chunze had made her regard Zhao Jin as merely a handsome, ordinary university student. Little did she know, Zhao Jin'an was also from a wealthy family. If her cousin could afford a Range Rover, then Zhao Jin'an's family must be well off as well. In the distance, another figure caught her eye, Tang Xiaoqing, who clenched her clothing nervously before heading back to the dormitory. Luo Jinji's warehouse was rented in Yuhua District. A kilometer past the South Bus Station, where the rent was more affordable and the transportation convenient, with the office situated right next to the warehouse. Hu Chun had also arrived, busy recruiting. Initially, Luo Jinji planned to drive Zhao Jin into the company, but he expressed a desire to walk around the campus before his military training. Luo Jinji thought this was a good idea. The atmosphere at the university was invigorating. As they passed a group of girls, Luo Jinji took a moment to admire them from the car, reminiscing about her own university days, feeling nostalgic about the beauty of youth. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an's gaze was fixed on a boy, his attention unwavering. The golden sunlight illuminated the boy's handsome profile, prompting Luo Jinji to tease him playfully. "What boy are you looking at? Don't you know to admire the beauties?" The campus radio was playing The Funeral of Roses, a song that had gained immense popularity among university students that year. As the two walked side by side, they attracted many curious glances, most directed at Luo Jinji. Zhao Jin'an, clad in military training attire, did not stand out as much. Luo Jinji removed her sunglasses and spoke first. "Did I embarrass you?" Zhao Jin'an chuckled. "Am I being mistaken for a kept man? Is it shameful to be your kept man?" Luo Jinji linked her arm with Zhao Jin'an's, who lowered his gaze to her hand. "What is so great about being your kept man?" Luo Jinji was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Jin'an continued with mock irritation. "I haven't gained anything. No money, no person." Luo Jinji, realizing the humor, burst into laughter and pulled Zhao Jin'an closer. "Then how about we go to a hotel tonight? I'll give myself to you." Zhao Jin'an retorted, "You give yourself to me? Or should I give myself to you? I still have my first kiss intact." Luo Jinji understood, laughing uncontrollably, and suggested, "Then I'll give you a big red envelope." "Luo, let's get to the point. Did you come to see me to sell shares?" "Can't I come to see you unless I'm selling shares?" When Zhao Jin'an looked at her, Luo Jinji became serious. "Jin'an, why are you fixated on my company? Just start a mineral water company. A few 100,000 would suffice." Zhao Jin'an replied, "Because Dongjiang Lake is the best water source in Zixing." Indeed, while there were many water sources across the country, Dongjiang Lake stood out as the finest in Zixing, reminding Zhao Jin'an of his grandmother and aunt, a lingering obsession in his heart. Luo Jinji nodded thoughtfully. "Jin'an, I can't stay in Junsha for long. Why don't you come to the company when you have time? It's not about running around. Just share your ideas and gain experience. And you'll only be accountable to me. How does that sound?" Zhao Jin'an shook his head in refusal, expressing his desire to start his own venture. Having been reborn, it seems unreasonable to work part-time for someone else, doesn't it? Seeing Zhao Jin'an's determination, Luo Jinji glanced at a nearby milk tea shop. "Jin'an, could you buy me a cup of milk tea?" Luo Jinji was the only one aware that Zhao Jin'an might possess millions. After Zhao Jin'an bought a cup, Luo Jinji took a sip and asked, "How much?" "At least 67, Zhao Jin'an replied. To maintain absolute control, a majority of over 2/3 of shares was required for significant decisions such as amending company bylaws, adjusting registered capital, or mergers and dissolutions. This meant holding more than 6,667 shares. Luo Jinji stared in disbelief at Zhao Jin'an, who was serious. "Jin'an, I consider you my brother. And this is how you treat your sister?" 67, and that is just the minimum? "The company is yours already." As her frustration mounted, Luo Jinji bit her luscious lips and playfully hit Zhao Jin'an with her bag. "I thought you'd only ask for 10. You're truly greedy." Zhao Jin'an, however, remained solemn. "If you sell me 67, the company's future valuation will exceed 100 or even 1,000 times what it is now. You're just boasting." Luo Jinji shot him a glare. "You're just a university student. How could you have so much time and energy? Isn't it better to help me? Don't worry. I'm not the kind to burn bridges. If the company thrives, once you graduate, you can join me. If you have the capability. I could even give you some shares. Strangely enough, Zhao Jin'an's insistence on buying shares in Luo Jinji's company did not irritate her. On her first day in Junsha, Luo Jinji had wanted to visit Zhao Jin'an at university, but work had kept her busy. Zhao Jin'an reached out, and Luo Jinji, after a brief glance, handed him her bag while tidying her hair. Zhao Jin'an, rarely considerate, remarked, Luo, you shouldn't have come to Junsha. Smart people see through things quickly. Only Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing thought Zhao Jin'an lacked emotional intelligence, while Luo Jinji, after a few interactions, understood that one needed to ponder Zhao Jin'an's words. Unlike Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing, who Zhao Jin'an chose not to engage with, Luo Jinji studied him for a while before saying, Zhao Jin'an, you are insincere. You long for my presence in Junsha, eagerly awaiting the day my financial chain snaps. Furthermore, while others think you're obedient, you have a heart as tough as anyone else's. And dark too, she added, still fuming. It was Zhao Jin'an's first time hearing such an assessment of himself. He smiled lightly. Luo, we are discussing business, and you're being ambiguous. How heartless. Luo Jinji muttered in response. Chapter 49. This division is quite fair. Heartless? Zhao Jin'an recalled his past breakups with Mu Yao and his divorce from Chen Qingji, remarking that he had been decisive. Luo, trust me once. Why should I trust you? Luo Jinji glanced at the milk tea in her hand. You want to buy my company, but have you proven yourself? How about signing a betting agreement? Zhao Jin'an proposed. If there's no progress in 3 years, I'll return all the shares you sold me at no cost. Luo Jinji finally took him seriously, studying him for a long moment before taking a deep breath. I'll think about it. Starting from scratch would indeed be challenging. And Zhao Jin'an needed help at school. Luo Jinji invited him to stroll around the campus without discussing work further. She wanted to know more about his university life. And their conversation eventually turned to Zhao's family village. An hour later, as Luo Jinji drove away, she warned Zhao Jin'an. If the day comes and you can't produce the money, just wait and see how I'll torment you. The betting agreement is your bond. During the afternoon military training, without discussing Lu Chuangfeng, even Chen Zhe's gaze toward Zhao Jin'an had changed. During a break, Zhao Jin'an took out his phone, leaning against the iron railing, unconsciously reaching for something. Jin'an, give me one. Lu Chuangfeng approached, extending his hand. He mentioned he would buy a good pack of cigarettes tomorrow, but hadn't he seen any, and when Zhao Jin'an handed him a pack, it turned out to be Lao Baisha. Jin'an, why are you still smoking this? Zhao Jin'an chuckled and withdrew his hand. Lu Chuangfeng immediately adopted a flattering expression. Oh, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Zhao Jin'an replied with a smile. If you're not buying cigarettes, then buy a lighter. Lu Chuangfeng laughed. Ha ha ha. Jin'an, you should talk less. This statement, if uttered by anyone else, would hurt Lu Chuangfeng, but coming from Zhao Jin'an, he knew he couldn't get angry. It was more about his own shortcomings. He would only end up harming himself. The key was that Zhao Jin'an might not even realize he was making Lu Chuangfeng angry. Before long, Wang Weitao and a few classmates who were smoking approached. Zhao Jin'an casually tossed a pack of cigarettes to them, allowing them to help themselves. Wang Weitao draped his arm around Zhao Jin'an's shoulder and gestured toward Tang Xiaoqing in the distance. Jin'an, just now, Li Lu and Tang Xiaoqing had a quarrel. No. It was Li Lu who accused Tang Xiaoqing of being overly enthusiastic. Does she wish to run for class representative too? Also, Li Lu confronted Tang Xiaoqing on the way. When Tang Xiaoqing poured a glass of water for you, Li Lu seemed to target her a bit. Li Lu, a local from Junsha, had attended high school with Chun Zhe and shared a room with Lin Qingxue. Now, as the university semester commenced, Tang Xiaoqing, an outsider, stood awkwardly by the water barrel, appearing somewhat lost and helpless. Standing at 152 centimeters, the military training uniform hung loosely on her petite frame. Tang Xiaoqing merely wished to contribute to the class. She didn't pour water solely for Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an glanced at his cigarette, but remained silent. Actually, Tang Xiaoqing is quite pretty, Wang Weitao hesitated to say, as if he wanted to imply that Tang Xiaoqing seemed to be in a precarious situation. Suddenly, the instructor appeared out of nowhere, with a whistle in his mouth. Gather. Hurry up. The students could only sigh and grumble as they emerged from the shade of the trees, preparing to endure the instructor's drills under the scorching sun. Zhao Jin'an observed Tang Xiaoqing, who walked with her head down at the back, and her diminutive stature was strikingly apparent. No wonder, in later short videos, people from the north referred to southerners as little potatoes. Tang Xiaoqing, walking alone with her head lowered, appeared somewhat isolated. Zhao Jin'an approached her and whispered, If it's not your concern, don't rush to take it on. It was uncertain whether Tang Xiaoqing understood. After he finished speaking, he strode towards the boy's formation, leaving her to gaze at his tall figure. She hesitated for a moment before responding with a soft "oh." Indeed, Tang Xiaoqing's face was beautiful, and when she smiled, her small canine teeth were visible, yet her height made it difficult for people to associate her with a traditional beauty. The military training continued with fervor. Zhao Jin'an did not receive a call from Luo Jinji. He did not pursue the matter, refraining from asking if she had made a decision. As the military training neared its conclusion, the instructor's demeanor seemed to soften considerably, no longer as strict. However, after enduring such torment for over half a month, the students had formed bonds. The girls expressed their reluctance towards the instructor, shedding a few tears at the prospect of parting. Director Lu Hui brought a DSLR camera, and the girls eagerly vied to take pictures with the instructor, surrounded by a throng of female university students. The instructor was approached by some bold girls who requested a solo photo with him. Fortunately, no scandalous rumors emerged, such as someone dating the instructor during training. Even Chen Zhe, having endured the hardships, took the initiative to request a photo with the instructor. A few sentimental boys, much like the girls, had reddened eyes, shedding tears. Zhao Jin'an distanced himself, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. After merely over 20 days of acquaintance, he was surprised to hear classmates asking for the instructor's contact information to keep in touch. He wondered whether they showed the same level of attachment to their parents who had raised them when they came to study in Junsha. Many believed that after graduating from university, they would have ample time to spend with their parents. In reality, if one is busy with work and does not invite their parents to live together, how often can they meet in a year? Perhaps only during the hurried days of the spring festival could they manage a few days together, which could be counted on one hand. During the military training, it coincided with the busy farming season. The rice fields in Zhao family village only yielded one crop of rice per year, harvested in late September or early October. Zhao Jin'an called home, asking his grandmother to wait for him to return during the National Day holiday. His grandmother replied that the rice had ripened and could not wait, advising him not to worry about home and to focus on his studies. Wang Jinru loudly complained in the village. "You all bully us because there are no men at home." In some rural areas, households without men are often easy targets for bullying. Zhao Jin'an was unaware of when the land in Zhao family village was divided, but his family possessed 4 acres of rice paddies. Zhao Guoqing and his mother, Duan Xiuping, had received their share, as had Zhao Jin'an. Only his aunt, Wang Jinru, and Zhao Yueqian did not receive any. Yin Xiaolan also did not receive land, as she married into the family too late. 2 aunts had married, and Duan Xiuping had remarried, leaving the rice fields with the family. The policy stated that the division would remain unchanged for 50 years. In the second year of middle school, his grandmother pointed to a plot of rice field, saying, "That one belongs to your uncle." By then, Duan Xiuping had already remarried, and his grandmother likely intended to convey that there were 3 people in their family, and the rest would be evenly divided with his uncle's family. This division seemed fair. However, the annual yield from the rice fields scarcely fetched any money. After Duan Xiuping remarried, the responsibility for the land fell solely on his grandmother and Wang Jinru, while Zhao Jin'an, entering middle school, had to contribute rice to the school. Those familiar with the 80s would know that a semester required about 90 jin, approximately 45 kilograms, of rice. He would also carry 2 jars of pickled vegetables from home, lasting him an entire week. As for the rice harvesting in previous years, Zhao Jin'an would always request leave to return home and assist. Wang Jinru would work in the fields while his grandmother cooked at home, calling upon a few strong laborers from the village for help. When it was time for others to harvest rice, his grandmother would assist in their kitchens in exchange for labor. This time, Uncle Zhao Guohua had taken leave to return home early, and Zhao Yueqian called with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, my dad is back." Zhao Jin'an smiled gently, holding the phone, and asked, "Did your dad buy you anything?" Zhao Yueqian excitedly replied, "He bought me a dress, a backpack, and even a doll." One could still hear Wang Jinru scolding Zhao Guohua on the other end. "You already bought a backpack." The backpack had been purchased by Duan Xiuping for Zhao Yueqian, complete with a pencil case. Without needing to ask, it was clear that the doll Zhao Yueqian mentioned was likely one of those very cheap ones. She probably knew what a Barbie doll was. However, Zhao Guohua, having returned home after a long time, could hardly resist buying a few gifts for his daughter. He did not argue with Wang Jinru, fully aware of the challenges she faced raising their daughter alone and managing a household. Zhao Guohua took the phone, telling Zhao Jin'an, "Jin'an, don't worry about home. If you need living expenses, just call your aunt." What could Zhao Jin'an say? He held the phone and asked, "Uncle, how many days are you back for?" If Luo Jinji were here, she would know that this was the moment Zhao Jin'an's demeanor softened considerably. Zhao Guohua replied, 3 days. It was hard to get this time off. Men often have little to discuss, and Zhao Guohua understood that his nephew was not very talkative. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jin'an hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle, treat Annie well, and when you return home, take her out to buy a couple of new clothes. Zhao Guohua paused for a moment, scratching his head. Hey, you've grown up. The silly boy knows how to please a girl now. Zhao Guohua said, since I'm back, you don't need to come home. It would just waste transportation money. Zhao Jin'an suddenly inquired, Uncle, what kind of fruit trees are suitable for planting in our village? Zhao Guohua on the other end was taken aback for a moment, saying, don't think about such things. You're off to university and planning to return to plant fruit trees? Focus on your studies and don't concern yourself with those random thoughts. Your aunt has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Zhao Guohua must have moved away a bit, covering the phone and saying, she speaks harshly. So don't take it to heart. Zhao Guohua assumed that Zhao Jin'an found it difficult to ask Wang Jinru for tuition and living expenses. He could give Zhao Jin'an money directly, but with only a salary of just over 1,000 a month, it wouldn't add up. He couldn't hide it from Wang Jinru, who was exceptionally astute. Moreover, the family had monthly expenses to manage. Seizing the opportunity, Grandma also wished to say a few words to Zhao Jin'an, stating, the rice was all harvested yesterday, and Yin Xiaolan helped quite a bit. She added that the train tickets were expensive, saying that if he didn't return, it was fine, with Yin Xiaolan's assistance. There was little to worry about at home. Grandma could still carry water for the vegetables, but hauling rice was beyond her now. It was all Wang Jinru's work. Wang Jinru and Yin Xiaolan were not the type of girls who would complain about not being able to open a bottle of mineral water. Yet, Grandma calling out Yin Xiaolan's name left Zhao Jin'an at a loss for words. Jin'an, hurry up for a group photo. At that moment, dorm leader Lu Chuangfeng shouted that the 303 dormitory should take a group picture. Chunzhe mysteriously obtained a handgun, exuding an air of confidence. The instructor kept a watchful eye on him, while Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing also attempted to strike a pose. Zhao Jin'an stood at the back, capturing the moment in 3 photographs. Unexpectedly, Li Lu rushed over, insisting on joining, and after taking a picture beside Zhao Jin'an, she shooed Chunzhe and the others away to have a solo photo with him. The single DSLR camera struggled to keep up, and after the group photos, Zhao Jin'an wandered off alone. At that moment, Tang Xiaoqing hesitantly approached and asked, Zhao Jin'an, may we take a picture together? Zhao Jin'an turned to her. Noticing that Tang Xiaoqing held an old mobile phone, her head bowed as she said, they are using the DSLR. A mobile phone picture will suffice. All right, Zhao Jin'an replied, remaining still and smiling to accommodate her. Tang Xiaoqing approached, barely reaching Zhao Jin'an's armpit at her height of 152 centimeters. Zhao Jin'an tilted slightly, but despite Tang Xiaoqing's attempts, none of the photos turned out satisfactorily. Not to mention the poor quality, modern phones are hardly ideal for selfies, especially without a selfie stick. Zhao Jin'an, wait for me. Will you? Tang Xiaoqing exclaimed before dashing off, leaving Zhao Jin'an perplexed. Soon, she returned, having enlisted a girl from the neighboring class after some conversation. The girl stood beside Zhao Jin'an, striking a peace sign and beaming with the brightest smile, declaring, all set. Why not ask someone from your own class? Zhao Jin'an inquired. Bemused, don't you have a roommate? Tang Xiaoqing looked up with a smile, replying, it doesn't matter who takes it. She thanked the girl repeatedly as she took the phone. And upon viewing the slightly blurry photos, Tang Xiaoqing beamed, revealing her small canine teeth. Thank you, Zhao Jin'an, she said. No need to mention it, Zhao Jin'an replied. Tang Xiaoqing glanced up at him again, smiling. She always believed Zhao Jin'an came from a well-off background, yet remained so modest and polite. Thus, she sincerely expressed her gratitude for the photo, fearing he might reject her, as Li Lu and others had, or look down upon her like Chunzhe did. She felt grateful. After the military training and the parade ceremony concluded, Chunzhe vanished. In dormitory 406, Su Manman asked, Chunzhe, are you here to pick me up? The military training had ended just in time for the National Day holiday. Su Manman, having packed her belongings, prepared to leave. Both she and Chunzhe hailed from the local area, while Shenzian and Yao Xian had no plans to return home. What about Yao Yao? Su Manman curiously asked. Yao Xian replied, her aunt came to pick her up. I envy you both. In her previous life, it was the same, during holidays and weekends. Zhang Hui would call to check up, and Zhang Yunxian would drive to the school to collect people. Fearing Mu Yao and Zhao Jin'an would stay at a hotel. I'll take you to meet someone. Your boyfriend's dorm mate? Or a friend? Shenzian asked, showing little interest in going. She had no attraction to boys like Chunzhe. Finding Gu Chaoqing too ordinary, while Lu Chuangfing might at least provide some amusement. I won't go either, Yao Xian shook her head. We wouldn't want to be a third wheel. No, there's someone else in their dorm, and he's rather peculiar. Su Man wanted to echo Chunzei's sentiment that Zhao Jin'an was a bit odd, but felt it would be impolite. Shenzhen asked, what's peculiar about him? Chunzei said he could spend ages studying the ingredients on a laundry detergent label, and he claimed that a boy in their class actually likes him. Yao Xian shivered. You're joking. Su Man stood confidently at the dorm entrance, looking at her two roommates, and said, shall we go? Chapter 51. It's all right. He was just drunk. By the time Su Man and her companions descended, Chunzei had already parked his car beneath the girls' dormitory. Man, Chunzei is quite well behaved. Yao Xian teased in a hushed tone. Dressed in jeans and a simple t-shirt, Su Man smiled, but said nothing. Shunzian noticed that in the interaction between Su Man and Chunzei, she seemed more like an elder sister, while Chunzei was lively in front of others, but obedient to Su Man. In contrast, Mu Yao and Yao Xian embodied the essence of young girls. Shunzian and Yao Xian naturally slid into the back seat, with Yao Xian admiring the BMW's interior and glancing at Su Man, who sat upright in the passenger seat, further endearing this couple to her. Just as Mu Yao thought, Su Man appeared to have it all, a future mother-in-law who adored her, a wealthy family, an obedient boyfriend. And equally, Su Man was beautiful and gracious, deserving of Chunzei. Hurry up, they're here, Zego. Lu Chuangfing donned an Adidas outfit once more, eager to see Shenzhen. Such matters are delicate. One can easily discern Lu Chuangfing's intentions, and if one were to kindly remind him, he might perceive it as mockery or disdain. Zhao Jin'an followed behind, tossing a cigarette to Lu Chuangfing ahead. Lu Chuangfing examined the yellow betel nut, chuckling, Jin'an, you've finally come out of your shell. You should have learned from Zego earlier, or else he would steal the spotlight. President, perhaps you should refrain from the betel nut, Zhao Jin'an kindly advised. I only eat it because Zego bought it, Lu Chuangfing replied. And Zhao Jin'an decided against further persuasion. Such a suggestion was merely camaraderie. Chunzei's cigarettes would be taken away, but the betel nut often remained in the dormitory, with a few classmates from class accounting frequently dropping by room 303 to indulge. Currently, betel nuts were inexpensive, priced at 1 to 2 yuan per pack, yet addictive. In the future, they might command 50 or even 100, and honestly, this expense exceeded that of smoking, becoming a significant financial burden. At the cafeteria entrance, Yao Xian pointed at the lagging Zhao Jin'an and asked, who is that? Is he the one? Chunzei, is he really the boy you mentioned who has admirers? Chunzei nodded with a smile. Su Man immediately recognized Zhao Jin'an from the photo Chunzei had sent her, which she had discreetly tucked away among her documents. Shenzhen was curious about what kind of boy would attract other boys' affections. Though it might be a jest, she was genuinely intrigued, and Su Man understood human nature well. Without hesitation, Shenzhen and Yao Xian followed along. As they approached, Yao Xian's eyes lit up. He is rather handsome. Shenzhen glanced at her and teased. Are you smitten? Su Man suppressed a smile. Chunzei laughed, contemplating, and remarked, he seems suited for a rich woman. What do you mean? The three girls turned to Chunzei, who replied, you'll find out soon enough. Didn't you say his cousin drives a Range Rover? Why speak of others like that? The three girls looked puzzled. Shenzhen. Lu Chuangfing hurried over, greeting Su Man and Gu Chaoqing. Lu Chuangfing cheerfully called Su Man's sister-in-law, while Gu Chaoqing greeted her with, hello, sister. Noticing the absence of Mu Yao, Gu Chaoqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Did Mu Yao not acknowledge his presence? Gu Chaoqing was aware that Mu Yao had a boyfriend, yet it would have been nice to see her. Zhao Jin'an recognized Su Man as Chunzei's wife from a previous life, having seen her twice before. She was a warm and elegant woman. Why elegant? Once, Chunzei had called Zhao Jin'an multiple times to come to the bar on Jiefeng West Road, and upon his arrival, Zhao Jin'an noticed Su Man sitting at a booth. Dressed in professional attire, she sat upright with her hands resting on her knees. The booth was filled with both men and women, likely a mix of business and leisure. And it was common for the presence of paid companions priced at 800 yuan each. 800 was the market rate in Junsha. When taken out, prices had to be negotiated, dancing added to the cost, totaling 2,300. When Chunzei saw Zhao Jin'an arrive, he took out his phone and scanned a code, instructing the girls to line up at the bar and dance. Whoever paid was the patron, and those girls naturally flocked to Chunzei. Standing on the bar for a few moments could earn them 200 to 300, and both those who had danced and those who had not rushed to Chunzei. Those who hadn't danced wished to, while those who had still wanted to continue. Each pulled out their phones, opening payment codes. Finding the money came too easily. Zhao Jin'an approached Chunzei, whispering, your wife is here. Take it easy. To her surprise, Su Manman patted Zhao Jin'an and said, "It's all right. He was just drunk." The bar was incredibly noisy. Su Manman was aware of the conversation between Zhao Jin'an and Chunzhe. By that time, they were already married. And Su Manman observed the entire exchange without sending the women away, without blaming Chunzhe for his extravagant spending, and without expressing anger as she left. Finally, at 3 in the morning, she drove Chunzhe home after they exited the bar. Recalling these memories, Zhao Jin'an glanced at Su Manman, noting her youthful complexion. Yet, there was a certain emerging grace about her. "Hello," Zhao Jin'an greeted, holding a cigarette and smiling slightly. "Hello," came the response, a little awkward for university students. But Shenxian and Su Manman were the first to reply. Zhao Jin'an offered them a faint smile in return. Yao Xian whispered to Su Manman, "He looks really handsome when he smiles, and even when he smokes. No wonder some boys like him." Su Manman patted Yao Xian's hand, laughing, "Let's head inside." The cafeteria's dishes were inexpensive. Chunzhe ordered over 10 items for less than 100 yuan. As Zhao Jin'an disliked being in debt to others, she took the initiative to purchase drinks from a small booth. Shenxian shared the same sentiment, reasoning that since Chunzhe had covered the meal, she would handle the drinks. The small shop within the cafeteria was bustling despite its size. Zhao Jin'an casually picked up a few bottles of drinks, instinctively searching for Dongjiang Impression bottled water. It was evident that Luo Jinji had yet to make a mark in the market. As she was about to pay, Shenxian offered, "Let me do it." Zhao Jin'an glanced at her selection, noticing all were chilled, and said, "What do you want to drink?" "I'll grab some at room temperature." Shenxian chuckled and looked outside, replying, "I think we can all manage with the cold drinks." Zhao Jin'an retorted, "How can you be so sure?" Shenxian was momentarily taken aback by the question. She fetched 3 bottles of coconut juice and whispered to Zhao Jin'an, "The girls' restroom has a trash can. The coconut juice cost 5 yuan per can." Shenxian hurriedly paid for it along with 3 bottles of cola and a bottle of water, totaling 24 yuan and 5 cents. Do not underestimate 24 yuan and 5 cents. Many university students survive on a mere 300 yuan monthly allowance. Lu Chuangfeng proposed, "Shouldn't we have a drink? Today marks the end of military training." Chunzhe stood up, but Su Manman interjected, "You need to drive later." "Ah, right, I'll save the drinking for another time." Chunzhe sat back down, seemingly restrained by Su Manman's insistence. Lu Chuangfeng teased, "Zergu, you'll definitely fear your wife in the future." While winking at Chunzhe, making his meaning unmistakable, Yao Xian chimed in, "Is it bad to fear one's wife?" The couple, Chunzhe and Su Manman, seemed destined for marriage right after graduation, as their dormitory numbers 303 and 406 hinted at their future together. Su Manman did not respond to the term wife, nor did she refute it. Zhao Jin'an observed Su Manman with slight surprise. Was it because she hadn't obtained her driver's license that she was preventing Chunzhe from drinking? Seated beside Su Manman, Yao Xian blinked and asked Zhao Jin'an, "Do you also think fearing one's wife is a bad thing?" Zhao Jin'an replied, "This topic seems a bit premature. Come on, share your thoughts," they urged. They had not perceived Zhao Jin'an as the type Chunzhe described, suitable for a wealthy woman. The only evidence was Zhao Jin'an's elegant table manners. She never reached into the communal dish but instead took only from the edges of her own plate, adhering to the etiquette taught by her grandmother. Under the attentive gaze of Shenxian and Yao Xian, Su Manman turned to Zhao Jin'an, who contemplated, fearing one's wife isn't necessarily negative, provided she is understanding and manages the household well. Chunzhe raised his drink, saying, "Jin'an, let us clink glasses." Su Manman regarded Zhao Jin'an for a moment before slowly turning her head away. Shenxian nodded in agreement. Lu Chuangfeng, sensing the atmosphere, suddenly exclaimed, "Jin'an, no wonder Li Lu and Tang Xiaoqing from our class are fond of you." "Who are Li Lu and Tang Xiaoqing?" Yao Xian inquired. Lu Chuangfeng elaborated on their qualities, mentioning how they had taken photos together during military training, his eyes occasionally darting towards Shenxian. Zhao Jin'an understood, like Chunzhe, Lu Chuangfeng aspired to pursue a girl like Shenxian, yet lacked the qualifications to do so. Shenxian and Su Manman observed Zhao Jin'an, noting his lack of rebuttal to Lu Chuangfeng's remarks. Su Manman deduced that Zhao Jin'an was not interested in girls like Li Lu, hence no need to respond. Chapter 52, Weakness. Upon exiting the cafeteria, before reaching the BMW, Zhao Jin'an glanced at her phone and stated, "I'll head back to the dormitory first." Lu Chuangfeng walked alongside Shenxian, discussing his plans for university, motivated by Shenxian's compliment. "That's great. Having ambition," she acknowledged, though her attention waned. Maintaining a facade of interest as a basic courtesy, Lu Chuangfeng felt accomplished, believing he had captured the goddess's attention. Unlike Mu Yao, who displayed disdain when uninterested. Lu Chuangfeng noticed her aversion to him. While observing Lu Chuangfeng's t-shirt, Chun Zian resisted laughter. Chun Zhe produced the car key, and with a beep, Su Manman grasped the door handle, glancing at Zhao Jin'an's departing figure. "Let us give them a ride back to the dormitory," she suggested. Chun Zian replied, "No need. We'll just walk a bit to digest our meal." The six of them stood by the BMW, and Lu Chuangfeng suddenly proposed. "How about our two dorms arrange a social gathering?" Gu Chaocheng, eager to see Mu Yao, immediately agreed. This time, Shen Zian did not dismiss the idea, nodding in approval. Su Manman, initially indifferent, also consented. Perfect. Lu Chuangfeng thought himself astute, and cheerfully remarked to Chun Zhe, "Zergu, knowing the university town so well, let us avoid the cafeteria for the gathering." "Oh, I'll handle the arrangements." Chun Zhe signaled his approval with a no gesture. Shen Zian interjected, "We'll go Dutch." Lu Chuangfeng had initially hoped Chun Zhe would organize a more upscale venue. Chun Zhe, too, considered a high-end location to showcase his charm and financial prowess in front of Shen Zian and Mu Yao. Shen Zian discerned Lu Chuangfeng's family background was likely modest, while Gu Chaocheng and Yao Xin were ordinary as well. Only Zhao Jin'an's background remained unclear, despite her cousin owning a Land Rover. It didn't imply anything significant, as they weren't blood relatives. A small restaurant would suffice, Shen Zian suggested, showing her understanding. As expected, Gu Chaocheng and Yao Xin concurred, stating there was no need for extravagance. On their way back, with Su Manman in the passenger seat and Chun Zhe driving, he cheerfully asked, "So, what do you think? Weren't you curious about him staring blankly at the laundry detergent? Why inquire about such things when Shen Zian had tea?" Su Manman paused, reflecting, "He seems quite normal." The relationship between Chun Zhe and Su Manman was mutual. They both acknowledged Chun Zhe had stolen glances at Shen Zian, yet Su Manman remained silent. "Let him look. It's just a glance," she thought. Chun Zhe proposed, "Let us go to my house. My mother texted she made soup for you." Su Manman stared out the window and replied, "I want to be going." Chun Zhe scratched his head. "That is not acceptable right now." At Chun Zhe's home, Yang Shumi had prepared a room for Su Manman, having chosen her as her future daughter-in-law, yet Su Manman had never slept in that room. On October 1st, Zhao Jin'an visited the pedestrian street, intending to explore and see if there were suitable storefronts available, contemplating the purchase of several strategically located properties in Kyoto, waiting for their value to appreciate, which could also serve as his final safety net. However, considering the limited principal, the most challenging aspect is acquiring the initial capital. Zhao Jin'an decided to postpone his housing accumulation plan. What if Luo Jinji were to suddenly call, and he found himself unable to procure the funds? How could he tell her he had purchased a house? Furthermore, the stock market was currently thriving, and the appreciation of real estate did not compare to the rapid gains in the stock market. The following day, Zhao Jin'an visited Xinijia, Walmart, and Carrefour, armed with a pen and notebook to familiarize himself with the general price ranges of various goods, as well as to identify his areas of ignorance. Some shelves were seldom visited, yet large supermarkets could not afford to lack them, such as the health supplements and household cleaning tools sections. There was another place Zhao Jin'an longed to visit, Huaihua, the city where Chun Qingji resided. Surely, she must have some time off during the National Day holiday, right? Zhao Jin'an concocted an excuse to avoid going. After all, he had divorced in his past life and hadn't given it much thought. Occasionally, he would lie in the dormitory at night, reflecting on the 156-year-old Chun Qingji. When he first met her in his previous life, she was already 256 years old. In October, the evenings began to turn slightly cooler. Zhao Jin'an chose to walk back to school from Wui Square, crossing the river to Hushi. The gentle river breeze was refreshing. He took out his phone and noticed two friend requests. Mantingting. "Hello, Zhao Jin'an, I am Su Mantang." Shenzian. "Hello." Shenzian's username was simply his real name. As he reached the center of the bridge, Zhao Jin'an lit a cigarette. But there were no fireworks displays at the Orange Isle. In his previous life, Mu Yao had often dragged Zhao Jin'an there on weekends, and they had accompanied Chun Qingji many times. But with Chun Qingji, there was no need to come to the banks of the Xiang River. They had purchased a riverside property instead. "Do you have a cigarette?" A voice suddenly broke in, directed at Zhao Jin'an, a man with slightly long stubble. One pant leg rolled up, appeared to be in his 50s. Noticing Zhao Jin'an's gaze, he fished in his pocket and said, "Thank you. Do you have a lighter?" Zhao Jin'an handed over the lighter, suspecting the man might not even have cigarettes on him. As he had been standing about 45 meters away, the man had been there since Zhao Jin'an arrived. People passed by, some riding electric bikes and bicycles. The man lit his cigarette and thanked Zhao Jin'an, returning the lighter. Zhao Jin'an observed his hands. The man chuckled, "Been working a bit dirty." "More than just working, I see, Zhao Jin'an replied. The man opened his palm, chuckling. I served in the army for a few years. 5 years. The man smiled. His face initially fierce but softened by his grin. Zhao Jin'an remarked, you've been standing here for quite a while. You've been here for about 25 minutes too. The man countered. He didn't mention half an hour. Zhao Jin'an checked his phone, surprised, and then inquired, are you thinking of jumping? Not at all, I can't. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette, as if he had found someone to confide in. With a smile, he spoke of his daughter's illness requiring medication, asserting that he couldn't jump, yet there was a hint of pride when he mentioned her. Does it cost a lot? Zhao Jin'an asked. The man nodded and shook his head, clarifying it wasn't a serious illness, but required long-term medication. He mentioned something about chronic myeloid leukemia, which Zhao Jin'an could not comprehend. Seeing the man's fierce expression devoid of a smile, Zhao Jin'an asked, can you take me to see her? He was aware of his vulnerabilities. Wang Jinru always worried about him being bullied, and in his previous life, they had often quarreled. The man looked puzzled. What do you want to see? Zhao Jin'an offered him a cigarette and inquired, how much do you need each month? After a moment's hesitation, the man held up 4 fingers for 1,000. Zhao Jin'an breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't 40,000, and said, let us go. On their way, Zhao Jin'an learned the man's name was Shan Wei. He was only 41, working as a mechanic in an auto repair shop, which explained his dirty hands. He had a daughter in the 2nd year of high school, but refrained from discussing his military service. Shan Wei asked Zhao Jin'an what he did for a living, and Zhao Jin'an was candid. Shan Wei then stopped walking. Zhao Jin'an offered to pay him a month's salary up front, but insisted they must first visit his home. Clearly, Shan Wei's vulnerability lay in his daughter, and Zhao Jin'an sought to verify this. Shan Wei led the way up a slope in Rongwan town, turning a corner to reveal a rented house for 260 yuan a month, explaining that he just wanted to enjoy the breeze nearby. Upon reaching the door, Shan Wei rolled down his pant leg and patted his clothes, forcing a smile as he called out, Nazi, Daddy's home. Nazi. Zhao Jin'an was taken aback by the name Shan Wei had chosen for his daughter. The door creaked open, and Shan Nazi, holding a ballpoint pen, looked at Zhao Jin'an standing behind her father, and asked, Daddy, who is he? Uncertain how to introduce Zhao Jin'an, Shan Wei simply said, he is my boss. Zhao Jin'an interjected, hello, I am Zhao Jin'an. Shan Nazi still seemed confused, as her father never brought colleagues home. And the young man before her looked so neat, with no trace of grease on his clothes, unlike her father's associates. May I come in? Zhao Jin'an asked. And Shan Nazi glanced at her father before stepping aside. Inside was a 2-bedroom apartment, and for a rent of 260 yuan. One could imagine the location and environment were far from ideal. Yet, the place was relatively clean. The bedroom door stood ajar, revealing a stack of high school textbooks on the desk. Zhao Jin'an took a glance, but refrained from entering the girl's room. Shan Wei was washing his hands at the sink outside, while Shan Nazi poured a glass of water, stating, we don't have any tea. Didn't you buy any? Zhao Jin'an noted the glass, suggesting they had no disposable cups, indicating they seldom had visitors. Shan Nazi was taken aback by the straightforwardness of this clean and handsome young man. Such matters were usually left unspoken. Shan Wei remained crouched by the sink, sensing Zhao Jin'an's intent. Shan Nazi, however, was a strong-willed girl. She didn't lower her head in embarrassment. Zhao Jin'an glanced again at the girl's room, noticing several medicine bottles on the desk, and detected a faint medicinal odor in the air, not traditional Chinese medicine, but rather the lingering scent of someone on long-term medication. Observing Shan Nazi, he discerned no visible illness. She wore a blue and white school uniform, her shoes slightly worn yet clean. Zhao Jin'an refrained from asking about her condition, knowing such inquiries could lead to assumptions of financial assistance, especially from Shan Wei, who was outside. Some might say Zhao Jin'an was heartless. These individuals often fancied themselves benevolent, while in truth, they were the most selfish. Their verbal expressions of concern did little to provide tangible help, serving only to soothe their own consciences. Zhao Jin'an surveyed the surroundings and smiled at Shan Nazi, asking, haven't you received any awards? Shan Nazi pouted, who still hangs up awards in high school. Is it far? Zhao Jin'an queried again. Far from what? Shan Nazi looked up, momentarily perplexed. At her age, she was blossoming, and the smile of the older boy was truly charming. Yet, what was his relationship to her father? Why had her father brought him home? In the 2nd year of high school, the same age as Chun Qingji, Zhao Jin'an remarked, your father will be working with me from now on. I am your father's new boss. Boss, how old are you? Shan Nazi questioned, looking towards her father outside, still clutching his pen. Upon hearing Zhao Jin'an's words, Shan Wei turned off the faucet and stepped inside, Greeting, boss. What is your salary at the auto repair shop? Sometimes it's 2,000. Zhao Jin'an nodded, retrieving 4,000 yuan from his backpack and adding an extra 10 bills, stating before Shan Nazi, as promised, here is a month's salary. Shan Wei accepted the money with both hands. That leaves 1,000. 4,000 is a bit tight. Isn't it? Shan Wei nodded, acknowledging that rent and utilities were manageable, but with a daughter in high school who needed medication, they could barely make ends meet, and tutoring classes were out of reach. And what about college? Zhao Jin'an glanced at the dining table, suggesting, you should rent a place closer to the school. Also, he pointed at Dan Wei and instructed, take care of yourself, follow me in the future, and refrain from smiling at others. Refrain from smiling at others? Dan Wei was momentarily baffled. After a brief exchange with their father, Dan Naki whispered something in Zhao Jin'an's ear, and Dan Wei suddenly understood. Zhao Jin'an was somewhat surprised. This young girl possesses a certain cleverness. Boss, where's your car? Dan Wei thought to himself, if you have a bodyguard, you must have a car, otherwise. Earning 4,000 feels rather unjust. A bodyguard and driver deserve such remuneration. Zhao Jin'an was at a loss. He had no car. Dan Wei confidently declared, boss, rest assured. I can drive any vehicle and even repair them. Zhao Jin'an considered his initial capital and replied, then let us start with an Audi A6. Start with an Audi A6? Dan Naki was now puzzled. Do you not have a car, or are there too many at home that you can't decide which to drive? If you understand cars, go and take a look. Black is preferred, and it's best if there's one available immediately. Also, when renting a place, make sure there's parking. Zhao Jin'an had not considered parking the car under the dormitory. He had contemplated an Audi A8, which leans more towards a business model, or even a more expensive vehicle, but thought it best to earn some money first. After Zhao Jin'an left, Dan Wei and Dan Naki gazed at the 5,000 yuan on the table, alongside half a pack of yellow cigarettes and a lighter, with a keen sense of observation. Dan Wei recalled how Zhao Jin'an had proactively handed him a lighter on the bridge and insisted on visiting his home. The frugal Dan Wei lit a cigarette. Dad, what does he do? A university student. On the third day, Zhao Jin'an returned to Lushan South Road. He found no suitable storefront on the pedestrian street, but discovered an available rental on Lushan South Road. He was very familiar with this street. Upon inquiry, he learned that the lease had a month left. After much deliberation, Zhao Jin'an dialed the landlord's number, uncertain about what business to pursue. He recognized that prime locations are hard to come by. Even a decade later, storefronts on the pedestrian street and in the university town would remain in high demand. When the call connected, the landlord, engrossed in a game of mahjong, quoted a rent of 12,000, with a 3-month deposit and a 3-year lease. Only when Zhao Jin'an confirmed he would not haggle did the landlord reluctantly arrive. Today's landlords are quite peculiar. It's take it or leave it. After verifying the property deed, Zhao Jin'an signed the contract and paid a deposit of 10,000. The landlord, as he left, casually remarked that if Zhao Jin'an decided not to rent, the deposit would not be refunded. The entire transaction took no longer than 15 minutes, and the landlord added he was in a hurry to resume his mahjong game. Zhao Jin'an mused about how truly artful it is to be born into this world. The university town is filled with millionaires, not to mention the luxurious residences. The rental market alone is enough to keep them living comfortably. Zhao Ziyong had made no less than 50 phone calls before Zhao Jin'an found the time to invite Wang Weitao, who had also stayed back during the National Day holiday. He also called Yu Fei. In reality, Yu Fei and Zhao Ziyong had already gathered with their high school classmates in the university town. Zhao Ziyong mentioned Mu Yao had also attended, treating all the classmates to a meal in the cafeteria. This was because Tian Yuhao from the Linkou University and Li Li from the Agricultural University remarked that Zhao Jin'an was in the university town. Was he avoiding them because he feared being asked to treat? Zhao Ziyong then inquired over the phone. Jin'an, is it truly over between you and Mu Yao? Men and women are different. Men tend to encourage reconciliation while women, if they have a divorced friend, face dire consequences. The group agreed to meet at a barbecue restaurant chosen by Zhao Jin'an. Upon meeting, Zhao Ziyong and Wang Weitao hit it off remarkably, illustrating that fate truly exists. In their previous life, Wang Weitao frequently visited Junsha for business and often shared late-night snacks with Zhao Ziyong, drinking until they embraced each other as brothers. Zhao Jin'an abstained from alcohol, focusing on the aftermath, ensuring Wang Weitao returned to his hotel while he drove Zhao Ziyong home. Wang Weitao was unaware of the actual circumstances. He only knew Zhao Jin'an had a cousin who drove a Land Rover. Yu Fei glanced at the price list and rushed to the cashier. Knowing Zhao Jin'an and Zhao Ziyong's financial backgrounds and intending to settle the bill first, Zhao Jin'an stood and followed her, saying, I'll take care of it. You go eat. Yu Fei had lent money to Zhao Jin'an, and although he returned 300 in interest, he still owed her a favor. Who could just pull out all their money for 1,600? Zhao Jin'an was unconcerned about finances. He and Zhao Jin'an shared their money freely, especially since they had earned a substantial amount over the summer. After settling in, Zhao Jin'an discreetly kicked Zhao Jin'an under the table and asked, "How are things at school?" Wang Weitao, curious, munched on his barbecue. Yu Fei chuckled, saying, "Zhao Jin'an, you should address Jin'an as uncle." Wang Weitao burst into laughter, throwing his arms around Zhao Jin'an, declaring, "Then I'm your uncle too." At the long table, Yu Fei and Zhao Jin'an sat side by side. Their relationship was evident to Zhao Jin'an, and even Wang Weitao refrained from making jokes, recognizing that Zhao Jin'an and Yu Fei were merely high school classmates. Gazing at Zhao Jin'an beside her, Yu Fei recalled what her mother, Lu Wanjing, had said on the day of enrollment. "Zhang Hui, Mu Yao will inevitably regret her decisions one day." Chapter 54, A Good Girl. Meanwhile, the next day, Dan Wei resigned from the auto repair shop. The boss tried to retain him by offering a raise. As many complex issues could only be resolved by Dan Wei, he politely declined and called Zhao Jin'an, saying, "Boss, I checked on the car, and there is one available." Zhao Jin'an took a taxi to pick up Dan Wei, who sat in the passenger seat, while Zhao Jin'an occupied the back. Dan Wei glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling that Zhao Jin'an resembled a young master from a wealthy family. Far too much. Upon arriving at the car dealership, Dan Wei hurriedly exited the vehicle and opened the door. Zhao Jin'an paid for the car, stating, "This isn't necessary." Despite his words, Dan Wei stood by the door, following Zhao Jin'an into the dealership. He even adopted a stern expression. Zhao Jin'an remarked, "No need to be so deliberate. Just ensure I remain within your sight." Dan Wei nodded and waited outside. A saleswoman in professional attire welcomed them with a smile upon their entry, but upon recognizing Zhao Jin'an's appearance, she internally gauged his age and faltered in her greeting. Zhao Jin'an, pretending not to notice, inquired about the availability of the Audi A6. The saleswoman hesitated for a few seconds before confirming, "Yes, we have one. I'll pay a deposit now and pick it up after the holiday." As Zhao Jin'an's money was tied up in the stock market and unavailable until after National Day, he paid a deposit of 10,000 without asking about any promotions, gesturing towards Dan Wei at the entrance. The saleswoman remembered him from yesterday. Mr. Zhao?" She revealed her name, Tong Yimin, and Zhao Jin'an left her his phone number, instructing her to converse with Dan Wei while he departed. Not returning home for the holiday, Wang Jinru called to inquire about Zhao Jin'an's university experience. Zhao Jin'an replied that everything was fine. Wang Jinru added, "Spend what you need to. Your grandmother and uncle worry that you want to return for the holiday to save on travel costs, but don't be too frugal. Maintain good relations with your roommates." Zhao Jin'an understood Wang Jinru, and each time he heard such words, warmth surged within him. Holding the phone, he said, "Aunt, I miss you all." On the other end, Wang Jinru was silent for a moment before finally stammering, "What are you missing? You're all grown up." Duan Xiaoping also called. Like Wang Jinru, she never sent texts. Zhao Jin'an always responded that he was well and accustomed. As long as Duan Xiaoping didn't insist on introducing him to Song Jieyue or meddling in his relationships with Song Wanhe and Song Chaoan, he could manage a few conversations with her. Back at the dormitory, Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing were also present. They had not returned home for the holiday due to the long journey. The two had been inseparable these past few days. Seeing Zhao Jin'an return so late, Lu Chuangfeng leaned over his bed and asked, "Jin'an, you leave every morning. What are you doing out there?" Gu Chaoqing also lay on his bed, curious. Zhao Jin'an went to the balcony to retrieve a change of clothes, saying, "Don't you have any high school classmates?" "No gatherings," Gu Chaoqing remarked, "in our class. I am the only one from Junsha University. There is a group for fellow townsmen on the campus network, but I am not familiar with them, as many are upperclassmen." Nowadays, many universities have associations for students from the same hometown, organized by the student union or various clubs, possessing a semi-official nature. While some groups are spontaneously formed by students, the purpose is mutual assistance, helping freshmen acclimatize to their new environment, providing support for daily life, and fostering communication among fellow townsmen. However, over time, some of these associations have somewhat deviated from their original purpose. "Jin'an, did you go to find your cousin? By the way, Jin'an, what business does your family engage in?" Unbeknownst to them, Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing had classified Zhao Jin'an and Xun Zigui into a category of wealthy second-generation individuals who had plenty of leisure time, and the two of them speculated for quite a while in their dormitory. After some contemplation, Zhao Jin'an replied candidly, "She is not my cousin. We are from the same place, and my family does not run a business." "Really? I didn't expect you to speak the truth." And yet they still did not believe him. After finishing his grooming, Zhao Jin'an climbed onto his bed. To his surprise, Lin Qingxue suddenly became very warm and engaging. As she previously took several days to ask on QQ, "Are you there?" Typically, this occurred around 11 p.m. when the night was still. Zhao Jin'an also purchased a laptop, and upon logging into QQ today, the avatar of Bingxin Shuiyun flickered incessantly. "Are you there?" Bingxin Shuiyun messaged. Zhao Jin'an. "I haven't gone home either. Li Lu has gone home, and I'm so bored alone in the dormitory." Such suggestive words aside, she even sent a photo of herself in a nightgown after a shower, subtly revealing her figure. Lin Qingxue understood men very well. The allure of a hint of modesty is often more enticing than complete nudity. Her physique was indeed admirable, her skin fair, possessing an undeniable charm. Admittedly, seeing such a photo stirred something within Zhao Jin'an, though his 18-year-old body reacted honestly to the allure. At that moment, Gu Chaoqing began discussing their encounter with Lin Qingxue at school the day before. While Lu Chuangfeng excitedly recounted how he had treated several of Lin Qingxue as female classmates to pizza. "Haha, that durian pizza was quite delectable," Lu Chuangfeng chuckled. "Did you have any?" Gu Chaoqing retorted indignantly, gesturing with his hands. It was all Lin Qingxue and her friends who enjoyed it. "We barely had a small slice of cheese pizza, not nearly enough to fill our stomachs." "Haha, it was too expensive," Lu Chuangfeng explained. His intention to treat was meant for the cafeteria, and the amount Chunzhe ordered that day was not particularly costly. However, Lin Qingxue expressed a desire for pizza. The group found a pizzeria, and upon seeing the prices, Lu Chuangfeng felt a twinge of regret. Yet, in front of Lin Qingxue, he generously ordered the 3 cheapest pizzas. Lin Qingxue then sweetly insisted, "I want to have durian pizza." Lu Chuangfeng begrudgingly complied, not daring to take even a bite himself. Fearing that they might not have enough food, and that it would be unacceptable for a few girls to leave still hungry after a meal. He pretended to have a taste for such delicacies, but in reality, he had not filled his stomach. Given Lu Chuangfeng's appetite, he could easily consume 2 pizzas on his own. That was not all. Lin Qingxue expressed a craving for milk tea. And since she did not want to go buy it herself, Lu Chuangfeng again went to purchase several cups, spending a total of 120. Now feeling the pinch, he said, "Old Gu, I will treat you well next time. Tomorrow you treat me." "Nonsense, I didn't even get full." Gu Chaoqing rolled over in bed and asked, "Are you chatting with Lin Qingxue?" "No. She said she was going to take a shower and that she was tired from shopping today and wanted to sleep." Lu Chuangfeng replied, holding up his phone with a silly grin, as if he were in love. "She goes to bed quite early every day. She says it's a habit she has formed." As they continued their conversation, Lu Chuangfeng changed his tone, saying, "I asked her to send a photo after her shower, but she said it's inconvenient for girls." "Hey, old Gu, do you think Lin Qingxue is a good girl? She seems to have quite a sense of self-respect. Doesn't she?" Zhao Jin'an glanced at the timestamp in the chat, confirming that Lin Qingxue was indeed taking a shower and had not lied. Wearing such a nightgown would indeed make it inconvenient to take a photo, which reflected her virtue. Gu Chaoqing was at a loss for words. It would be unreasonable to claim that simply eating a pizza would negate her goodness. You are the one pursuing her. Why would anyone send you such photos? Gu Chaoqing expressed his viewpoint. "Jin'an, do you think Lin Qingxue is a good girl?" Lu Chuangfeng suddenly turned to Zhao Jin'an with the same question. Zhao Jin'an was uncertain how to respond. If he said otherwise, Lu Chuangfeng might just relay that to Lin Qingxue. Looking at Lin Qingxue's alluring photo, he admitted, "She is quite beautiful." Her smile revealed 2 charming dimples, radiating innocence and allure, making her the acknowledged beauty of the accounting class among the male students. It was hard to deny her attractiveness. Lu Chuangfeng chuckled while holding his phone, a little smitten, and then sought to chat with Shenzian, but found her too aloof. Chapter 55, Open and Above Board. The next morning, Zhao Jin'an awoke, followed by Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing. Gu Chaoqing inquired, "Jin'an, where are you heading today?" Zhao Jin'an replied, "I'm going to climb the mountain." "Yuelu Mountain?" "Yes. Wait for me. I'm coming too." Gu Chaoqing quickened his pace. Aware that Zhao Jin'an would not wait for him, and that he had no desire to accompany Lu Chuangfeng, who had barely filled his stomach with pizza. It wasn't that he despised Lu Chuangfeng for being stingy. The pizza was simply too expensive, and the experience left a bitter taste in his mouth. Gu Chaoqing had wished he could have ordered a pizza for himself that day. It wasn't that the pizza was exceptionally delicious. It was simply the desire to treat oneself. The main entrance to Yuelu Mountain is in Rongwan Town. However, there is a trail behind the school that students from the university town typically take to ascend the mountain. Vendors lined both sides of the path, with breakfast shops already open for business. Gu Chaoqing and Lu Chuangfeng were quite excited as it was their first time climbing Yuelu Mountain. At one stall, Lu Chuangfeng quietly urged Gu Chaoqing, "Old Gu, Can you pay for this? I forgot to bring money. Gu Chaoqing felt like cursing. What kind of college student forgets to bring money? Do you keep money in your dormitory? Lu Chuangfeng had treated Gu Chaoqing to pizza, and now he sought to recoup some of that expense with this flimsy excuse. Likely feeling the pinch from having spent too much recently. In 2006, how much was the monthly allowance for college students? Lu Chuangfeng probably did not have much. Maybe 300 to 400? He had spent 120 that day. As Zhao Jin'an prepared to pay, he told the vendor, "Boss, let's pay together and also get 3 cups of soy milk." Zhao Jin'an did not feel pity for Lu Chuangfeng. If one wishes to pursue a girl, one must be prepared for such expenses. Nor was he being generous. He simply thought it was a trivial matter to share a few bucks when they were all out together. The pot stickers were not particularly cheap, and the soup dumplings were only 5 yuan for a basket. Not ordering enough would leave them hungry. So Zhao Jin'an ordered 6 yuan worth of pot stickers for himself, along with the soy milk, totaling 21 yuan, averaging 7 yuan per person. Lu Chuangfeng quickly devoured his meal, praising the pot stickers for their deliciousness. Zhao Jin'an smiled, feeling that spending 7 yuan was well worth it. Unlike those who complained about the taste, claiming other places had better food, Lu Chuangfeng had a good point there. Gu Chaoqing then said, "Jin'an, I'll treat you to lunch." Zhao Jin'an replied, "It's fine." And so, the 3 of them began their ascent. In truth, it was more of a leisurely stroll. The path of Yuelu Mountain was wide, with 2 lanes, not steep, winding around the mountain. Many people enjoyed morning runs here, and some even rode bicycles up the hill. Junsha University Town had 2 excellent spots for morning runs, Yuelu Mountain and the riverside scenic area along the Xiangjiang River, with the school playground coming in third. Watching so many people ride bicycles up the mountain, Lu Chuangfeng expressed his envy, saying he wanted to buy a bike. Gu Chaoqing replied, "Those aren't ordinary bicycles. They are mountain bikes, not cheap. You think they are like your basic 2-bar bikes? They cost 1 to 2,000. Some even cost tens of thousands. Can you afford that? Are they really that expensive?" Lu Chuangfeng was skeptical of Gu Chaoqing's claim and turned to Zhao Jin'an for confirmation. Zhao Jin'an said, "You don't need to buy something that expensive. A few hundred yuan will suffice." He pondered whether he was being too extravagant, considering an Audi A6 with a driver. Uft. Lu Chuangfeng looked at a group of sports students riding bicycles up the mountain and proclaimed, "I could reach the top just as fast on my basic bike." "You're boasting. Those bikes are designed for ease and can adjust speeds." Gu Chaoqing and Lu Chuangfeng engaged in a lively debate, each unwilling to concede to the other. In the end, they challenged each other to a race, but alas, without 2 bicycles, it was merely idle banter. University students often indulge in such exchanges, and Zhao Jin'an found it amusing. In truth, Gu Chaoqing possessed a stubborn streak, while Zhao Jin'an found a certain wisdom in Lu Chuangfeng's words, even on an old bicycle. "I can reach the summit." Upon reaching the peak, parched, Zhao Jin'an purchased a bottle of mineral water and, in a generous gesture, offered one to Lu Chuangfeng, saying, "This is a reward for you, dorm leader." "Dorm leader? A reward? What merit do I possess?" Lu Chuangfeng was moved to the point of tears. How could someone call him dorm leader when he was just one of several wealthy second-generation students? The position seemed like a trap. With the duty roster pinned to the wall, unable to rouse Chunze, Lu Chuangfeng took it upon himself to clean, his face now beaming with joy. "Why is Jin'an's speech so sweet? What is this reward anyway?" Lu Chuangfeng hesitantly inquired. Zhao Jin'an smiled, but remained silent, reaching for another bottle of mineral water to offer Gu Chaoqing. "Can I exchange for a bottle of cola?" Lu Chuangfeng asked tentatively. "Sure." Mineral water at the summit cost 3 yuan, while cola was 4. Zhao Jin'an was unconcerned. "Haha, recouping 4 out of my 120. Lu Chuangfeng mused. Recognizing the unique economic principle at play, Zhao Jin'an wandered alone to the railing, feeling a sense of insignificance amidst the towering mountains. The Xiangjiang River flowed like a green ribbon, dividing the region into east and west. In the river's center, the orange was a picturesque touch. Nearby, some were practicing their English loudly, heedless of others, while groups of friends climbed together and countless couples strolled hand in hand. Zhao Jin'an harbored no grandiose thoughts. He merely wished to hasten his pace, alleviating his grandmother's and aunt's worries about finances. His phone chimed. "Boss, I've rented a place near the university town. Moving today." This was a suggestion from Dan Naki, ensuring that Dan Wei would be readily available. With no girls around, the mountain climb was straightforward, and soon the trio of singles descended. At the foot of the mountain, a familiar figure appeared, Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Upon spotting his goddess, Lu Chuangfeng dashed over, exclaiming, "Are you here to run?" Shenzhen, clad in black athletic gear, looked every bit the part, her 170 centimeters frame exhibiting a rhythmic beauty. fine beads of sweat dotting her forehead and nose. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, a few strands caressed her cheeks. Unlike Zhao Jin'an and his companions, she was no ordinary student. She had clearly considered her attire for the climb. Are you also here to hike? Shen Zian panted, pushing back a few stray hairs. Yes. Lu Chuangfeng eagerly queried. Did you finish running, or just arrive? She glanced at Zhao Jin'an before replying. I just finished. Unbeknownst to her, it was unexpected to encounter Zhao Jin'an today. He seemed somewhat aloof. After adding him on QQ, she hadn't even greeted him, nor had she initiated a conversation. Though she had been curious enough to check his QQ space, which was utterly devoid of content. No albums, no posts, not even a single status update. Lu Chuangfeng warmly invited. Then let us walk together. Shen Zian smiled in agreement. Sure. With the presence of a girl, Lu Chuangfeng walked alongside her, inquiring whether she would return the next day, suggesting they meet at the intersection. Shen Zian hesitated before turning to Zhao Jin'an, asking, Zhao Jin'an, are you coming back to hike tomorrow? He replied nonchalantly, I don't know. I'll come if I feel like it. As the mist gradually lifted and the sun shone brightly, many university students had specifically come to hike and enjoy breakfast, carrying steaming meals that radiated youthful energy. Zhao Jin'an inhaled the aroma and decided to purchase a scallion pancake. This time, he didn't ask Lu Chuangfeng or Gu Chaocheng if they had eaten, nor did he inquire with Shen Zian. Jin'an, didn't you already have breakfast? Gu Chaocheng questioned, perplexed, as Lu Chuangfeng was the one with a hearty appetite. On the roadside, Zhao Jin'an, holding the scallion pancake, declared it delicious with a sunny smile, causing Gu Chaocheng to momentarily be taken aback. Suddenly awakened, he thought, no, this isn't right. Am I turning into Wang Weitao? Shen Zian observed Zhao Jin'an quietly, then shook her head with a chuckle. Lu Chuangfeng glanced around, noticing an ice cream window at the intersection, the kind that only sold ice cream. Shen Zian, I'll go buy you some ice cream. In the presence of his goddess, Lu Chuangfeng had brought money, knowing it cost 3 yuan each, not expensive, especially from KFC. Gu Chaocheng, eyes wide, followed him, gritting his teeth. I want one too. You owe me a good meal. Lu Chuangfeng whispered, trying to push past Gu Chaocheng. But with Shen Zian approaching, he boldly gestured to the vendor. 4, please. Beautiful lady, for chocolate sundaes. Shen Zian came over as Lu Chuangfeng looked up, noting the promotional image indicating chocolate sundaes were 10 yuan each, 40 for 4. Back in 2006, they had cost only 8 yuan apiece, but location mattered. Another 40 yuan down the drain. How could these girls spend so freely? Lu Chuangfeng felt a pang in his wallet, but he had to pay. He could hardly just buy one for Shen Zian. That would be too embarrassing in front of her. To his surprise, Shen Zian produced 4 10 yuan notes and promptly paid. Shen Zian, why are you paying? How can we let the girls cover the cost? Lu Chuangfeng stammered, genuinely taken aback. Shen Zian smiled, it's fine. I'm treating you all the same. Lu Chuangfeng, not wanting to appear insincere, insisted, next time, it's on me. Gu Chaocheng chimed in, next time. I'll treat too. Shen Zian graciously replied, okay, sounds good. She then took 2 sundaes and walked over to Zhao Jin'an, asking, where are you headed next? Zhao Jin'an replied, back to the dorm. Shen Zian pondered for a few seconds and said, I'll go back to the dorm too. As they stood by the roadside, Zhao Jin'an at 181 centimeters and Shen Zian at 170 centimeters, Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng were still at the window. Zhao Jin'an gazed across the street, while Shen Zian turned slightly to observe him, her demeanor straightforward. After a moment, she asked, is the scallion pancake really that good? Zhao Jin'an nodded affirmatively. Struggling to find more conversation, Shen Zian said, I'll go buy one too. I left Yao Xian sleeping in the dorm when I went for my morning run. After purchasing the pancake, Shen Zian didn't linger, greeting the trio before departing. On the way back to the dorm, Gu Chaocheng remarked on Shen Zian's beauty, teasing Lu Chuangfeng about his apparent lack of interest in the opposite sex. Isn't Shen Zian a good girl? Unexpectedly, Lu Chuangfeng fell silent. Just the night before, he had asked in the dorm, is Lin Qingxue a good girl? The contrast between Lin Qingxue and Shen Zian was stark. He couldn't definitively say who was better or worse, but the feelings they evoked were vastly different. Gu Chaocheng clearly favored Shen Zian, yet Lu Chuangfeng struggled to articulate his sentiments. Interacting with Lin Qingxue felt like a financial burden, whereas with Shen Zian, there seemed to be a subtle psychological pressure, an intricate nuance. Feeling somewhat downcast, Lu Chuangfeng inquired, Old Gu, Shen Zian must come from a well-off family, right? Gu Chaocheng contemplated for a moment before replying. She should be. She likely isn't lacking. Lu Chuangfeng then turned to Zhao Jin'an, who said he didn't know. Jin'an, hand me a cigarette. Haha, Lu Chuangfeng requested, extending his hand. Gu Chaoqing couldn't hold back. Old Lu, can't you buy a pack for yourself? Haha, I'll buy it later, I promise. Lu Chuangfeng laughed, pulling out a lighter to spark a flame, seemingly returning to his usual self. On the other side, Shen Ziyan returned to the dormitory carrying breakfast. Yao Xian, lying on the edge of her bed, exclaimed, "Wow, Ziyan, you are simply too kind." In the boys' dormitory, whoever brings breakfast is regarded as a benefactor. However, seeing Shen Ziyan eating herself puzzled Yao Xian. Did she not eat breakfast after her morning run? Ziyan, are you also just having breakfast now? Yao Xian inquired from her bed. Yes, Shen Ziyan replied, having purchased 2 scallion pancakes. She wondered if the pancakes were indeed as delicious as everyone claimed, as they seemed rather ordinary to her, yet he savored them so much. Chapter 56. Your magnetic field does not quite align with Zhao Jin'an's. Who does? Recalling Yao Xian's attitude towards Zhao Jin'an that day, Shen Ziyan pondered and asked, "Have you added Zhao Jin'an on QQ? Have you chatted with him?" It was a casual inquiry. Yao Xian confirmed she had added him, but admitted, "I haven't initiated a conversation." Why not? Shen Ziyan continued the discussion. You were practically swooning over him. You looked like you could devour him whole. I would like to. Yao Xian replied with a hint of melancholy, but I am self-aware. Someone like him does not belong with me. This surprised Shen Ziyan, as Yao Xian's words implied a sense of acceptance rather than rejection. You see, in our dormitory, Yao Xian elaborated, Man and Shun Zhe, along with you and Mu Yao, have such high standards. To draw a comparison, my situation with Zhao Jin'an is akin to Lu Chuangfeng pursuing you. It's clear to everyone that Lu Chuangfeng has feelings for you. Would you agree to him? Shen Ziyan smiled, just as she was about to change her clothes. She suddenly realized, what did you mean by someone like him? Well, I've been contemplating this in bed for the past few days, Yao Xian responded enthusiastically. Lying on the bed and addressing Shen Ziyan, Shun Zhe mentioned that he is suited for a wealthy woman, and upon reflection, I found there is some truth to that. Are you suggesting he is fit to be a gigolo? Shun Ziyan asked while removing her fitted top, her fair skin revealing subtle curves, perhaps a slight burden from running. Not exactly a gigolo, it's hard to articulate. I've genuinely considered what type of girlfriend would suit him. It's not even about him seeking a girlfriend. It's about what kind of woman is right for him. That was quite a high evaluation. Shen Ziyan paused momentarily, contemplating Yao Xian's words, and realized they might hold a kernel of truth. It wasn't Zhao Jin'an searching for a girlfriend, but rather, what type of woman would be appropriate for him. Ziyan, I place myself in the context of our dormitory, Yao Xian said. Firstly, I exclude you and Mu Yao since your conditions are so favorable. I considered Mu Yao but determined she wasn't suitable. I even thought about you and Zhao Jin'an together and found it just didn't align. Ziyan, I'm not saying you and Mu Yao are inadequate. It's just that your magnetic fields do not resonate with Zhao Jin'an's. Magnetic field? Shen Ziyan pondered, then chuckled. What about Man from our dormitory? You haven't mentioned her. Yao Xian glanced at the door, ensuring no one was nearby, and whispered. Although I've only interacted with Zhao Jin'an once, I've been seriously considering it these days, and I think Man and Zhao Jin'an would match the best. I can't quite explain why, but it just feels right. That evening, Zhao Jin'an walked back to school alone, his backpack slung over his shoulder. He paused at the school gate, and 10 meters away, Dan Wei promptly approached him. Boss, he said. Zhao Jin'an replied, there's no need to follow me. It's safe on campus. Dan Wei stammered. Boss, I've been paid, but haven't done any work. There will be opportunities, for now. Just spend more time with your daughter. Just don't drop the ball when it really counts. All right then. Dan Wei knew it was safe on campus. His role as a bodyguard was somewhat superfluous. He scanned the surroundings, wishing for a few troublemakers to appear, so he could demonstrate his skills in protecting his boss. Yet, Zhao Jin'an was discreet and polite, which Dan Wei appreciated, albeit he felt his presence was too minimal. What if his boss decided not to hire him next month? After observing Dan Wei for a moment, Zhao Jin'an bought him a snack from a nearby shop, which eased Dan Wei's mind. Boss, you've already paid me, he insisted. Take it. Then I won't be polite. Dan Wei chuckled. This was advice from his daughter, who told him, Dad, always smile at the boss, but never at others. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an had never been a big boss. He was merely an accountant, a profession that didn't require the grueling hours of 996. Most weekends were 2 days off due to government and bank closures. Working as an accountant in a large company provided insights into various industry secrets, such as falsified accounts and bribery, highlighting the importance of loyal secretaries and drivers. Loyalty was paramount, with ability being secondary. At a crossroads, a BMW cruised by. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the license plate. It was Chen Zhe. Instinctively, he looked at the passenger seat and saw a figure. Man, why didn't you go shopping when my mom invited you? Zhe asked seriously while driving, cautious of the crowded campus. When he received no response from the passenger, he called out again, man. I said, during the National Day holiday, my mom wanted you to go shopping with her. She even mentioned buying you a few outfits. I wasn't feeling well that day. You had a cold? I'm fine now. In the dim light, Su Man fastened her seatbelt against the car door. Gazing into the rearview mirror at a figure in the crowd, she suddenly felt an urge to shout for him to stop. But she couldn't. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, Zhe opened the trunk and said, everything in here is from my mom. Clothes, fruits, snacks. She treats you better than she treats me. You should head back now. Drive safely, she replied. The area outside the girls' dormitory was bustling with people. Zhe glanced around and suggested, should we embrace and steal a kiss like they do? Su Man urged, just go back. Don't use your phone while driving. It's distracting. Zhe muttered to himself as he drove away. On the first day of classes, no one dared to be late or skip. Even a fool would know attendance would be taken. As freshmen, everyone took classes as seriously as high school, diligently taking notes. Zhao Jin'an, however, did not. Firstly, he had no intention of remaining a mere accountant. Secondly, he found advanced mathematics incomprehensible. Perhaps even the middle school math had been beyond him. Yet, when it came to bookkeeping and analyzing financial statements, the instructor would surely address him as teacher. There was a joke that said, when a top student looked up, the teacher would already know where they might have erred. If it were a professional course, Zhao Jin'an had the confidence to back it up. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an earned over 200,000 a year. Not because of a high salary, but due to his certification as a CPA. One need not work at a company. Simply being associated with one could yield an annual income of 100,000. Those who had taken the exam knew of various certifications in construction and other fields. Instructor Lu Hui was passionately lecturing on this matter, his fervor evident as he spoke about the importance of not relaxing one's studies in college, emphasizing that obtaining a CPA could guarantee a minimum salary of 100,000. The students below seemed invigorated, imagining the prospect of earning 100,000 in 2006 without having to work in an office. Couldn't they just lounge at home and still earn that? How delightful. Lu Hui, however, did not mention how challenging the exam was or the low pass rates. He certainly did not inform this group of freshmen that the truly skilled accountants were furthering their studies in Talankio prison. In other words, within the accounting profession, one was not deemed a qualified accountant without having experienced Talankio. It was the pinnacle of accounting prestige. A CPA was merely a junior title. Chapter 57. It seems there are no girls around the boss. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the class monitor, Wang Xuan, the only student from accounting class 1 who had studied in Talankio. Rumors circulated among classmates that Wang Xuan was merely a scapegoat, and upon his release, he would attain financial freedom. Chen Qingji's mother, Zhao Jin'an's mother-in-law, and Peng Yongli often remarked that Zhao Jin'an lacked adaptability, asserting that he was unwilling to exchange freedom for wealth. To put it bluntly, once imprisoned, whose wealth would it be, and whose wife? Moreover, could one genuinely secure wealth upon release? Zhao Jin'an concluded that accounting is a perilous profession unless one aspires to be merely a junior accountant. In 2006, the most formidable of the post-80s generation took the stage and announced the successful execution of the first underground nuclear test on October 9. This revelation sent ripples through the international community, eliciting vehement condemnation and prompting the United Nations Security Council to pass a resolution imposing sanctions. News outlets reported incessantly, and the university students engaged in fervent discussions, some predicting the onset of a third world war, while others expressed skepticism. Opinions varied widely. Some viewed it as a positive development, labeling it a brotherly nation, while others deemed it detrimental, asserting that international relations are solely driven by self-interest. In an era devoid of smartphones and live streaming, today's university students remain acutely aware of current affairs. Lu Chuangfeng jested, a war wouldn't devalue currency, would it? I still have money left to spend. I'm treating myself to 2 chicken legs tonight. Gu Chaoqin concurred, saying, indeed, in prosperous times, antiques thrive, while in turmoil, gold prevails. Old Lu, since money is of little use, you treat tonight. Lu Chuangfeng retorted, get lost. Chunze interjected, old Lu, why fret over your meager funds? By the way, where's Jinan? The incident significantly impacted the university town, as local merchants enjoyed a surge in business, seemingly providing students with justifications for extravagant spending. However, for Zhao Jin'an, the consequences were tangible. The stock market plummeted that day. Yet, Zhao Jin'an remained astute, aware that this bull market was far from over. He sold a portion of his stocks and, over the weekend, took a taxi with Dan Wei to an automobile dealership. Unlike their first visit, Tang Yimin was particularly welcoming this time. She inquired about Dan Wei, who simply identified himself as Zhao Jin'an's boss. Tang Yimin felt disheartened by Zhao Jin'an's indifference. He had never responded to her daily greetings, and now, with his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, he barely acknowledged her presence. He appeared quite composed, likely accustomed to female attention. Observing Zhao Jin'an's decisiveness in signing and making payments, while neglecting to sit on the available sofa, Tang Yimin quickly deduced that he either hailed from a prosperous family or had a remarkably successful grandfather. Unlike ostentatious nouveau riches, Zhao Jin'an exuded a quiet dignity, resembling the scions of distinguished families. Moreover, a critical nuance emerged. It seemed that in Zhao Jin'an's eyes, Dan Wei was meant to stand. When she warmly offered him a seat, he remained silent, and Dan Wei did not sit. Dan Wei inquired about the standard and high-end configurations of the vehicle, dismissing the basic model. The top model, a 42 V8, started at a price of 850,000, but Zhao Jin'an opted for the 30 LV6 high configuration, costing 580,000. Exiting the dealership, Dan Wei assumed the role of driver, with Zhao Jin'an seated in the right rear, engrossed in his phone. In terms of international business etiquette, the right rear seat is designated for the esteemed guest, typically the boss, while the front passenger seat is reserved for secretaries or assistants of lower rank. Boss, shall I drive you back to the dormitory? Dan Wei asked, glancing at the rearview mirror. Zhao Jin'an looked up and replied, no need. If I don't require the car, you may drive Dan Naki to school. Dan Wei hesitated. Boss, isn't that inappropriate? It's fine, Zhao Jin'an replied, returning his gaze to his phone. Luo Jinji had returned to Zixing and asked Zhao Jin'an if he needed anything brought along. She planned to visit Zhao's village before her arrival. The Junsha market had yet to flourish. Why was she suddenly returning to Zixing? Boss, I've moved. If you have time, Dan Wei began, but hesitated. Zhao Jin'an responded, all right. Dan Wei glanced at the rearview mirror again, puzzled as to why he had yet to see the boss's girlfriend. It seemed there were no young women around him. This was quite perplexing. With Zhao Jin'an's attributes, wouldn't young women be drawn to him? As Dan Wei maneuvered the steering wheel, he surveyed the Audi A6 interior, casting another glance at the front seat, utterly bewildered. Upon nearing the university town, Zhao Jin'an rolled up the car window, and Dan Wei followed suit. Closing his window as well, Dan Wei had rented a first-floor apartment, which was somewhat outdated but favored for its tranquility, featuring a small open space ideal for parking, with an outdoor faucet connected to a hose for washing cars. Perhaps due to his profession, upon entering, Zhao Jin'an noticed numerous car repair tools in the living room. There was no medicinal odor, only the scent of diesel. Zhao Jin'an surveyed the surroundings and inquired, how much is the rent here? It's a bit pricey, 600. Dan Wei replied. Naki, the boss is here. He called out. The bedroom door creaked open, revealing Dan Naki, a student dressed in a blue and white uniform. Clutching a pen, upon seeing Zhao Jin'an, she smiled, unsure of how to address him. Oh, I bought tea leaves, she said, heading to brew tea. Dan Wei chimed in. Boss, are you staying for dinner? I'll cook. Dan Naki echoed, seemingly confirming that Zhao Jin'an would stay for a meal. Zhao Jin'an, anticipating this visit, presented an MP3 player he had purchased earlier, saying, a gift for your first visit, to assist you in learning English. Who buys an MP3 to learn English? Dan Naki accepted the gift, attempting to express her gratitude. Thank you, Jin'an Go. Zhao Jin'an smiled, reminiscing about how Chen Qingji playfully called him uncle during her mischievous days. She was now a sophomore. Dan Naki assumed Zhao Jin'an's silence indicated consent and joined Dan Wei in the kitchen, where they seemed well prepared, retrieving a variety of ingredients from the refrigerator. Both father and daughter were adept at cooking. Dad, let me help, Dan Naki offered. Dan Wei scratched his head. Naki, he is your father's boss. Dan Naki understood and smiled in response. Dan Wei, increasingly puzzled, wondered why there were no young women around the boss. Observing his daughter bustling about cheerfully, he thought, the boss must be quite appealing to young women. The father-daughter duo prepared the meal swiftly, and Dan Wei emerged with dishes, cheerfully announcing, Boss, it will be ready shortly. When I was busy working, Naki was home alone, cooking for herself. Her culinary skills are impressive. Zhao Jin'an nodded, not surprised. Just then, his phone rang. Lu Chuangfeng's voice came through. Jin'an, where have you run off to? We agreed to have dinner tonight, with Su Man and her dorm. Chen Zhe only mentioned the address before heading out to pick up Su Man and her friends. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng had waited in their dorm for Zhao Jin'an, but to no avail, prompting them to ask Chen Zhe where he was. Chen Zhe remarked, Jin'an surely knows, you should ask him. With no regard for the opposite sex, how many trips does it take? What does it cost you in gas? After hanging up, Lu Chuangfeng lamented, Jin'an should be more reliable. He disappears when we make plans. Gu Chaoqing chuckled. Perhaps Jin'an has forgotten. Lu Chuanfeng responded. Gu Chaoqing, think about it. We've been together for over a month. Do you really believe Jin'an is keeping track of anything? Gu Chaoqing reminded him. Have you seen him complain about you borrowing his cigarettes or using his laundry detergent? Lu Chuanfeng fell silent, reflecting, and realized it was indeed true. On the other hand, Dan Wei gazed at the table laden with dishes, saying, Boss. Dan Naki emerged from the kitchen, and Zhao Jin'an replied, You two eat first. I'll join you shortly. Boss, I'll drive you there, Dan Wei offered, grabbing the car keys, assuming Zhao Jin'an wouldn't drive. Zhao Jin'an did not decline. Chapter 58. Zhao Jin'an is my boyfriend. In the dormitory at Central South University, room 406. Su Man felt an inexplicable urge to rummage through her wardrobe today and apply a light touch of makeup. She and Chunze had no need to go to such lengths. Looking at her reflection, Su Man added a touch of lip gloss. When Yao Xian rushed over to embrace her, exclaiming, Wow, Man, you look so beautiful today. Shunzian was also applying makeup. She glanced at Su Man and playfully remarked, Man, aren't you and Chunze getting tired of each other yet? Su Man's aunt was in the cosmetics business, so she had an abundance of bottles and jars. Although she was initially reluctant to attend, she felt compelled to agree for Su Man's sake. Until Yao Xian uttered the name Zhao Jin'an. Mu Yao abruptly turned around. Yao Xian, whom are you referring to? Observing Mu Yao's expression, the three girls appeared utterly bewildered. What is this reaction? Mu Yao questioned Yao Xian. How do you know Zhao Jin'an? Is it the Zhao Jin'an from the business school of the university? Yao Xian nodded hesitantly, explaining that they had met on the day after military training. Mu Yao's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She glanced at her three roommates, and finally directed her gaze towards Shunzian and Su Man, inexplicably shouting, Zhao Jin'an is my boyfriend. A heavy silence engulfed the dormitory. Su Man unconsciously tightened her grip on her lip gloss, staring at Mu Yao while discreetly hiding her hands behind her back. Shunzian looked at Yao Xian, recalling that Yao Xian had recently mentioned that Mu Yao and Zhao Jin'an were not well matched. They only knew that Mu Yao had quarreled with her boyfriend, an argument so severe that she had blocked him. Yet, why was Mu Yao shouting at them? How could you do this? Mu Yao felt aggrieved, pondering what wrong she had committed for Zhao Jin'an to block her so cruelly. With Su Man having a boyfriend, Mu Yao's attention turned to Shunzian. Yao Xian was momentarily overlooked. Under Mu Yao's intense scrutiny, Shunzian felt a pang of guilt and, attempting to ease the tension, said, We only met once. You were at your aunt's house that day. Shunzian was not being entirely truthful. Yao Xian interjected, Yao? We had no idea Zhao Jin'an was your boyfriend. We weren't intentionally keeping it from you. It's you who likes to visit room 411 to hang out with you, Fei. The atmosphere in the dormitory began to lighten. Mu Yao started applying her makeup and rummaging through her wardrobe, saying, Wait for me. Su Man sent a text to Chunze. Mu Yao's boyfriend is Zhao Jin'an. What the hell? Jin'an has a girlfriend. Upon receiving Chunze's message, Lu Chuanfeng was taken aback, exclaiming, Old Gu, Jin'an's girlfriend is Mu Yao. Gu Chaoqing was equally astonished and leaned over to read the message. Among the four girls in room 406, Gu Chaoqing held a particular fondness for Mu Yao. And Lu Chuanfeng remarked with a hint of jealousy, I always wondered why Jin'an ignored Li Lu and Tang Xiaoqing. It turns out his girlfriend is such a beauty as Mu Yao. No way. I have to call Jin'an and confront him. He's been too secretive. Saying this, Lu Chuanfeng dialed Zhao Jin'an's number. 3 minutes later, the words we broke up spread like wildfire. Aside from Mu Yao, who was busy with her makeup, Su Man read Chunze's text and realized that they had been curious for some time. Had the young couple been arguing for too long? During military training, the four girls had discussed this while lying in bed. Su Man mentioned that Chunze's family was just doing a small business, not particularly wealthy, and there was nothing to envy. Yao Xian then turned to Mu Yao for clarification. Mu Yao disliked being asked about her background. Glancing at Su Man's bed, she vaguely replied, My family also runs a small business. There's nothing much to say. Now, Yao Xian chuckled, Yao. Didn't you say Zhao Jin'an's family just does a small business? But your cousin drives a Land Rover. Which family running a small business can afford a Land Rover? Mu Yao appeared momentarily stunned. What Land Rover? Cousin? What cousin? I had no idea. Yao Xian feigned a sigh. Alas, all your boyfriends are rich second-generation heirs. Yet they remain so modest. Shunzian glanced at Mu Yao and, rifling through the wardrobe, remarked coolly, a Range Rover starts at around 1.5 million. It's quite rare for a woman to drive such a car. Only Su Man kept her eyes fixed on Mu Yao, who remained in a daze. Her aunt's BMW was barely under 400,000, and Mu Yao had visited Zhao Jin'an's home but had never heard of a cousin. It was rumored that Duan Xiaoping, who remarried, had settled for someone average. Oh, right, there was a non-biological sister. Her surname was Song. Wasn't she working at a pharmacy in Qinzhou? Where would a Land Rover come from? She couldn't buy one even if she worked her entire life. These were the words of Zhang Hui and Mu Rinxiang, and Mu Yao had taken them to heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an sat in the back of an Audi, having hung up the phone. He hadn't remembered that Mu Yao and Su Man were roommates. He recalled that one of her roommates had the surname Wang. Dong Wei glanced at the rearview mirror. Having just heard Zhao Jin'an declare, "We broke up." No wonder. Upon nearing their destination, Zhao Jin'an spotted Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing by the roadside and said, "Pull over." Dong Wei was about to open the car door when Zhao Jin'an said it wasn't necessary. As Zhao Jin'an approached from a distance, Lu Chuangfeng greeted him with a punch, exclaiming, "What the hell, Jin'an? Your girlfriend is Mu Yao. By the way, have you really broken up? Can you bear to?" Dong Wei followed closely, maintaining a distance of 450 meters. Gu Chaoqing silently scrutinized Zhao Jin'an, perplexed as to why he would break up with someone as beautiful as Mu Yao. Chen Zhe had been contemplating this as well. He had compared Mu Yao with Su Man, concluding that Mu Yao's youthful vibrancy was perfect for romance, while Su Man seemed to lack some of that youthful charm. Once in the car, Mu Yao eagerly inquired, "Chen Zhe, has Jin'an left?" "Don't worry. The three of them are on their way." Chen Zhe glanced at the rearview mirror, unable to fathom why Mu Yao was so anxious to break up with such a stunning girl. Seriously, does being handsome really grant you such liberties? 10 minutes later, as Chen Zhe stepped out of the car while dialing Lu Chuangfeng's number, they entered Suanjidu, where a row of large aquariums filled with various fish and crustaceans greeted them. Mu Yao and Su Man had little reaction, but Yao Xian whispered, "This place can't be too expensive, right? Didn't Chen Zhe say he would find a regular restaurant?" Shen Zian voiced her concerns loudly, disregarding the customers and staff selecting seafood, feeling that Chen Zhe was somewhat inconsiderate of others' financial capabilities. The patrons turned to glance at the group of young students. Chen Zhe confidently declared he would cover the bill, but Mu Yao and Yao Xian insisted on splitting it, with Mu Yao stating she would cover Zhao Jin'an's share. After some deliberation, Shen Zian suggested they head to the private room while she stayed behind to order food. When only Chen Zhe remained, Shen Zian succinctly stated, "You cover the boys' share, I'll cover Yao Xian's, and if we're splitting, it should be around 300. Chen Zhe opened his mouth to speak. "How about you order?" "No worries, just order whatever you like." With that, Shen Zian gracefully departed. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin'an, hands in pockets, appeared quite relaxed, while Lu Chuangfeng wanted to move faster but couldn't find the right way. He hung up on Chen Zhe, confirming that the girls had already arrived. "Jin'an, we're not here to stroll." Zhao Jin'an pointed in a direction, saying it was just ahead, adding that a taxi ride would only cost about 112 yuan. Lu Chuangfeng grumbled, "That's just too wasteful." Zhao Jin'an paused for a moment, then remarked, "You're the type who rides a bicycle to bars in the future." Suanjidu was brightly lit, and the figures in the hall could be vaguely seen, engaged in lively conversations and clinking glasses. Close to the Xiang River, the establishment had 3 floors with expansive glass windows. It was clear that the venue was not aimed at university students. The seafood prices would likely exceed 400 yuan if Chen Zhe ordered a lot. The private room also had a minimum spend requirement. It was uncertain whether seafood was expensive in coastal cities, but it was known that in Junsha, anything involving seafood would not be cheap. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing quickened their pace, with Lu Chuangfeng commenting as they walked, "Jin'an, why don't you buy a car like Zego? Look how popular he is with girls because of his BMW." Lu Chuangfeng added, "If my family were that wealthy, I'd buy a car even better than Chen Zhe's." Clearly, he envied Chen Zhe, but then again, who wouldn't he? Zhao Jin'an replied, "My family isn't rich, we're poorer than yours." "No way." Lu Chuangfeng burst into laughter, saying, "You wealthy types love to feign poverty. We have someone in our village who is clearly wealthy, but always claims to be broke. Afraid someone will ask him for money. Jin'an, I think you should learn from Zego." As they chatted, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 59, The Spectrum of Humanity. Upon entering the hall, Gu Chaoqing and Lu Chuangfeng were momentarily taken aback, sharing the same concerns as Yao Xian. "Wouldn't the expenses be a bit steep?" Zhao Jin'an inquired with a waitress about the location of the Furong private room, and the waitress pointed in a direction, indicating the 3rd floor. Gu Chaoqing and Lu Chuangfeng exchanged glances and proceeded up the stairs. Zhao Jin'an trailed behind, picking up his phone to send a message instructing Shan Wei to return first. As he pushed open the door, he heard Chen Zhe's voice asking why they hadn't taken a taxi. "Where's Jin'an?" This was Mu Yao's voice. accompanied by the sound of a chair being moved. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing exchanged glances and quickly found seats, causing all conversation to cease. Yao Xin seized a handful of sunflower seeds from a plate on the table. Crack. Zhe joined in, reaching for some as well. No more? Lu Chuangfeng lamented, holding the plate. Wait, staff. Bring us more. We're about to enjoy a show. As soon as Jin'an appeared, Mu Yao rushed over, wrapping her arms around his. Her playful tone sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. TSK, 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 she looked up at Zhao Jin'an, her soft pink lips pressed into a line. The corners downturned, her bright, clear peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture, as if she felt a deep grievance. Oh no, Zegu, I don't want to eat anymore. Me neither, I'm full. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing could no longer contain their discomfort, muttering softly. Zhao Jin'an smiled and nodded at the three girls at the table, greeting them with a simple, hello. Another hello? It feels like we're meeting for the first time again, someone remarked. Hello, Shenzian responded graciously, urging, please sit down. We've been waiting for you. Su Man also nodded with a smile. Zhao Jin'an stole a glance at Su Man, who sat upright, her demeanor polite and dignified. Reminiscent of that night at the bar, Mu Yao held on to Zhao Jin'an's arm tightly, pulling out a chair and saying, Jin'an, you sit here, before happily taking a seat beside him. Chunze initiated the conversation by asking what they would like to drink, white or beer, suggesting that red wine was also an option. Zhao Jin'an replied, you all can drink. I don't partake in alcohol. Really, Jin'an, a guy who doesn't tea drink? Lu Chuangfeng exclaimed loudly, insisting, we must have white. The nearby waiter promptly approached with a menu, quoting prices. Over 600 for Matai, over 600 for Wuliangya, 700 for Guijiao, 300 for Jiananchuan, and 500 for Shui Jingfang, asking which white liquor Lu Chuangfeng preferred. Surprised by the exuberance of the service, Lu Chuangfeng remarked, ISNT their erguo too? 67 a bottle? Splitting one bottle would cost us 100 each. If the girls don't drink, it's nearly 200 per person. In 2006, Matai had yet to embark on its luxury branding journey, and the price of Guijiao 1573 was slightly higher than Matai, whose retail price was around 300 to 400. However, restaurants certainly marked up prices, and the waiter, eager for a commission, was particularly enthusiastic, standing closely beside Lu Chuangfeng, her face beaming with smiles and her gaze fixed on him. Flushed with embarrassment, Lu Chuangfeng had anticipated the high cost of a bottle of white liquor, and with the waitress's fervor and girls present, he felt it inappropriate to admit he couldn't afford it, awkwardly fidgeting with his toes. Noticing Lu Chuangfeng's discomfort, Shenzian glanced at Zhao Jin'an, who remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the price. She instructed the waitress, let us skip the white liquor. Bring a few bottles of beer and a soft drink instead. Only then did Chunze speak up, then let us go with beer. The waitress left, visibly disappointed. Lu Chuangfeng cast a grateful look at Shenzian, whose timely intervention had alleviated his embarrassment. In contrast, Gu Chaoqing, under the table, was still pulling at Lu's sleeve, thinking, if you're aware of the price, why can't you speak as gracefully as Shenzian? Lu Chuangfeng was unaware that the same words from Gu Chaoqing would carry a different tone, illustrating why some circles should not be forced together. Unexpectedly, Shenzian asked, Zhao Jin'an, do you drink soft drinks? Yes, he replied. Shenzian smiled and inquired further, what about carbonated drinks? Don't you prefer juice? Zhao Jin'an countered. Don't you all drink juice? Shenzian chuckled and told the waitress, then let us have juice. The two engaged in light banter, prompting Lu Chuangfeng to ask, Jin'an, you don't drink beer either? Mu Yao, catching on, looked at Shenzian suspiciously, asking, how do you know Jin'an doesn't drink carbonated drinks? Didn't you know? Shenzian responded casually. Mu Yao, genuinely puzzled, turned to Zhao Jin'an for confirmation. This action surprised Shenzian, and Su Man glanced up at Mu Yao. You dated him for 3 years in high school. How could you not know? Shenzian remarked, everyone in their dorm knows. I overheard him mention it in the cafeteria that day. Gu Chaoqing chimed in, raising his hand. One day, I bought 4 bottles of Coke. Jin'an didn't drink any. And old Lu finished them off. Mu Yao tugged on Zhao Jin'an's hand under the table, curiously asking, when we organized a spring outing and barbecue, weren't you boys all drinking Coke and Sprite? Zhao Jin'an smiled, remaining silent. Jin'an, Mu Yao shook his arm again, prompting him to finally say, I didn't drink. I gave it to Zhao Ziyong. Jin'an, we'll pay more attention to you from now on, they whispered. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Mu Yao became flustered, realizing that she was the only one in attendance unaware of this detail. Had she truly not been attentive to Jin'an at all? Zhao Jin'an maintained a smile. showing no sign of joy or anger at Mu Yao's declaration of increased attention. Instead, he gently patted her hand, deepening her sense of sorrow. It seemed Jin'an no longer cared for her. At the large round table, spacious for 8, Mu Yao scooted her chair closer to Zhao Jin'an while the others engaged in scattered conversations. Lu Chuangfeng was particularly animated with Shun Ziyan, who continued the dialogue. Yet her attention remained on Zhao Jin'an. Su Manman appeared somewhat distracted. After a few exchanges with Chunze, she joined Lu Chuangfeng and Shun Ziyan's conversation. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. The waiter presented a fish, ready to introduce it, but Shun Ziyan interjected, "No need for an introduction, just serve it." The waiter, eager to boast, was met with a sense that the food must be expensive. While some might doubt the quality without an introduction, it mattered little as long as the pretense remained intact. Nonetheless, Lu Chuangfeng quietly inquired, "Zhe Gu, how much is this table?" Chunze glanced at Shun Ziyan and replied, 300 or so, with drinks and soft drinks, probably just over 400. Huh, that's not too expensive, Lu Chuangfeng said, surveying the table laden with dishes, fish, meat, shrimp, and crabs. "We should have a gathering like this once a month to improve our meals." Chunze nodded, while the others chuckled in agreement. Mu Yao picked up where Lu Chuangfeng left off, cheerfully declaring, "Sounds great." She stood to serve Zhao Jin'an. Truthfully, Chunze felt a twinge of envy. Su Manman would never serve her boyfriend, as Mu Yao did. Suddenly, Yao Xian fell silent, aware that the meal surely cost more than 400. Unsure if Shun Ziyan had paid for it all, or if it was just Chunze footing the bill. Chunze raised a beer, asking Shun Ziyan if she would drink. She clinked her glass with his. Seeing Chunze and Shun Ziyan drinking, Lu Chuangfeng lifted his beer to join in, prompting Shun Ziyan to toast him as well, saying, "Just 1 cup for each." Gu Chaocheng, feeling the most awkward, raised his cup with both hands. Shun Ziyan generously reached out to clink glasses with Gu Chaocheng, and Lu Chuangfeng teased Zhao Jin'an, "Look at you. A guy who doesn't drink, while Shun Ziyan here is far more spirited." Unexpectedly, Mu Yao stood up, grabbing a beer and declaring to Lu Chuangfeng, "I'll drink with you." Laughter erupted from those uninvolved. Lu Chuangfeng scratched his head, feeling awkward, "But you're a girl." Just then, Su Manman spoke up, advising Chunze, "You're driving, so drink less. Don't drink and drive." However, in 2006, enforcement against drunk driving was lax. Zhao Jin'an glanced at Su Manman, recognizing her intention to help him out. The atmosphere at the table quieted slightly. In truth, while Lu Chuangfeng had spoken a bit too freely, his lively spirit was a welcome presence. Chunze was also lively, but somewhat immature, while Shun Ziyan maintained control over the gathering. As they chatted and dined, Chunze suddenly inquired, "Jin'an, does your cousin run a business in Junsha?" "What kind of business?" Chunze had already categorized Zhao Jin'an as a wealthy second-generation individual, placing him in the same league as himself. Among them was also Shun Ziyan, and Chunze was quite aware of this. He even ranked the 3 of them in his mind, considering they were likely of similar standing, perhaps with Shun Ziyan being slightly better off. Chapter 60, The Revelation. Upon hearing the question, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Jin'an, their expressions filled with curiosity. Shun Ziyan, attentive to details, noted how Zhao Jin'an displayed remarkable refinement while dining and had an admirable sense of style. Was his family merely engaged in small business ventures? Shun Ziyan felt a hint of skepticism. Seeing Zhao Jin'an in silence, Yao Xian jested, "Zhao Jin'an, Mu Yao mentioned your family only dabbles in small businesses. You aren't some nationwide chain's heir, are you? The type who returns home after college to inherit a fortune?" Laughter erupted among the group, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhao Jin'an turned to look at Mu Yao. Indeed, it was just like in his previous life. If Mu Yao mentioned part-time work, it was merely to experience life. "Jin'an, what are you staring at Mu Yao for? Speak up, don't be so mysterious." "Yes. Jin'an, indulge our curiosity. Are you really some wealthy heir, worried about being targeted for abduction because of your riches?" "Haha, don't worry. We'll be your bodyguards." Everyone was piqued with interest. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaocheng, having had a few drinks, began to urge him on. Mu Yao quietly asked, "Jin'an, what about your cousin?" Zhao Jin'an shook his head, responding, "I don't have a cousin." Mu Yao's implication was clear to Zhao Jin'an. He could simply go along with the story about his cousin. The two exchanged glances, Mu Yao tugging at Zhao Jin'an under the table, shaking her head with a pleading expression, suggesting he should just say something, as no one would verify it. Looking at her lovely face, Zhao Jin'an felt a strange sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. Just then, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone to take a quick glance, immediately rising to answer it. This action surprised and intrigued Shun Ziyan and Su Manman, who wondered why the usually aloof Zhao Jin'an was so eager to take a call. Zhao Jin'an moved to the window, cradling his phone as he called out, "Grandma." On the other end, his grandmother sounded cheerful, sharing that the 2 pigs they raised had been sold for a good price, over 900 yuan. She mentioned planning to buy a smaller pig soon, assuring him not to worry about the family and to focus on his studies, saying if money was tight, he could always call home. Had it not been for his tuition, she had intended to sell the pigs during the summer, along with her savings of over 2,000 yuan, which would cover his fees. Zhao Jin'an held the phone silently, attentively listening, though his heart felt heavy. "Grandma, I have money. You don't need to work so hard." His grandmother, somewhat hard of hearing at her age, seemed not to have caught that. She eventually asked if he missed home. Zhao Jin'an initially intended to say he did, but suddenly felt a wave of emotion and replied, "No." His grandmother chuckled. "It's good that you don't miss home. Just take care of yourself out there. Don't worry about making money. I can still earn enough to support your education." The call quality was not great, and knowing her grandson was not one to talk much, it was mostly her speaking. Zhao Jin'an listened patiently, eager to hear her thoughts. Eventually, she remarked about the high cost of phone bills, admonishing him a few more times before ending the call. His grandmother had only learned to use the phone after he started attending university in Junsha, thanks to Wang Jinru's guidance. She likely still didn't know how to initiate a call herself, as she had never been educated. Wang Jinru had taught her that pressing the red button would end the call without incurring charges. In the private room, a profound silence ensued. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard. Lu Chuangfeng even paused with his chopsticks, having forgotten about the dish of Mao's braised pork. They observed Zhao Jin'an's silhouette by the window, holding the phone, his words still few. Yet, they all distinctly heard him say, "Grandma, I have money. You don't need to work so hard." What on earth? Wasn't he supposed to be a wealthy second generation? Could he perhaps be a third-generation heir? Gu Chaoqing nudged Lu Chuangfeng, quietly reminding him of a particular term, dried vegetables. Shen Zian, Su Man, and Yao Xian turned to Gu Chaoqing, while Lu Chuangfeng nodded, adding, "He brought a jar of dried vegetables to school." To ensure they understood, Lu Chuangfeng elaborated, explaining it was the kind of preserved vegetables students often carried. Shen Zian and Su Man still seemed perplexed. Yao Xian, however, grasped the implication. Chen Zhe was taken aback. So, he was not a wealthy second generation? Mu Yao lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, unable to look at her roommates. Feeling humiliated for having been caught in a lie, her vanity laid bare. Especially with Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing's remarks, she buried her face even deeper. Zhao Jin'an, after ending the call, stood by the window for a moment, inhaled deeply, and returned, meeting the gazes of everyone present. With a smile, he stated, "It's exactly as you heard. My grandmother's call revealed that my family isn't in business. I'm not a wealthy second generation." Holding up his phone, he calmly addressed Lu Chuangfeng. "I told you my family is poorer than yours, but you didn't believe me." "No, Jin and I." Lu Chuangfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. He and Gu Chaoqing were astonished. In fact, aside from Mu Yao, everyone was surprised. Zhao Jin'an truly didn't fit that mold. The gentle and poised Su Man gazed at Zhao Jin'an, her expression finally shifting. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Even the typically composed Shen Zian was left speechless. With no cousin, no Land Rover. It was just his grandmother's call informing him of the pigs. At this point, Zhao Jin'an seemed a bit proud, sharing. "My grandmother told me about the 2 pigs we raised. The larger one sold for 900 yuan today. Pigs." Before anyone could process this, Zhao Jin'an continued. "Everyone here, your families are wealthier than mine, but I have my grandmother. She assures me she will support my university education." Silence enveloped the room. "Jin'an." Mu Yao lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reaching out to grasp Zhao Jin'an's hand. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an had passively accepted the identity Mu Yao had crafted for him, only shedding it on the day they broke up in their 3rd year. Feeling a sense of relief. Now, Zhao Jin'an leaned down to wipe Mu Yao's tears, only to find that his efforts only seemed to cause her to cry more. Just as Chen Qingji had said, that night, Mu Yao had squatted by the Xiang River, weeping for a long time. No one spoke. They all quietly observed Zhao Jin'an and Mu Yao, with no one mocking her. They likely understood, especially the 3 girls from room 406, who could connect this moment with Zhang Hui and Zhang Yunqian's behavior on the day of their school registration, making it clear. Looking at the radiant figure from his past life, Zhao Jin'an leaned closer to Mu Yao, whispering, "From now on, no one will ask you this question. And you won't have to lie for me anymore." "No, Jin'an, please don't." Mu Yao shook her head. Zhao Jin'an continued to comfort her. "Listen to your mother and aunt." Yet Mu Yao persisted in shaking her head, tears glistening on her lashes. "I don't want to. At this point, the atmosphere had grown uncomfortable for everyone remaining. Zhao Jin'an withdrew his hand, discreetly placing 200 yuan under a cup, smiling at the three girls before departing. After Zhao Jin'an left, everyone noticed the 200 yuan pressed beneath the cup, each experiencing a different reaction. Lu Chuangfeng opened his mouth. Wasn't he at over 400? Why did Jin'an contribute 200 alone? Yao Xian, unbeknownst to anyone, had also pulled out 200 yuan and placed it under her bowl, then rose with a smile, saying, "You all take your time eating. I'll head back to the dorm now." Chapter 61, The Truth Revealed. Yao Xian, Shenzian called out. Yao Xian merely smiled and replied, "We agreed on splitting the bill." 200 yuan was neither too much nor too little. Yao Xian recognized Shenzian's good intentions, but with the semester just beginning, no one wanted to feel inferior in the dormitory. The agreement of AA was merely a facade, with the roommate's boyfriend secretly footing the bill. Observing Chunzhe and Su Man, Mu Yao and Shenzian, one couldn't help but notice their families were considerably better off than hers. As the lights began to twinkle, she surveyed the opulent private rooms, spotting a server, approximately her age, catering to diners. This brought to mind her hard-working parents at home, prompting Yao Xian to smile and declare to the group, "I will not participate in such gatherings in the future." Lu Chuangfeng interjected, "Didn't you just say you would come once a month? My family also raises pigs." Yao Xian, inspired, turned to Su Man and remarked, "Do you really think selling a pig for 900 means a profit of 900? Not at all. You need to purchase piglets, buy feed, or they 1T grow quickly, and someone must feed them daily." After saying this, Yao Xian cast one last glance at the lavish spread before departing without a backward glance. Su Man, having never raised pigs, understood. Shenzian grasped the implication as well. The feast equated to the cost of 2 pigs. When calculating expenses, 200 yuan represented half a pig, meaning they had consumed what their parents labored for over half a year. Su Man recalled Zhao Jin'an's recent prideful mention of his grandmother and glanced at Chunzhe. Chunzhe, bewildered, replied, "How was I to know? I said I would pay. Am I wrong for offering to do so?" After settling the bill, he returned to find the girls had vanished. Su Man had also left, while Lu Chuangfeng was busy packing. He called for the server to bring 2 more takeout boxes. Observing the 56 boxes on the table, Chunzhe was taken aback. "Lao Lu, what are you doing?" he asked. "Packing," Lu Chuangfeng replied. "In this weather, the food doesn't spoil easily. The cafeteria meals can last 3 days. I only have 300 yuan for living expenses each month. I spent 120 treating Lin Qingxue and the others to pizza on the first day of National Day. Now, with another 200, I owe you 20 yuan. Zhigu, I'll give you 50 this month. The remaining 105 next month," Lu Chuangfeng offered. Chunzhe waved his hand dismissively. "I covered your share." "Really? What about that 50? Lu Chuangfeng probed. "I covered it all. This meal is on me. You don't need to contribute a penny," Chunzhe insisted. "Zhigu, how generous. Boys are different from girls. They tend to be less sensitive." Seeing Lu Chuangfeng still packing, Chunzhe asked, "What are you still packing for?" The campaign against food waste isn't even promoted anymore. Chunzhe and Su Man, when dining out, would never take leftovers home, even if the dishes were untouched. Lu Chuangfeng countered, "But we can't waste it. This food is far better than what the cafeteria offers." Gu Chaoqing, noticing Lu Chuangfeng wasn't contributing, ceased his protests. Chunzhe fell silent, leaning against the door as he extracted a blue Fu cigarette, watching Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing bustle about. After a moment, he tossed a blue Fu to Lu Chuangfeng. Exiting with 78 takeout boxes, he found the 4 girls from 406 absent at the door. Chunzhe called Su Man, who informed him they had walked back to school. Once in the car, Chunzhe felt an inexplicable annoyance, unsure of its origin. He turned to Lu Chuangfeng. "Have the dishes ready. Don't spill the oil everywhere. The car is starting to smell." Lu Chuangfeng chuckled awkwardly, contemplating walking back to the dormitory. Gu Chaoqing in the back seat shared this sentiment, glancing out the window before suddenly asking, "How much living expense does Jin'an have each month?" The car fell silent for a moment. Lu Chuangfeng ventured, 200? He only received 300 monthly, and Zhao Jin'an had claimed to be poorer than his family, which logically meant he had less than 300. Chunzhe, incredulous, asked, "Is 200 enough for cafeteria meals?" "It is. But haven't you noticed Jin'an only takes 2 dishes each time?" Gu Chaoqing countered. "That's true," he continued. "But where does Jin'an get the money for a laptop? And he smokes too. Even if it's 4 yuan for a pack of Lao Baisha, he must spend some money each month, right?" The car fell into silence once more. Lu Chuangfeng suddenly had a moment of clarity. He must be throwing a graduation party. "Lao Gu, didn't you have a graduation party when you got into normal university?" My family collected 20,000 in gifts. Chen Zhe and Gu Chaoqing instinctively nodded in agreement. Zhigu, stop up ahead. Lu Chuangfing pointed to a small convenience store. Chen Zhe raised an eyebrow. Are you finally going to buy some good cigarettes? No, I need to buy laundry detergent. Lu Chuangfing replied with an awkward laugh. Well, Jin'an is in a worse situation than I am. I can't keep using his laundry detergent. How ridiculous. Even Gu Chaoqing was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Lu Chuangfing couldn't fathom why, but he felt a little happy. After all, didn't Zhao Jin'an have so many girls fawning over him? He looked like a pretty boy and seemed affluent, yet it turned out he was worse off than himself. Lu Chuangfing couldn't help but share this revelation at the supermarket. He texted Lin Qingxue, Zhao Jin'an isn't a rich second generation. Lin Qingxue replied with 3 question marks. Meanwhile, Shen Zian and Su Manman caught up with Yao Xian, while Mu Yao walked quietly behind. The 3 paused to wait for Mu Yao, refraining from mocking her. Unexpectedly, it was Yao Xian who spoke first, earnestly addressing Mu Yao. You shouldn't lie to us like this. No wonder Zhao Jin'an wants to break up with you. Mu Yao looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. I didn't lie. The breakup happened before. Our high school classmates mostly know, but you've done similar things before. Yao Xian retorted sharply. Mu Yao fell silent. Recalling the day she visited Zhao Jin'an's home during summer vacation, feeling hesitant while climbing the slope, remembering her parents, aunt, and uncle's words about Zhao Jin'an at the hotel. Mu Yao, I have no intention of targeting you. Your relationship with Zhao Jin'an is irrelevant to me, Yao Xian said sincerely. I'm just thinking from a different perspective. If my boyfriend were to disdain my family's conditions, regardless of how exceptional he might be in other aspects, I would never choose to be with him. She glanced at Shen Zian and Su Manman, adding, you wouldn't understand. How could we not understand? Su Manman gazed at Mu Yao, remaining silent. She couldn't fathom why Mu Yao would fabricate such a lie. Was she envious of her? Envious of Chen Zhe picking her up? Yet suddenly, Su Manman felt a surge of envy towards Mu Yao. After the truth emerged, Shen Zian grew increasingly curious about Zhao Jin'an. Taking a deep breath, she asked Mu Yao. Zhao Jin'an only mentioned his grandmother. What about his parents? Do you know? He said his grandmother would support my college education. The 3 girls halted in their tracks. Turning to look at Mu Yao hesitated before lifting her gaze. Do you know why Jin'an doesn't drink? It's because his father died in a motorcycle accident while intoxicated. And his mother? She remarried when Jin'an was in middle school. He only has a grandmother at home. After Mu Yao spoke, the 3 girls fell into silence. Chapter 62 Song Chaoan. Boss. After emerging from Xianjud, Dan Wei had been waiting outside. Just moments ago. If he hadn't known Lu Chuangfing was the boss's roommate, he would have rushed in to take Lu Chuangfing down for throwing a punch at the boss. Finally seeing someone lay hands on the boss, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Once in the car, Zhao Jin'an suddenly shouted, stop. Upon exiting, he lit a cigarette. Leaning against a tree by the roadside, he dialed Luo Jinji's number. General Manager Luo, name your price. I want to haggle. Jin'an, what's wrong? Luo Jinji sensed something was off with Zhao Jin'an's tone. Zhao Jin'an reflected on how he had been overly petty, attempting to negotiate with Luo Jinji after 18 years of foresight. Did it really matter if he had 1 or 2 million more? He chastised himself for forgetting about his grandmother and aunt back home, who were still saving every penny for his tuition and living expenses. After hanging up 10 minutes later, Zhao Jin'an instructed, return to Chenzhou, Zixing. Luo Jinji suggested they meet in person, as such matters couldn't be resolved over the phone. Dan Wei pulled out his phone and called his daughter. Nachi, your father and the boss want to be home. You'll have to eat alone, okay? No need to wait any longer. We are leaving Junshi now. Shanwei hasn't eaten yet, and Dana is waiting at home. Before departing, Zhao Jin'an suggested coming back later to eat a little, but why should one eat the leftover food of the boss? 20 minutes later, Zhao Jin'an received a text message. An unknown number. Zhao Jin'an, this is Su Manman. I apologize for today. Su Manman inquired about Chen Zhe. And upon learning that Zhao Jin'an had not yet returned to the dormitory, she entered the bathroom with her clothes, sending the text from there. She could have sent it from the dormitory without anyone noticing, but she chose to hide in the bathroom instead. Shanwei drove steadily, and after 40 minutes, they merged onto the highway. Zhao Jin'an held his phone, watching the dark shadows retreating outside the window, pondering whether Su Manman was apologizing on behalf of Chen Zhe. It's no wonder Chen Zhe's mother holds such affection for Su Manman. She truly is a remarkable support. In a previous life, Zhao Jin'an had never envied Chen Zhe until that night at the bar when he met Su Manman. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of envy for Chen Zhe having such a wife. In his past life, Chen Zhe's business success was likely partly due to Su Manman's contributions. Given Chunzhe's character, Su Man must have been cleaning up after him, fixing his mistakes. He remembered a time when Chunzhe, after having a drink, declared, Chunzhe, may occasionally indulge outside, but no matter how beautiful the women are, they cannot replace my wife. Wang Weitao nudged Zhao Jin'an's knee and said, Zergo, you should be content. You are already a winner in life. That was the third year after their university graduation when Wang Weitao was on a business trip to Junshi, and several classmates were having a late-night snack. By then, Chunzhe had already been married to Su Man for 2.5 years. Zhao Jin'an dozed in the back seat, and by the time they reached Qinzhou, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Shanwei had been calculating the time and hadn't driven too fast, entering the city and calling out, Boss? Zhao Jin'an opened his eyes and pointed at the still-open FC restaurant, saying, Go grab something to eat. Boss, I'm fine. It's all right. There's no rush. All expenses are on me. Zhao Jin'an got out of the car, inhaling the air of Qinzhou, glancing at the time and deciding not to call Luo Jinji. Shanwei emerged with a hamburger and stepped outside for a smoke. The drive from Qinzhou to Zixing would take another 40 minutes, so Zhao Jin'an asked Shanwei to take a detour. At an intersection, Zhao Jin'an called out again, Stop. He pointed ahead and said, Drive a little further. Shanwei looked around. There were several barbecue stalls at the intersection. The ground was a mess, with several stall owners packing up benches and folding tables, preparing to close for the night. Shanwei said, Boss, do you want some barbecue? I'll get it for you. No need. Zhao Jin'an leaned back in the rear seat, observing the man cleaning up the benches, Song Chaoan. He set up his stall every night with a few folding tables and over 10 red stools, as long as it wasn't raining. He typically set up around 9 or 10 in the evening and closed around 3 in the morning. Tonight's business seemed decent. As he packed up, he was chatting and laughing with the neighboring stall owner. Oldly, how much did you make tonight? I saw you had a table ordering a lot. 78 people. And we only drank 3 cases of beer. Beer doesn't make much profit. They brought it from the convenience store themselves. Oldly responded, I think you did pretty well tonight. One person can't handle it all. Song Chaoan chuckled. It's good weather now, but in winter, hardly anyone comes out at night. Zhao Jin'an rolled up the car window, just enough to hear their conversation. Oldly continued, Old Song, didn't you say your son got into normal university? Another stall owner chimed in, laughing. Old Song, you're going to enjoy life now. 2 daughters and a son. Your eldest daughter is working, and your son got into such a prestigious university. Old Song, you've hit the jackpot. Oldly remarked. Song Chaoan awkwardly replied, He doesn't recognize me anyway. They both laughed heartily. When Zhao Jin'an received the acceptance letter from Normal University, Song Chaoan had mentioned it to the neighboring stall owners. Regardless, it must have given him a sense of superiority. In Xiangnan province, education is highly valued, and gaining admission to a good university is a matter of great pride. That day, Oldly had scolded Song Chaoan, saying, You didn't support him in school or raise him for a day. Why does his admission concern you? Song Chaoan defended, but he's still a university student. A prestigious 211 university. Song Wanha only completed 2 years of vocational school after graduating from junior high and now works at a pharmacy with decent pay, but without social insurance. Old Song, there's a reason he doesn't recognize you. Just because he got into university, how much red envelope money did you give him? Exactly. Old Song, you are so stingy and expect others to acknowledge you? You didn't raise him. They teased Song Chaoan while packing up the stall. Song Chaoan opened his mouth, wanting to mention the 500 he didn't say. Did he truly give less that day? Yet he hadn't received anything either. Boss, Shanwei glanced in the rearview mirror, puzzled about why Zhao Jin'an was listening to these people chatter. At that moment, the 3 of them noticed the parked Audi A6, and Song Chaoan called out, Boss, do you want some barbecue? We're about to close. He hoped to make a quick sale. If they ordered, it wouldn't take much longer. The Audi A6, so new and clean, might even lead to a larger order. Song Chaoan took a few steps toward the car, peering inside. Boss, what would you like? You can order, and I'll grill it and bring it to you. Boss. Shanwei turned to Zhao Jin'an in the back seat. Wait. Zhao Jin'an closed all the windows, watching the neighboring barbecue stall run by a couple, wondering why Duan Xiaoping wasn't helping Song Chaoan pack up. In his previous life, during the winter break of his sophomore year, Zhao Jin'an had quietly observed from a distance. At 10:30, Duan Xiaoping had come to help with Song Jieyue. He hadn't approached them, only watching for a while. Song Jieyue sat alone on a stool, gripping a skewer of barbecue in her small hand. She didn't seem to be eating, perhaps tired of it or the food had gone cold in the winter. There was a small stove nearby. Song Chaoan was in charge of grilling, while Duan Xiaoping handled orders, money, and cleaning tables. Now, Song Jieyue was still too young, and it was so late. Duan Xiaoping must have been home taking care of the child. Seeing no one respond, and with the windows tightly closed, Song Chaoan returned to continue his work. Inside the car, Zhao Jin'an leaned against the seat, his expression neutral, focused solely on Duan Xiaoping. After a while, Song Chaoan finished packing up, shouldering the tables and stools, and walked away. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the time. It was 3:35 and said, "Let's go." Chapter 63. They arrived in Zixing at 4:30 in the morning. Zhao Jin'an checked the time and stated, "We're here. Just stop here. You can rest in the car." Shanwei had many unanswered questions, but knew as the driver, he should not inquire further. The Audi A6 parked by the roadside, beneath the office building, and upon seeing the white Land Rover at the entrance, Zhao Jin'an realized Luo Jinji was asleep upstairs in the office. In October, the air held a mix of late summer warmth and the early chill of deep autumn. As the autumn air thickened, Zhao Jin'an stepped out of the car, tightening his coat, glancing up at the third floor, and took out a cigarette to light. His coat was thin, purchased for 500, and he smoked Huangfu brand. At 4:30 in the morning, the small city of Zixing lay in slumber. With hardly a car on the road, enveloped in silence, devoid of bars, only the occasional sound of a barking dog. Duan Xiaoping had moved from Zhao family village to Qinzhou, where there were bars. Shanwei watched his boss smoking outside, perceiving a certain desolation. Feeling that no one could approach him, despite his smiles, he seemed exhausted from the day and ready to sleep. In a state of drowsiness, he heard the sound of an argument, and Shanwei opened his eyes to see many people around. Checking the time, it was 7:45, and upon listening closely, he recognized his boss's voice. Shanwei quickly exited the car, pushing through the crowd toward the sound on the third floor. "Who are you?" A group of men blocked the staircase on the third floor. Hu Chun and several delivery men were blocking the way. "My boss is inside." As Dong Wei pushed past a few individuals, Hu Chun found himself pressed against the wall with a thud, rubbing his back and exclaiming in annoyance, "What are you in such a hurry for? He's negotiating with our boss." Hu Chun was bewildered. Upon arriving at work, he was greeted by the sound of his boss arguing. Assuming it was a security issue, he rushed in with several sales personnel, only to discover it was that university student. Dong Wei stood resolutely at the forefront, keeping a watchful eye on Hu Chun and his companions, feeling reassured only when he heard a woman's voice coming from the office. "Damn it!" Hu Chun swore, realizing the individual before him was somewhat formidable. "Your boss is a man. What are you afraid of? Our boss is just as much yours as he is ours." As the conversation unfolded, Hu Chun's expression morphed into one of shock. "You hired a bodyguard who looks like this while still in college? Zhao Jin'an, is your heart not a bit too dark?" Hearing the sound of something being smashed, Zhao Jin'an's tone remained unervingly calm. 67 million. You can set the price. I won't haggle. Then let's settle on 100 million. The room fell silent. Inside the office, Luo Jinji was fuming, her shirt rising and falling with her furious breaths, nearly bursting a button. She had discarded her high heels. Glaring at Zhao Jin'an. 67 means 67 million. Are you going to pay up? I could sell the entire company to you. Zhao Jin'an dismissed her claim, stating, "Your company is worth at most 6 million. I'll value it at 10 million. Luo Jinji tossed the documents aside. "You think your word is the final say?" Zhao Jin'an, with an accounting background, replied, "I'm basing my estimate on your company as fixed assets. I've visited the water plant. What about Dongjiang impression?" Luo Jinji retorted, "Your brand carries no premium." Zhao Jin'an replied, causing Luo Jinji's shirt buttons to nearly pop off. After years of hard work establishing her brand, to hear it deemed worthless was infuriating, yet she suppressed her anger. "You're only interested in my water extraction permit." Zhao Jin'an nodded. 49 million, calculated at 8 million. Zhao Jin'an shook his head. 67. The company's value is determined by me. Luo Jinji rolled her eyes. 51 million is also your say? Miss Luo, without financing, your company will never grow. You've been in Junsha for a month now. Does anyone recognize your Dongjiang impression? I can seek financing elsewhere. You're not my only option. Luo Jinji countered. But can you secure such favorable terms elsewhere? I've stated that if there's no improvement in 3 years, I'll return all shares to you without compensation. If you seek other financing, you might have to sign a bet agreement. If the targets aren't met, the company could end up in someone else's hands. Luo Jinji fell silent. During this period, she had been contemplating her situation, realizing just how fierce the competition was in Junsha. Having left her main base, even entering the bottled water market proved challenging, with the Dongjiang label still somewhat recognized. Once in Junsha, few knew of Dongjiang, struggling against local brands selling for 1 or 1.5 yuan, such as Yibao and Waha, not to mention the 1 yuan Kong Shifu, another well-known brand. This created a vicious cycle. The harder it was to sell, the less shelf space she would secure. Sales personnel would be met with resistance from shop owners, who would say, "Don't display your products. The last batch hasn't sold yet. It's just taking up space." To penetrate the market, fast-moving consumer goods typically operate on a consignment basis, meaning payment occurs only after sales. This has become industry practice, making it impossible to thrive in the fast-moving consumer goods sector without adequate capital, as even acting as an agent requires financial stability. The first step is to secure product placement. Noticing Luo Jinji's haggard appearance, Zhao Jin'an picked up a high heel. "Miss Luo, this business is a win-win. If the company thrives, you profit, and if it doesn't, everything reverts to you in 3 years. Call me Sister Jinji." She snapped. Zhao Jin'an gently placed the heel at her feet and calmly remarked, "Your strong reaction indicates you're merely bargaining. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suggested a face-to-face discussion." Sitting on the sofa, Luo Jinji chuckled, gazing at Zhao Jin'an, who appeared neat and handsome, and playfully kicked him. "You picked up the shoe. Aren't you going to help me wear it? Dressing a woman's feet? You dolt." With a laugh, she added, "Others wish to help me, but I want to give them the chance." Zhao Jin'an unexpectedly inquired, "Are you a foot enthusiast?" Luo Jinji's feet were indeed lovely, and she quipped, "Is 51 million not sufficient? Must you insist on 67? Zhao Jin'an affirmed, "I must have the final say within 3 years. So I'd be working for you then. Are you not content with 7 million? Zhao Jin'an challenged. After some contemplation, Luo Jinji replied, "The company is my passion. I can wager with you. Granting you 3 years, but the maximum I can accept is 51 million. Zhao Jin'an hesitated. "However, we could draft a 3-year contract. I understand your concerns. Within 3 years, you can exercise the 67 equity, and I won't take too much advantage, valuing it at 8 million. Outside, Dong Wei and Hu Chun noticed the commotion had ceased. Hu Chun lit a cigarette for Dong Wei, observing a small delivery truck downstairs emblazoned with the Dongjiang Impression logo. Dong Wei thought, "Finally, the boss is taking action." Inside the office, Zhao Jin'an merely flipped through the accounting books and remarked, "Miss Luo, please present the actual financial statements." Luo Jinji was taken aback. "You've only attended a few classes, and you can comprehend financial reports already? So swiftly?" Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Jin'an had over a decade of accounting experience and was a certified accountant. In such a company, the accounting and cashier roles likely combined to require only an entry-level accounting certificate. Without it, one could not officially hold the position. Whether he was a university student was debatable. He might merely be a graduate from a technical school in Qinzhou. The accounts they maintained were unlikely to evade Zhao Jin'an's scrutiny. After a thorough examination, he stated, "Your books show not only a lack of funds, but also a debt of 4 million to the bank." Luo Jinji vacated her boss's chair, lounging on the sofa with a milkshake, uninterested in Zhao Jin'an's remarks. "Yet you still purchased a Range Rover?" Zhao Jin'an pressed. This provoked a response from Luo Jinji. "What is wrong with a Range Rover? Which company isn't in debt to banks? Which owner isn't burdened by luxurious cars and mansions? They can force me to repay loans. Let them take the company if they dare." Luo Jinji spoke with conviction, leaving Zhao Jin'an momentarily speechless. "Regretful?" she inquired, laughing as she rose, sipping her milkshake, and playfully poking Zhao Jin'an's chest. "There is still time to back out. And by the way, why are you so eager to start a business? What do you intend to achieve? To become the king of cash flow?" Zhao Jin'an replied. Luo Jinji paused in disbelief. "I just mentioned debts, and you're declaring your ambition to be the king of cash flow? Handle the banking issues yourself. The money from selling shares should remain in the company until profits are realized," Zhao Jin'an advised. "What isn't it for me then?" she questioned. "Rest assured, you won't lose out. But if it fails, where do I find the funds? I can't afford to play along for 3 years without compensation." She scoffed at his shrewdness. Chapter 64. Your gentleness is all reserved for your family. Once again, an argument erupted. The onlookers exchanged glances, with Hu Chun straining to listen, pondering if he might have to find a new boss. The thought of losing 10 years from his life seemed worth it for the opportunity at hand. An hour later, Zhao Jin'an and Luo Jinji emerged from the office, both impeccably dressed. Dong Wei stood guard at the door, greeting, "Boss." Luo Jinji glanced at Dong Wei, then peered down at the Audi A6 parked below. "Zhao, you're starting to look the part of a boss. I don't even have a dedicated driver yet." She recalled the first time Zhao Jin'an had come here, having taken the bus. The sun had risen, and the sky was a clear blue, with the occasional leaf spiraling down. As they descended the stairs and entered the Range Rover, Zhao Jin'an instructed, "Follow the Range Rover ahead." Luo Jinji took a call in the office before stepping out, instructing, "Just follow me." 15 minutes later, they halted at an intersection. Luo Jinji exited the vehicle, and Zhao Jin'an followed suit. Before long, Hu Chun and the others arrived. Luo Jinji raised her hand and pointed to the two groups ahead who were engaged in a heated argument, saying, Jin'an, those are our competitors in Zixing. What do you suggest we do? Call the police, or should we approach them and reason it out? Zhao Jin'an remained silent, aware that Luo Jinji was testing him. She glanced at him and continued, in our small cities, have you heard of the sand tyrants? Do you know who controls the earth-moving business in Zixing? We, in the bottled water industry, are far better off. Their methods are truly ruthless. Jin'an, society has not just a bright side, but also a dark one that you may not yet have seen. Luo Jinji felt that Zhao Jin'an's temperament was not suited for business, and it was no wonder that in his previous life, Mu Yao had expressed such sentiments when they broke up. Perhaps her words were not entirely accurate. It was more the lack of aggression in Zhao Jin'an that stood out. Aggression might be a more precise term than the ambition Mu Yao had alluded to. Zhao Jin'an observed the two groups arguing, feeling unsurprised. The two factions from the delivery platform had previously engaged in physical altercations, and the salespeople between Junsha and Binglang had fought as well. Certainly, this was not an era of unrestrained growth. However, in the current express delivery industry, it was indeed true that several major players were vying for territory. Upon seeing Luo Jinji raise her hand, Hu Chun and the others stood back without moving. Zhao Jin'an understood that if he were to step forward to reason with them, Luo Jinji would likely think, someone like you should just find a desk job and type away. Luo Jinji turned to gaze at Zhao Jin'an, who was also under the scrutiny of Hu Chun and the others. He looked at Shan Wei, who understood that he could not falter at this moment. Yet, having spent little time together, would he truly risk his life for a mere 4,000 yuan? While Luo Jinji was testing Zhao Jin'an, Zhao Jin'an was also evaluating Shan Wei. Boss, Naki, Zhao Jin'an nodded. Shan Wei glanced around before approaching the small tricycle that had just arrived. Zhao Jin'an took a step back. Luo Jinji remarked, I thought you would roll up your sleeves and take action. Zhao Jin'an replied, I am the boss. After a moment of silence, Luo Jinji said, if I am not mistaken, you and Shan Wei have not signed a contract, and you remained silent just now. If anything were to go awry, it would solely be Shan Wei's personal action. You did not instruct him, and we would serve as your witnesses. Zhao Jin'an asserted. Shan Wei is highly skilled. There will be no accidents. Luo Jinji shot him a sidelong glance, remarking, Jin'an, I didn't expect someone who appears so refined to be so cunning within. As they spoke, Shan Wei revved the tricycle and crashed into the fray, producing a loud bang as the barrels of bottled water toppled onto the ground, causing both arguing parties to swiftly evade. Where did this brave warrior come from? Are you truly risking your life? The presence of the logo from Yin Danjiang Impression caused the people from Mang Forest to feel intimidated. You risk your life for this meager salary? Shan Wei, not smiling at all, appeared quite fierce, nearly tipping over his own tricycle. Seeing this, Hu Chun and the others rushed over, concerned that a real incident might occur. Zhao Jin'an looked at Luo Jinji and asked, Are you satisfied now? Why are you angry? Luo Jinji responded, Look in the mirror. Why don't you embrace your role as a refined gentleman? Zhao Jin'an himself was uncertain about the source of his frustration, whether it was a denial of his past life, a release of feelings from witnessing Song Chaoan, or a recollection of Mu Yao's evaluation when they separated. The traffic police arrived. No injuries were reported, and Shan Wei claimed he had mistakenly pressed the accelerator, while the people from Mang Forest refused to let it go. Zhao Jin'an inquired, Sister Jinji, you don't have any connections in Zixing, do you? So now you're calling me Sister Jinji? Luo Jinji replied, while dialing several numbers on her phone. Shan Wei paid a small sum and returned in the afternoon. Such matters could escalate or diminish. It could be a traffic accident or an intentional act of violence. Zhao Jin'an ordered several dishes at a restaurant downstairs. Shan Wei asked, Boss, are they satisfied? Zhao Jin'an was about to say something when Shan Wei continued, Boss, I calculated it. They ran away just before I crashed into them. Also, boss, I have only Naki as a daughter. I just called her, and Naki said she trusts you. Zhao Jin'an remarked, a daughter as slave? Shan Wei chuckled, somewhat naively stating, For my daughter, I would do anything. Zhao Jin'an had initially planned to give Shan Wei some money and part ways amicably. Neither of them was foolish, and he feared that Shan Wei might harbor resentment, reminding himself to remain cautious. After sharing a meal with Shan Wei, they visited the water plant in the afternoon, accompanied by Luo Jinji and Hu Chun. During this time, Lu Chuangfeng called, asking Zhao Jin'an where he had gone. Shen Zian must have learned from Lu Chuangfeng that Zhao Jin'an had vanished after leaving Xianjud, and he had not returned to his dormitory all night. She also sent him a message. Shen Zian and Su Man were both astute and refrained from mentioning that they would cover the 200 yuan. After exiting the scenic area, Zhao Jin'an checked the time and dialed Wang Jinru's number. The call was quickly answered. Aunt, Has Zhao Yueqian finished school? In Zhejiakan, Wang Jinru exchanged a few words before handing the phone to Zhao Yueqian, who was sitting on a low stool at the entrance, excitedly shouting, "Brother, hold the phone steady." Wang Jinru reminded her once more before hurriedly leaving. "Zhao Yueqian, where did Grandma and Mom go?" Zhao Yueqian replied, "Grandma got another pig, and Mom went to feed it with her. And you?" "Brother, I'm doing my homework." Zhao Yueqian did not have a study or a proper desk. Zhao Jin'an had also once sat at the entrance on a low stool, writing his homework in the light. Did Zhao Yueqian cry at school? No. Zhao Yueqian was very sensible. Perhaps she had indeed cried, but was afraid of being teased by her brother. Suddenly, she asked, "Brother, when will you come home?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Jin'an replied, "Brother will be home soon." Unexpectedly, Zhao Yueqian jumped up in joy, shouting towards Grandma and Mom, who were feeding the pigs not far away. "Grandma, Mom. Brother said he will be home soon." Laughter could still be heard from Wang Jinru on the other end. "You silly little thing. Your brother is studying in Junsha." Zhao Yueqian didn't quite understand. Previously, when her brother stayed in boarding school, he would return home at least once a month. But it seemed like it had been a while since he had come home. "Do your homework well. Strive to attend university like your brother." This was Wang Jinru's voice. Zhao Jin'an's admission to the normal university was not only a source of pride for Grandma, but also for Wang Jinru. Otherwise, if Grandma were to meticulously calculate the money from selling pigs, half of it truly belonged to Wang Jinru. She had been turning a blind eye while saving it up for Grandma. Half an hour later, a white Land Rover and a black Audi A6 descended the slope from the fork in the road. "Jin'an, which house is yours?" In the passenger seat, Zhao Jin'an put away his phone. Luo Jinji was driving her Land Rover, which Yin Xiaolan had seen before. She had told Grandma that Jin'an was looking for a summer job. That day, Grandma had asked no questions and simply cooked extra dishes that her grandchildren loved to eat. "Is the boss from around here?" Following behind, Shan Wei had always thought that Zhao Jin'an came from a well-off family. Seeing the 2 large bags of McDonald's that Zhao Jin'an had instructed to buy, Hu Chun in the back seat was also curious. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhao Jin'an. This person, who seemed so gentle, truly had a ruthless side. Hu Chun glanced at the driving Shan Wei. He had heard Luo Jinji's words in the morning, realizing that Zhao Jin'an could easily cast Shan Wei aside if the need arose, leaving himself completely uninvolved. Such a person indeed seemed to grow colder the more educated they became. Zhejiakan had only the village chief with a second-hand small Toyota, and now with 2 such vehicles arriving, some recognized them while others did not, creating quite a stir of curiosity. Whose relative is this? Those who had their dinner early were already out in the front yard eating. One by one, they leaned out with bowls in hand, gossiping about which house the cars were heading to. Luo Jinji smiled and said, "Jin'an, does this count as returning in glory?" As Zhao Jin'an happened to pass by Zhao Bolan's home, he remarked, "It doesn't count now." Luo Jinji glanced around and inquired, "Is it just 10,000 yuan?" Zhao Jin'an nodded solemnly, stating, "If we give her more, they'll overthink it, and Grandma won't be able to sleep at night." Luo Jinji studied Zhao Jin'an for a while, then playfully asked, "So, who will I give this 10,000 yuan to? Grandma or your aunt? Or shall we split it, 5,000 each? By the way, are we visiting your mother's family?" Zhao Jin'an replied, "Focus on driving. Don't veer into the ditch." Luo Jinji tossed her hair aside, gazed ahead, and after a moment of silence, commented, "Jin'an, your tenderness is reserved entirely for your family when you talk to your sister." Chapter 65. This is a mother's right. We are headed to Zhao Guohua's house. The 2 cars lingered before finally ascending the slope. Passers-by became more curious, noting they were discussing Uncle Zhao Guohua's residence. Not Zhao Guoqing's, nor Zhao Jinan's. "Who has arrived?" Upon hearing the commotion outside, Wang Jinru emerged from the kitchen. Zhao Yueqian was still sitting at the door sharpening pencils, while Yin Xiaolan squatted beside her, assisting with her homework. Observing the 2 cars in the front yard, both Wang Jinru and Yin Xiaolan appeared puzzled. "Have we come to the wrong place? We don't have wealthy relatives." "Zhao Yueqian, your brother is back," Zhao Jin'an announced as he exited the passenger seat, smiling at Wang Jinru by the kitchen door, calling out, "Annie." Wang Jinru stood frozen, her expression visibly excited. On this ordinary evening, her nephew had returned unexpectedly. "Brother!" Zhao Yueqian was the first to exclaim, rushing towards Zhao Jin'an and adding to Wang Jinru, "I told you he would be home soon." Zhao Jin'an lifted Zhao Yueqian, kissing her cheek, then smiled at Yin Xiaolan, who was still stunned at the doorway, and greeted sister-in-law. Yin Xiaolan instinctively tightened her grip on her pants, her heart racing. She thought she would have to wait until winter break to see Zhao Jin'an, counting the days in her mind. He seemed to have grown even more handsome. "Grandma." Slightly hard of hearing, only emerged from the kitchen upon hearing Zhao Yueqian's shout. "Grandma!" Zhao Jin'an hurried towards her, still holding Zhao Yueqian. His voice muffled as he rarely embraced Grandma. Zhao Yueqian bragged, "Grandma, you and Mom still don't believe me." Grandma studied her grandson for a while. Her expression filled with affection, commenting, "You haven't lost weight." At that moment, Luo Jinji, Shan Wei, and Hu Chen also exited the vehicle. The trio gazed at the two-story house, its exterior lacking tiles, with Luo Jinji being the first to exclaim, "Grandma?" Jinan. Wang Jinru was overwhelmed with questions, as were Grandma and Yin Xiaolan. Wang Jinru's first reaction was to wonder if Zhao Jin'an had found a wealthy girlfriend. She was indeed beautiful, albeit slightly older than Jinan. Could it be that such a fine car was meant to gift me 500,000? Yin Xiaolan perceived a hint of hostility from Luo Jinji, who, at 31, despite her youthful makeup, clearly appeared several years older than Zhao Jin'an. She had come as Zhao Jin'an had instructed. "So, Jinan is working part-time at your company?" Wang Jinru asked uncertainly. Hu Chun interjected, asserting Zhao Jinan's exceptional work capabilities, emphasizing his importance at Junsha, which was meant to bolster Hu Chen's credibility. However, it did little to convince the others. Wang Jinru remained skeptical, and Yin Xiaolan was even less convinced. Being women, they wondered if Zhao Jin'an could truly be anything other than a kept man. Grandma grasped Zhao Jinan's hand tightly. She remembered their playful banter over the summer. Her bottom line was that Zhao Jin'an could not become a son-in-law. With the eldest son gone, he was the only grandson she had worked hard to send to university. "You think I would allow that?" Wang Jinru had not given birth to a second child, so Zhao Jin'an understood Grandma's desire for a great-grandchild. To be frank, Grandma was somewhat biased, favoring Zhao Jin'an perhaps due to the loss of her eldest son, feeling he lacked affection. It wasn't until Hu Chen mentioned Dongjiang Company that Wang Jinru and Yin Xiaolan began to believe that Zhao Jin'an was not merely a kept man. They had seen this mineral water before. Wang Jinru was warm and welcoming, saying, "Manager Hu, please take care of Jinan in the future." All right, Hu Chen replied, his lips twitching, though he agreed. He thought to himself that he hoped his nephew would be more accommodating towards him as well. Grandma held on to her grandson's hand without speaking. Zhao Jin'an knew what she was thinking and reassured, "Grandma, I will graduate from university and receive my diploma." "You've had a hard time," Grandma said, refraining from further comments, accepting the family's current financial situation. "Grandma, my salary is quite high," Zhao Jin'an stated. Luo Jinji rolled her eyes, producing a bundle of crisp bills, deliberately glancing at Grandma and Wang Jinru. "How much?" Wang Jinru's eyes lit up. "How much is this?" Luo Jinji chuckled, 10,000, plus bonuses. "That's too much money. I'll help you save it." Wang Jinru exclaimed candidly, "You're only in your first year of college." Zhao Jin'an nodded, "Okay, Jinan, it's settled then. You must not go back on your word." Zhao Jin'an was aware of Wang Jinru's concerns. She was wary of Duan Xiaoping. It wasn't exactly a matter of suspicion, but rather a hint of jealousy. If Zhao Jin'an dared to entrust the money to Duan Xiaoping, neglecting Wang Jinru, she would certainly create a scene, complaining to Grandma and confronting Duan Xiaoping. She might even travel to Qinzhou to confront Duan Xiaoping and Song Chaoan, declaring, "Do you think this family is easy to manage?" In plain sight, Wang Jinru accepted the money from Luo Jinji. Yin Xiaolan smiled faintly, remaining silent, while Hu Chun and Shan Wei observed, wondering if Annie would manage the funds. And what about Grandma? Surely, a mother had more authority than an aunt, right? Wang Jinru did not tuck the money into her pocket, instead glancing at Grandma, as if seeking her approval. Grandma, being a wise woman, stated, "Then you should help Jinan save it." Upon hearing Grandma's agreement, Wang Jinru's face lit up with joy. This is a mother's right. This was the true head of the family. Over the years, Zhao Guohua's salary had been under Wang Jinru's management, along with various household expenses and social obligations. Now that Zhao Jinan earned money, it would also fall under her purview. 10,000 yuan was indeed a significant sum. Zhao Guohua's monthly salary was often around 1,000, sometimes exceeding that, but with several family members and children to support in school, hardly anything remained. The greatest concern arose when someone in the village or from her maternal family held a banquet. Had Wang Jinru not been a frugal woman, the family would undoubtedly have faced greater hardships. After so many years together, both Grandma and Zhao Jin'an understood Wang Jinru's character. Despite her occasional chatter, she would never embezzle Zhao Jinan's money. Wang Jinru proudly announced, "Jinan, Auntie will save this for you until you marry." Zhao Jin'an replied, "Auntie, I'll have money. You can just spend it." He pulled out 2 large bags of McDonald's from the Audi A6 passenger seat. Suddenly recalling something, he told Wang Jinru, "Auntie, Please don't spread the word in the village. I know. Auntie isn't foolish. One must keep wealth discreet, right? Rest assured, Auntie may not have had formal education, but she's astute. Auntie, I'm going to college, Zhao Jin'an began, but Wang Jinru whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Jin'an nodded, settling down at the door with Zhao Yueqian, offering a hamburger to Yin Xiaolan. Jin'an, I'm grown now, let Yueqian have some. I bought plenty, you have one. Yin Xiaolan caught the hamburger, while Zhao Yueqian squeezed ketchup onto it, even offering some to Luo Jinji, who smiled, saying, Yueqian, you eat. Luo Jinji genuinely declined. For her, such food was akin to junk. Jin'an, you come home without prior notice, and we haven't bought much in the way of groceries. In Wang Jinru's mind, Luo Jinji and Hu Chun were Zhao Jin'an's superiors. Grandma had already retreated to the kitchen, and they needed to prepare more dishes for dinner. Luo Jinji exchanged polite remarks with Hu Chun, while Shan Wei went to the vegetable garden to gather chestnuts while there was still some light. Yueqian, eat less. We still have to have dinner. Yin Xiaolan sat at the entrance holding a hamburger beside Zhao Jin'an, while Zhao Yueqian lounged in Zhao Jin'an's embrace, munching on a hamburger before seizing a chicken leg. To an unsuspecting observer, they appeared to be a happy family of three. After Zhao Jin'an's long-awaited return, Yin Xiaolan refrained from assisting in the kitchen. Suddenly, a thick stack of something appeared in her hands. Jin'an, you should always have some money on you, she said. Raising her head, Zhao Jin'an urged her to put it away. In a moment of hesitation, Yin Xiaolan grasped Zhao Jin'an's pant leg, her gaze lowered in shyness, while Zhao Yueqian nestled in Zhao Jin'an's arms, making it difficult to discern the situation from the side. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Dressed in rural attire, the 23-year-old Yin Xiaolan wore trousers made by a local tailor. Zhao Jin'an refrained from questioning Zhao Wei and did not pull away from Yin Xiaolan's grip, as if she were reluctant to let him go. During dinner, Grandma and Wang Jinru were warm and hospitable, preparing 8 dishes on short notice. Dan Wei and Hu Chun were pleasantly surprised, showering Grandma with compliments about her culinary skills. Particularly, Luo Jinji asserted that Grandma's cooking was the best. Grandma began to wonder who, in fact, held the more significant role, her grandson's boss or his wife. Yin Xiaolan served rice while gazing at Zhao Yueqian, as if she had become part of the family. Seizing a moment alone, Grandma took Zhao Jin'an aside and advised him to save his earnings. She left unspoken thoughts hanging in the air, not mentioning Duan Xiaoping, implying that, in her heart, neither Wang Jinru nor Duan Xiaoping could compare to her grandson managing his own finances. Zhao Jin'an ventured into the bedroom, finding it neat and tidy, suggesting someone had been keeping it in order. He then opened the door to the adjacent room, realizing that Yin Xiaolan frequently slept there. Leaning against the railing, Luo Jinji quietly remarked, Jin'an, haven't you considered spending some money to renovate the house? Zhao Jin'an replied, let it be as it is. Luo Jinji contemplated this and nodded. Indeed, it either needed to be demolished and rebuilt or preserved in its current form for a reason. After a while, Luo Jinji spoke with Grandma for a few moments, expressing her desire to return for Grandma's cooking before leaving with Hu Chun. While Dan Wei drove to a hotel in the city, Zhao Jin'an leaned against the railing in silence, recalling how Mu Yao had hurried away after dinner, and how Chen Xingji could not be called back, despite Grandma's attempts to reach her, which she excused with work obligations. Grandma, in this lifetime, they will always crave your cooking. That night, Wang Jinru kept Zhao Jin'an company until late, asking numerous questions, while Zhao Yueqian clung to her brother, refusing to go to bed. Yin Xiaolan remained nearby, listening, as Grandma enjoyed the sight of the siblings' bond. Wang Jinru also cherished the moment, watching Zhao Yueqian fall asleep in Zhao Jin'an's arms, reminiscent of Zhao Jin'an's other sister, Song Jiayue. No one mentioned Song Jiayue, in the absence of outsiders. In the front yard, Yin Xiaolan sat to Zhao Jin'an's left, with Wang Jinru on his right, while a sleepy Zhao Yueqian let out a burp and murmured, "Brother, McDonald's." Laughter erupted from Wang Jinru and Yin Xiaolan. Finally, at 10:30 p.m., Wang Jinru carried Zhao Yueqian home, while Yin Xiaolan reluctantly returned to her own residence, as Zhao Jin'an sought to avoid any misunderstandings. That night, Yin Xiaolan lay in bed, tossing and turning in insomnia, counting the money she had, 2,000. The next day, Dan Wei came to collect them. Grandma had prepared a snakeskin bag filled with sweet potatoes and chestnuts. Wang Jinru and Yin Xiaolan were also present, and Zhao Yueqian cried a little. Upon returning to Junsha, Zhao Jin'an immediately immersed himself in work, first heading to the base that Luo Jinji had established in Junsha, located a kilometer from the south bus station. The distance from the university town was considerable, requiring an hour's drive, making work inconvenient. Zhao Jin'an discovered that the second floor of the house rented by Dan Wei was vacant, and he instructed Dan Wei to negotiate with the landlord for its rental. Dan Wei scoured the Gaoqiao second-hand furniture market for a set of office desks and sofas. As soon as Dan Naki finished school, she ascended to the second floor to clean and arrange the space, consulting online images to determine what else was needed. Sending her father to the second-hand market to purchase items. Dan Wei remarked, "Naki, you're only a sophomore in high school, not the boss's secretary." Dan Naki replied, "Dad, I plan to study business management in college." A couple of days later, Hu Chun arrived, playfully teasing Dan Naki as she worked. "Naki, does President Zhao pay you?" Dan Naki chuckled but remained silent. Zhao Jin'an and Luo Jinji found themselves at an impasse. Luo Jinji wanted to maintain the brand Donjiang impression, while Zhao Jin'an insisted on a rebranding. Although they could retain the name Donjiang impression, the display cabinets were of utmost importance. Many small supermarkets had purchased their own refrigerated cabinets, and Zhao Jin'an recalled the cases of Nongfu Spring and Waha, noting that the placement of products depended on whose cabinets were used. Zhao Jin'an proposed offering them for free, but Luo Jinji argued that the cost would be too high. She suggested a half-sell, half-giveaway approach, but Zhao Jin'an countered that it would be best to give away 2 units. The discussion escalated into an argument, with Luo Jinji retorting, "Are you still living your life? Is there enough money on the books for this? Do you have any idea how many small shops there are in Junsha?" Zhao Jin'an responded, "Find a manufacturer, pay a portion of the deposit first, get them excited about the potential for nationwide expansion, and with 30 of the deposit, someone will take the gamble." Luo Jinji, in a huff, quipped, "If you lose this bet, you'll be at my mercy for the rest of your life." However, this matter was not urgent. Zhao Jin'an pondered what to name the bottled water, aiming to break into the market with minimal expense, knowing that a lack of funds would preclude any widespread advertising. Once back in Junsha, Zhao Jin'an worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chao wanted to inquire, but hesitated. Shunzhe texted Su Manman, informing her of Zhao Jin'an's return. Shunzian felt inexplicably relieved. A meal costing 200 yuan was a considerable expense, and Zhao Jin'an had vanished for 2 days, returning to the dormitory neither night and reportedly skipping classes during the day. After class that day, the instructor Lu Hui unexpectedly entered the classroom. He first called the class monitor, Wang Xuan, to take attendance, then addressed 2 matters: the welcome party and the 70th anniversary celebration of the school. Military training would commence in September, and many universities had scheduled their welcome parties for October and November, coinciding with the 70th anniversary, which would be celebrated together. Lu Hui stated that they needed to submit 2 programs for consideration, emphasizing participation. With over 20 colleges at the normal university, including music and fine arts colleges, the main events would be hosted by the music college, rendering the other colleges as mere supporting acts. As the students began to rise to leave, Lu Hui called for their attention once more, announcing a final matter: financial aid for impoverished students. At the podium, Lu Hui stated, "The school provides an annual subsidy of 800 to 2,000 yuan for impoverished students. Those who qualify should first report to the class monitor and the student union for registration. Then submit paper documentation for review before the school disperses the funds." At this moment, a timid hand raised an inquiry. "Teacher, what documentation is needed?" Lu Hui replied, "First, you need a stamp from your village committee, a certificate of hardship." Sensing the large crowd, he allowed the other students to leave, retaining only class monitor Wang Xuan, student union secretary Lin Qingxue, and after a moment's thought, he included deputy monitor Lu Chuangfeng. Zhao Jin'an had no intention of competing for the poverty subsidy and planned to depart when Lu Hui flipped through the enrollment records and suddenly called out, "Zhao Jin'an, wait a moment." In that instant, everyone turned to look at Zhao Jin'an, curiosity etched on their faces. Aside from a few in the know, the rest were bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't Zhao Jin'an supposed to be related to someone with a Range Rover? They had seen him just the other day. Wang Weitao was equally surprised. Having planned to accompany Zhao Jin'an to the cafeteria, Zhao Jin'an smiled and reassured him, "It's nothing." Wang Weitao patted Zhao Jin'an's shoulder, saying, "I'll wait for you outside." Zhao Jin'an found the situation amusing. In the previous life, Wang Weitao frequently treated Zhao Jin'an to meals, whether by insisting on using his meal card or piling on extra dishes. Only about 10 students remained in the classroom. Zhao Jin'an spotted a familiar face, Tang Xiaoqing. She had been seated in the front row without moving, offering Zhao Jin'an a shy smile. Zhao Jin'an returned her smile as he stood at the door. Lu Hui initially felt a touch of sympathy for Zhao Jin'an, but upon learning that Zhao had skipped classes for 2 consecutive days, his impression of Zhao diminished significantly. With such family circumstances, why not study diligently? In the corridor, Chunze was tapping away on his phone, presumably messaging Su Man about Zhao's situation, informing her that Zhao had indeed remained behind. Wang Weitao and Gu Chaocheng were waiting for Zhao Jin'an and Lu Chuanfeng. Wang Xuan approached and shut the door. In 2006, the National Student Aid System had not yet established a tiered scholarship framework. Even the National Inspirational Scholarship was only officially introduced in 2007. However, there were similar financial aid programs with modest amounts, typically ranging from 800 to 2,000 yuan per year, allocated by the school based on need assessments. Furthermore, simply having a hardship certificate from the village did not guarantee assistance. The verification process was quite cumbersome, coupled with limited slots, making it impossible for everyone to receive aid. In essence, it was a competition of misfortune. In his previous life, Zhao Jin'an had sought this poverty scholarship but was stymied by the preparation of required documentation. He had approached Lu Hui for assistance, but Lu had said there was nothing he could do, citing procedural constraints. Ultimately, the review was conducted by the school's Youth League Committee and the Department's Committee, determining who would receive aid and who would not. It was unclear whether Lu Hui had intervened on behalf of his student, but Zhao Jin'an did seek help from the Department's Committee twice. The first time, the office staff merely instructed him to leave his documents. On the second visit, they expressed regret over the limited number of slots available, delivering a lengthy bureaucratic response. Clinging to hope, Zhao inquired if there might be a possibility for next year, but the committee members could not even assure him of that, resorting to vague bureaucratic language. Was Zhao Jin'an's situation qualifying? Undoubtedly. His father had passed away, his mother had remarried, leaving only an elderly grandmother at home. In fact, he was more deserving than some students who had received financial aid. Zhao Jin'an vividly recalled the face of the man named He Minghui, a rotund man in his 40s. It was not that he harbored intense hatred. Rather, from that moment on, Zhao's emotional connection to the school had waned, and the term alma mater had lost its meaning. Of course, the school was indifferent to whether Zhao Jin'an felt any affection. After all, the majority of students graduating at 999 were ordinary individuals, and how many truly brought glory to the school or made substantial donations? Upon leaving the office, Zhao Jin'an felt a twinge of disappointment and shared the incident with Mu Yao, who unexpectedly urged him to abandon the pursuit, advising him against approaching the department's committee again. At that moment, Zhao Jin'an stood at the classroom door, showing no intention of sitting down. Since he had failed to secure the funds in his previous life despite his desperate need, why bother gathering documentation in this one? Reflecting on these thoughts, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He resolved that even if the school offered him assistance, he would refuse it, unbeknownst to Zhao Jin'an. This flicker of anger was perceived by Lin Qingxue as embarrassment, leading her to believe that he was hiding his status as a financially struggling student. Jin'an, please sit. Lu Chuanfeng called, patting the chair beside him. In the classroom, aside from Lu Hui and the 3 class representatives, there were 5 other students. They sat upright, all eyes fixed on Zhao Jin'an. Tang Xiaoqing shifted a seat to indicate that Zhao should take it. Lu Hui glanced at Zhao and reassured him, don't worry. This won't take long. I'll just outline the materials you need to prepare. The more comprehensive, the better. Zhao Jin'an surveyed the classroom before interrupting. I withdraw. You withdraw? Lu Hui, caught up in his own discourse, momentarily failed to comprehend. A silence enveloped the room. Jin'an. Lu Chuanfeng blinked rapidly at Zhao, presumably signaling that as his dorm mate, he would assist him. Regardless of whether Lu Chuanfeng could indeed help, Zhao appreciated the sentiment. Lu Hui cautioned, Zhao Jin'an. There's a maximum of 2,000 yuan available in a year. Without the necessary documentation, you will have no chance at all. Zhao Jin'an met Lu Hui's gaze and stated firmly, I have money. Leave the opportunities for those truly in need. You all? What do you mean by you all? Lu Hui was taken aback, unable to grasp the implication behind Zhao's words. Moreover, Zhao Jin'an's expression appeared to have changed since their military training. Chapter 67. It is my honor to be liked by you. I do not look down upon her. Exiting the cafeteria, Zhao Jin'an proceeded to the office without calling Shan Wei. Transforming a household is simple. Money. Upon returning to Junsha, Zhao Jin'an called Wang Jinru that very day, announcing the change in circumstances and instructing her to take Zhao Yueqian shopping for new clothes, insisting that she need not save any for his future marriage. The following day, Wang Jinru took Zhao Yueqian shopping, accompanied by Yin Xiaolan, even purchasing a pair of expensive old Beijing cloth shoes for their grandmother, not daring to disclose the price. The situation was similarly improved. Shan Wei, now with some free time, was at home preparing meals for his high school daughter, enjoying a slightly more comfortable financial situation. With a dining table set with 4 dishes and a soup, a mix of meat and vegetables, This was a far cry from Zhao Jin'an's first visit to his home, where the table had only been adorned with 2 plates of leftover dark food. Shanwei mentioned that Hu Chun had dined there that evening. The second floor housed the office, where Shanwei and Hu Chun were colleagues. Hu Chun had brought a variety of 7 juice drinks to the office. Shanwei noted that he and Shan Naki had more beverages than they could consume. On the second floor, the drinks were stacked in boxes. Zhao Jin'an picked up a bottle of kiwi juice and asked, "How does it taste?" Shanwei scratched his head. "It's good." Naturally, as the producer, he could not say otherwise. Zhao Jin'an smiled and turned to Shan Naki. "Naki," he said, standing at 162 meters, Naki. A student struck Zhao as somewhat clever. Their interactions reminded him of a think tank for his father, as Shanwei was quite receptive to his daughter's opinions. "Are you in high school now? No evening classes?" Today was Friday, a self-study session. Zhao Jin'an nodded, "Then tell me." Naki knew Zhao was not inquiring about the taste of the juice. After contemplating, she replied, "Brother Jin'an, that bottle is too large, and the green packaging isn't appealing. It's not that the green is bad, but it's not refreshing or attractive. Manager who said it sells for 6.5 yuan a bottle. But I wouldn't buy it." The bottle was neither too big nor too small. One person could not finish it alone, and it was inconvenient to hold. While several people would find it insufficient, it would be better to purchase a larger bottle of cola or Sprite for 7 yuan. "Naki." Shanwei shot his daughter a glance, admonishing her for speaking ill of their company's product. However, Zhao Jin'an interjected, "Naki is correct. The target demographic for this juice is unclear. Even at rural banquets, this color would not be favored. The size is awkward, and the price is not low." At times, Zhao Jin'an could not fathom why Luo Jinji was always seeking unconventional paths, attempting to produce quirky items. It was not that kiwi juice was inherently flawed. Such products required proper packaging, aiming for a high-end market with elegantly designed, smaller bottles focused on beauty and skincare. It would be ideal to differentiate it from ordinary beverages, ensuring that the price was not low. If a small bottle were sold for 6 yuan, it would elevate the status of discerning women. You could market a 3 yuan orange juice as kiwi juice, he mused. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Jin'an opened his computer to communicate with Luo Jinji, suggesting they revise the kiwi juice product, as the large refrigerated display needed more variety. Luo Jinji had no objections, merely expressing concern over high pricing. She failed to realize that bottled mineral water had evolved to include glass bottles costing dozens of yuan, attracting a specific clientele. This reflected a narrow perspective. Furthermore, some items, when priced too low, failed to convey a sense of prestige. Noticing Zhao Jin'an beginning to work, Shanwei glanced at the trash can, saw it was empty, and took Shan Naki out. By 11 p.m., hearing the sound of the door closing upstairs, Shan Naki, who had been studying, lifted her head, realizing Zhao Jin'an was returning to the school dormitory. That day, Shan Naki mentioned she was considering studying business management in college, although she had also contemplated a secretarial profession. Shanwei was already outside, waiting by the car. They had never considered a driver or a secretary. If that were the case, these 2 professions would indeed be the closest individuals to Zhao Jin'an in his work. As Zhao Jin'an sat in the back seat, nearing the school, without needing a reminder, Danwei rolled up all the windows and parked the Audi A6 in a dimly lit area with few people around. Returning to the dormitory, Lu Chuangfeng sat before the computer while Chunzhe stood beside him. The 3 of them were intently focused on the screen. "Goodness, what a tragic situation," Chunzhe remarked. The students were quite invested in the scholarship issue. By the next day after leaving the classroom, they had filled out their detailed information and submitted it to the 3 class representatives. One girl, named Li Ailan, indicated that her parents were divorced. Her mother had no income, and even attached a passport photo. Gu Chaoqing frowned as he reviewed the documents. He had not expected Li Ailan to appear to be from a less fortunate background. In class, her attire suggested she was quite fashionable, not inferior to Lin Qingxue. Yet her passport photo revealed a stark contrast. He had seen her QQ space, filled with images of her enjoying bubble tea day after day. Lu Chuangfeng was displeased by this observation and raised his head to say, "Old Gu, are you comparing Li Ailan to my Xiaoxue? How could she possibly compare in beauty?" Gu Chaoqing retorted, "The passport photo is a bare-faced image. Li Ailan must look much better in the classroom, almost like 2 different people. If the passport photo scores a 65, a little makeup would easily elevate her to an 85. Chunzhe chimed in, "Lin Qingxue's is definitely superior." Zhao Jin'an had seen Lin Qingxue in her nightgown, and Chunzhe likely had too. Lu Chuangfeng was oblivious, as Lin Qingxue's assets were quite evident. But he still cautioned Chunzhe, "Zij, don't be so frivolous about Lin Qingxue. I'm only a step away from her." Chunzhe nodded in agreement, then picked up another form. This Tang Xiaoqing is in a worse situation. Her father has passed, and her mother is ill and requires medication. Truly unfortunate. Gu Chaoqing replied. Tang Xiaoqing is indeed pitiable. She must be sincere. Why didn't I notice before? She seems so cheerful when she smiles. Should she frown every day? Gu Chaoqing countered. Tang Xiaoqing doesn't wear makeup, and her clothing is quite plain, like it's been worn for years, he gently suggested. Chunzhe pondered. Jin'an, your attire isn't plain. So old Gu, your argument falls flat. Must Li Ailan wear tattered clothes? Gu Chaoqing admitted he had not considered that point. Chunzhe continued. Jin'an's clothes may not be designer, but they certainly don't appear cheap. Didn't Tang Xiaoqing say her mother receives subsistence allowances? Lu Chuangfeng glanced at the information. Actually, Tang Xiaoqing looks far better than Li Ailan in her passport photo. She's just a bit short. Yesterday, when she left the classroom, she barely reached my chest. Quite petite. Haha. Shoo. During military training, Tang Xiaoqing was quite proactive with Jin'an. She must have feelings for him, Lu Chuangfeng remarked quietly. In the dormitory, as class representatives, Chunzhe and Gu Chaoqing discussed the documents while Lu Chuangfeng was responsible for inputting the data, the three whispering among themselves. Hey, I actually think Tang Xiaoqing and Jin'an make a good match. They should be paired up. Lu Chuangfeng joked half-heartedly as he typed. Uffed. Gu Chaoqing scoffed. Jin'an wouldn't be interested in Tang Xiaoqing. Just look at the type of girlfriends he has, like Mu Yao. At that moment, Zhao Jin'an walked in, startling the three, who immediately fell silent. Chunzhe awkwardly asked, Jin'an, where have you been? Zhao Jin'an looked at his three roommates and replied, Tang Xiaoqing is quite a good person. Her father's death and her mother's illness are not her fault. What? Did he just eavesdrop? The three exchanged awkward glances, their embarrassment palpable. Zhao Jin'an remained unfazed, tossing a few bottles of juice to Lu Chuangfeng and the others, turning to Gu Chaoqing and saying, if Tang Xiaoqing likes me, it would be my honor. I certainly do not look down on her. Gu Chaoqing responded, no, Jin'an, we weren't speaking ill of you behind your back, it was just. Zhao Jin'an grabbed the juice and headed out, tapping the door as he said, you don't often see these juices. Do try them and let me know how they taste. Jin'an, we were simply engaging in idle chatter. Lu Chuangfeng called out, eyeing the colorful assortment of juices in his arms. How can you be so generous, Jin'an? Don't you have to pay for all these drinks? Gu Chaoqing asked. Mouth agape. Jin'an, you're not upset, are you? It was just a suggestion to match you up. Chunzhe found Lu Chuangfeng's comment rather excessive, questioning why those from less fortunate backgrounds should be paired up. How could one address such matters? Submitting these documents to classmates would inevitably lead to discussions. Chapter 68, The Transformation Plan. In his previous life, perhaps Zhao Jin'an too had been discussed by the class representatives in the dormitory, though he never caught wind of it. He took the drinks and found Wang Weitao's dormitory. Wang Weitao was taken aback at the sight of the large bag of drinks. Jin'an, that is quite a lot. Are you trying to give me diabetes? Zhao Jin'an chuckled, twisting open a bottle. You might not even find these in the supermarket. Wait, have they expired? They're limited editions. Make sure to keep the bottles. Zhao Jin'an tossed drinks to Wang Weitao's three roommates and even handed out a pack of cigarettes. They held the drinks and glanced at the cigarettes, thinking, he truly is a student from a poor background? Wang Weitao nudged Zhao Jin'an and whispered, Jin'an, what has gotten into you? Is this how you spend money? Don't worry about me, Zhao Jin'an said, pushing Wang Weitao back. Wang Weitao turned and said, tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. Back in the dormitory, Chunzhe and Gu Chaoqing dispersed. Lu Chuangfeng held up a form and asked Jin'an, why don't you fill one out too? Zhao Jin'an replied, I truly have the means, it's unnecessary. Hey, fill out a form, I will help you. Lu Chuangfeng insisted with camaraderie. Chunzhe scoffed, what can you, a vice class leader, do? You don't decide who gets what. Surely, I can have a word with the counselor. Lu Chuangfeng countered. As a class officer, Lu Chuangfeng constantly sought to assert his presence, while Chunzhe believed he understood everything, particularly the ways of the world. At night, Chunzhe and Lu Chuangfeng held their phones, the screens bright. Zhao Jin'an glanced at Chunzhe, puzzled as to how he could have so much to discuss with Su Man after knowing her for so many years. He opened his computer, logged into QQ, and the little penguin icon in the corner was flashing incessantly. Bing, Xian Shui Yuan. Zhao Jin'an, hurry up and fill out the form. Don't be stubborn. I will help you advocate for it. Stubborn? Zhao Jin'an found this perplexing and dismissed the chat with Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was intelligent, not the airhead type. Yet the dynamics had shifted. She used to court Zhao Jin'an's favor, but now her tone had changed. Tang Xiaoqing, Zhao Jin'an. The counselor mentioned that my application for the poverty scholarship should be successful, smiley face. Zhao Jin'an thought for a moment and replied with 2 words, congratulations. After a while, Tang Xiaoqing responded. Actually, the counselor said as long as you apply, there's definitely a spot available. If I receive it, we can split it, smiley face. Tang Xiaoqing seemed to enjoy adding a smiley face to each of her messages. She was unaware of the events of Zhao Jin'an's previous life, during which he had not paid much attention to this petite girl standing at only 152 centimeters tall. Zhao Jin'an replied, "Thank you, but I really don't need it." After a moment's thought, he added a smiley face. Tang Xiaoqing did not respond further. Zhao Jin'an continued clicking on the little penguin icon. One message surprised him. Man Tung Tung. Zhao Jin'an. Hello, I'm Su Man. I heard from Chunze that you brought dried vegetables again. I've never tried them. Would it be possible for me to sample some? Upon reading this message, Zhao Jin'an recalled the evening at the bar in his previous life, where Su Man had been polite, yet pointedly acknowledged Chunze in her message. Zhao Jin'an replied, "Sure." The following day after class, Chunze and his companions first headed to the cafeteria, while Zhao Jin'an returned to his dormitory to fetch some dried vegetables. Upon opening the cupboard, he contemplated for a moment before taking a bag to fill with chestnuts. When Zhao Jin'an arrived at the cafeteria, Chunze had already ordered their dishes and was seated next to Su Man. With an upright posture, Su Man smiled and nodded, greeting, "Hello, Zhao Jin'an." Zhao Jin'an returned the smile and nodded back, saying, "Hello." Lu Chuangfeng, with his boisterous demeanor, exclaimed, "Jin'an, you've locked up those chestnuts so well. Finally willing to share them?" He added, "These are sold outside and aren't expensive." Zhao Jin'an handed the chestnuts to Su Man, saying, "These are for you. My grandmother grew them." Surprised, Su Man stood to accept the chestnuts, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. Lu Chuangfeng remarked, "So I'm the clown here?" He glanced at Chunze and Gu Chaoqing, who offered no particular reaction, then looked at Su Man, who remained gracious and unpretentious. Chunze interjected, "Jin'an, since the cafeteria is inexpensive, I'll cover the bill." Zhao Jin'an produced 2 jars of dried vegetables, one with dried fish and another with spicy minced meat, and sat down across from them, stating, "The dried fish is from my summer fishing in the river, and the spicy minced meat is a local specialty." Su Man, intrigued, asked, "You can catch fish?" Gu Chaocheng chimed in, "I can catch fish too. Everyone from my hometown can." Su Man expressed her desire to visit their place. Chunze, acting as a competent boyfriend, unscrewed a bottle cap and suggested, "That's easy. We can drive there during the holidays. Old Gu's place isn't far. Just Old Lu's is a bit farther." Lu Chuangfeng added, "In winter, we can go there to see the snow. You folks from the south never get snow. In summer, we can visit Jin'an and Old Gu." Gu Chaoqing scratched his head and remarked, "Zay, you're the only one with a girlfriend. The rest of us are all single." Su Man fell silent, picking up her chopsticks to try the dried fish, commenting, "It's a bit spicy, but the flavor is excellent." She took another bite, and Chunze followed suit, affirming, "Indeed, it tastes good. Your previous meals must have been decent." He had assumed Zhao Jin'an's family was struggling to make ends meet. However, with fish and meat present, and jars filled with oil, it seemed they were managing quite well. Chunze and Su Man's imagination conjured images of impoverished mountainous regions depicted in television reports, where families couldn't afford tuition fees, living in dark houses, with incessant rain, and with little meat throughout the year. The reality show Transformations was currently airing on Mango TV, and Su Man had intentionally watched several episodes. While watching, she found herself immersed in the narrative, contrasting Chunze's urban upbringing with Zhao Jin'an's rural background. Only Lu Chuangfeng, a northeasterner, who wasn't fond of spicy food, remarked, "Zay, you're just having one meal. We've been eating these 2 dishes for a whole week, 3 meals a day. And this is still considered good. Previously, I had 1 jar of meat and 1 jar of pickled vegetables. Furthermore, if it's hot, we need to use more oil. Otherwise, it spoils easily." Gu Chaocheng had only sampled a bit, hardly touching his chopsticks. He nodded in agreement. "Zay, you and Su Man are trying something new. But I've been eating this kind of dried vegetable since 5th grade, all the way until the 3rd year of junior high, 5 years. Now, I see it and can't bear to eat it anymore." Chunze appeared incredulous, asking, "Does your school not have a cafeteria?" Gu Chaocheng replied, "The cafeteria only cooks rice. We bring our own dishes from home." Chunze pressed on, "Doesn't the school cafeteria sell any dishes?" Su Man remained relatively calm, yet curious. Chunze continued, "A cafeteria wouldn't operate without business, would it? Our school has a small shop, and unless you have connections with the school leaders, you can forget about opening one." Gu Chaocheng retorted, "It's just that not many people buy. Everyone is short on pocket money. Not everyone is like you. Our school charges 2 dimes for a small dish." He added, "With 2 dimes, you could buy an ice pop." Chunze opened his mouth in disbelief. That can't be right. It's only 2 dimes. Gu Chaoqing rolled his eyes. When I was in 5th grade, it was the 90s. I had a weekly allowance of 1 yuan, and my dad would only give me 2 when he felt generous. Do you think that's reasonable? Zhao Jin'an remained quietly focused on his meal, having not spoken throughout. Chunzhe, assuming Zhao Jin'an had no pocket money, prompted, Jin'an, what about you? Su Man also turned to Zhao Jin'an. He lifted his head and replied, sometimes I have 5 yuan. Laughter erupted from Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing, who dubbed Zhao Jin'an a wealthy individual. Reflecting on it now, it seemed amusing. In contrast, he couldn't even afford a bottle of cola today. And he didn't know how he managed back then, but he did. Zhao Jin'an, however, remained somber, stating, I had more when I was in elementary school. While Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing continued to laugh. Su Man's mind raced as she recalled that Mu Yao had mentioned Zhao Jin'an's father had passed away when he was in elementary school. As they exited the cafeteria, Zhao Jin'an carried the remaining jars of unfinished dried vegetables. The sun shone brightly, with a pleasant temperature neither too hot nor too cold. The campus was alive with youthful exuberance as the 4 boys and 1 girl strolled together. Su Man refrained from taking out the chestnuts to eat. Instead, she placed them into her shoulder bag. Walking on the far left, Zhao Jin'an heard Gu Chaoqing remark, Zhe, you're the only one with a girlfriend. Gu Chaoqing meant no offense. He envied Chen Zhe and Zhao Jin'an, having always been drawn to girls like Mu Yao and Su Man, while struggling to connect with someone like Shen Zian. As for who was better between Su Man and Mu Yao, Gu Chaoqing couldn't quite articulate. They represented different types of girls. For instance, Su Man walked quietly beside Chen Zhe, without holding hands, but it was evident she was Chen Zhe's girlfriend. Had it been Mu Yao, she would have certainly taken Zhao Jin'an's hand. Many college couples behaved similarly, even embracing their boyfriend's arms or playfully hanging on to them. Lu Chuangfeng extended 2 fingers in a gesture resembling a request for a cigarette, expressing his disdain for Chen Zhe's choice of brand. Questioning why it wasn't heaven and earth, Chen Zhe, annoyed, attempted to reclaim his cigarette, only to have Lu Chuangfeng snatch away his betel nut. As they walked, Su Man glanced at the quiet Zhao Jin'an and said, Thank you for the chestnuts, Zhao Jin'an. Zhao Jin'an smiled in response. Their laughter and banter filled the air. Passing by a fruit stall, Su Man paused, saying, Wait a moment, as she paid for 5 slices of watermelon. She inserted chopsticks into them, the kind that cost 2 yuan a piece out of season. Holding the watermelon, Lu Chuangfeng genuinely exclaimed, Su Man, you're really great. The praise wasn't for the watermelon, but rather for Su Man's initiative in paying. He noticed a pattern. When Shun Zian, Su Man, or Mu Yao were out with the boys, they often volunteered to pay. It wasn't merely a matter of a few yuan. This dynamic made interactions feel lighthearted. In contrast, being with Lin Qingxue felt burdensome, as he constantly worried about his wallet's weight. It wasn't solely about the pizza. When girls took the initiative to treat, regardless of the amount, it touched the boys' hearts. Lu Chuangfeng wasn't naive. He recognized that Mu Yao held a slight disdain for him, and Chen Zhe could be somewhat overbearing, but Su Man was genuinely kind. Chen Zhe remarked that their dormitory was filled with odd characters. Su Man had mentioned more than once that Chen Zhe was her roommate for 4 years of college. As they continued walking, Li Lu caught up from behind. Everyone halted and turned. Man, Li Lu called out. Su Man and Chen Zhe had shared a high school class with Li Lu, who, as Chen Zhe had mentioned, had taken a liking to Zhao Jin'an since the beginning of the school year. Zhao Jin'an, I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? Li Lu's expression was quite animated as Zhao Jin'an glanced at his phone, unsure how to respond. Li Lu, gathering her courage after eyeing Su Man and Chen Zhe, boldly declared, Zhao Jin'an, I like you. Jin'an, impressive, cheered Gu Chaoqing and Lu Chuangfeng, giving him a thumbs up, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. Chen Zhe also chuckled. It was a proud moment when a girl pursued a boy, regardless of her appearance. Zhao Jin'an smiled and replied, Li Lu, thank you. But I'm not looking to date. This response was unsurprising. Aside from Li Lu's average looks, Zhao Jin'an preferred girls like Mu Yao, as Gu Chaoqing had said. However, Li Lu fixed her gaze on Zhao Jin'an and pressed, why? This suddenly felt off. Others had politely declined her. Yet she insisted on knowing why he wasn't interested. The atmosphere turned a tad awkward. Zhao Jin'an calmly addressed Li Lu, stating, there is no particular reason. I simply do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Li Lu's 2 roommates arrived, pulling her slightly, yet Li Lu remained fixated on Zhao Jin'an. Her expression a mix of grievance and inquiry. Zhao Jin'an, you. Li Lu did not finish her sentence, but everyone present understood her implication. Su Man furrowed her brow slightly. Zhao Jin'an nodded to the group, announcing, I shall take my leave now. I am returning to school. Su Manman glanced at Li Lu, exchanged a few words with Chunzhe, and then departed. How can he? Li Lu seemed somewhat aggrieved, while Chunzhe found it difficult to comment. Lu Chuangfeng chuckled. Teasing, Li Lu, are you implying that Jin'an is a poor student? If so, would you like to accompany Su Manman to visit Jin'an's ex-girlfriend now? On her way back to the dormitory, Su Manman walked slowly, having consumed some pickled vegetables. She absorbed a plethora of conversations that felt like an introduction to an entirely new world, coming from a well-off family, where her parents dote on her. And with Chunzhe's mother treating her as if she were her own daughter, Su Manman felt as though she could see the end of her own life path. In contrast, Zhao Jin'an's world brimmed with novelty. As for Li Lu, Su Manman did not dwell on her, nor did Zhao Jin'an take her words to heart. Just as Su Manman dismissed Lu Chuangfeng's penchant for small advantages, Zhao Jin'an also regarded it as a trivial matter. Luo Jinji arrived at Junsha, pointing at the aluminum alloy sign hanging at the entrance, and inquired, General Zhao, has the company name changed? Jinran. Zhao Jin'an, seated behind the desk, lifted his head and replied, the name is of little consequence. It should simply roll off the tongue. Your Dongjiang series is overly localized. Unless you intend to remain within the confines of Chongqing. Luo Jinji felt increasingly restless at Zixing, as Zhao Jin'an insisted on an entire rebranding. What about my Dongjiang impression? It will be retained, but the bottles and packaging must be changed, with a price increase of 50 cents to sell at 1.50. And your Jinran? It is our Jinran. With Zhao Jin'an's immediate rejection of her ideas, anyone would feel slighted. Luo Jinji flung her bag onto the sofa and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, General Zhao, this sofa is rather low-end, isn't it second-hand? Zhao Jin'an responded, we shall replace it once we turn a profit. Observing Zhao Jin'an diligently at work, Luo Jinji took a deep breath to steady herself. I understand the pricing of Jinran at 2 yuan, but must we truly use glass bottles? Will anyone purchase them at 12 yuan? Sister Jinji, Zhao Jin'an rotated his computer screen. Do you find this bottle aesthetically pleasing? I do not anticipate a high volume of sales. Using a glass bottle is merely a gimmick. The greatest fear for any product is the absence of discussion surrounding it. Consider this. If Jinran bottled water is priced at 12 yuan, does that not elevate the status of the 2 yuan Jinran? People will establish their own value in their hearts. Are you not studying accounting? And psychology as well? Luo Jinji picked up her bag and glanced around the corridor. The adjacent room is unoccupied. I shall utilize it as my office. As she spoke, she glanced at the door. Have you not hung the general manager's office sign? Zhao Jin'an replied. It could be hung on your door as well. 2 refrigeration units. Our product offerings are still too few. Take your time. Refrigeration units also serve as a form of advertisement. 2 units provide a neat appearance, while some small shops simply cannot accommodate 2 units. Observing Zhao Jin'an's organized demeanor, Luo Jinji inquired about the tax reduction for college students starting businesses, uncertain if the conditions aligned with the criteria. Chapter 70. Each in their own piece. Luo Jinji visited the bank. Loans could wait, but following Zhao Jin'an's approach, the company's funds remained insufficient. Zhao Jin'an owed Luo Jinji, as she had not withdrawn the funds from selling shares. Zhao Jin'an was also unaware of any tax reduction policies for college students starting businesses. If such reductions existed, how much would they amount to? In 2006, no formal documents had been issued encouraging college students to start businesses. The pivotal years were 2015 and 2021, when the comprehensive promotion of mass entrepreneurship policies and special support for college student entrepreneurship were released. It was during this time that various universities began providing comprehensive support, including funding, facilities, and tax incentives, progressively forming a system that encouraged entrepreneurship, ensured employment, and fostered innovation. However, relevant concepts have emerged, such as the Hunan University Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center situated at Dongfanghong Square. Zhao Jin'an had long since prepared a business plan, traversing the library, passing through Jishan Building, and heading west along Yuang Ting Road for only a kilometer. He reached the administrative building. Outside the administrative building, he spotted a slogan, enhancing entrepreneurship education and employment guidance. An aluminum alloy sign was posted at the entrance, where numerous signs were visible, over 10 in total, indicating that various administrative departments operated above. University life starkly contrasted with high school. The most crucial office in high school was the large office for the grade group, where all teachers collaborated on lesson preparations, while university resembled an administrative unit. Forget it. Zhao Jin'an sat on a bench downstairs, clutching the business plan for an extended period, lit a cigarette, and then departed. He relinquished any intention to exploit the school. He would pay the taxes he owed, as the institution did not rely on a single entrepreneurial student. Just like in his previous life, each would find their own piece. In terms of connections from a prestigious 211 university, to put it plainly, the president of the Normal University held a ministerial-level position. Of course, the Normal University could not be compared to the 31 directly governed higher education institutions, such as Tsinghua and Beida, whose presidents held vice-ministerial ranks. However, a ministerial-level position was already quite impressive. Perhaps some may lack an understanding of ministerial levels. Your county's mayor is merely at the department level. Nevertheless, it was best to let it go. Luo Jinji returned to Zixing, unable to forsake the lucrative Zixing market with numerous responsibilities awaiting her. That evening, as she drove away, she closed the door and told Zhao Jin'an, "Jin'an, I hope you treat me differently than you did with Dan Wei." Hu Qin interacted with Zhao Jin'an solely in a professional capacity. While growing closer to Dan Wei, he did not wish to become the second Dan Wei. Zhao Jin'an was exceedingly busy, believing that the school anniversary had no bearing on him. As it turned out, 3 days before the anniversary, class leader Wang Xuan approached Zhao Jin'an, handing him a volunteer badge, explaining that volunteers received meal compensation and 20 yuan per day. As Wang Xuan was looking out for Zhao Jin'an, Lu Chuangfeng also secured a spot, stating that being a volunteer was largely about maintaining order. This scenario highlighted the advantages of class leaders. Lu Chuangfeng and Lin Qingxue were volunteers, assigned the task of maintaining order in the stadium. Zhao Jin'an was designated to a specified hotel outside the campus, tasked with welcoming alumni attending the anniversary celebrations. This meant he had to return to the hotel before the cultural performance concluded. Initially, Zhao Jin'an intended to decline, but then reconsidered, thinking it would be nice to meet the distinguished alumni from the Normal University. As for the cultural performance, he had already witnessed it in his previous life, themed around praise and gratitude. In the 2 days leading up to the anniversary, Junsha University City lacked walls, yet all entrances were manned, and suddenly, high-end vehicles began to flood the campus as those esteemed seniors returned. Chunze returned from outside, pulling off his shirt to shower while casually remarking, "The best are BBA. I haven't seen a single Rolls-Royce or Bentley." Zhao Jin'an recalled that there seemed to be no prominent figures in the internet sector who graduated from the Normal University. Wang Weitao frequently dropped by room 303, commenting, "Chunze, BBA is quite good. Perhaps there are seniors who own them, but they just haven't driven them to Junsha." Lu Chuangfeng asked, "What is BBA?" No one responded. It was only when Lu Chuangfeng inquired of Gu Chaocheng that he received an explanation, leading Lu Chuangfeng to concur with Wang Weitao, stating, "Such fine cars, how could they be driven from far-off provinces?" Chunze, having entered the shower, opened the door and said, "It's akin to returning in glory. They can be shipped here and then driven to Junsha. Those sports cars in Junsha are likely shipped in." Ugh. Lu Chuangfeng felt that Chunze was being overly pretentious. BBA was quite good in itself. Zhao Jin'an distributed cigarettes to Wang Weitao and Lu Chuangfeng, suddenly realizing that individual starting points differ, shaping their perspectives and aspirations, as Chunze's focus diverged. The day before the anniversary, after a bustling day at the sports hall, Lu Chuangfeng returned home, realizing that earning 20 yuan was no simple task. The venue was now adorned with banners and helium balloons. "My goodness, I'm utterly exhausted." Lu slumped into a chair, grumbling, "Zij, Laogu, you didn't even lend a hand." "I merely came to see the distinguished senior sister," Chunze shrugged. "Besides, I'm not a volunteer. I didn't receive that 20 yuan. "Exactly," Gu Chaocheng chimed in. Regrettably, Lu lamented that he should have opted for hotel reception duties instead. Noting that Zhao Jin'an had been leisurely absent for 2 days, Lu inquired, "By the way, where has Jin'an gone again? I hardly see him outside of class." Gu Chaocheng shook his head. "I have no idea." With the school anniversary festivities in full swing, all 4 girls from Zhongnan 406 have called, asking if they could sneak into the evening's cultural performance. Lu, tasked with maintaining order, couldn't guarantee anything. He was merely a worker beneath the student council's sports department head. While Chunze pondered a solution, Zhao Jin'an had been busy in the office until the person in charge of hotel reception called for him. Zhao Jin'an, from the business school. The student council members were checking a list to prevent anyone from receiving undue compensation. "It's me," Zhao Jin'an approached briskly. The student council head, noticing the departing Audi, confirmed Zhao's arrival by that vehicle, stammering, You came in an Audi?" Zhao nodded silently. "What a day for just 20 yuan," remarked the student council head at the hotel entrance, briefing Zhao and his companions on the essentials of providing excellent service to returning alumni. In truth, Zhao was not the only one there for enjoyment. Half of the attendees were there for leisure. One girl took out a small mirror and applied some lipstick, asking, "Minister Yu, What kind of service are we talking about? If a senior brother wants companionship, should we agree? Several boys laughed wickedly, teasing, we don't discriminate. As long as she is a senior sister, it doesn't matter which cohort. Ha ha ha, distinguished senior brothers and sisters, perhaps some truly came with such intentions, they mused. It seemed reasonable to be invited by senior brothers and sisters to discuss life plans and show concern for younger students. Who knew it might lead to life as pinnacle? Chapter 71. You all are quite the dreamers. Minister Yu chided with a smile, her demeanor turning serious. Everyone, behave yourselves. This is the 70th anniversary celebration of the school. We have not only alumni, but also leaders from the provincial education department and the city attending. At 10 p.m., the hotel would serve late-night snacks. After they finished, it was acceptable for them to take everything away, but they must not act hastily. Remember this, she emphasized, having received specific instructions from the school's youth league committee. You scanned the group and cautioned, if you encounter any grievances, hold your tongue and don't stir up trouble. I'll change the personnel tomorrow. Understood? The group nodded. Minister Yu was quite amiable. After giving a few more instructions, she took the bus back to school. The institution had invested significantly, booking a 5-star hotel, perhaps sponsored by illustrious alumni. Many were willing to contribute, as it served mutual interests. The school needed them to return, enhancing its reputation, while they could seize the opportunity to network. The normal university ranked 4th in Xiangnan province, so it was no surprise that representatives from the provincial education department were present, along with city officials. Let us not forget, the university president also held a departmental rank. In the hotel lobby, everyone lounged on the sofas, engrossed in their phones. Zhao Jin'an noticed 2 girls who were quite attractive. The university had a music and an art college, and the girls' looks were indeed superior to those from Zhongnan and Huda. What is your name? Let us exchange QQ, one girl inquired, though conversation remained brief as they exchanged contact information. About half an hour later, a boy received a call informing him that the meeting at the school had concluded, signifying that guests would soon check into the hotel. The group rose and headed to the hotel entrance, donning volunteer badges. Interesting, Zhao mused, chuckling at his badge. Another 20 minutes passed, and cars began to arrive in succession. Mercedes, BMWs, Audis, and Crowns, some with provincial plates, while many bore out-of-town registrations. Upon disembarking, the guests engaged in cheerful banter at the hotel entrance, calling out to senior brothers and sisters, exuding vitality. One could discern social standings from here. Those who stood in central positions seemed to enjoy better fortunes. Another small circle formed within the institutional framework. Their vehicles might not be luxurious, or they might not even have driven, but the university had arranged transportation for them. Volunteers rushed forward to usher each senior brother and sister into the hotel, while Zhao Jin'an stood aside, merely observing and feeling somewhat out of place. He pondered a question. Did they have a coaster business vehicle? Those who traveled in such vehicles usually held positions at the departmental level or higher, including provincial and municipal leaders. To be honest, Zhao had little interest in the hotel's cuisine, but was quite curious about the 200 yuan boxed meal. What could be contained within such an expensive meal? Zhao Jin'an, you're slacking off again. Minister Yu returned, noticing Zhao's lack of activity and shaking her head in disbelief. Why not seize this opportunity to connect with senior brothers and sisters? You might gain favor and secure a job post-graduation. It was no wonder that in a previous life, Peng Yonli remarked that Zhao Jin'an lacked ambition and did not know how to engage with others or flatter them. Seeing that Yu Xiaoran was a decent person, Zhao offered him a cigarette. Yu glanced at the cigarette butt and said, look at them. This is a rare opportunity. You're not bad looking. What if a tall, leggy senior sister were to notice you, right? You had a knowing expression. Zhao chuckled. Minister Yu, you're leading me astray. Yu took a puff of his cigarette and laughed. Just admit if you want it. Tall legs, senior sisters, and wealth. Just then, another Audi pulled up. Here comes the action. Yu immediately fell silent and went to greet them. A few individuals remained at the hotel entrance, yet to enter, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon the arrival of the vehicle, they hastily approached, bowing and standing by the car. The door opened, and 2 women in their 40s emerged. The driver promptly exited the vehicle and retrieved a wheelchair from the trunk. What was happening? Yu Xiaoran was taken aback. Where were the tall legs? Inside the back seat sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, who appeared unable to move her legs. Miss Su. This was how the 2 women referred to the occupant of the vehicle, while the men standing nearby addressed her as Director Su. They had not entered the hotel. Having waited for her, Yu Xiaoran and the 2 male volunteers were at a loss. They wanted to help, but sensed a clear keep-your-distance vibe from the guest inside. One of the women said, no need for your assistance, we can handle this. However, Su Mian leaned back in her seat, coldly stating him. Everyone followed her gaze to where Zhao Jin'an stood, slightly concealed. He pointed to himself in confirmation before walking over amidst the astonished looks of the two women. He anticipated encountering her again in this setting. Miss Su. The women opened their mouths, surprised to find a man. They were aware of how difficult Su Mian was to please. Her temper could flare unexpectedly, even without clear reasons. Luckily, her sister-in-law provided generous financial support. Otherwise, who would want to be her caretaker? The two women exchanged incredulous glances and stepped aside, under everyone's watchful eyes. Zhao Jin'an bent down, lifting Su Mian's legs with one arm, while supporting her back with the other as he carried her out the wheelchair. The driver quickly pushed the wheelchair closer but hesitated to assist further. Goodness, how stunning. Yu Xiron's eyes widened. The earlier poor visibility inside the car made it hard to see, and the other volunteers were equally taken aback, their mouths agape. I wish I could carry her too. One mused. The only flaw was her legs. Su Mian furrowed her brow slightly. Zhao Jin'an whispered, I didn't hurt you. The driver retorted, you're talking back? The two caretakers were taken aback, bracing themselves for Su Mian's impending outburst. Instead, she said, you push me inside. The two maids were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The driver glanced at Zhao Jin'an, and once the others departed, he quickly retrieved his phone to report. Boss. Miss Su was just carried out of the car by a young man. Also, it's at number 32, a senior villa in District J of Xiangnan Province. A woman in her 30s, Feng Ruodin, inquired with a look of astonishment. Your sister was carried out by a boy. Su Jingxing, upon receiving the call, was equally surprised. He rubbed his temples. Why did you let her partake in this commotion? If you're so concerned about your sister, why not go to her? Feng Ruodin chuckled. Didn't the university send you an invitation? Would they dare? Su Jingxing lit a cigarette. Is my position suitable for such an event? He continued, well, your sister holds a position at the Ministry of Education, so she is justified. Feng Ruodin brought over some freshly washed fruit. Moreover, Su Mian came to Junsha to relax. Keeping her cooped up at home is no different from being in Kyoto. You all treat her too differently. What about your elder brother? Su Jingxing inquired. Feng Ruodin laughed. The elder sister-in-law calls several times a day, inviting Su Mian to visit her. And you and the elder brother. Oh. P.S. So busy yet still finds time to call me. Su Jingxing smiled. We only have one sister. Just then, the phone rang again. And Feng Ruodin answered. That boy just pushed your sister into a hotel room. Chapter 72. Zhao Jin'an. Have you ever dried a woman's hair? The school arranged a large suite for Su Mian. A maid, after hanging up her phone, cautiously entered and asked, Miss Su, Mrs. Feng wants to know what time you will return home. I'm leaving. Stop right there. Su Mian's cold gaze fell upon Zhao Jin'an. Do you wish to serve others? Serve? Zhao Jin'an replied. I could hide and slack off. Su Mian smiled and said, You can only serve me. The maid interjected, Miss Su, be quiet. Tell my sister-in-law that I won't be returning tonight. The two maids exchanged glances. Pleading with each other, you realize you're in a room with a man, right? One of the maids stepped out into the corridor to make a call, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhao Jin'an as she passed by. This was indeed a challenging situation. They were the maids hired with a generous salary by Feng Ruodin after Su Mian arrived in Junsha. Rumor had it they were from the Su family's ancestral home in Kyoto, but Su Mian had sent them back. Was she that rebellious? Zhao Jin'an had no rebellious phase. His household only consisted of an elderly grandmother and a formidable aunt, leaving no room for adolescent defiance. Su Mian, at 256 years old, donned a black long dress, a black turtleneck sweater, and a tailored jacket, her classical and exquisite face framed by delicate features and a sharp chin. Zhao Jin'an was tempted to tap her knee, wondering if she had any reflexes. You don't want to serve me? Su Mian asked coldly. Of course. Who would want to serve someone? Noticing Zhao Jin'an standing motionless, she added, I can pay you. Zhao Jin'an, genuinely curious, asked, Why me? Su Mian replied straightforwardly, Your scent is not unpleasant. The other maid, feeling uncomfortable, exited. After a while, Zhao Jin'an emerged from the room, heading downstairs to the banquet hall to fetch some items. One of the maids, named Wu Xiao, followed him into the elevator, saying, Miss Su asked you to take more. On the third floor, in the banquet hall, many well-dressed individuals mingled, most engaged in conversation rather than dining. Zhao Jin'an observed the attendees carefully, but did not spot Principal Gong. Well, it made sense. The principal was at a higher administrative level. Upon seeing Wu Xiao, several people approached, inquiring quietly, Where's Director Su? Wu Xiao pointed upstairs. She hasn't come down yet. After they left, noticing Zhao Jin'an's familiarity, Wu Xiao whispered, Classmate Zhao, they weren't asking about Director Su. They were asking about the mayor's sister. Zhao Jin'an understood. Wu Xiao nodded. Outside the corridor, numerous volunteers were stationed, with Yu Xiaoran advising against any premature actions. Some peeked inside, while others occupied themselves with their phones. Yu Xiaoran, the head of the student council's organizing department, remarked, although our role is to serve, it allows us to interact closely with these seniors. Besides, the food is far superior. He added that the person in charge was someone he had fought hard to secure from the student council. That made sense. Lu Chuangfeng had not grasped the essence of the task. Spotting Zhao Jin'an, Yu Xiaoran whispered, Jin'an, come here. What's up, Minister Yu? Zhao Jin'an replied, one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone, while the volunteers looked at him enviously. Yu Xiaoran pulled Zhao Jin'an aside, gesturing towards upstairs. That person is from the Ministry of Education. That is quite the information gap. Yu Xiaoran had yet to realize that the mayor of Junsha had the surname Su. Zhao Jin'an nodded. Indeed. Wow, you're quite lucky. Did you get her phone number? Yu Xiaoran said, genuinely impressed. Do you understand what it means to know someone from the Ministry of Education? With that connection, you can call her if you ever need anything. As they spoke, he noticed Wu Xiao trailing behind. Jin'an, what are you doing? I'm going down to grab her some food. Yu Xiaoran exclaimed. Wow, you really are a pretty boy? Zhao Jin'an chuckled. Nudging Yu Xiaoran with his elbow, what do you want to eat? I'll grab it for you. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to eat, Yu Xiaoran replied. Watching Zhao Jin'an enter the banquet hall, he smiled. Here, people could call others to fetch items without anyone batting an eye, but such boldness was rare. The banquet was buffet style. Zhao Jin'an first approached the pastry section, with Wu Xiao following closely behind, holding a plate. Others glanced at Zhao Jin'an and then at Wu Xiao, choosing not to comment. Wu Xiao said, Miss Su said to take more. How much is more? Zhao Jin'an asked. Wu Xiao replied, just take as much as you want. If needed, we can push a cart up. Why aren't you taking it? You should know what she likes to eat, Zhao Jin'an remarked. Miss Su specifically asked you to collect it. Zhao Jin'an turned to look at Wu Xiao, who nodded. He then gathered a plate of pasta and some roasted duck, ensuring he filled his own stomach before heading to the beverage section to grab many drinks for the cart. Wu Xiao indeed had someone bring a cart, and upon learning it was for Su Mian upstairs, others approached to inquire if Director Su wanted something special prepared by the kitchen. Upon exiting the banquet hall, Zhao Jin'an distributed the drinks to Yu Xiaoran and the other volunteers. Yu Xiaoran gave Zhao Jin'an a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by this junior, who still thought of their struggling group outside. Back upstairs, Su Mian didn't even glance at Zhao Jin'an, simply instructing him. You eat. I'm full, Zhao Jin'an replied. Su Mian then asked Wu Xiao to take the food to the adjacent room, instructing Zhao Jin'an. You push me in to freshen up. Wu Xiao brought Su Mian's personal items, hesitatingly asking, Miss Su, are you taking a shower? To be honest, Zhao Jin'an was unsure how Su Mian bathed. After she entered the bathroom and closed the door, her voice echoed, Don't leave yet. After a while, the sound of the shower could be heard. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the time, 11:15. It had taken her 12 minutes to undress. At 11:35, the water stopped. At 11:45, the bathroom door opened. Wu Xiao pushed Su Mian out, with another maid carrying a change of clothes. Su Mian's hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her exquisite face flushed from the steam. She wore a modest set of pajamas, and Wu Xiao went to fetch a hairdryer. Su Mian instructed, Zhao Jin'an, you dry my hair. Wu Xiao hesitated, but handed over the hairdryer. Zhao Jin'an sat beside the wheelchair, drying Su Mian's hair, admiring her beauty up close. Her features were stunning, her skin fair and flawless. Suddenly, Su Mian asked, Zhao Jin'an, have you ever dried a woman's hair? Zhao Jin'an paused. In his previous life, he had dried Chen Qingji's hair. While he wouldn't claim to be proficient, he certainly wasn't clumsy. Wu Xiao stepped into the corridor to take 3 phone calls, while Zhao Jin'an's information made its way to Su Jingxing, Xiangnan Province, District J, Senior Villa number 32. Su Jingxing held the documents. Zhao family village. Father passed away early, mother remarried. What do you think Su Mian intends to do? Who knows? Feng Ruodin shook her head. Wu Xiao mentioned the boy was quite handsome. What's remarkable is that your sister didn't lose her temper with him. Should I say something to father? It might not be appropriate now, especially since it seems trivial. Besides, be careful not to upset your sister. Su Jingxing replied. Feng Ruodin chuckled. What's with your gloomy expression? It's not my fault. It's you and your elder brother who spoiled her. Su Jingxing's face softened. She is much younger than both of us, and considering her health, we only have one sister. If we don't indulge her, who will? At 12:05 a.m., Zhao Jin'an finished blow-drying his hair and gently placed Su Mian onto the bed, being careful not to touch or hold her inappropriately through her sleepwear. Wu Xiao stood guard nearby. stepping out of the room to check her phone before heading to the third-floor banquet hall. At that moment, the volunteers were gathered in the banquet hall, having served throughout the night, and they were now feeling quite hungry. Strangely, everyone seemed to lack enthusiasm. Yu Shiran waved at Zhao Jin'an, pointing to a row of leftover food, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Leftovers, I suppose." Chapter 73. The people you dislike, I dislike too. Zhao Jin'an began to understand. He had known all along that it was leftover food, but then Yu Shiran suddenly lamented, "I just helped a senior who had too much to drink upstairs. He ended up vomiting in the corridor, and I got some on my pants." Do you know what he said? Zhao Jin'an shook his head, glancing down. He didn't apologize. Instead, he pushed me away and questioned why I wasn't a girl. Huh. Yu Shiran laughed as he spoke. I was pondering, after graduating. Our worth won't be measured by character or some ridiculous moral standards, but rather by the size of our business ventures or the level of our government positions. Yu Shiran swore, adding, Zhao Jin'an, today I attended my first real lesson, and I am genuinely grateful for it. Zhao Jin'an remained silent, offering Yu Shiran a cigarette. Yu Shiran lit it, seemingly with an endless stream of thoughts. Do you know what it takes to be an outstanding alumnus? In this hotel, there are various tiers, and so are they. The meet and greet in the banquet hall has its own hierarchy. It's amusing, considering we are all alumni, yet everyone is acutely aware and tacitly accepts it. I was naive at the school meet and greet, but now I understand. The one you are serving is at the top. Yu Shiran gestured toward the upper floor. Zhao Jin'an. I'm in my 4th year this year, and I envy you for still having the time to be innocent. I wonder, will I have the right to return for the 80th anniversary celebration? And in what capacity will I return? If I come back for the anniversary, will I still see that senior? What if, years later, I am a complete failure? As he concluded, Yu Shiran took a deep drag from his cigarette and patted Zhao Jin'an on the shoulder. Zhao Jin'an, you came here in an Audi. I don't know if it's yours or your friend's. Make sure to seize the opportunity upstairs. Yu Shiran seemed somewhat tipsy. Yet Zhao Jin'an understood that this school celebration was a rite of passage and growth for Yu Shiran, potentially altering the course of his life. The hotel had allocated regular double rooms for the volunteers. Yu Shiran fell asleep on the bed, snoring, while Zhao Jin'an found it difficult to rest. He lit a cigarette by the window, observing Yu Shiran as if he were gazing at a reflection of his former self. Late at night, Lu Chuanfeng called, with Gu Chaoqing teasing him, asking if Jin'an was bothering him or if any senior sisters were discussing life ambitions with him. A chorus of strange laughter echoed through the phone. Lu Chuanfeng expressed regret, saying he wished he had volunteered at the hotel. The following day, Yu Shiran went upstairs early to find the senior from the previous night, who apologized to him. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation. Zhao Jin'an recognized that Yu Shiran had undergone a transformation. Perhaps personal growth occurs in an instant. In the evening, the gym was bustling with people. Chunzhe, clutching 2 blue fuas, approached the head of the sports department in the student council, who had taken one for himself and shared another with his subordinates. Chunzhe waved to Su Man, leading 4 girls from South Central 406 into the venue. Is this how it works? The deputy class leader and sports committee member from class accounting, Lu Chuanfeng, had only received 1 cigarette. Chunzhe and Gu Chaoqing found seats for the 4 girls from 406. Once seated, Mu Yao looked around and asked, Chunzhe, where is Jin'an? Gu Chaoqing replied, Jin'an, like Lu, is a volunteer. Will Jin'an come? Mu Yao looked around anxiously. Shunzian boldly gazed at Gu Chaoqing, while Su Man strained to hear. Gu Chaoqing stated, he should come, but Jin'an won't be able to see the end. They have to leave early for their hotel. Then we should save a seat for Jin'an, Mu Yao proposed. After she spoke, Shunzian moved aside, placing her bag on the empty seat. Gu Chaoqing wanted to sit in the middle, but Chunzhe pointed to the front row and suggested to Su Man, Tang Xiaoqing. At this, the 4 girls turned to look at the front row. Gu Chaoqing leaned toward Mu Yao to explain. In our class, Li Lu and Tang Xiaoqing like Jin'an. Su Man knows Li Lu. She confessed to Jin'an that day. Mu Yao abruptly stood up. Su Man pulled her back, shaking her head. This is their school. You needn't worry. Zhao Jin'an rejected her that day. Chunzhe leaned toward Mu Yao. Mu Yao, you needn't worry about Tang Xiaoqing. She is a bit short. At once, Su Man shot a glance at Chunzhe, who realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't have commented on his classmate. He opened his mouth. Man, I only spoke the truth. Nothing more. Tang Xiaoqing, in the front row, was barely visible but was intently watching the stage, seemingly awaiting a grand performance. This was not only a school anniversary, but also a welcome party. In her heart, Tang Xiaoqing applauded herself for becoming a college student. Moreover, her family didn't even own a television. If anyone showed films in the countryside, she would help her mother out the door, which was their sole form of entertainment. With such a vibrant and splendid stage, the entire auditorium was filled with Tang Xiaoqing's anticipation and seriousness. Unbeknownst to her, for girls were watching her from behind. The celebration was about to commence, and school and department leaders were gradually arriving, with their seats located in the first 2 rows. Distinguished alumni had also been assigned seats. Outside the gym, Zhao Jin'an carried Su Mian out of the car, effortlessly ascending the steps while holding her. For the first time, Su Mian reached out to tug at Zhao Jin'an's sleeve. At the entrance, Lu Chuangfeng's eyes widened. Jin'an, you. This pretty boy really has a senior sister. He wondered if he had performed well last night. Su Mian glanced at the astonished Lu Chuangfeng and asked, "Your classmate?" "Roommate," Zhao Jin'an replied, pushing the wheelchair with Wu Xiao following. Su Mian mentioned, "There's static electricity." Zhao Jin'an glanced down. "The weather does have static electricity." Su Mian remarked, "Static electricity means your clothes are made of poor quality polyester." Zhao Jin'an replied, "I won't push it anymore." Su Mian smiled, "I'll buy you one." As the two exchanged soft whispers, Yao Xian suddenly pointed to the aisle. "Isn't that Zhao Jin'an?" Several people turned in unison to look at the aisle, where Zhao Jin'an wore a volunteer badge. After a moment, Chunze murmured, "Jin'an doesn't need us to save a seat for him." The 4 girls focused on the woman in the wheelchair, realizing from the front row's leaders that her identity was significant. Zhao Jin'an suddenly recognized someone who seemed familiar. He spotted He Minghui from the college's youth league committee, dressed in a white shirt and black suit, sporting a beer belly, smiling obsequiously at the person beside him. The individual beside him undoubtedly held a higher position, either a direct leader of the college youth league or a higher-ranking official from the university. Zhao Jin'an knew he would remember He Minghui even after 10 years. And with that, he felt a twinge of aversion toward these people, though he couldn't explain why. In his past life, Zhao Jin'an desperately sought the poverty alleviation scholarship, but was unsuccessful. Now, witnessing their mutual deference to one another, Zhao Jin'an felt a sense of nausea. He realized he had become somewhat cynical in a manner only an adult could articulate. Such individuals could never achieve greatness. Reflecting on Yu Xiaoran's demeanor that morning, Zhao Jin'an felt inferior to him. Noticing the change in Zhao Jin'an, Su Mian raised her head. "You don't like them." Zhao Jin'an forced a smile, but remained silent. Su Mian added, "The people you dislike, I also dislike." Director Su and Principal Gong were the first to rise and greet each other. He was well aware of Su Mian's background. Although Su Jingxing held merely a departmental rank, there were distinctions even within that category. The crux of the matter lay in Su Mian's father, Su Mingsong. Su Mian was truly willful, merely offering a slight nod to Principal Gong, withholding even a smile. The hand he extended awkwardly retreated. He had long heard that Su Mingsong favored this youngest daughter above all, along with her 2 elder brothers. Wu Xiao was unfazed by this. Miss Su was simply headstrong, though others possessed the privilege to be so. Su Mian invited Zhao Jin'an to sit beside her in the front row. Zhao Jin'an glanced at the nameplate. But Su Mian remarked, "There is no need to check. You may sit wherever you wish." Zhao Jin'an noticed the school leaders on either side sitting rigidly, their lips twitching in dismay. "Would you not lower your voice?" came a voice from the back. Gu Chaoqing leaned over the back of the chair, saying, "Zij. Jin'an is seated next to the vice principal in the front row." In Chapter 74, 2 Love Letters, Chunze remarked that he felt a tinge of envy after having seen Su Mian's beauty. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Mu Yao clenched her small fist and asked, "Is Jin'an still going to the hotel tonight?" The sight of Zhao Jin'an attending to another woman stirred feelings of infidelity within her. No one spoke. Su Manman sat up straight, glancing towards the front row. She was the least qualified to feel this way, having her own boyfriend, yet she secretly hoped Zhao Jin'an would remain steadfastly single. She found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Su Mian departed after merely half an hour. Wu Xiao received a phone call as Zhao Jin'an pushed the wheelchair, with Principal Gong and several vice principals following suit. Zhao Jin'an handed the wheelchair to Wu Xiao without a word from Su Mian. Not far from the gym, a black Audi was parked, and several principals were engaged in conversation with someone. Zhao Jin'an recognized that individual as Su Mian's second brother, Su Jingxing. Just like by the banks of the Xiang River, Zhao Jin'an did not linger and turned to leave. Su Jingxing cast a few more glances in their direction. Was he not going to strike up a conversation? Su Jingxing found it peculiar. Some might argue that Zhao Jin'an did not seize the opportunity. For the mayor of Junsha City was present. Such individuals often believed themselves to be the most astute, underestimating the intentions of others. Not far along, Mu Yao caught up with Zhao Jin'an, followed by Shunzian and Yao Xian, but Su Manman was notably absent. "Jin'an, are you still going to the hotel?" Mu Yao called out. After holding Su Mian several times, Zhao Jin'an turned to Mu Yao and shook his head, saying, not going. 2 days later, Wu Xiao called. Carrying several bags of clothing of unknown brand, the fabric felt luxurious, definitely not polyester. Su Mian had indeed purchased them for him. Zhao Jin'an inquired, where is she? Wu Xiao replied that Su Mian had returned to Kyoto at her father's insistence, and Su Jingxing had taken leave to accompany his sister to the airport, with sister-in-law Feng Ruodin also attending to her in Kyoto. Zhao Jin'an chuckled. This woman was undeniably willful. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yu Shiran personally delivered a few complimentary meal vouchers and 60 yuan, tallying 3 days' wages, and lingered in dorm 303 for a while. Wang Weitao was also there, as he was only in dorm 303 when Zhao Jin'an was present. Upon seeing Yu Shiran, the head of the student council's organization department, Chunzhe mysteriously produced a package of snacks. Minister Yu, our dormitory's inspection. Lu Chuangfeng rummaged around for a long time, but found nothing. Then put on a familiar face, saying, Minister Yu, I am Lu Chuangfeng from the External Relations Department of the Business School. Please offer your guidance in the future. Perhaps having witnessed Chunzhe's bribery of the sports department head, Lu Chuangfeng's mindset was quietly shifting. Yu Shiran glanced at the BMW key on Chunzhe's desk and patted Zhao Jin'an on the shoulder, saying, your dormitory is truly a hidden gem. He informed Lu Chuangfeng that he had resigned from his position in the student council and discreetly suggested to Zhao Jin'an that he could introduce him to a few people should he wish to join the council. Ultimately, he added that with Director Su's backing, he would not need his assistance. Yu Shiran was set to leave the school, not least due to the upcoming 70th anniversary celebration, which had delayed the restructuring of the student council. The group made their way to the cafeteria, where Zhao Jin'an exchanged the free meal vouchers for several chicken legs, while Lu Chuangfeng hesitated to use his. You're so stingy, Chunzhe teased. Gu Chaoqing remarked. The dorm head has now fallen to eating steamed buns daily. Wang Weitao, ever the socialite, bought a few cups of soy milk and inquired, what is going on? Zhao Jin'an was equally puzzled. Isn't it the start of the month? Why is there no money? It was well known that surviving on steamed buns and instant noodles typically occurred mid-month or at the month's end. The start of the month was when students were at their wealthiest. Lu Chuangfeng stammered, my phone bill exceeded the limit. Who are you calling? Wang Weitao asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. You don't even have a girlfriend, and Lin Qingxue is right here on campus. It's not calls. It's texts. Zhao Jin'an understood. Lu Chuangfeng kept his phone screen lit late into the night, resorting to texting since he lacked a computer. Texting plans cost money, and exceeding the limit meant 10 cents per message. Do not underestimate that 10 cents per message. It could accumulate into dozens of yuan over a month, especially if one became chatty, potentially sending over 1,000 messages monthly. Zhao Jin'an recalled that during his most infatuated days with Mu Yao, he had sent over 1,000 messages in a month, resulting in a staggering bill of 190 yuan, which had left him feeling quite pained. However, he wondered whom Lu Chuangfeng was conversing with. Would Lin Qingxue engage with him so readily? On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Chuangfeng finally revealed the truth. He was not merely infatuated. He was simultaneously chatting with Lin Qingxue, Shen Zian, and Li Yalin. Wang Weitao teased, deputy class leader. You might as well continue munching on your steamed buns. Zhao Jin'an was equally astonished. If one was a mere admirer, one could be called a lovesick fool. But if one juggled 100, one could be dubbed a warrior. Lu Chuangfeng, sensing Chunzhe's experience, asked, Zij, I am so close with Lin Qingxue. What should I do next to pursue her? Chunzhe replied, it's simple. Just take her out and give her gifts. But that means spending money. Lu Chuangfeng felt Chunzhe's advice lacked practical value. Zhao Jin'an, who was in a similar situation, having a stunning ex-girlfriend like Mu Yao, asked Lu Chuangfeng, do you want to date her, or do you want to possess her? What kind of question is that? Is there any difference? Lu Chuangfeng was baffled. The others, including Chunzhe and Wang Weitao, were equally puzzled but sensed a depth in Zhao Jin'an's words, hinting at a philosophical undertone. Gu Chaoqing was eager to kneel and listen to Zhao Jin'an's approach to winning Mu Yao's heart. Lu Chuangfeng, now more receptive, rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Of course. I want to date her and ultimately marry her. Zhao Jin'an stated, it's quite simple. Purchase a car like Chunzhe's and gift it to Lin Qingxue. She will undoubtedly be thrilled. Is that it? Lu Chuangfeng nearly choked on his own blood, realizing the suggestion was as empty as a void. Far less impressive than Chunzhe's, huh? Chunzhe and Wang Weitao burst into laughter. Gu Chaoqing stood up. You didn't even gift Mu Yao a BMW, did you? Lu Chuangfeng curiously asked, Jin'an, what if I pursue Shen Zian? Zhao Jin'an replied, gift her 100 BMW 3 Series. Ha ha, no one took it seriously. Who would gift 100 BMWs? Lu Chuangfeng even mocked Chen Zhe, asking, "Zij, can you afford 100 BMWs for Su Manman?" In truth, Zhao Jin'an was quite earnest. He was not joking. However, at 18, they could not comprehend that gifting 100 BMWs did not entail literally gifting 100 cars. It signified possessing the capability or potential to do so. Hence, Zhao Jin'an initially inquired of Lu Chuangfeng whether he merely sought a romantic relationship or truly wished to possess her. He had not anticipated that Lu Chuangfeng would use this matter as a point of entry to inform Shenxian. Sure enough, Shenxian promptly replied with a text. "Who said that?" Lu Chuangfeng, sensing her ire, hastily clarified, "It wasn't me. It was Zhao Jin'an who said it. He claimed that winning you over would be a simple task. Just gift you 100 BMWs. Noticing that Shenxian had not replied for some time, Lu's clever mind began to whirl, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. "I truly did not say that. How could you be such a materialistic woman? Xian, I have faith in you." He continued. Chen Zhe and Zhao Jin'an both assert that pursuing a girl merely requires spending money and giving gifts. Ha ha. One must concede Lu Chuangfeng's intelligence. His values are commendably upright, making Zhao Jin'an and Chen Zhe appear rather shallow. Satisfied with his messages, Lu felt a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Shenxian shivered, goosebumps prickling her skin. "Xian?" Startled, she quickly deleted the message. "Winning me over is simple. Just gift me 100 BMWs? 100? Glancing at the text, Shenxian couldn't help but chuckle. Lacking context, she was unaware of the circumstances under which Zhao Jin'an had uttered such words. As she pondered, she began to perceive a certain childlike innocence and romance in Zhao Jin'an's demeanor. A young boy presenting his most cherished, valuable toy to the girl he admires, saying, "Will you be my girlfriend?" With this thought, Shenxian glanced at Mu Yao's bed and broached the subject. "Yao Yao, how did Zhao Jin'an pursue you? Did he confess with roses or stuffed animals?" Chapter 75, Forming the Team. Yao Xian immediately set her phone aside, her face alight with curiosity as she leaned over the edge of the bed towards Mu Yao's space. Su Manman also perked up, eager to hear. Mu Yao felt a twinge of insecurity. It appeared Zhao Jin'an was quite popular with the girls in college. She recounted, "I was classmates with Jin'an for 3 years in high school. He liked me since his freshman year." Yao Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You could date in high school? He confessed to you in his first year?" "Not exactly," Mu Yao replied, feeling a sense of pride under the curious gazes of her roommates. "But he did like me since then. Don't think I'm unaware. During class, he would steal glances at me. When I answered questions, he would watch me intently. And even during breaks, he would quietly observe me from a distance. He thought I didn't know, but I did." Mu Yao endeavored to portray a boy who harbored a secret affection for her. If Yu Fei were present, she would undoubtedly be filled with questions. "When did Zhao Jin'an sneak off to watch us play? Wasn't he always dozing at his desk?" Yao Xian remarked. "Yao Yao? The way you describe it makes Zhao Jin'an sound a bit like a peeping Tom." Su Manman couldn't help but laugh. Shenxian was also skeptical of Mu Yao's claims. Based on her limited interactions with Zhao Jin'an, her assumptions aligned closely with Yu Fei's. The notion of him watching her in class seemed plausible, but not to such an exaggerated extent. Mu Yao mentioned that his confession came after the college entrance exams, devoid of roses, as on the day they returned to school. Zhao Jin'an had slipped 2 love letters into her hands. 2. Why 2? The 3 girls expressed their curiosity. Reflecting on it, Mu Yao felt a sense of pride. "Actually, I was quite surprised myself because 1 letter had been written during his freshman year, but he only handed it to me after the exams. When I asked him why he didn't give it to me earlier, he said he was afraid it would hinder my studies." The dormitory fell silent for a moment. Yao Xian eventually broke the silence, saying, "Mu Yao, Zhao Jin'an is truly considerate. He even thought about not wanting to distract you from your studies." "Xian, isn't that romantic? A love letter from his freshman year, given in his senior year, is far more romantic than the roses you mentioned." Yao Xian then turned to Shenxian. "Indeed, it is more romantic than a bouquet of roses," Shenxian mused, glancing at the text again. Thinking it more romantic than 100 BMWs, Su Manman too reclined, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. 2 love letters, what a peculiar situation. She expressed a desire to visit Zhao's village, genuinely wanting to see it. If it weren't for Chen Zhe, she would have gone during the winter break. Su Mian returned to Kyoto, seeming to vanish, while Zhao Jin'an had only served as a volunteer for 2 days. On the day Yushiran left school, Zhao Jin'an had gone to see him off. Yushiran, exhaling a puff of smoke, said, "Zhao Jin'an, let us come back together for the school's 80th anniversary." Zhao Jin'an lit a cigarette, gesturing with a finger towards the distance. An Audi A6 gradually approached, and Shanwei exited the vehicle 10 meters away. "Damn, I'm off." Yushiran loaded his suitcase into the car, turning back to say, Zhao Jin'an, 10 years from now, let us see who drives the better car. Take care. Zhao Jin'an nonchalantly tossed him a yellow note from his pocket. Yu Shiran mentioned heading to Shenzhen, and Zhao Jin'an, aware he was majoring in computer science, did not attempt to dissuade him. Yu Shiran, with a bit of pride, was encouraged to venture forth. Some lessons can only be learned through experience. A laborer is merely a laborer. Entrepreneurship is a different realm, and capital is capital. Boss. Once they left, Shan Wei drove over. Perhaps influenced by Yu Shiran, Zhao Jin'an stretched and remarked, it's time to get to work and build my own team. Or else in 10 years, I'll be left behind. Shan Wei found this a bit peculiar. It seemed the boss had changed once more. Boss. I am already a part of your team, Shan Wei earnestly proclaimed, pledging his loyalty. Zhao Jin'an smiled and dialed a number on his phone. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Jin'an, what's the matter? Zhao Bolan responded. Come see me. As an accountant by profession, Zhao Jin'an immediately thought of the company's finances. It wasn't that he lacked trust in Luo Jinji, but the financial matters of the company must be handled by someone he knows well. Zhao Bolan was perplexed. Although Zhao Jin'an referring to her as Zhao Bolan was acceptable due to their familial hierarchy, she assumed his request was due to some urgent issue. As she exited the school, she spotted Zhao Jin'an seated in the back of an Audi A6. Get in. Zhao Bolan, somewhat bewildered, climbed into the car. Glancing at Shan Wei, who was driving. Jin'an, whose car is this? It was understandable that Zhao Bolan was curious. And it was no surprise that Zhao Jin'an was showcasing a bit of flair. Without it, she would struggle to recognize him as the boss. In her mind, Zhao Jin'an still resembled the boy who once trailed behind her with a backpack. Zhao Jin'an did not clarify the source of his wealth. It was difficult to explain. Upon arriving at Shan Wei's residence and ascending to the second floor, Zhao Jin'an pointed to an office. This is your office, the finance room. Jin'an, are you referring to Dongjiang impression? Zhao Bolan was still a bit dazed. Everyone in the finance field was aware of Dongjiang Lake. She glanced at the nameplate on Zhao Jin'an's office door, Deputy General Manager. Zhao Jin'an chuckled, picking up the nameplate from the adjacent office belonging to Luo Jinji, saying, this General Manager nameplate could just as easily hang on my door. Jin'an, wait a moment, let me process this. No rush, take your time. Feel free to enjoy some drinks. Zhao Bolan looked around, and after about half an hour, she turned to Zhao Jin'an and asked, Jin'an, will I be getting a salary? Zhao Jin'an paused, taken aback. You adapted rather quickly, you can offset it with drinks. Given Zhao Jin'an's family background, it was indeed challenging for her to accept. Zhao Bolan replied, I'm already in my 3rd year. I was actually looking for an internship. Oh, and what about Zhou Chuxin? Zhou Chuxin one T do. You two are too familiar. As accounting majors, some things need not be explicitly stated. The accountants and cashiers in the finance room are friends, after all. What are you implying? A mouse-moving house. You have an accounting certificate, right? Zhao Bolan, slumped on the sofa, looked disheartened. I took that exam in my freshman year. I'll start your salary at 200. You'll manage the money for me. No funds can be dispersed without my signature. Zhao Bolan nodded seriously. You can rest assured. Such matters need not be stated. They were both from Zhao village. And Zhao Bolan would still address Zhao Jin'an as uncle. She understood whom she should follow and listen to. Zhao Jin'an had nothing to hide either. The finance department knows the company's accounts best. After observing Zhao Bolan for a moment, he remarked, the company has several million in its accounts, but for development purposes, your salary will be adjusted as we earn. In 2006, upon graduating from the normal university, a salary of 200 indeed seemed rather meager. Zhao Bolan nodded in acknowledgement. Do not be swayed by those employers who merely promise you dreams. He glanced at Zhao Jin'an, who, despite not articulating his thoughts, managed to smile. Is your aunt and grandmother aware? Zhao Jin'an shook his head. It won't be long before they find out. After all, it took you quite some time to accept it. How do you think grandma will react? With that, Zhao Jin'an rose to close the door. Zhao Bolan understood that a conversation about the village was about to unfold. Once my aunt learns, the village broadcast will announce it 3 times a day, morning and night. Right? She laughed heartily, picturing Wang Jinru, who, upon discovering Zhao Jin'an's promising future, would cease all work and spend her days at the village committee. The village broadcast would be the least of it. She would likely wander the village herself. Zhao Bolan mused, contemplating what type of fruit trees would thrive in Zhao family village. Zhao Jin'an, an idealist at heart, had yet to voice his complete thoughts, yet Zhao Bolan understood him, suddenly finding a renewed sense of purpose in their work. If they could cultivate sugar oranges as sweet as first love, akin to those in the neighboring Yongxing, the villagers would gain an additional source of income. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the marketability. The mere thought ignited a thrill within Zhao Bolin. Even without mentioning wages, she was eager to contribute, although Zhao Jin'an was, after all, from the elder generation. The two conversed in the office for quite some time. Zhao Bolin inquired about the company's development and its plans for Zhao Family Village, but eventually turned the conversation back to Zhao Jin'an. Is your mother aware? Zhao Jin'an shook his head again, and Zhao Bolin did not press further. Chapter 76. No one. The freshman courses were rather packed, typically commencing at 8 a.m., often comprising 24 classes, a jest commonly referred to as the early 8, requiring students to rise early to secure seats. Many universities divided a single class into 2 segments, each lasting 45 to 50 minutes, with a brief intermission of 5 to 10 minutes in between, which students colloquially termed as 2 consecutive classes. Where's Jin'an? Zhao Jin'an had vanished since the previous afternoon and had not returned to the dormitory that evening, marking his 2nd consecutive absence from class. Wang Weitao. Do you know where Jin'an has gone? Lu Chuangfeng inquired, aware of Wang Weitao's close association with Zhao Jin'an. No idea, Wang Weitao responded, shaking his head. He just asked me to respond if the teacher calls his name. Lu Chuangfeng scratched his head. Jin'an is quite mysterious. He returns to the dormitory very late every day. Zij, Jin'an has skipped class more than you. Chen Zhe expressed his surprise. While he often missed classes due to oversleeping, Zhao Jin'an appeared to be the obedient type. Yet he had vanished for several days. Isn't Su Manman celebrating her birthday? Will Jin'an attend? Gu Chaoqing commented. This gathering was not going to be a split bill. Chen Zhe had given a heads up beforehand. Dorms 406 and 303 were designated for socializing, and Su Manman had suggested gathering together, but they opted for a modest restaurant. In late December, the weather in Junsha was bitterly cold, characterized by a damp chill. On the expressway from Junsha to Foshan, in the back seat, Luo Jinji glanced at Zhao Bolin in the passenger seat and moved closer, saying, Jin'an, are you planning to take action against Hu Chun? Zhao Jin'an replied. Hu Chun's capabilities are rather average. Luo Jinji was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhao Jin'an, who seemed gentle and refined, would overhaul the entire product line upon joining the company and initiate personnel adjustments, starting with securing the finance department. Zhao Jin'an glanced at Luo Jinji. If he had the capability, he wouldn't be unable to penetrate the market in Junsha. Your Dongjiang impression has yet to expand in Qinzhou after several years. Are you subtly criticizing me? Luo Jinji retorted. Indeed, Hu Chun was merely a worker. The strategic decisions belonged to Luo Jinji. Dressed in a woolen coat, she nudged Zhao Jin'an. Hu Chun is competent. He has been with the company for a long time. Dan Wei, slow to react, glanced at the rearview mirror. The boss intended to dismiss manager Hu, and Luo was advocating for him. Dan Wei had grown somewhat familiar with Hu Chun, knowing he had once been the 2nd in command at the company, at the very least the 3rd, with the water plant still having a director. He was surprised Luo was appealing on Hu's behalf. In the passenger seat, Zhao Bolin remained silent, listening to the conversation behind her. Zhao Jin'an questioned, are you prioritizing sentiment or striving to expand the company? Luo Jinji leaned closer, whispering in Zhao Jin'an's ear, the company is currently short-staffed. Please give me some face and refrain from making any moves against him for now. Dan Wei interjected, while Zhao Bolin thought to herself, indeed, no boss speaks of sentiment, only value. Zhao Jin'an rubbed his ear, wondering if this woman realized how ticklish that was. Luo Jinji's lips brushed against his ear, and even after sitting back down, she remained close beside him. Zhao Bolin glanced around the rearview mirror, pondering whether she and Zhao Jiong would eventually address Luo as aunt instead of manager Luo. Jin'an, what are you writing? Your love for 105C. A song, Zhao Jin'an replied, cradling his laptop, recalling a jingle from Watson's advertisement, the theme song for the upcoming spring. You can write songs too? Luo Jinji inched closer, causing Zhao Jin'an to feel somewhat flustered. It had been half a year since he had been close to a woman, and the thrill of such experiences was undeniable. Those who had never ventured into such realms might not even contemplate it. After glancing at Lin Xingshue's alluring photo and embracing Su Mian, Zhao Jin'an, though not seeking romance, found himself yearning for female companionship. Upon arriving in Foshan, Luo Jinji had contacted several factories in advance to inquire about prices. Zhao Jin'an had also sent Zhao Bolin to consult a few others, but the outcomes were less than satisfactory. When informed that only 30 upfront payment was acceptable, none of the owners of the refrigerated cabinets were willing to take the order. The boldest among them insisted on at least a 60 deposit. This situation also indicated that the prices Zhao Bolin had negotiated had a profit margin of at least 40. After a failed negotiation with another factory, Dan Wei opened the car door, and Luo Jinji remarked with a smile, indeed, 30 is too low. They fear they won't receive the final payment. I wish I could offer more, but is there enough money in the company's coffers? Zhao Jin'an lit a cigarette. RD. Marketing, and we still need to advertise on television next year. Luo Jinji calculated the time. With the new year just days away, she remarked. Today is your generation's Christmas Eve, isn't it? In Junsha, Chunzhe had reserved a unique restaurant, ordered a cake, and even bought a bouquet of roses. Then drove to Central South University to pick up 4 girls from dorm 406. Overall, Chunzhe was quite the commendable boyfriend. Upon entering the private dining room, Yao Xian teased, Chunzhe, it's not 99 roses, is it? Chunzhe chuckled, haha, just 12. 12? Shouldn't it be 9 or 11? Those represent eternity and unwavering devotion. Chunzhe replied, the most beautiful by Yu Quan has lyrics about 12 roses. Wow, Zij, you truly understand. Lu Chuangfeng expressed his newfound knowledge, realizing that 9 roses appeared too few and unappealing. He resolved to gift Lin Qingxue 12 roses next time. Shenzhen nudged Su Manman. Chunzhe is quite romantic, isn't he? You must be the most beautiful in his eyes. Mu Yao and Yao Xian surrounded Su Manman, who inhaled the scent of the roses and thanked Chunzhe, placing the bouquet beside the cake. Chunzhe then presented a Chanel handbag, claiming it was a birthday gift from his mother. Now that was something to envy, particularly for Mu Yao. It wasn't merely the Chanel that drew envy, but the affection Chunzhe's mother showed towards Su Manman. Well, it was also enviable that Chunzhe's mother was wealthy enough to pamper Su Manman so. Such college romances were, to be honest, hard not to admire. Is Gina not coming? Chunzhe replied. I informed him 2 days in advance. I just called, and he said he is not in Junsha. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao felt a pang of disappointment and asked Chunzhe, do you know where Jinan has gone? Gu Chaoqing quickly responded, no idea, maybe he returned home again. He did the same last time. Hearing Chunzhe mention that he had informed Zhao Jin'an 2 days prior, Su Manman felt an inexplicable sadness. If it had been on the same day, perhaps Zhao Jin'an simply hadn't planned his time well. Su Manman raised her glass, smiling, today is Christmas Eve. Thank you all for taking the time to celebrate my birthday with me. Shenzhen lifted her glass. Well, we don't have boyfriends, so we came to enjoy a nice meal with you. Exactly. In unison, everyone raised their glasses, proclaiming a toast to wish Man eternal youth at 18. Gu Chaoqing couldn't help but steal glances at Mu Yao. He was aware that she was his roommate's ex-girlfriend and understood the unwritten rule that one should never disrespect a brother's wife, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Mu Yao wore a glum expression, visibly disappointed by Zhao Jinan's absence. Gu Chaoqing felt a pang of jealousy toward Zhao Jin'an. Shenzhen tugged at Mu Yao's sleeve and whispered, cheer up, today is Man's birthday. Shenzhen was quite perceptive, although Zhao Jinan's absence was disheartening, with Lu Chuangfeng present. There would be no awkward silences. Furthermore, Shenzhen skillfully kept the conversation flowing, ensuring the private room remained lively. Suddenly, Yao Xian brought up, Man. You and Chunzhe will get married right after graduation, won't you? Su Man paused while serving herself, smiled, and said nothing. Lu Chuangfeng and Gu Chaoqing joined in, teasing. Zegu, you should be the first from our dorm to tie the knot. In their previous life, this had indeed been the case, 3 years post-graduation. On a night when Wang Weitao was in Junsha on business, he was still single, while Zhao Jin'an had only just met Chen Qingji. And Chunzhe had already been married to Su Man for 2.5 years. Chunzhe was the earliest to marry among the boys in their accounting class. Strangely, until the moment of his rebirth, Zhao Jin'an had never seen any photos of Chunzhe's children on social media, at least on that night at the bar. Su Man was not yet a mother. Perhaps those in business do not share photos of their children. Zhao Jin'an did not have Su Man's WeChat and had not thought to inquire. Su Man had not taken the initiative to add Zhao Jin'an either. After dinner, Chunzhe arranged for karaoke and sang the most beautiful for Su Man. Everyone clapped along, even though Chunzhe's singing left much to be desired. His heartfelt performance was rare. Su Man clapped along, feeling guilty for not being fair to Chunzhe. With that thought, she smiled at him and clapped with enthusiasm. They played until nearly midnight before returning to school. The dormitory was unusually lenient that night. The matron was aware that these university students would be late returning on Christmas Eve. On the way back to the dorm, Yao Xian praised Chunzhe endlessly. And Shenzhen concurred, saying Chunzhe was indeed impressive. The 4 girls from room 406 shared a common perspective, refraining from criticism and only speaking of Chunzhe's merits. Su Man nodded in agreement, smiling. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Zhao Jin'an, happy birthday. The time was 11:58 p.m. The message arrived just before midnight. Su Man saw the text and tucked her phone away. Yao Xian, curious, inquired, Man, who was that? No one, Su Man replied, still smiling. The next day, Christmas. They continued negotiating contracts with factories. At the hotel entrance, Shan Wei had long since brought the car, parked it by the roadside, and opened the door for Zhao Jin'an, who felt quite at ease slipping into the back seat. Luo Jinji suddenly chuckled. Jin'an, you're just one secretary short. Zhao Jin'an replied quietly, if it were any different. Who among you would treat me like a boss? Luo Jinji gazed at Zhao Jin'an for a moment, her laughter growing more vibrant. Zhao Jin'an continued. You know buying a Land Rover is just for show. The company isn't financially robust and lacks recognition. When we go out to negotiate, we must create some semblance of grandeur. Some people are swayed by that. Luo Jinji nodded. So, should I play your secretary for now? Zhao Bolin chimed in with a smile. Luo, your words make us sound like a band of fraudsters. She had confided in Zhao Jin'an the previous day after receiving a call from Zhou Chuxin, revealing that Zhao Jin'an was the major shareholder of the company. This prompted Zhou Chuxin to express a desire to visit the company. Zhao Bolin did not mention it to Zhao Jin'an, merely stating that the company was small and just starting out, with no plans to hire in the finance department. In reality, the company was not small. It was just that outside of Qinzhou, no one was aware of it. However, the finance department genuinely had no intention of hiring, for now. One accountant and one cashier sufficed. Zhao Bolin had yet to inform her family that she was working at Zhao Jin'an's company. In the minds of the villagers in Zhejiang, Luo Jinji's Dongjiang company was already quite a significant enterprise. Zhao Bolin was curious how Duan Xiaoping would react upon learning this, especially the Song family. Zhao Bolin knew that Song Chaoan had never supported Zhao Jin'an, having only visited Zhejiang once to meet Zhao Jin'an's grandmother. As Duan Xiaoping was a member of the Zhao family, out of courtesy, Song Chaoan had brought gifts to meet her grandmother. The group spent 4 days in Foshan before one factory finally relented. Mr. Zhao, you only need to pay 30 of the goods in advance. And you are already pushing the price down so much, the factory owner, Lu Chuan, said. The factory was small, and business was likely not thriving, which is why he was willing to take a gamble. Zhao Jin'an replied, Boss Lu, we have a signed contract. Lu Chuan hesitated. Mr. Zhao, let us be candid. Even if I were to win a lawsuit with the contract, who would I seek money from? There is a 4-month payment term. 4 months is a long time. You could drag my small workshop into bankruptcy. Lu Chuan expressed his frustration. I'm betting my entire fortune on this. Zhao Jin'an countered, if the profit margin were higher, wouldn't you be less likely to go under? Lu Chuan replied, with a higher profit margin, I would feel more at ease. Otherwise, it's all for naught. Your secretary Luo and accountant Zhao are too skilled at bargaining. Look at how you haggled the price of such excellent refrigeration units down to 420 each. You must have checked other factories, whose cost-performance ratio is better than mine. Lu Chuan extended a hand. Add 50, and we'll sign the contract immediately. Zhao Jin'an glanced at Luo Jinji and said, add 20, and if that works for you, we can sign the contract now. Lu Chuan was still reluctant. Luo Jinji remarked, Boss Lu, think long-term. Adding 50 will attract many competitors. You could also visit Qinzhou for inspection. The water factory is there. If you partner with us, you'll need to upgrade equipment and increase production capacity next year. Lu Chuan considered his small factory and finally clenched his jaw in determination. Let us gamble. Zhao Bolin calculated, for 140 each, for 15,000 units, and the company will be out of funds. Yet, Zhao Jin'an and Luo Jinji seemed to have emerged victorious. She wondered if being a boss meant never worrying about debts. Returning to Junsha, it was nearly New Year's Day. Luo Jinji went directly back to Qinzhou, while Zhao Jin'an remained alone, lacking even a romantic interest, let alone a love rival. In truth, on Christmas Eve, Shunxian, Yao Xian, Yu Fei, Zhou Chuxin, and Lin Qingxue had all sent messages to Zhao Jin'an. Mu Yao had blocked him, and Su Man had not contacted him. After a busy day at work, he logged into QQ, checking his list of friends, but felt no desire to chat. He instinctively opened a chat box and attempted to input Chen Qingji's QQ number. After several attempts, he finally got it right, only to find the avatar grayed out. At that moment, Zhao Bolin knocked on the door, asking if he was not done yet, and suggesting they head back to school together. On their way back, Zhao Bolin sat in the passenger seat, expressing concern about the company's financial situation, revealing that they still owed the bank for $1 million. Fortunately, Luo Jinji's Dongjiang series was maintaining a balance between income and expenses. The day-to-day costs and employee salaries did not require touching the funds from the Jinran series. Zhao Bolin worried that before they could fully realize their ambitions, the company might fold, jeopardizing their plans to uplift Zhejiang. Zhao Jin'an recalled the over 2 million in his securities account, feeling somewhat reassured. Upon returning to the dormitory, He found Lu Chuangfeng munching on steamed buns. Huh, Jin'an is back, Lu Chuangfeng exclaimed, swallowing a mouthful of bun and taking a sip of water. He boasted about having taken on another part-time job as an extra, claiming that soon they would see him on TV and that he had met several celebrities. Lu Chuangfeng was animated, but his mood soured when discussing his pay. Those scoundrels in the external relations department. I just learned today that they took half the commission from the orders we received in the group. I froze all day on the banks of the Xiangjiang for just $25. 60 people in our group signed up, and those scoundrels did nothing but pocket 500. 500. Old Gu, don't you think they are heartless? Lu Chuangfeng, having lost his appetite for steamed buns, was met with the affirmations of Gu Chaoqing, indicating that Lu had likely lamented to him throughout the night. Zhao Jin'an, however, chose to remain silent. The act of pumping water is traditional. One earns through sheer strength, while another profits from intellect. You may label it as exploitation and refuse to engage, but ultimately, the structure of society remains unchanged. Zhao Jin'an casually flicked a cigarette and remarked with a smile, "It's all right. In a couple of days, your family will send you your living expenses." Living expenses? My foot, Gu Chaoqing retorted, lounging on the bed. Our vice monitor is quite trendy, having borrowed money to buy a lipstick for his little Snow, a Dior one. Mind you, Zhao Jin'an chuckled. Director, are you truly willing to spend such capital? Are you abandoning your livelihood? I didn't wish to, Lu Chuangfeng interjected. It was Li Ailan who insisted on treating herself with a New Year reward. Lu also blamed Li Ailan, stating that she flaunted the lipstick on her QQ space, while Lin Qingxua commented that she too desired it, but lacked the funds. How ironic, Zhao Jin'an mused, suddenly realizing. Isn't Li Ailan a poverty-stricken student? Lu Chuangfeng explained that the poverty alleviation funds had been dispersed, and Li Ailan received 1,500. Gu Chaoqing scoffed. Such individuals still receive assistance for impoverished students. I've always said, which impoverished student showcases their QQ space, indulging in bubble tea today and tomorrow, and upon receiving funds, promptly splurging on lipstick? They live more lavishly than we do. Zhao Jin'an felt no resentment. Perhaps in a previous life, he might have. He climbed into bed to sleep. Gu Chaoqing added, Jin'an, you really should apply for it as well. And by the way, I wonder why Tang Xiaoqing's application hasn't been approved. Zhao Jin'an opened his computer, but paused momentarily. Lu Chuangfeng awkwardly commented, I'm unsure why Tang Xiaoqing's application might not have been processed. Perhaps her documents weren't complete. Gu Chaoqing remarked, aren't the class committees supposed to review the materials beforehand? His tone hinted at reproach towards Lu Chuangfeng, who disapproved of Li Ailan's approach and sympathized with Tang Xiaoqing. Lu Chuangfeng replied, how would I know? It's not my decision to make. This time, Lu Chuangfeng refrained from boasting, likely feeling the unfairness of the situation. The two observed Zhao Jin'an, who was tapping away at the keyboard with no response. After a prolonged moment, he opened the chat log with Tang Xiaoqing. Eventually, he shut his laptop and announced, I'll step out for a moment. By the way, Jin'an, Lu Chuangfeng reminded him, Tang Xiaoqing is working part-time in the cafeteria. She applied to the school.